Chapter 1 I have fought 5 cages, and the system is just coming? The land of fire, the nameless plain. The cold wind howled, and the afterglow of the Warring States period, which had just ended, once again filled the land. Hago Romo Swanyu, who was dressed in silver Warring States armor and had the 3-wire Gongetsu ninja clan emblem printed on the armor, looked around expressionlessly and twitched the corners of his mouth. All those who came were old friends. Lidu, Ai, Balian, Shaihe. As well as Hago Romo Swanyu took a deep look at the man in front of him who was wearing a red and white imperial robe and a bamboo hat with the word fire on his head. Senju Hashirama. The freshly released first Hokage of Konoha Hidden Village. Before that, he had other more familiar titles. The leader of the Thousand Hands clan. The god of ninja world. You really think highly of me? The 5 cages of the 5 great ninja villages actually united to deal with me. Seeing the 5 shadow hats of fire, earth, water, wind, and thunder distributed around him, blocking any possible escape route, Hago Romo Suanzu took pleasure in the pain. How could he be so virtuous? No. Is this necessary? I haven't done anything harmful to God. Adhering to the good qualities of a time traveler, he was run over by a dump truck and came here and has been friendly to others since he was born. Help the old lady cross the street, play shogi with the old man, buy lollipops for the little girl, give porridge to charity, build roads and bridges. There is no good deed that he has not done that is charitable. At most, they just randomly clean up some bullies with low moral character who bully men and women. And the cold and ruthless ninja scum who don't take ordinary people's lives seriously and kill them at will. Of course, it is normal to sweep away garbage and unknowingly expand the scope. Who let this world allow 9 years of compulsory education? He, who is not a 9-year-old, finds it very unpleasant. It just so happens that he has this ability. Therefore, following the line of bullies and gangsters, he raised the target of cleaning up to those bully leaders who he believed were not his sons, powerful landlords, local officials, and even nobles who had been passed down for a long time and were aloof, and even extremely noble names. Them. As for ninjas, he also expanded from wandering ninjas to some ninjas from the ninja clan, as well as ninjas from large and small ninja villages who are very new to this world. This undoubtedly offended many people. But Hago Romo Swanyu didn't care. Who is he? The current leader of the Hago Romo clan, which has a long heritage and great reputation. Although the Hago Romo clan had stretched their crotch in previous battles with the Senju clan. But to be able to fight with the Senju, the #1 ninja clan in the ninja world, for so many years, and to sign a friendly treaty with the Uchiha clan, who have always set their sights higher than the sky, and agree to cooperate with each other during the mission, no one can deny the power of the Hago Romo clan. Especially his appearance has greatly increased the prestige of the Uromo clan. While Senju Hashirama is known as the god of the ninja world, he is also recognized by the ninja world as the most talented ninja among the ninjas and can rival the gods. Hago Romo Genjutsu's strength has now reached the top of the ninja world pyramid. This is exactly why he has been so confident. It's just that I often walk by the river, and my shoes don't get wet. This time, it seemed like we were about to fall into a deep pit. At this moment, Hago Romo Swanyu's heart sank. The first generation Kazekage Raito, the first generation Reikage Ai, the first generation Mizukage Hakuren, the first generation Earth Shadow Ishikawa. There was also the Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage, who still made him very suspicious. The opponents all came from the high-end game of the Warring States period and ended the era of the 5 Great Shadows. Although Hago Romo Genzuki was strong, he couldn't just say 1 versus 5. Not to mention that the cheating guy Senju Hashirama is still inside. The finished bird, the finished bird. As if a group of crows were circling and wailing overhead, Hago Romo Swanyu took a deep breath, suppressed the thick thoughts in her heart, looked around, and asked. What a rare visitor! The 5 KAGES from the 5 great ninja villages actually came to visit me together. Isn't it rumored in the ninja world that you are holding a 5 KAGE conference to distribute the menus on the table? Hearing this, a long scar penetrated the blind left eye. Byakuran, the first generation Mizu Kage with strong hair, lifted the Mizu Kage hat, looked at Hago Romo Genzuki calmly and said, "The dishes on the menu have been almost allotted, and now the only thing missing is you, Hago Romo, who is not yet on the table." Hago Romo Swanyu turned her head and glanced at Balian, without replying, and turned to look at Senju Hashirama directly in front of her. Senju Hashirama was an honest man. He noticed Hago Romo Genzuki's gaze and sighed. The ninja world has finally ushered in the long-lost peace, and no one wants to break it. Xian Yu, you are too powerful, and your ideas are too extreme. After thinking about it, we can only do this. Hago Romo Swanyu looked confused. First of all, I am not Kyuubi. Secondly, extreme thoughts? What did I say? Hago Romo Gengetsu was at a loss for a few seconds, and then thought again. It seemed that the ideas he once said were nothing more than the establishment of the 5 great ninja villages. The existence of the 5 great nations was not a long-lost peace, but a 20-year truce. The only real peace was unified. I laugh at those words like Hashirama's lack of ambition and Madara's wisdom. Just because of this? Isn't it just talk? Just talking. It is normal for me who has been studying the keyboard for a long time in my previous life. Working hard to complete the great cause of unifying the ninja world? I don't have that interest. Wouldn't it be comfortable to have this time to study ninjutsu, expand the branches of the family, and live a small life of your own behind closed doors? Why do these people take it seriously? Hago Romo Swanyu once again looked around at the 5 shadows who were full of killing intent. For the first time, he experienced the consequences of talking nonsense for a moment. I just said it casually, and never thought of doing it. Do you believe it? Hago Romo Gengetsu shrugged and made the final explanation truthfully, and he didn't expect these people to really listen. As expected. When Senju Hashirama was about to respond, the first Raikage AI beside him clenched his fist impatiently and said, "So what? Hago Romo Gengetsu, you still have to die." The first Mizu Kage Hakuran, the first Kazekage Ritu, and the first Tsuchikage Ishikawa nodded in agreement. Ishikawa simply pointed out, the pattern of the 5 major ninja villages has been established. In order for peace to continue, Hago Romo Gengetsu, you, the biggest threat independent of the 5 major ninja villages, must be eliminated. The daimyos of various countries are very dissatisfied with you, Hago Romo Gengetsu, and have always wanted to eliminate you. If you want to blame someone, blame you as a ninja for overthrowing your superiors. You are too ignorant of the overall situation. The first Kazekage Ritu, who has always been worried about the village's funds, added with a smile. The environment of the wind country is harsh, and most of the land is covered with sand. For the sake of village construction, he even gave up his share of the tailed beasts at the 5 Kage conference in exchange for funds. Many daimyos and nobles were so angry that Swanyu gritted his teeth. For this reason, he was happy to take off their heads in exchange for a high bounty. As the nominal masters of the major ninja villages, the daimyos control the funds urgently needed by the ninja villages, and their influence is still very large. There is no good end for offending the daimyos. In addition, the 5 major ninja villages are very annoying to Swanyu, who is outside the world structure dominated by them. All these things have led to the current situation in which the 5 Kages, who rarely get together, in the name of the 5 Kage conference, took advantage of Swanyu's momentary carelessness to encircle and suppress him after determining the structure of the ninja world and the distribution of the tailed beasts. One-on-one, regardless of whether he can win or not, it is still easy for Swanyu to leave. 5 against 1, it is difficult to fly. The fate of Swanyu has been determined since their arrival. The future Uchiha Madara will be honored with the treatment of fighting 5 kages alone. However, now, Yu Suanyu has received this grand treatment decades ago. Especially there is also the serious foul of Senju Hashirama. Yu Suanyu no longer has any illusions. As Ishikawa said, no matter what reason he has for not being at the table, even if it is because his right foot stepped on an ant, he must be eliminated as a threat. Everything is ultimately for the dominance of the 5 major ninja villages. I was careless. Yu Suanyu shook his head. It's not that he didn't think that his existence was a thorn in the eyes of some people. It's just that he didn't care much because of his own strength. Inertial thinking kills people. I thought the convening of the 5-Kage conference was just for the distribution of the tailed beasts and the conclusion of an alliance with the 5 major countries, but I didn't expect the other party to do this secretly. The 5-Kage actually united and attacked a young man like me. It's really a pity that you guys can do it. But, have you ever thought about what price you will pay? Yu Suanyu's face turned cold, and he patted his armor that was stained with dust, and his eyes became more dangerous. At the same time, noticing Yu Suanyu, who was like a tiger out of a cage and whose momentum suddenly became fierce, the 5 kages were stern and prepared for war. Compared with the other 4, Senju Hashirama had a trace of regret on his face. He really admired Yu Suanyu. For this reason, when Konoha was first established, he sincerely invited the Yu clan to join the big family of Konoha. Even though there were many blood feuds between the 2 clans, even though his third brother Senju Kama died at the hands of the Yu clan, he could accommodate the Uchiha clan, let alone the Yu clan. But Yu Suanyu refused. Knowing the plot well, he was not interested in being humble and joining Konoha, which would be troubled and fighting in the future. He knew too well the future fate of the Senju and Uchiha clans. In addition, the people in the clan also have a lot of opinions about this. Yu Suanyu didn't know how the arrogant Uchiha was willing to turn enemies into friends and work together with the Senju. Anyway, the Yu people, who have a longer history of fighting the Senju, are unwilling to shake hands and make peace with the enemies who once had blood debts, and even become people from the same village. It is precisely because of this that the Yu clan, which was as famous as the Senju and Uchiha in the Warring States period, gradually declined in the decades after the end of the Warring States period, and they were no longer seen on the stage of the ninja world. Of course, compared with the few remaining big and small cats of the Senju and Uchiha, the Yu clan declined, but the result was still good in comparison. Senju Hashirama, who didn't know the future development, sighed and shook his head. With his temperament, he was unwilling to deal with Yu Suanyu in this way. It was just that the Fire Country daimyo repeatedly and strongly requested, the other 4 shadows reached a consensus, and his younger brother Senju Tobirama kept persuading him, so he finally had to agree. Everything is for Konoha. Senju Hashirama stretched out his right hand and touched the word fire on the Hokage's hat, and his peaceful eyes became fierce. The strong wind froze at this moment. The cold killing intent filled the entire canyon. Senju Hashirama was about to make a move. Suddenly, Yu Suanyu stretched out his hand and paused. Wait a minute. Senju Hashirama stopped moving, and the expression he had finally prepared disappeared, looking at him with confusion. Seeing him like this, the other 4 kages could only stop. What did Yu Suanyu want to do? Beg for mercy? Or scold them? Yu Suanyu ignored the doubts of the 5 kage, and didn't even pay attention to them. At this moment, his mind was completely focused on his own mind. There was only a mechanical sound of ding. The golden finger system he had been waiting for a long time finally arrived. Chapter 2: The first step of the counterattack system, defeat Uzumaki Naruto? Byte. The identity of the host traveler is checked, and the system is officially started. Name: Hago Romo Suanyu. Gender: male. Age: 24. Identity: ninja. World: Naruto. A mechanical sound without any fluctuation suddenly sounded in Hago Romoswanyu's mind. Hago Romoswanyu subconsciously checked herself first and found that she was not under the illusion. Then she relaxed, and then endless thoughts emerged in her heart, which finally turned into a sigh. It's too late for your system. At the beginning of the time travel, Hago Romoswanyu, who was still a little Karami, waited with great anticipation, but did not wait for the arrival of the system, which disappointed him for a long time. Fortunately, he worked hard and got to where he is today. Hago Romoswanyu can proudly say that I am as strong as I am today, all due to my own efforts and never having deep blue add points. So, I've become a big boss. What else do you want to do in the system? Wrong. The system is still useful. Seeing the very unfavorable situation, Hago Romogenzuki's eyes lit up. He stretched out his hand to signal Senju Hashirama to wait, and opened the system with anticipation. This system is a counterattack system, focusing on helping the host overcome obstacles such as talent, background, resources, etc., helping the host defeat all opponents on the road of growth and become the strongest in the ninja world. Please host to receive the novice gift package. For some reason, when she heard the word counterattack, Hago Romoswanyu felt inexplicably uneasy. When he saw becoming the strongest in the ninja world at the end, he suppressed it and looked at the novice gift package with expectation. Generally speaking, although the novice gift package is named newbie, it often contains some amazing things. For example, the Mangekyo Sharingan, the Samsara Eye, and the Six Paths Senjutsu. It would be great if I could prescribe something useful right now. With such expectation in her heart, Hago Romoswanyu said silently in her heart. Take over. As he finished speaking, with the fireworks blooming brilliantly in his mind, the gorgeous novice gift bag opened with a bang, and a large number of novice gifts burst out. Bite! 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 Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the three-body technique. Congratulations to the host, for obtaining the Konoha fluid technique. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the Kunao throwing technique. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained standard genin level chakra. After reading this information, Hago Romoswanyu remained silent, and the excitement that had just stirred in her heart suddenly fell silent. Is this novice gift package a bit too novice? Three-body technique, Konoha fluid technique, Kunao throwing technique, what are these? When I was 5 years old, I was no longer interested in taking another look. As for the genin level chakra, Hago Romogenzuki felt it, and there was indeed an extra chakra in his body, if he hadn't noticed it through careful observation. But what is the effect of pouring a cup of water into a river? I'm already a 5-kage master. System, why are you trying to get me some stuff for novice ninjas? System, did you receive the wrong gift package for newbies? Hago Romoswanyu confirmed again and again. After testing, no errors were found. Hago Romoswanyu, system, do you think with my current strength, the novice gift package will have any effect? After testing, the novice gift package has a great effect on the host. System, are you sure there is no problem with your program? After testing, it was determined that there was no problem with the system program. Hago Romoswanyu had nothing to say. The system still has something to say. Bite. Newbie tasks are being released. This task is the mainline task and cannot be refused or avoided. Failure penalty, the system can no longer serve the host, and the host's counterattack fails. Well, although the system's newbie gift package is a bit unsatisfying, it still has official functions. Let me see what the first novice mission is. Maybe it has something to do with the 5 shadows in front of me. How long did it last under the combined attack of 5 shadows? Or maybe increase the difficulty and kill 1 or 2 shadows. Get such a huge reward and make a comeback? Hago Romoswanyu was hopeful and accepted the novice mission. Novice mission, Defeat Naruto Uzumaki. Task description: with mediocre grades in the ninja school, you are unwilling to be ordinary and decide to embark on a counterattack. Hot-blooded young man, go defeat Naruto Uzumaki, the crane tail of the ninja school, and start your first step to enlightenment. Task reminder: each time a task is completed, the host will receive corresponding rewards. The host, please take it seriously. What? At this moment, Hago Romo Swanyu's mind was filled with questions. What the hell is this? Of course he knew Uzumaki Naruto. But what era is it now? Uzumaki Naruto's grandfather wasn't even born yet, let alone the future protagonist. Also, when did you go to ninja school? The ninja school in Konoha wasn't even established yet. System, are you sure there is nothing wrong with your mind? No matter how you look at it, this novice task is not for you to complete right now. Swanyu thought of something and asked quickly. System, what era is it now? Konoha 60 years. Hago Romo Swanyu. God's sisters Konoha for 60 years. It has only been 2 years since Konoha was established. He finally understood what was going on. This broken system traveled through the wrong time and space and was activated more than 50 years ago. Or maybe you put it on too early. Damn counterattack system. I should have guessed it from the beginning. Now he has fought 5 KAGES alone, how many people can he counterattack? Swanyu took a deep breath and finally saved his dignity. It is now the 2nd year of Konoha. After testing, it is now confirmed that it is the 60th year of Konoha. Host, please follow the time determined by the system. What else can Swanyu say? How can this task be completed? Change the novice task for me. Host, please complete the novice task as soon as possible. Restart the system. Change to a smarter one. Host, please complete the novice task as soon as possible. Uninstall the system. What use is there for you? Host, please complete the novice task as soon as possible. Rubbish system. Swanyu made up his mind not to care about this broken system with a problem in the brain. Isn't it just a fight with the 5 KAGE? At worst, the person dies and the bird flies up to the sky. I have relied on myself all my life and never cheated. That rubbish system, get out of here as far as you can. Swanyu, who was overjoyed, threw the broken system behind him. He opened his eyes and turned his attention back to the 5 shadows around him. Swanyu was able to force the 5 shadows to join hands to deal with him, so he was definitely not in vain. He calmed down and stopped thinking about it. He gave it a try and the vast chakra in his body boiled up, and the strong pressure immediately descended on the entire nameless plane. Let's start. Swanyu raised his head and said coldly. It should have been done long ago. Accompanied by the sound of response. Bang! The extremely piercing and terrifying sonic boom suddenly exploded. The peak battle of the ninja world officially began. Chapter 3 Shadow Level Battle. After all the hesitation, I'll send you off. The burly, dark-skinned first Raikage AI stomped heavily on the ground impatiently. The huge lightning chakra instantly covered his whole body, like a sharp blue lightning. Amid the piercing sonic booms, he first appeared beside Swanyu. Lightning release heavy explosion flow. A large amount of chakra gathered on his sturdy elbows. The first Raikage AI twisted his waist and rushed forward fiercely, hitting Swanyu's forehead hard. Accompanied by his extremely violent roar. Die! The wind was roaring, and the thunder was roaring. Swanyu, whose black hair was blown wildly, looked at all this calmly and said lightly. What's the hurry? Then the voice fell. Snap! A slender palm just rested on the elbow of the first Raikage AI. Then, the wind died down, and the thunder was silent. Everything quickly returned to calm. AI, who was close at hand, raised his head and looked at Swanyu, who was motionless in front of him, and his iron-colored palm that easily blocked his attack. His pupils shrank slightly. Bloodline limit, steel release. Not far away, the first generation Kazekage Retsu, who noticed all this, narrowed his eyes and told the truth with great fear. Chakra nature changes are divided into 7 types: fire, wind, thunder, water, earth, yin, and yang. When 2 chakra nature changes merge, a new escape technique will be produced, which is called bloodline limit. Usually only a very small number of ninjas can develop bloodline limits by themselves. Once successful, this new escape technique will be recorded in the ninja's genes and passed on to their next generation through blood relations. The reason why many ninjas can stand high in the ninja world is because they have bloodline limits. As the shadow of a village, Retsu should not be too afraid of bloodline limits. But, what if the enemy has more than one bloodline limit? Retsu was thinking about something. AI roared in pain from the front. He came back to his senses and saw AI's burly body flying backwards like a rocket. Rakage. It's true that he is impatient. Yiswanyu, holding AI's elbow with one hand, calmly commented on this sentence. Without giving AI a chance to counterattack, he flashed and burst out with a speed much faster than before. Before the latter could react in time, he punched him hard and sent him flying. This is not over yet. Under the gaze of the other 4 shadows, Yiswanyu seemed to move instantly. In the blink of an eye, he appeared next to AI, who was flying backwards again. Just as he raised his elbow and was about to hit him hard on the head in return, a majestic voice suddenly interrupted. Wind style, suppress. At this moment, a more overwhelming wind style ninjutsu than that performed by ordinary ninjas burst out from Ritu's hands. Yiswanyu looked up and saw a wind group compressed into a high density, covering the sky and the sun, sweeping towards him like the end of the world. He is worthy of being the founder of the Sand Village, who led the ninjas who survived in the desert with overwhelming power. This one move alone is much stronger than those unlucky wind shadows in later generations. Yiswanyu looked at all this, and his hand changed, and he held the thick-skinned AI in front of him as his shield. Don't underestimate the Rakage. Bastard! AI, who reacted, roared in shame and anger, while releasing more chakra comparable to the tailed beast. The strongest lightning armor. With short black hair, AI, who was transformed like a scion, simply burst out with the strongest fighting power at this moment, broke free from Yiswanyu's restraints, and ignored the wind ninjutsu that was close at hand, and violently hit Yiswanyu's body. Boom boom boom. Fierce collisions continued to sound in the following time. So fast. Beyond the battlefield farther away. Following the 5 Kages to participate in the 5 Kage conference, the 5 ninjas who were both guards and the future second-generation ninjas of the major ninja villages looked at the battlefield without blinking. Seeing that it was becoming increasingly difficult to capture the figures of Yiswanyu and the first-generation Rakage AI who were fighting fiercely on the field, they couldn't help but sigh. If it were the 5 of them, they would probably be beaten to a pulp by the 2 on the field soon after they went on the field. No, there was an exception. The future second-generation Tsuchikage Mu, who was wrapped in bandages, with a grey vest on the outside and 2 samurai swords on his back, glanced at the silver-haired Senju Tobirama beside him, thinking that if this first speed ninja in the ninja world joined in, he would definitely not be inferior to the 2, or even surpass them. Konoha is really full of talents. Senju Tobirama ignored the scrutiny of his temporary companions beside him. With his arms crossed, he was looking at Yiswanyu on the field with a look of looking at a great treasure, and he was looking forward to it. Steel release, speed release, and other bloodline limits in the intelligence. He is worthy of being a man who is on par with gods. He has developed so many bloodline limits with his own strength. I really want to study it carefully. Boom! The violent air wave spread rapidly in all directions with the 2 of them as the center. He stepped back a few steps and looked at AI who could keep up with his speed. Yiswanyu shook his palms, which were a little hot. This first-generation Rakage is also extraordinary. Even though he has steel release, his body feels painful at this moment. Looking at the wind escape oppression that was about to hit him in the next second, Yi Xuanyu glanced at a distant sight that made him a little unhappy, clapped his hands, and ignored Ai who was desperate to get close to him like a mad dog, and said expressionlessly, "Dissolving escape, dissolving monster technique." A large amount of sticky and highly corrosive acid was born out of thin air with Yi Xuanyu as the center. It not only turned into a protective film to protect itself, but also rushed to the surroundings at a very fast speed like a volcanic eruption. The first generation Raikage AI, who was the first to bear the brunt, changed his face. Before, he relied on his strong physique and was fearless. He quickly pulled away and avoided the dissolving escape that made him feel uneasy with a face full of fear. AI's figure disappeared. The next second, the ninjutsu from the first generation Kazekage 2 came swiftly. The wind was howling. Clattering. It was like a molten rain. In the fierce collision of the two escape techniques, the environment within a radius of 100 meters was greatly damaged. Ordinary ninjas can't even survive in it. Fortunately, those who are standing here now are the pyramid-like existences of the current ninja world. AI's figure appeared beside the four shadows. Ignoring the aftermath of the two major ninjutsu, he tore off the already tattered Thunder Shadow God robe and waited quietly for the end of the ninjutsu. He naturally didn't think that such a little trick could do nothing to Yi Xuanyu. Not only him, but other shadows also thought so. Except for Senju Hashirama, the four shadows looked at each other. It's time to go all out and end it all as quickly as possible. Chapter 4 Bloodline Limit Wholesale. After a while, everything calmed down for the time being. On the devastated land, lava blown away by wind pressure is scattered everywhere. Where Hago Romo Xuanyu was, a huge protective wall was still standing. Along with the sound of footsteps inside, a crack stretched left and right, and the intact Hago Romo Xuanyu calmly walked out of the inside. Wind escape vacuum continuous waves. Seeing this, the first generation Kazekage Fiery Do didn't waste any words, quickly formed seals with his hands, and dozens of rotating wind blades that were as tall as a person shot towards Hago Romo Genzuki from all directions. Hago Romo Xuanyu didn't even look at it, and directly used swift escape. No matter how fast the wind blade was, it couldn't touch the corners of his clothes. The first generation Tsuchikage Ishikawa, who had been prepared for a long time, suddenly slapped his hands on the ground. Earth escape Yellow Spring Marsh. In an instant, with Hago Romo Gengetsu as the center, the land with a radius of several hundred meters turned into a huge quagmire. Hago Romo Xuanyu, who was in it, felt that his steps were difficult and his speed had to slow down. Find a countermeasure so quickly. Hago Romo Genzuki stopped with a cold snort, twisted his waist, and hit the first generation Mizukage Byakuren with a heavy punch that suddenly appeared behind him. Bang! Water splashes. Bai Lian's head burst open like a watermelon, and her whole body collapsed like running water. Water body. Yi Xuanyu glanced at it and was about to turn around. The White Lotus water avatars that were dispersing suddenly gathered together strangely, turning into long whips of water that quickly wrapped around his body. Got you! Bai Lian's figure once again rose from the underground mud river, holding the end of the current whip with one hand, looking coldly at Hago Romo Genzuki Road, who was close at hand. Hago Romo Xuanyu lowered his head and looked at the long whip of water that was tightly entangled with him like a sealing technique, unable to move. Then he looked up at Bai Lian in front of him, and said with a curl of the corner of his mouth. Oh? Really? Bai Lian changed and subconsciously tightened the water whip. Just hearing a bang, Yi Xuanyu turned into a ball of white smoke and disappeared in front of him. Shadow clone? When? Shadow clone. At the same time, Wu outside the battlefield once again looked at Senju Tobirama in surprise. This person invented the shadow clone, of course he knew it. But when did Konoha's shadow clone Gaiden come out? Kyunju Tobirama ignored Wu. His face seemed expressionless, but in his heart he roared. That's the ninjutsu I invented. It's my shadow clone. For the first time in his life, Senju Tobirama had a profound understanding of the results of prostitution in front of the author. Of course, this will happen many more times in the future. Hago Romo Genzuki's shadow clone has not been paid for by the original. Who allowed a certain Konoha ninja to cast a shadow clone in front of him in the past. By chance, he was gifted with outstanding talent and had all kinds of blood successor boundaries at his fingertips. He saw it and tried it a few times, and he easily learned it. I have to admit that this is a very good clone ninjutsu. Sharingan, Byakugan and others are unable to determine the authenticity of the shadow clone, and the same is true for Byakuran. But this is only temporary. The first generation Tsuchikage Ishikawa, who was still holding his hands on the ground, suddenly turned his head and looked in a certain direction, and said coldly, "The earth is my home field, Hago Romo Gengetsu, you can hide once, but you can't hide a second time." As the words fell, the earth shook. Huge hands of earth poked out from the ground and grabbed at a certain empty space. Hago Romo Swanyu just showed up, shook his head and sighed, "Brother Hayate, this is the end of the brilliance that belongs to Turi." After speaking, he clapped his hands and shouted. Water release, great waterfall technique. The extremely turbulent and huge waves surged up from behind Hago Romo Genzuki, not only washing away the numerous large hands of soil that came towards them, but also turning the rolling magma under their feet into a complete ocean of water. He quickly retreated. Bai Lian clapped her hands on the water. Unlike the Hokages of the past who are rarely very strong in fire escape, he has a deep mastery of water escape and is worthy of the name of Water Shadow. Water Release Water Fang Bullet. Dozens of whirlpools suddenly appeared around Bai Lian, turning into water columns as they rotated at high speed, rushing towards Hago Romo Shenyu with great turbulence. This is just the beginning. With the home court advantage created by Hago Romo Genzuki, he can exert greater strength with minimal consumption. It's just that Bai Lian can think of it, and Hago Romo Swanyu can naturally think of it. Facing the numerous water jets coming at high speed, he smiled calmly and formed a seal with one hand. Ice Escape Ice Fang Bullet. Click click click. All the water columns that were coming at high speed cooled down rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, they solidified into icicles in mid-air. After Hago Romo Genzuki hit him, he quickly turned around and faced Bai Lian and unwilling to be lonely. His hand movements also continued uninterrupted. Fighting fiercely, Shi AI kills. Boom! Huge and heavy icicles hit the water, causing violent waves. Bai Lian had an ugly expression on her face as she dodged the ice escape attack, her heart extremely complicated. How much of the Snow Clan's ice escape, Hago Romo Swanyu, has mastered the limits of blood inheritance? Not only him, Raito, Ishikawa, AI, and Senju Hashirama who did not participate in the battle, but also the 5 future second-generation KAGES further away were all shocked. Although they knew that Hago Romo Swanyu was very talented, being so outstanding still exceeded their expectations. That is the limit of blood inheritance. This alone is enough for a ninja clan to have strong confidence and stand firm in the ninja world. Those who can develop bloodline limits and found ninja clans are all outstanding figures in the ninja world and famous big names. However, such a famous figure in history is now dim in front of Yi Swanyu. Not long after the fight, this person showed 5 bloodline limits: steel escape, swift escape, melting escape, transparent escape, and ice escape. Before this, at most, there were only 2 bloodline limits. Such a comparison can be said to be unprecedented and unparalleled. It's really hard to imagine that there are such people in the ninja world. The future second-generation Mizukage Hojiki Gengetsu scratched his head, looking embarrassed. At first, the 5 future second generations of them did not understand the move of the 5 shadows to join forces to deal with Yi Swanyu alone, and they felt like they were using a cannon to hit a mosquito. Now they see that this decision is the right one. If it really comes to one-on-one, except for the Hokage, I'm afraid that none of the other 4 shadows can pat their chests and guarantee that they are Yuyisuanyu's opponents. Hearing this, Tobirama Senju spoke for the first time and nodded, saying, "That's why such people should be eliminated." As a talented person, he admired Urobe Genjutsu's achievements in the ninja road. However, as a politician, he knew that such uncontrollable people should not exist. Urobe Gengetsu is too young. When his generation grows old, no one will be able to control him. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being born in the wrong era. Tobirama Senju turned his eyes from Urobe Gengetsu to Hashirama Senju, who was watching the battle not far away and whose eyes were increasingly filled with fighting, and shook his head. With his brother who could not be described by common sense, even the most amazing talent would eventually fade. He had a deep understanding of this. Chapter 5 4 Shadows Kill. Even as an enemy, the 5 shadows who stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world had to marvel at Hago Romo Genzuki's talent. He was worthy of being the strongest person in the Hago Romo clan for thousands of years. As a party involved, Hago Romo Suanya was not very satisfied with this. The foundation of ninjutsu is the change in nature and form of the 7 chakra attributes. From the beginning, Hago Romo Suanya's purpose of training was clear. It is not to grasp the limits of blood inheritance, but to go one step further and obtain the power of net. It is a blood inheritance snare that is formed by the changes and fusion of the 7 properties of fire, wind, earth, water, thunder, yin and yang, which transcends the limits and elimination of blood inheritance. Beings at the 6 paths level do not necessarily possess the blood successor snare, but the owner of the blood succession snare must have 6 paths level combat power and be the best among them. Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Hago Romo have the blood succession snare. As a ninja, Hago Romo Genzuki certainly wants to become a 6th-level being. This not only allows one to roam unhindered in the ninja world, but also means immortality. After resurrecting his life, he didn't want to end up in the grave in just 100 years. It's just that although the Hago Romo clan has a long heritage, like the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan, it can be traced back to the ninja sect period, and even has some connection with the legendary Sage of 6 Paths, but after all, the bloodline has long been weak, and they want to be like the Otsutsuki clan. It is impossible to advance to the 6th level by virtue of bloodline advantage. As for another method, become the 10 Tails Jinhyuriki and advance to the 6th level. After knowing that Kagaya Otsutsuki ate the fruit of the sacred tree and merged with the 10 Tails, Hago Romo Genzuki had already stayed away from him, fearing the same fate as the number 1 hero of the Laughing Uchiha. Apart from these 2 ways, the only thing left to do is to follow the path of blood successor snare, thoroughly study the changes in the 7 chakra properties, and integrate them perfectly. In the ninja world, there are many people who master the changes in the 7 chakra properties, such as Hitaki Kakashi. However, it has never been possible to thoroughly study and completely integrate the 7 chakra properties. Since time travel, or because of his second life, he has been called other people's children since he was a child. Hago Romo Genzuki, who is extremely talented as a ninja, is particularly smooth in chakra. In a short period of time, he lit up 7 changes in chakra properties. But continuing to delve deeper, especially the perfect integration of the 7 changes in chakra properties, even if he is as talented as him, it will be extremely difficult. However, the blood succession snare was not completed. The blood succession limit was a fusion that only required 2 changes in chakra properties, rather than 7 abilities. He developed a lot of them after some permutations and combinations. This gave rise to the reputation of a man who is now on par with the gods. It's a pity that he is not a real god after all. Even the god of the ninja world today still cannot be counted. On the undulating water surface, Hago Romo Suanya looked at the 4 shadows using their own methods to break the ice escape, and shook her head regretfully. He still needs more time, but right now it's not enough. Perhaps we need to prepare a retreat. Hago Romoswanya once again glanced at the distance beyond the battlefield. He was staring at a certain conspicuous white hair here with his arms folded. Before the other party noticed, he quickly looked away again. Please host to complete the novice mission as soon as possible. At this time, the system's cold reminder sounded again in my mind. Garbage system. Cursing out of habit, Hago Romoswanya ignored this broken system that had a problem with his thinking, and returned his attention to the battlefield. The four shadows had already launched a counterattack, and all kinds of gorgeous ninjutsu swept towards him on a scale far beyond that of normal ninjas. You're a bunch of old thugs, why don't you just die? Yuyiswanya shook her head and formed the seal with one hand again. Ice release, white whale. Woo! A long and thick roar resounded across the sky. Under the shocked gazes of the four figures, an ice whale that was so huge that it was difficult to describe in words jumped up from the water in one fell swoop, setting off heavy water waves, covering the sky and the sun, and blasting towards them below. The next second. Boom! The earth shook. The extremely turbulent physical air waves carried water and mud and swept in all directions at extremely fast speeds. As soon as Hago Romoswanya waved away the incoming air waves, her brows couldn't help but raise. As a caster of the technique, he can feel the current state of the escape technique. After the gunpowder smoke dissipated, on the most messy land, Shihi, wearing a soil shadow royal robe, was falling from the sky with his hands holding on with strength that was completely inconsistent with his shape. The size was hundreds or thousands of times his. Huge ice whale. Earth release, super light and heavy rock technique. Fighting the natural disaster with his own strength, Shihi, who was originally short and now became extremely huge, gritted his teeth. As his waist straightened bit by bit, the ice whale on his head was also rising visibly to the naked eye. Give it back to you. Shihi threw it fiercely, and the ice whale slammed towards the original owner of Yuyiswanya in an exaggerated arc. Tough stone. Looking away from Shihi, Hago Romoswanya glanced at the huge ice whale that was thrown back. In the process of forming seals again, the ice whale turned into a vast ocean of water again. The waste utilization site was about to stop Ai, who was rushing towards him with great momentum. Fight fiercely. But just as he was about to give the order, a burst of chakra from the outside suddenly entered, competing with him for control of the water flow. Bai Lian. Two words came out of Hago Romoswanya's mouth. Taking advantage of this gap, Ai and leader rushed to him smoothly. Come again. Chakra comparable to that of a tailed beast exploded, and Ai, who was wrapped in more chakra, clenched his fist while moving at high speed, and smashed towards Yuyiswanya with force. Yuyiswanya did not retreat, and used steel escape, and his right fist, which was full of black color and like 100 times of tempered steel, directly met it. Bang! The extremely high sound of metal and iron clashing rang out. Ai, whose physique was also comparable to that of a monster and was not inferior to steel escape, only retreated a distance and was not hurt at all. Yuyiswanya was also shocked and retreated a few steps. Just as he was about to fight back, a strange wind suddenly appeared beside him. Yuyiswanya had no time to take a closer look, and a sharp edge went straight to his eyeball with lightning speed. Steel escape can cover the whole body, but it cannot protect the eyes. This is when Ritu drew out the ninja sword, carrying the extremely sharp wind attribute chakra, and stabbed at him fiercely. It's not over yet. The big hands that had supported the ice whale before suddenly stretched out from under Yuyiswanya, holding his legs and making him unable to move. On the side, Bai Lian appeared beside Yuyiswanya at some point, with his hands stretched out, and the water prison technique of the water shadow level was quickly condensed. Even if Yuyiswanya successfully resisted Litu's attack, he could not break free from the prison he specially prepared for him. Everything happened too fast. In the blink of an eye, the four shadows cooperated tacitly and presented Yiswanyu with their own ultimate kill. Chapter 6. You can't start researching from the womb, right? The first Reikage AI, the first Mizukage Hakuran, the first Tsuchikage Ishigawa, the first Kazekage Ritu. In the current ninja world, the only ninjas that the four of them can deal with together, apart from the current Hago Romo Gengetsu, are Hashirama Senju and Uchi Hamadara, who is not here at the moment. By the way, why didn't Uchi Hamadara enjoy such treatment? Hago Romo Gengetsu thought calmly when the situation was in danger. That guy's philosophy is similar to his own. He once clamored that Konoha would unify the entire ninja world by force, but no one said that he would beat him up. Maybe, this is the benefit of being in the system. The big brother who has his own head will suppress you if you make a mistake. Unlike himself, he has always been the big brother. Hago Romo Gengetsu sighed in his heart, and his eyes in reality focused and swept left and right. Ritu's ninja sword, Ishigawa's hands, AI's fists that caught up later, and the real key, the water prison of the old cunning Balian. After seeing everything, Yiswanyu, who would not just sit there, responded quickly. Chidori flow. Squeak squeak squeak. The dazzling daylight illuminated the four shadows that were close at hand. Amid the sharp sound of thousands of birds chirping, Yiswanyu spread his arms and released thousands of lightning from all parts of his body, providing himself with defense while sweeping in all directions with himself as the center. The four shadows who had no time to dodge were immediately covered by the minefield. Their reactions were different. Shihi under the ground groaned and had to loosen his numb hands. The White Lotus under the water conduction was covered with black smoke, and the newly formed water prison collapsed with a pop. AI ignored it and continued to punch without slowing down. Although Lito was affected, he still gritted his teeth, endured the discomfort, and swung his sword hard when the wind attribute chakra effectively restrained the lightning. Boom! Under the intense squeezing and impact, visible air waves were born again. In the thick dust, a figure flew backwards like a cannonball, turned several times in the air, and twisted his waist suddenly. Snap! His feet landed heavily, dragging a long gully. Yiswanyu pulled out his legs that were deeply stuck in the mud and stood up again. At this time, the silver armor of the Yi clan on him was badly damaged, and he looked much more embarrassed than before. But that was it. Yiswanyu, whose aura had not changed much, tore off the remaining armor on his body. The encirclement of the four people just now, especially the most threatening water prison, was broken by himself. But after all, it was the four shadows. Lidu and AI still left some things on themselves. However, these were weakened by the steel escape, and the impact was minimal. The battle continued. Yiswanyu had just torn off his armor, and AI and Lidu had already rushed over without stopping. The fierce fight between the three continued. The agility and sharpness of the wind and the violent destruction of the thunder were fully demonstrated by the two first-generation Kazekage and the first-generation Reikage. In terms of chakra, although Yiswanyu was more comprehensive, they were not much weaker in their exclusive single nature. In addition, both of them had fought their way out of the Warring States period with mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and they had extremely rich combat experience. In terms of physical skills alone, Yiswanyu had no advantage. However, fighting never only looked at one side. Bang bang bang! Yiswanyu was fighting a manly battle with AI, the strongest melee fighter among the four shadows, who only attacked and did not defend. His eyes caught the swift and strange figure of Lidu in an instant. Here it comes! Yiswanyu's eyes moved. AI attracted the firepower from the front, and Lidu suddenly stabbed out a fatal blow. This was a fighting method that the two had tacitly reached without explanation. Yiswanyu had suffered some losses before because he was not careful. Now is the time to return the favor. Yiswanyu's eyes moved, and he let AI attack him. He suddenly turned around and grabbed Lidu, who was attacking him. Lidu's face did not change at all. With the blessing of a large amount of wind attribute chakra, his attack would only arrive one step ahead. This is indeed the case. Seeing that Lidu's extremely sharp ninja sword was about to arrive, and his response was still a step slower, Yiswanyu's eyes condensed, and stretched out his left hand with 5 fingers. Chidori Sharp Spear. When Yiswanyu studied the lightning attribute chakra, he also mastered the form changes of Chidori style. In the past, no one could force him to reveal much. In addition, intelligence is important to ninjas. Yiswanyu has never shown it to the outside world. Now is the time to harvest. The extremely straight lightning spear extended from Yiswanyu's palm and stabbed towards Lidu at an incredibly fast speed. Lidu's face suddenly changed. Although the information about Gengetsu Hago Romo has developed various bloodline limits, there is not much information about the changes in the other side of chakra. Retsu just thought it was normal. After all, you have studied the changes in the nature of chakras so deeply, you can't go so far in the changes in form. Could it be that you have been studying ninjutsu since your mother's womb? People can't be too abnormal. As a result, reality slapped Retsu's face hard. Orochimaru, who has extensive knowledge of ninjutsu, was amazed when facing Sasuke's Chidori style. As the first-generation Kazekage, Retsu knew very well the value of Gengetsu Hagoromo's current move. There was no time to be shocked. Caught off guard, seeing that the Chidori sharp spear was about to touch his forehead, Retsu quickly withdrew his hand and barely blocked it. Tear. The Chidori sharp spear pierced through Ritu's raised left arm, narrowly grazing the latter's head. Yiswanyu did not stop there. Taking advantage of the boost from Ai's punch, he moved his body and pulled the Chidori sharp spear horizontally, cutting off Ritu's left arm. Swish swish swish. A stream of water needles as thin as cow hair suddenly attacked. Bai Lian, who had quietly arrived at some point, finally couldn't help but attack. As the first generation of Mizukage, Bai Lian is not only famous for his water escape, but also for his powerful sealing technique. Although he is not as good as the long-standing accumulation of the Uzumaki clan, with his ninjutsu, he had made a great reputation in the ninja world long before the establishment of the 5 major ninja villages. This is also the reason why after the establishment of the ninja village, unlike the unlucky sand ninja, there are also the cloud ninja and rock ninja who occasionally cause trouble. The mist shadows rarely have riots with the tailed beasts. At this moment, the many water needles shot by Bai Lian seem normal, but in fact they are integrated with his unique sealing technique. In the ninja world, all abilities have different levels, but the sealing technique is the most unreasonable. From ordinary ninjas to Kagaya Otsutsuki, you can seal them. Knowing that the sealing technique is difficult, Yiswanyu, who didn't want to take it head-on, simply gave up Retsu and quickly retreated with a few big jumps. Boom! Boom! Bai Lian, Ai, and Retsu, who was injured in his arm but still insisted, chased closely. Just when Yiswanyu retreated to an open space, the last Shihi also moved. Chapter 7 1 Dead and 1 Disabled. Earth Release Shantu Technique. Under the fierce attack of Bai Lian and the others, Hago Romo Xianyu subconsciously dodged to an open space. The nearby Shihi immediately emerged from the camouflage state, slammed his hands on the ground, and used the advanced earth escape ninjutsu that he had already prepared. Boom! As the earth quaked and the mountains shook, 2 huge hemispheres suddenly appeared on both sides of Hago Romo Swanyu, squeezing him violently like Mount Tai. Hago Romo Gengetsu wanted to break free from the scope of the ninjutsu, but saw that the increasingly narrow front and rear passages had been blocked by Baron and the others. The gorgeous and dangerous ninjutsu was released from their hands, preventing him from moving forward. Yiswanyu frowned slightly and stopped. No longer doing useless work, he looked at the mountains on both sides that were about to crush him into a sandwich cookie with an expressionless face. After a loud noise, a huge peak appeared in the canyon. Whoosh! Whoosh! 4 figures landed on the outside of the mountain. Looking at the motionless mountain peak in front of him, Lidu, who had time to deal with the injury on his arm, casually asked. Is it over? Ishikawa nodded confidently. Even if the tailed beast falls into the mountain earth jutsu, it will not be able to break free in a short time. Bai Lian frowned and said worriedly, I'll add a layer of insurance. After saying that, he walked to the mountain and was about to use the sealing technique. Boom! The mountain peak in front of me suddenly trembled. Bai Lian, who was nearest, changed her expression and was about to make a move, but it was already too late. Like a volcano erupting, suddenly, the mountain pass condensed by the art of mountain and earth spewed out billowing molten lava. While it shot straight into the sky, it slowly flowed downwards along with the gravity of the earth. Among them, a figure rushed out wrapped in magma, stretched out his body, and pointed directly at the nearest Bai Lian with an extremely clear purpose. Got you! Hago Romo Swanyu rushed towards Bai Lian like lightning. Bai Lian's expression changed drastically, and she used her ninjutsu as fast as possible to try to delay him for a moment or two. Only this time is different from before. Facing the surging ninjutsu, Hago Romo Genzuki, who was moving at high speed, stretched out his right hand. Ming Dun sucking holes. Moment. The palm of Hago Romo Genzuki's right hand was like a black hole, greedily absorbing the ninjutsu cast by Bai Lian. This is one of Hago Romo Genjiu's trump cards that has never been revealed. He had not shown it during the previous confrontations with the Four Shadows, just for this moment of explosion. 1. Accompanied by the sound of thousands of birds chirping in unison, Hago Romo Swanyu rushed in front of Bai Lian without losing speed, and shot out 1,000 birds from his right hand. You! Bai Lian looked at Hago Romo Xianyu, who suddenly appeared in front of her with a look of disbelief, and was about to say something. Stab! Hagoro Romo Swanyu's right palm had been deeply inserted into his heart. Stop! Everything happened too fast. When AI, who was the fastest, reacted and arrived, it was already a step too late. Damn it! No one expected that when four powerful figures surrounded one person, one of them would fall first. AI, who was so ashamed and angry, immediately pointed his finger at Haoi Swanyu. However, it was precisely because he reacted too quickly that he had no time to think about why Byakuran's previous ninjutsu disappeared, so he continued to use nintaijutsu as before, hitting Hago Romo Gengetsu. AI didn't understand why Lido and Shihi who came behind him kept shouting at him to stop. It wasn't until the next second that the thunder chakra wrapped around his body quickly disappeared visibly to the naked eye, and all of it was poured into Hago Romo Swanyu's body, did he react and quickly withdraw his hand. But it was also too late. Hago Romo Genzuki took out his right hand, and Chidori continued to cut towards AI, who came to the door like a scalpel. At the critical moment, AI's Wang Shi gritted his teeth and made the best choice at the moment. Tear. Blood flew everywhere. An extremely thick broken arm fell from the sky. One dead and one crippled. This is the killing situation that Haoi Swanyu has been preparing for a long time. So, how important is ninja intelligence? Jiraiya even destroyed 3 of Pain's clones without knowing his true identity. If he had known about his abilities in advance, he would never have such a sad ending. It's the same now. Shihi and Lidu took care of the broken-armed AI, and looked at Hago Romo Swanyu again, their eyes filled with shock, worry, and even despair. It has been thousands of years since the birth of the ninja sect and the development of escape techniques by Indra. Over such a long period of time, various blood inheritance boundaries have been born. Some have been circulating like a long river. For example, many ninja clans today. Some flash past like shooting stars. For example, the culprit who caused all this just now is Ming Dun. Dark escape is a very rare blood inheritance limit. Ask today's ninjas, and probably 9 out of 10 would not know it. Ishikawa and Lido were able to know this because after they united the forces of the Kingdom of Earth and the Kingdom of Wind, and through the ninja village's huge intelligence gathering capabilities, they learned a little bit of information about Minjiu from the long history of history. It is precisely because of understanding that they feel discouraged at this moment. The so-called dark release can directly absorb all ninjutsu and chakra from the outside world and use it for oneself. For ninjutsu-type ninjas, it is undoubtedly the absolute nemesis. That's all. The key to the problem is that in addition to dark escape, Hago Romo Swanyu in front of him also possesses steel escape that is not afraid of physical damage. Both monsters and animals are immune. How do you fight this? At this moment, not only the Kage present, but also the future second generations outside the battlefield were stunned by the luxurious combination of Hanki Genjutsu's steel escape and dark escape. Hojiki Gengetsu once wanted to avenge his first generation, but now, looking at Hanki Genjutsu's unreasonable strength, he was not sure whether the strongest ninjutsu he created could hurt the other party. Compared with others, Senju Tobirama, who had seen a lot from his elder brother, remained calm. Dark escape and steel escape, a very good combination. But even the most powerful bloodline limit has its limits. The 4 Kage can't do it, but it doesn't mean that the elder brother can't do it. What Senju Tobirama thought was indeed correct. Hirako, who also possessed dark escape, died when facing Uzumaki Naruto's wind escape Rasen Shuriken because the latter's chakra was too large. This proves that dark escape has its limits. Of course, Hanki Gengetsu is not the inferior product of Hirako, who used the Kitabara technique to forcibly extract dark escape for his own use. The opponent's brutal method of gathering power to himself, even if it is violent for a while, will eventually lead to physical collapse and death. In comparison, Swanyu, who is on the right path, is far superior to Hirako in both strength and foundation, and the dark escape he performs is naturally much stronger. At least, absorbing multiple wind escapes and spiral shuriken is not a problem at all. After some thinking and judgment, Senju Tobirama, who is increasingly looking forward to Swanyu's body, frowned slightly and looked at his eldest brother's position. It may be better to wait a little longer. But it seems that the eldest brother can't sit still. No one knows his brother better than his younger brother. In the current situation, Senju Tobirama actually hopes that Swanyu's victory will be expanded. After the war, facing the other 4 major ninja villages that have been injured, Konoha can gain greater benefits. However, he knows his brother very well. The other party will never allow the 4 shadows who are currently his companions to fall one by one in front of him. As expected, Senju Hashirama, who had been wandering around, finally set off. The novel has been signed, so you can invest with confidence. Chapter 8, Senju Hashirama, Here He Comes. The cold wind whistled. The aftermath of the fight between the 5 Kage-level figures caused the originally beautiful nameless plain under his feet to suffer a heavy blow like a meteorite rain. Looking around, there were potholes everywhere. Stepping on the soil that had been scraped off countless layers, Swanyu did not pay attention to the noise outside the battlefield. He moved like a rabbit and killed one of the 4 Kages who came to surround and kill him. He did not stop there, but took advantage of the victory and continued to expand the results of the battle. Boom! The majestic water escape ninjutsu burst out from Swanyu's left palm. Absorbed by the dark escape, the ninjutsu from the first generation of water escape Shadow Balian was released again, rushing towards the restless Lidu, Shaihi, and Ai. The 3 Kages, who no longer had the previous aggressiveness, flashed with solemn faces and quickly dodged. It's just that they are fast, and Swanyu is faster. Bang! Bang! 2 shadow clones were summoned from the left and right sides of Swanyu. The 3 people moved in an instant, turning into 3 black lines and running towards the 3 shadows. In just a few blinks, when Lido looked forward again, Swanyu's real body had already appeared in front of him like a ghost. As for Shaihi and Ai, they were dragged by Swanyu's 2 shadow clones. Bang 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 bang! The sound of fists hitting flesh continued to ring. Pick the soft persimmon. Although Ai had a broken arm, his inhuman physique was there, and it would be difficult to take him down in a short time. In comparison, Lidu, who had an injured hand, was easier to deal with. Yi Xuanyu, knowing that he didn't have much time, opened fire at full power, trying to take down the first-generation Kazekage in front of him as quickly as possible. Bang! After several extremely fast fights, Lidu seized the only opportunity and slashed Yi Xuanyu with all his strength. Seeing that only a white mark was left, his eyes dimmed and he retreated more and more. However, it was too late. Under the swift escape, Yi Xuanyu, who was faster than the wind, seized the opportunity and grabbed Lidu's wrist. As the latter's face changed drastically, he stood up and wanted to completely solve him in one fell swoop. Suddenly, the extremely rapid sound of breaking through the air exploded in the ears of the two. So fast! Yi Xuanyu, who was about to grab Lidu's neck, condensed his eyes, no longer paying attention to Lidu who was at his fingertips in front of him, and his body suddenly retreated. The next second, Yi Xuanyu stood up again, looked up and looked forward, and saw that in front of Lidu, where he had stood before, there was an uninvited guest suddenly. Long black hair, red Warring States armor, Konoha forehead protector. It was the first Hokage of Konoha, the god of the ninja world, who had taken off his Hokage's divine robe and hat without knowing when, and had come here with all his strength. Senju Hashirama. Hokage. Retsu, who had escaped death, had no time to celebrate. He looked at the figure that appeared in front of him, whom he had been extremely afraid of in the past, and opened his mouth, but did not say anything more. It was too embarrassing. As the kage of a village, the four people united and were beaten like this, and in the end they were saved by the same kage of a village, who had always been regarded as his biggest opponent. At this moment, Retsu felt like he had entered a dying room, and his heart was extremely complicated. Senju Hashirama didn't know how Retsu was tormented. Seeing that Retsu had only started talking, he didn't care, and waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, leave it to me next." Retsu wanted to say something when he heard it, but in the end it turned into a sigh. Whoosh! Whoosh! Because of the end of Senju Hashirama, Yi Xuanyu, who did not waste his chakra, took the initiative to disperse his shadow clones. Shihi and Ai came to the two without blocking them. No, 5 people, 4 people gathered again. Unlike the high-handedness when they set out, Lidu, Ai, and Shihi were no longer in high spirits. On the contrary, Senju Hashirama was no longer listless at the beginning, but now he was full of energy. Lidu and the other two looked at each other, and a bitter smile appeared on their faces at the same time. Everyone has worked hard, and you are tired. Go to the side and have a good rest. Let me deal with Yi Xuanyu. Senju Hashirama spoke first. Lidu and the other two were silent for a while and nodded in agreement. Although Senju Hashirama did not say it clearly, they knew that they could not help much in the future, and this person did not need their help. I thought I would not need Senju Hashirama, but in the end he had to end it all. This matter caused a lot of trouble. Raito, Shihi, and Ai left the battlefield with a depressed look on their faces, leaving everything to Hashirama Senju. No matter what, to put an end to Hashirama Yugi completely is the unanimous goal of everyone, and now there is no turning back. Of course, if something unexpected happens, such as Hashirama Senju and Hashirama Yugi both lose, or even perish together, and they clean up the mess, it would be the best. Hashirama Yugi is a threat, but isn't Konoha, which is full of talents, a threat? Hashirama Yugi didn't know that the 3 defeated generals still had such expectations for him. Others didn't know, but how could he not know the combat power of Hashirama Senju? Azura reincarnation, would escape, fairy technique. This cheat is much stronger than his own garbage system. Especially, he is not as unscathed as it seems. Although the 4 shadows were defeated, the previous series of fierce battles were not without impact. For example, the most important chakra. Born in the Hago Romo clan, with outstanding ninja talent, the amount of chakra in his body is much higher than that of others, not inferior to the first generation of Raikage AI among the Four Shadows, but not as exaggerated as Naruto, who split into hundreds of shadow clones and rubbed wind-style spiral shuriken with his hands at the same time. Chakra comparable to the tailed beasts is only comparable, compared with the perpetual motion recovery speed of the tailed beasts, it is still far behind. After a fierce battle just now, although there is still a lot of chakra in Hago Romo Swanyu's body, it is not at its peak after all. Facing the peak state of Senju Hashirama, he is inherently at a disadvantage. As for asking the other party to wait for a while and resting first? Although Senju Hashirama has a calm temperament, he does not listen to everything others say. Ninjas are not samurai. As a tool, killing the enemy with the most effective method is their normal state. One of the main purposes of this 5-cage meeting is to deal with Hago Romo Swanyu. Although Senju Hashirama was somewhat reluctant, the mission had been set, and as a ninja, he would go all out to complete the mission. When Europe Swanyu called for a halt for the first time, Senju Hashirama had already given him face, and did not participate in the subsequent battles. Europe Swanyu did not think that he had such a big face to come a second time. So, let's dance to our heart's content. Europe Swanyu patted the dust off his body, looked calmly at Senju Hashirama, the only one on the field who looked at him, and smiled faintly. The 5 shadows are all here now. Chapter 9, Would Release Tree World arrives. The arrival of the Tree World. Regardless of the outcome, Hago Romo Genzuki single-handedly defeated the 5 cages, and the results of the death and destruction of the first Mizu cage and the first Raikage spread throughout the ninja world, and it will definitely cause an uproar. Even in the next few decades, when the glory of the 5 cages continues to envelope the entire ninja world, there will still be people talking about this pinnacle battle that will be recorded in the history of the ninja world. Among them, one as powerful as Senju Hashirama will also be like his former enemies. Together with the other 4 shadows, they will become the background wall of the story, setting off the power of the protagonist Hago Romo Genzuki. At this moment, Senju Hashirama didn't know how people in the future would view today's battle, but when Hago Romo Genzuki said with a smile that the 5 shadows were complete, he understood that Hago Romo Genzuki's glory would not be completely extinguished today. Although he stepped on his shoulders to become famous, Senju Hashirama did not hold a grudge and smiled back. Except for Madara, Xianyu, you are my most recognized opponent. It's already here, don't forget to show off your feelings. Sure enough, Hashirama and Madara are true love. Hagoro Romo Genzuki curled his lips, applied eye medicine to Uchiha Madara, the guy whose eyes he had always looked up to, and said, "That guy Madara is much more radical than me. What happened today will not be just once. Hashirama, if I were you, I should prepare myself early." Hearing this, Senju Hashirama frowned at first, and then said confidently, "Madara is no longer the same Madara as before. He is now a member of the big family of Konoha, and I believe him." "Okay, as long as you are happy." Yui Swanyu shook her head and stopped talking nonsense. Seeing this, Senju Hashirama's face became serious, and finally said, "Xianyu, you are too powerful. For the ideal that we all pursue together, I'm sorry, I have to kill you here today. Any mouth escape is useless at this time." Hago Romo Swanyu nodded calmly. "Bring it on." The words fell. Snap! Senju Hashirama clapped his hands. The battle for the strongest ninja world today has officially begun. Wouldn't escape the tree realm is coming. Senju Hashirama, who knew Hago Romo Genjutsu's strength, didn't waste time and used his signature technique as soon as he took action. In an instant, with Senju Hashirama as the center, the ground with a radius of several hundred meters cracked like an earthquake. Thick trees uprooted and grew taller at extremely fast speeds. In just a blink of an eye, a dense forest replaced the original landscape and appeared in front of everyone. Seeing this scene, all non-Konoha ninjas outside the battlefield fell silent. The god of ninja worlds would release. For ninjas of the same generation, it is definitely a memory that cannot be forgotten. Although Hago Romo Gengetsu has many blood succession limits, even if they are added together, the influence is still not as good as Senju Hashirama's only would release. I don't know how many late nights, some ninjas woke up from their sleep with cold sweat on their faces, just because they dreamed of the invincible scene like the arrival of gods and demons, the eternally unmatched thousand-armed Hashirama stepping on the thousand-armed Buddha and overwhelming everything. Mudun. Being within the reach of the tree realm, the top of the head was covered by a lush and huge tree canopy. The fragmentary sunlight shone down, and Hago Romo Genzuki let out a sigh as it hit his hand. Among all the blood inheritance realms, wood escape is the most special. Except for Senju Hashirama, no one in the Senju clan has naturally awakened wood release before or since. Hago Romo Genzuki tried the permutation and combination of earth and water chakra attributes, but failed. In his judgment, the reason why Senju Hashirama was able to develop such a special wood release may have a lot to do with his reincarnation as Ashura. Unless you get Hashirama cells, wood escape will only be far away. Whoosh whoosh. Fierce winds blew from all directions. As soon as the art of descending from the tree world took shape, it began to show its edge. Hago Romo Swanyu looked around. The forest seemed to be alive at the moment. A large number of trees stretched out rapidly like demons, swinging towards him with their teeth and claws. East, south, west, north, sky, and underfoot. Several thick tree vines shot up from the ground with a bang, trying to wrap around his feet. Hago Romo Swanyu reacted very quickly. He jumped up and while his body was in mid-air, he directly formed a seal with his hands. Fire escape, fire is extinguished. A huge fireball like a meteorite erupted from his mouth, landed on the ground with great force, and immediately spread into a sea of fire. The forest is burning. Countless trees reaching towards Hago Romo Genzuki were reduced to ashes in the flames. Hago Romo Swanyu did not let down his guard. A large number of trees outside the sea of fire are spreading towards the sea of fire. In the center of the sea of fire that had just been completely burned, new saplings rose up from the ground again without fear of danger. In just a few breaths, they grew stronger and transformed into a sea of forest again, competing with the fierce sea of fire. Hago Romo Swanyu was not surprised. If the tree world descending technique was so easy to break, Mudun would not have gained such a big reputation in the ninja world. Luxurious destruction is just to block the sea of trees. Hago Romo Swanyu was quickly leaving the sea of trees. Even he didn't want to fight the master of Mudun in this natural home ground. All the trees within the range of the arrival of the tree world are Senju Hashirama's spies. At this moment, Hago Romo Gengetsu wanted to evacuate, and Senju Hashirama knew it clearly. Soon, Hago Romo Swanyu, who was running quickly, felt that the blocking force of the trees along the way suddenly increased several times. He knew that the master of the technique was coming soon. Swish swish swish. The thick and sturdy root vines rushed towards Swanyu like chicken blood. Swanyu turned sideways to avoid the whip of the vines on the left, and then jumped back to escape from the embrace of the big tree in front. Seeing that the root vines behind him were like blooming man-eating plants, they were about to swallow him up. Swanyu glanced. Crack, crack, crack. The cold wind came. The trees behind him turned into ice sculptures. After all, I was a step slow. In the sky full of ice chips, Swanyu looked at the boundary of the sea of trees not far ahead, and finally turned his eyes to Senju Hashirama who was blocking the road. What a pity! There was no huge summoned beast to serve as a scapegoat to attract the firepower of the sea of trees. Ninjutsu Darkness Walk Technique. Compared with his daily life, Senju Hashirama, who was more majestic and cold in combat, didn't waste words and put his hands together again. Yi Xuanyu only felt a black curtain completely covering his vision, and there was no light. Taking advantage of this opportunity, a large number of roots and vines grew wildly, covering him without leaving any gaps. Yi Xuanyu knew that he was in an illusion. Darkness Walking Technique. S-level illusion specially developed for Uchiha's treasure Senju Tobirama to cover the vision of Uchiha's proud Sharingan. It was perfect for his brother to use it at this moment. Yi Xuanyu had never experienced special people like blind people, and could not reach the level of high-level blind combat for a while. Fortunately, he had a backup plan. Just as the large number of vines that spread over were about to wrap his whole body from head to toe, Yi Xuanyu's expression changed. Chapter 10 The Powerful Senju Hashirama. Boiling Release, Skillful Mist Technique. A large amount of highly corrosive acid mist spewed out of Urobgensu's mouth, covering his surroundings and spreading in all directions like the mist hidden technique. In a flash, in the sight of Senju Hashirama, a large area in front of him was shrouded in white mist. With the sound of sizzling corrosion, the acid mist that was enough to dissolve Susanoo quickly melted the vines around Urobgensu. Knowing the high damage of boiling release, Senju Hashirama did not force his way in, but summoned more trees to rush towards the acid mist. Taking advantage of this gap, Urobgensu, who was in darkness, formed seals with both hands, and a large amount of chakra surged in his body. Illusion, Release. Although he was not as gifted as the Uchiha clan in the field of illusion, but Urobgensu, who had done a lot of research on yin attribute chakra, could still remove the illusion by himself. Soon, the dark curtain in front of him dissipated. Yi Xuanyu, who had regained his light, looked up and looked forward. The endless sea of trees was rushing towards him like a tide. Boiling style, Dragon of the Mist. Yi Xuanyu did not delay. More acid mist spewed out of his mouth, turning into a substantial slender mist dragon. After a long cry, his huge body crashed straight into the sea of trees. Looking down from the sky at this time, you can see that the mist dragon is like an extremely sharp spear, piercing through the sea of trees like a bamboo, splitting it in two, and then rushing towards Senju Hashirama with the same momentum. Spiritual Summoning, 5-Layer Rashomon. Senju Hashirama's eyes condensed, and he slapped the ground with both hands. 5 giant ghost-faced iron gates rose from the ground in an instant and lay in front of him. Boom! 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 The earth shook. A loud collision broke out. The mist dragon broke through 3 Rashomons in succession, and finally had no more strength left. Its slender body collapsed and dissipated. But it's not over yet. A figure passed by the mist dragon quickly, carrying a dazzling light like lightning, and appeared in front of Hashirama Senju at a very fast speed. Swish! The Chidori with strong penetration bloomed again, just like before against the White Lotus, stabbing straight towards the heart of Hashirama Senju. The sprinting Chidori was too fast, and normally it needed a very insightful eye like the Sharingan to cooperate perfectly. But this limitation only applies to people with ordinary physiques like Hitaki Kakashi. For example, the 4th Raikage, who was as fast as the Golden Flash, could attack at high speed without the Sharingan, and no one had ever heard that he missed the target. The same was true for Yi Xuanyu. The noisy and sharp sound of the Chidori rang in his ears. Everything happened too fast, and Hashirama Senju had no time to dodge. His body sank, and tree stumps grew directly from his body and hit the Chidori that was close at hand. Yi Xuanyu only felt that he had hit layer after layer of extremely hard cowhide. With sawdust flying all over the sky, it became increasingly difficult to move forward. Not only that, from the entangled wood release, Yi Xuanyu also felt the strong suppression of his own chakra, and the lightning of Chidori became dimmer and dimmer. If it weren't for his own dark release that could absorb a certain amount of wood release chakra and offset the wood release suppression to a certain extent, it is very likely that the offense and defense have been switched now. But if it continues like this, it will soon be over. Yi Xuanyu didn't hold on stubbornly. The chidori in his right hand turned into a chidori sharp spear and cut off a large number of wooden stakes in front of him. While retreating, he flipped his left hand and pasted a large stack of detonating talismans on the wooden stakes in front of him, avoiding the view of Senju Hashirama. When Senju Hashirama subconsciously retracted the wooden stakes growing on his body, he wanted to chase Yi Xuanyu. Sizzle! The detonating talisman was ignited. Boom! 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 A series of violent explosions sounded. Yi Xuanyu looked up and saw a huge fireball with billowing black smoke burning from the position of Senju Hashirama. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been dead. But that was Senju Hashirama. Yi Xuanyu did not hesitate, and formed seals with his hands again. Scorch release, oversteam kill. Balls of fireballs composed of wind attribute chakra and fire attribute chakra appeared behind him. Yi Xuanyu pointed his finger, and these terrifying flames that could evaporate the moisture in the enemy's body once they touched the enemy's body immediately flew towards Senju Hashirama's position. Even if it was a celestial body, it would only end up as a mummy after being touched by the scorch release. The future sand ninja hero Yekang, because of this terrifying blood limit, gained great military exploits, was feared by the 4th Kazekage in every way, and even sold him to the enemy. Soon, the scorch release fireball that was enough to evaporate everything rushed into the thick smoke and dust. The expected collision roar did not come. Yi Xuanyu's pupils shrank slightly, and he looked at the huge black shadow that suddenly appeared in the gradually fading smoke with a serious look. Finally, the smoke dissipated, and the black shadow appeared. Wood release, wood dragon technique. In the voice of Senju Hashirama, Yi Xuanyu saw a terrifying wooden dragon with a long hooked nose and thorns all over its body entwined around him. There were a few burnt spots on the huge dragon's body. That was the result of the burning escape just now. No matter how powerful the escape technique is, it can only cause a little ripple in front of the wooden dragon that absorbs all chakras, and then it becomes invisible. Noticing Hago Romo Xuanyu's gaze, the majestic wooden dragon's giant lantern-like eyes lit up, its slender body rose up, looking down at Hago Romo Xuanyu below, and let out a deafening dragon roar. Senju Hashirama stood on top of Mu Long. It can be seen that under his broken red armor, the wounds are being quickly repaired by Muji healing. After a while, he looked completely fine. As expected of Hago Romo Genzuki. I will go all out next. Senju Hashirama looked at Hago Romo Genzuki below with a serious look on his face. When others say this, they just think he is being tough. What Senju Hashirama said could not be more sincere. Especially the non-Konoha ninjas outside the field felt powerless. On the other hand, they would have been in a state of embarrassment or even died under Hago Romo Xuanyu's series of attacks just now. Unlike Senju Hashirama, he didn't talk about anything and it was just a warm-up. Wood Dragon? It seems that there is no need to use ordinary ninjutsu anymore. Hago Romo Xuanyu still thought calmly. He has a deep memory of pinching the 9 tails with the giant Buddha's hand, and he has always had a peaceful attitude towards Senju Hashirama. Ouch! The wooden dragon roared again. The next second, it's like the sky is falling. Under the huge shadow, Mu Long's huge body fell from the sky and slammed into Hago Romo Xuanyu on the ground. Not only that, the 1,000-armed pillars above the wooden dragon's head once again summoned the tree world to come. Suddenly, there were attacks on Hago Romo Xuanyu everywhere in the sky and on the earth. Chapter 11 Flame God vs Wooden Man. Boom! A huge pit was smashed into the ground. In the thick smoke and dust, Yi Xuanyu rushed out of the smoke and dust in a somewhat embarrassed manner, and fell backwards at a high speed. Following him, a slender and huge wooden dragon also rushed out. Compared with the initial time, the wooden dragon had a lot of defects, but soon, with the gathering and completion of the surrounding trees, it quickly recovered. Earth escape earth flow wall. Knowing that this was not a solution, Yiswanyu first summoned one giant earth wall after another to block the attack of the wooden dragon, and then condensed 2 earth clones to block the attack of the surrounding sea of trees for himself. After completing all this, Yiswanyu, as the main body, quickly formed seals with both hands, and the chakra in his body became more active than ever before. Lava escape Grey Stone Giant. With a large amount of chakra consumed, the Grey Stone Giant, which was much larger than the wooden dragon, quickly condensed and formed in front of Yiswanyu. This was just the beginning. Yiswanyu formed a new seal again. Lava style, burning river armor. Layer after layer of high-temperature magma covered the Grey Stone Giant, covering it with an extremely thick lava armor. Lava style, hands of trickster. A pair of corrosive molten acid hands grew out of the Grey Stone Giant. Scorching style, oversteaming hands. Another pair of high-temperature crimson arms stretched out from the giant. Finally, boiling style, unparalleled power. Ultimate combination ninjutsu, the advent of the flame god. Woo woo woo. A huge steam ran through the whole body. As if it had added a very fast-running engine, the Grey Stone Giant's originally huge body suddenly rose again, and more power rushed out, and finally condensed into a behemoth larger than the tailed beast, wearing lava armor and with 3 pairs of arms. Hermaphrodite Swanyu called this combination of ninjutsu products that brought together the 4 bloodline limits of lava style, melting style, burning style, and boiling style, representing his deep research on fire, earth, wind, and water attribute chakras, the flame god. When the technique was completed, coincidentally, the wooden dragon, carrying a heavy gust of wind, broke through the wall of the earth flow city in one fell swoop, and rushed to the front of the flame god with great momentum. Crush it! In an instant, Yiswanyu, who was standing on the head of the flame god, crossed his arms and calmly gave the order. As soon as the voice fell, in the sudden earthquake-like movement, the flame god took a step, and 3 pairs of giant hands with different attributes grabbed the wooden dragon fiercely like an eagle grabbing a chicken. In contrast, the wooden dragon, which looked much smaller at the moment, did not retreat at all and rushed head-on. After a loud bang, the flame god did not move at all, and the wooden dragon let out a mournful cry. It was held tightly by 6 giant hands in various parts of its body and tried desperately to break free, but it could not do it. Outside the battlefield, Ritu, Shaihe, Ai, and the future second generation who saw all this were stunned. They never expected that the true strength of Yiswanyu would be so fierce that even the famous wood release could be suppressed. Hashirama Senju, who left from the top of the wood dragon, did not expect Yiswanyu to have this skill. With a stern face, he pointed his hands at the flame god and shouted, "Wood release, all bag technique!" Around the flame god, huge wooden hands stretched out from the ground and grabbed the flame god. Yiswanyu, who was standing on the flame god's head, stomped his feet, and the flame god immediately moved, grabbed the slender body of the wood dragon, used it as a long whip, and kept swinging at the huge wooden hands attacking from all directions. But there were too many wooden hands, and they appeared everywhere like ghosts. Soon, one of the flame god's feet was tightly held by a wooden hand. Seeing more and more wooden hands grabbing, the flame god simply threw away the wood dragon, and the steam on his body boiled again, and a pair of huge wings made of high-temperature mist appeared behind it. Roar! The wind was howling. With the flapping of his wings, the flame god broke free from the wooden hand and his huge body soared into the air. However, due to his size, he could not fly too high. Seeing this, Hashirama Senju stopped his useless work and stopped the Kaibukuro technique. He took a deep look at Yiswanyu, who had changed his position and was looking down at him from high in the sky. He clapped his hands and said, "Wood release, woodman technique." With the infusion of a large amount of chakra by Hashirama Senju, a tree beside him grew rapidly and turned into a huge wooden man in just a few breaths. After a dragon roar, the broken wooden dragon flew over, wrapped around the wooden man's neck, and recovered again under the infusion of the wooden man's chakra. The wooden man comparable to the complete Susanoo appeared on the stage. Senju Hashirama came to the top of the wooden man, and with a pair of black eyes full of war, he looked at Uro Gengetsu above and shouted, "Xian Yu! Hashirama!" Uro Gengetsu followed Senju Hashirama's intention, stepped on the ground, and the wings of the flame god moved, rushing down from top to bottom towards the wooden man whose size was no less than its own. The war drums roared, and the sky and the earth changed color. As the people outside the field watched in shock, the battlefield at this moment seemed to have come to the legendary era of gods and demons. The wooden man and the flame god, two gods and demons who were no worse than the tailed beasts, and even surpassed them, were fighting each other madly. In comparison, they would be as inconspicuous as ants. Rumble. The huge air wave of substance rushed violently in all directions from the center of the fight between the wooden man and the flame god. One by one, the big trees rose from the ground. A river was blown out of the riverbed. The hill not far away collapsed. And this was just the beginning. As the earth wailed one after another under the heavy burden, the flame god and the wooden man wrestled against each other without flinching. The huge molten acid hands were tightly entangled with the wooden man's hands. With a long groan, the wooden dragon wrapped around the wooden man's neck opened its mouth unwillingly and bit the flame god fiercely, but was pressed down by another pair of giant lava hands. As for the last pair of scorching arms of the flame god, they grabbed the wooden man's body with force, and under the high temperature evaporation, they continuously digested the water and even chakra in the wooden man's body. In response, the wooden man's body continued to light up with the color of life, and healed his own injuries at a rapid speed that could be seen with the naked eye. The confrontation between the flame god and the wooden man, these two behemoths, was difficult to see for a while. The real protagonists, Uchiyo Gengetsu and Senju Hashirama, were also not idle. Above the flame god and the giant, the two who truly stood at the top of the ninja world looked at each other without any nonsense. Boom! A sharp sonic boom suddenly sounded. A fistful of steel color and a palm full of wooden texture intersected in mid-air, making a deafening sound. Less than a second later, another collision sounded. Then the second, third, and fourth times. Countless violent collisions continued in a short period of time. It didn't look as conspicuous as the two giants under him. But its momentum was not weak at all. This is a true battle of the god level of the ninja world. For a long time. Outside the battlefield, in the silent crowd, Ritu said the thoughts of everyone present with a bitter face. Chapter 12 Bloodline Elimination. Dang dang dang. As the sound of gold and iron clashing continued, Hago Romo Gengetsu and Senju Hashira turned into two black lines, colliding, intersecting, and colliding above Bokuto and Flame God at a speed that was difficult to catch with the naked eye. Pushing away Senju Hashirama's fist with one hand, Hago Romo Genzuki stepped forward, and the 5 fingers of his other hand turned into a sword. With a tearing sound in the space, he slashed hard at Senju Hashirama's neck. Senju Hashirama raised his upper body backwards, narrowly dodging the sword, and swept his right leg from bottom to top like a long whip. Hago Romo Genzuki raised his arms, and just as he was about to stop him, the strange power from Senju Hashirama suddenly erupted like a mountain torrent. Click click click. Steel escape, which is good at defense, after experiencing many attacks from Thousand Hands' strange power, was finally overwhelmed and made a shattering sound at this moment. Blood suddenly flew everywhere. Hago Romo Swanyu ignored the injuries on his body, and with the help of Senju Hashirama's strength, he pulled and stagnated, and came to the opponent's side in an instant. Boom! Senju Hashirama, who had no time to return to defense, was kicked away. Hago Romo Genzuki followed closely, grabbing Senju Hashirama's arms that were about to exert force with both hands, and used his palms to quickly absorb the chakra in the opponent's body. Senju Hashirama's body trembled slightly, but he quickly reacted, and in the middle of a movement, he slammed into Hago Romo Genzuki. Seeing this, Hago Romo Swanyu was not greedy. He twisted his waist, exerted force with both hands, and threw Senju Hashirama out at once. Zizi. The chakra from Senju Hashirama works in Hago Romo Genzuki's body. In just a blink of an eye, the wound that had just bled was restored to its original state. As expected of Senju Hashirama, this is just normal chakra. If it is Senjutsu chakra, the effect will only be even greater. Hago Romo Gengetsu looked at Senju Hashirama, who had regained his balance not far away and seemed to be fine, and sighed in his heart. Of course, if it were magic chakra, I wouldn't dare to absorb it. Although the dark escape is good, it is ultimately not as good as the samsara eye. The latter can absorb magic chakra without any hindrance, but the former, once absorbed, the body may be immediately destroyed by the rioting natural energy. In addition, he had obviously absorbed a large amount of chakra, but if it had been anyone else, he would have been extremely weak. The person in front of me is still full of life and energy. A large amount of chakra in the eyes of others is just a drop in the bucket for Senju Hashirama. Even as time goes by, the chakra he has just lost is being replenished at an extremely fast speed. The immortal body is really cheating. Seeing that Senju Hashirama, whose momentum had not changed at all and was even getting stronger as he fought, killed him again, Hago Romo Genzuki sighed slightly, his eyes quickly condensed, and he rushed over without showing any signs of weakness. The huge battle continued. As if the age of gods and demons has come, the god of fire and the wooden man punch and kick each other in an earth-shattering way. They seem clumsy, but in fact they fight extremely fiercely and dangerously, turning the surrounding landforms upside down. The battle between the Masters of Flame God and Bokuto, Hago Romo Gengetsu, and Senju Hashirama, has never stopped. As time passed, their battlefield was no longer limited to the tops of the two giants, but came to the plains full of potholes below. Wood release, the tree realm is coming. Senju Hashirama once again used his signature ninjutsu. Although Hago Romo Genzuki, who was breathing heavily, was tired, he still responded quickly and experiencedly compared to the beginning. Seeing the arrival of the tree world, there was nothing he could do for Hago Romo Genzuki. Thousand-armed pillars intertwined their fingers and shouted again. Wood release, the flower and tree realm is coming. A large number of vines grew instantly. Among them, each one is bigger than a house, and the closed flowers stand tall. As soon as you see the giant flowers, they will open their petals and fully bloom their beauty. Yiswanyu's expression suddenly changed. Once the flowers bloomed under the flower tree world advent technique, the pollen inside will be released, and those who inhale it will faint. Madara Uchiha during the Warring States period and the 5 KAGES in the future era have a lot to say about this. These flowers must not be allowed to bloom. Yiswanyu's expression condensed, she no longer hesitated, and pressed her hands in front of her body. Chan escape, the art of boundary peeling. A translucent square barrier appeared in Hago Romo Swanyu's palm. When he stretched out his hand and pushed, the fist-sized square barrier expanded rapidly, enveloping the entire flower and tree world in the blink of an eye. No roar, no vibration. It's like an eraser wiping across a blackboard. After a flash of dazzling white light, the huge flower and tree world that was so daunting before disappeared without a trace, leaving only a large dry land full of cracks. Time froze in this moment. Outside the battlefield, this time it was Senju Tobirama's turn to look deeply at the future second-generation Tsuchikage Wu. Not only him, but everyone else present, including the first Tsuchikage Ishikawa, subconsciously looked at Wu after seeing the white light full of destructive aura blooming from Hago Romo Genzuki's hand. Dust escape. The only person in the entire ninja world who could do this was Wu. Wujian, who was also so shocked that he had become the center of attention, could only shake his head with a wry smile and said, "With so many blood succession limits developed, it would be normal to develop dust escape again. That person's dust escape is much better than mine now." Although Wu developed the dust release, the effect he exerted was far less powerful than Hago Romo Swanyu at this moment. Apart from being shocked, his heart was also full of loss, admiration, and yearning. Wu's explanation was recognized by everyone. It's impossible for him to teach Yisuanyu in person. But because of this, everyone has a deeper impression of Yisuanyu's talent at this moment. Blood is used to rank seniority. Bloodline network is greater than bloodline elimination and bloodline limit. Yisuanyu did not comprehend the bloodline network, but after developing so many bloodline limits, bloodline elimination is also mastered. After all, Wu Onoki can master bloodline elimination, so how can he who has much better talent not be able to do so? This is also the most lethal ninjutsu he has mastered so far. Taken together, Yisuanyu's strength has been fully demonstrated. Even if there are other miscellaneous ability secrets, these will not play a big role in front of the great enemy in front of him, Senju Hashirama. Dust Release, Original Realm Peeling Technique. A conical translucent barrier shot out from Yisuanyu's hand again, aiming directly at Senju Hashirama not far away. Senju Hashirama, who knew how powerful it was, did not force it to be solved but jumped and quickly dodged. But he dodged it, but the huge wooden man behind him could not. Under Yisuanyu's special aim, the light of dust release covered the wooden man's head in the next second. Without any resistance, the wooden man's head was directly separated into atoms like the previous flower tree world. Take advantage of its weakness to kill it. The flame god who was fighting with it roared, steam rushed all over his body, and his 6 arms suddenly exerted force. In the end, the huge headless body of the wooden man fell down with a bang and could never stand up again. Chapter 13 Immortal would release true thousands of hands transformed into Buddha. Chapter 13 Immortal technique would release true thousands of hands Buddha on the top. Sawdust flew away, and the brilliance belonging to the wood escape collapsed. However, Hago Romo Suanyu did not relax at all. At this time, Senju Hashirama, whose feet landed on the ground again, glanced past the collapsed wooden figure, and finally landed on Hago Romo Genzuki. "There is nothing we can do," he said calmly and clasped his hands together. Like the last calm before the storm. Yisuanyu just looked at it with a solemn expression. The next second, immortal magic, accompanied by a loud shout. An aura far more powerful than before suddenly erupted from Senju Hashirama. A circle of dark red lines instantly covered the corners of his eyes, a mark like a bullseye appeared on his forehead, and the periphery of his pupils turned from black to yellow. This is exactly the fairy mode. This is not over yet. Senju Hashirama, whose face was full of immortal lines, raised his head, and the senjutsu chakra in his body, which was more majestic than the sea, rose violently. He continued to clasp his hands vigorously and shouted again. Immortal technique would release true thousands of hands. Rumble. A roar that was dozens of times more intense than the previous battle sounds erupted. As if a violent earthquake was coming, under the steady gaze of Hago Romo Genzuki and the horrified onlookers on the sidelines, a giant Buddha statue that was unimaginably large and had thousands of pairs of arms suddenly rose from the ground. The size of Mu-Ren and Fire God is enough to shock people. However, at this moment, the Flame God, who was originally like a god and demon, looked like a tiny toy in front of the 1,000-armed Buddha statue of the true tree. Although he had seen this scene in animation before, he could not help but look at the 1,000-armed Buddha that connected the entire heaven and earth. Is this really something humans can achieve? No coincidence. The faces of Shihi, Li Du, Ai and others who had seen this scene more than once during the Warring States period were full of deep memories and fear. What is the god of the ninja world who calms down the troubled times? This is the picture in front of you. Soon, a shout from Senju Hashirama broke the silence on the field. Standing on the 1,000-hand Buddha, he shouted to Hago Romo Genzuki. I'm on it. Hago Romo. I hope you never get fucked. The corners of Hago Romo Suanyu's mouth twitched fiercely. Having fought with Senju Hashirama for so long before, he had gained some confidence. But at this moment, the Senju pillar was really full of firepower, and he found that the fire he had just started was about to be extinguished. Sure enough, immortal technique would release true thousands of hands transforming into a Buddha on top. Amidst the earth-shattering roar, thousand-armed Hashirama stepped on the Buddha, launching the strongest offensive like the immortal of six paths coming to the world. The flame god reluctantly wanted to resist. But just like the complete nine tails in the tail beast's difficulty, several giant wooden arms stretched out by Maki Senju knocked the fire god away in a few seconds, and in the end, he held the fire god in the palm of his hand. What a foul! Hago Romo Swanyu, who didn't dare to confront the Buddha, could only dodge narrowly, couldn't help but complain when she saw this scene. The fire god, who could compete with the wooden figure and the complete Susanoo, could not last more than a few rounds under the true thousand hands and top transformation Buddha. The same goes for Kyuubi. You must know that it is a complete body, much more powerful than the other 8-tailed beasts, and only lower than the 10 tails. This was easily handled by thousands of hands. It's hard for Hago Romo Genzuki to imagine what it would be like to face the 10 tails with thousands of hands. It is clear that Senju Hashirama is not at the 6th path level. But under the technique of immortal technique, would release, true thousand arms, and Buddha transformation on the top, Hago Romo Swanyu felt that the thousand arms pillar was more powerful than the 6 paths level. The flame god soon met his end. In the following time, Hago Romo Swanyu, who was targeted by more and more wooden arms, felt like Sun Monkey facing the 5 Fingers Mountain, with nowhere to escape. Chan escape, the art of boundary peeling. With no way to hide, Hago Romo Swanyu used dust release again. Only this time the effect was average. Only a dozen wooden arms were destroyed. Without even taking a moment to breathe, more wooden arms stretched out from the thousand-armed Buddha. Without giving Hago Romo Suanzu any chance, every blow covered him with a devastating blow. Farewell, Xian Yu. Looking at Hago Romo Gengetsu below, who was weak and scarred, Senju Hashirama said his last farewell with respect and regret. He stretched out his hand and another batch of wooden arms stretched out from the Senju Buddha to draw a picture for Hago Romo Gengetsu. On the last full stop. Farewell. Hagoro Romo Genzuki, who was seriously injured and had no strength at all, raised his head, looked at the big wooden hand in the sky that covered all his sight without any gaps, smiled slightly, and whispered in a tone that Senju Hashirama could not hear. It's not goodbye, but goodbye, Hashirama. Ever since the 5 shadows unreasonably attacked a young man like him, Hago Romo Genzuki had anticipated his next ending. When Senju Hashirama performed the immortal technique, would release, true thousand arms, and Buddha transformation on the top, the last trace of luck in Hago Romo Genzuki's heart disappeared. It's time to plan for the future. Hago Romo Gengetsu looked around at the blood scattered everywhere under his severe injuries, and took one last souvenir look at the world. Before the final blow from Zhen Qianshao came, his hands formed a very special handprint on his chest. Forbidden technique, breath of eternal sleep. One after another, strange black symbols suddenly appeared all over his body and connected into one, turning into a black film covering his whole body like flowing water. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment, and the wounds on Yiswanyu's body no longer bleed, the boiling chakra calmed down, and the rapid heart calmed down. The vitality of the body was fixed. But as a price, Yiswanyu's soul was quickly dissipating. Look forward to, see you in the future. Leaving this sentence at the end, Yiswanyu's breath completely dissipated. And the body he left behind continued to sink under the wrapping of the black film, and perfectly integrated with the surrounding environment, without any abnormality. Boom! The last blow of the true thousand hands arrived. A huge deep pit was born. It's over. In the sage mode, sensing that the breath belonging to Yiswanyu had truly disappeared, the Senju Hashirama who no longer existed took a deep breath and dispersed the true thousand hands. After completing all this, even though he had a sage body, he couldn't help but show fatigue and gasp. This battle was no less exhausting than the one he fought with Madara a few years ago. Brother! A figure arrived first at an incredible speed. It was Senju Tobirama. He looked at the scene and asked, "Is Urobe Gengetsu dead?" Senju Hashirama stood up and nodded. Fake death can't escape his perception in sage mode. Senju Tobirama was not surprised and asked again, "Where is Urobe Genjutsu's body?" Senju Hashirama shook his head, "Suinjutsu is very powerful, I can't stop." "Is that so?" Senju Tobirama felt a little regretful. Fortunately, there were many blood cells left by Urobe Gengetsu on the battlefield, and he could still study them. Senju Hashirama seemed to know what his brother was thinking, and solemnly instructed, "Collect Suanyu's remains and return them to the Yi clan. This is the respect he deserves." "Brother, you..." Senju Tobirama tried to persuade him helplessly, but suddenly his ears moved, and he took a step forward, standing in front of the tired Senju Hashirama without a trace. After doing all this, a series of air-breaking sounds came. It was the people from the 4 major ninja villages, such as Retsu and Ai, who caught up later. Yi Suanyu is finally dead. After seeing the scene clearly, Retsu, Ai, and Ishikawa said with complicated expressions. A powerful enemy finally fell. Unfortunately, the other one still pressed on their heads like a sky curtain. Fortunately, this one didn't have such great ambitions. Everything is always developing in a good direction. Then, let's celebrate the arrival of the era of peace. The first Kazekage Ritu, the first Reikage Ai, the first Tsuchikage Ishikawa, and the newly appointed second Mizukage Hojiki Gengetsu all extended their palms. Peace. Senju Hashirama sighed and then extended his palm. In the end, the 5 leaders of the 5 major ninja villages, representing the new order of the ninja world, clasped their hands tightly, announcing the arrival of the era of peace. This is the wish of all those who survived the smoke of the Warring States period. It seems, it really came true? One day later, the place that had just returned to peace and turned from a plain into a valley welcomed old guests again. Is there really no body left? Senju Tobirama touched his chin and looked around. An hour later, he rose from the ground and shook his head with a frown. Still nothing was found. Hago Romo Genjutsu's body was indeed completely destroyed. Fortunately, his trip was not in vain, and he still collected some of Hago Romo Genjutsu's remaining cell tissues. With his elder brother away, he could finally study the man who was on par with the gods. He turned and left in a good mood. The arrival of Senju Tobirama was just the beginning. The corpse of a ninja, including a single blood and flesh cell, records useful information about the ninja during his lifetime. Not only Senju Tobirama, but other people and forces in the ninja world were very interested in the corpse of Yi Suanyu, so this valley was visited by batches of people. A few years later, an arrogant and powerful man came here, but he did not dig anything like the others. He just glanced at it briefly, then turned and left with a cold snort. Decades later, in a place that had calmed down and was named God's Fall Valley by later generations, a pale, snake-like man stretched out a blood-red long tongue, and looked around with excitement with golden vertical pupils. The legendary man who is on par with the gods, please don't let me down. A new chapter begins. Chapter 14, Chunin Exam, Impure World Reincarnation. Konoha 60 years. The smoke of the Third World War has long gone, and the kids in the peaceful era are excitedly playing ninja games, dreaming of becoming men of the 5 shadows when they grow up. Hidden Leaf Village. Compared with when it was first established 60 years ago, it has changed a lot now. Let's not talk about the increasingly prosperous streets and buildings. On the Hokage rock wall, 3 new faces appeared next to the originally lonely Senju Hashirama's head. Under the rock wall, as the center of Konoha, there was no trace of the former Senju clan's residence and Uchiha clan's residence. Of the two dignified founders of Konoha, only Tsunade and Uchiha Sasuke are left. None of the villagers care about the past history and glory. Just like their current understanding, the third Hokage is the strongest among all the Hokages in Konoha. The established facts of the past have long been changed beyond recognition under the baptism of time and heavy cover-ups. Only those who have personally experienced that era will laugh over and over again and shake their heads inwardly when they hear the nonsense spoken by people today. But so what, they are just a group of remnants of the old era. The times are advancing, and everything in the past, no matter how glorious it is, has been swept into the dust of history and cannot affect the current world at all. Now we belong to the new era. I have never seen the god of the ninja world or someone who is on par with the gods with my own eyes. Have they experienced the first, second, and third wars that were larger than any other war in the Warring States period and were of unprecedented intensity? Are they strong enough for the third Hokage, the ninjutsu doctor who led Konoha to defeat countless enemies? He has signed a psychic contract with the three legendary holy places. Are the famous Sunin of Konoha powerful? With Golden Flash, can you compete with the Abi combination? What? Better than them all? Hee hee. You call them out and let us old and young men see what they are doing. Can't scream? Then don't act blindly. When it comes to this, those who are willing to refute can only shut up. Until one day, a talented Konoha rebellious ninja completed a forbidden technique called Dirty Earth Reincarnation left by the second-generation Hokage. Finally, the brilliance of the deceased people from the past history, which can only be recorded in writing, once again bloomed in the present world and blinded everyone's eyes. Times are passing and everything has changed. Winner, Uzumaki Naruto. Yawoohoo mama! As the referee Shiranui Genma announced the final result of the game, the blonde boy named Uzumaki Naruto ignored his physical exhaustion and cheered and ran around the playing field amid the cheers and applause of thousands of spectators, constantly blowing passionate kisses to the audience. This is the site of the Chunin examination held in Konoha. Genin from the big and small ninja villages such as Konoha, Sand Ninja, Sound Ninja, Rain Ninja, Kusanagi Ninja, etc. gathered together to participate in a Chunin selection examination. After 2 rounds of assessments and a large number of contestants eliminated, it is now the final round. That is to say, the competition is currently being watched by thousands of spectators, including many celebrities, nobles, and even the third Hokage and the fourth Kazekage. As soon as it started, no one expected that a guy named Uzumaki Naruto would defeat the favorite to win the championship, Hyuga Niji, who was born in the Hyuga wealthy family. This caused the scene to burst into excitement. After that, the game was just as exciting. Nara Shikamaru outsmarts Temari and finally throws up his hands and admits defeat. Uchiha Sasuke makes a handsome appearance and fights fiercely with Gaara, the one-tailed Jinchuriki. Of course, none of this was as shocking as the feathers falling under the Nirvana abode technique, and the fourth Kazekage placing the kunao on the neck of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, announcing that the plan to destroy Konoha had officially begun. Boom! Boom! Explosions, fighting, screams, and wails. Konoha, which was peaceful 1 second, fell into the flames of war the next. The roof of the Chunin examination observation deck. Within the 4 purple flame formation, Orochimaru showed his true face, and after an intimate exchange with his beloved teacher, he finally became serious. Sarutobi-sensei, don't let me down too much. Orochimaru smiled sinisterly and said to the aging Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who took off the Hokage's robe to reveal his black combat uniform, had a sullen face, threw his shuriken, and formed a seal with his hands. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. In an instant, a large number of shurikens split out and shot towards Orochimaru like an overwhelming force. Orochimaru clapped his hands together, curled his lips and said, "Psychic technique, reincarnation from the dirty earth." Amid the shock, one after another erected coffins rose from the ground, lying in front of Orochimaru, blocking the attacks of all shuriken shadow clones. Reincarnation in dirty soil? That is. Looking at this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils suddenly shrank. As Hokage, how come he doesn't know the art of reincarnation from dirty earth recorded in the sealed book? Summoning the dead. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the first two coffins to rise. On the coffin lids, they had the words Hatsu and Feather engraved on them respectively. Then I saw two other coffins with the words 2 and 4 engraved on them slowly rising. There was a vague guess in his heart, and his expression changed as he felt something was wrong, and he decisively formed a seal to stop Orochimaru from continuing to channel the spirit. Sensing that the coffin with 4 printed on it was blocked from channeling, Orochimaru smiled casually after trying to no avail. The 4th one doesn't seem to work. Then forget it. Eventually, a total of 3 coffins were channeled. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at everything in front of him as if he were facing a formidable enemy. Soon, amidst the creaking sound, the coffin lids filled with shurikens on the 3 coffins slowly fell off and fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Click click. The sound of iron pieces colliding came from the dust. Sarutobi Hiruzen clenched his fists. Outside the 4 purple flame formation, a group of ANBU ninjas were also looking straight at this place. Finally, the dust settled. Everyone present saw in the coffin at this moment, 3 men wearing old-style armor from the Warring States period, with cracks on the surface, walked out stiffly from the coffin. That's the first Hokage and the second Hokage. The ANBU ninjas fighting outside quickly recognized their Konoha first and second generation. After all, people in Konoha have seen these 2 heads since childhood. Only. Who is that young man in silver armor? ANBU ninjas, you look at me, I look at you, you are very unfamiliar with the man who stands side by side with the first and second generation Hokage. The ANBU ninjas didn't know, but Hiruzen Sarutobi, as the Hokage, knew it very well. He once fought against the first 5 Kages, leaving the Mizukage and Raikage dead and disabled. The first Hokage spent a lot of effort to finally kill him. He is said to be on par with the gods. Hago Romo Genzuki. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Hago Romo Genzuki, who was reincarnated by the dirty soil, and said every word with a sinking heart. Oh! I didn't expect people still know me now. Hago Romo Genzuki, who was raising his head to enjoy the long-lost sunshine, looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and smiled brightly. Not bad, worthy of praise. Chapter 15, Old Friends Meet Again. What is life like after death? As someone who has experienced it, Hago Romo Swanyu honestly doesn't know how to describe it. Probably, it's like the world through the eyes of a blind person. Not darkness, but nothingness. To describe it specifically, when you open one eye and close one eye, the picture you see when you close that eye is similar to nothingness. After death, time has no reference and passes quickly. Hago Romo Swanyu had just closed her eyes 1 second, and felt that she had reopened them the next second. Only when the very familiar scene of Konoha village and the old face of the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen came into view did Hago Romo Genzuki realize that he had truly arrived more than 50 years later. Time flies so fast. As expected, he was reincarnated by Orochimaru. Hago Romo Swanyu looked at his cracked hands with some emotion, feeling the body that did not actually belong to him. The quality of the sacrifice I possess must be too poor. After looking at it, he shook his head in his heart and said, the reason why Madara Uchiha, who was reincarnated from the dirt in the 4th battle, was so crazy was because Orochimaru Kabuto specially prepared a very high-quality sacrifice for him, which would allow him to display his true strength during his lifetime. The quality of the sacrifice in my body is far inferior to that of ordinary Baiju, and the strength it exerts is evident. Needless to say, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama next to them are also piss poor. No wonder the 3rd Hokage, whose strength had already declined, could fight 1 against 2 and leave a rather dazzling record before his death. At this moment, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama beside Hago Romo Genzuki also reacted. Senju Hashirama looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of him, his eyes full of memories, and said, "Long time no see, monkey. You are getting older too, Sarutobi." Senju Tobirama followed calmly. As the third Hokage of Konoha who he personally identified before his death, Hiruzen Sarutobi was still very young at the time. Looking back now, the other party is already very old. Has it been 30 or 40 years already? Evaluating in his mind, Senju Tobirama glanced at Hago Romo Genzuki, who looked a little strange next to him, and frowned subconsciously. Why is this guy out too? Facing the two generations of leaders of Konoha village, the seniors he respected, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with nostalgia and guilt. "I really didn't expect to see you two again under the current circumstances. I'm sorry to disturb your sleep." Reincarnated in the dirt. Senju Tobirama already knew the truth, turned his head to look at Orochimaru behind him, and said coldly, "Is this young man the one who used the forbidden technique to summon us? It's amazing that he has completed the technique I left behind to this extent. It's a pity that he went astray. Tobirama, I told you a long time ago not to develop those extremely harmful forbidden arts. It seems that you still didn't listen." Senju Hashirama sighed at the sight and turned around, just in time to notice Hago Romo Genzuki, who was quietly watching all this, and said hello with bright eyes. "Long time no see, Xianyu." Hashirama. Hago Romo Suanyu's eyes turned to Senju Hashirama. Compared to himself, this guy lived for a few more years. Hago Romo Genzuki raised the corner of his mouth and greeted with a smile, "For Hashirama, it's been a long time since I last saw you, but for me it's just a blink of an eye. By the way, I said before I was alive that Uchiha Madara is better than me. More radical. How about that? Did anything interesting happen after I died?" Senju Hashirama's expression dropped. He thought of the battle in the Valley of the End and said in a low tone, "Madara. It looks like what I expected." Through the expression of Senju Hashirama, it became clear that the future development of the ninja world would still follow the original trajectory, and the stone hanging in Hago Romo Genzuki's heart fell. In a good mood, he uncovered the scar again and said, "Not only Madara, but also the peace that you five shadows keep pursuing. Hashirama, if the ninja world remains peaceful after my death, will the Hokage of Konoha need to be replaced frequently by the fourth Hokage in just a few decades?" Hago Romo Suanyu pointed to the Hokage rock wall not far away. If the ninja world had always been peaceful, Konoha would never have added new Hokages so frequently. Senju Hashirama looked in the direction pointed by Hago Romo Genzuki, and looked at the four huge heads on the Hokage rock wall, his expression condensed. Although he is a little naive, he is not stupid. "Tobirama, is that so?" Senju Hashirama asked his younger brother, who also went to the underworld. The ninja world had indeed maintained peace during his lifetime. But he didn't know the ninja world after death. Senju Tobirama glanced at Hago Romo Genzuki, who was gloating about his misfortune and was about to answer. Orochimaru, who had been acting as a backdrop in the background, walked over and said calmly, "That's enough for the old people's daily routine. Let's get down to business." Hearing this, Hou Suanyu twitched the corner of her mouth fiercely. "Old man." He has always been called a young handsome man, and he is very uncomfortable with the modern title. Seeing Orochimaru coming behind him first, Senju Hashirama could only put down the question and sighed, "Sure enough, do we have to fight no matter what era?" Regarding the legendary god of ninja world, Orochimaru still replied politely, "You like it very much." When Sarutobi Hiruzen saw this, he was furious and said, "How dare you fool the dead, Orochimaru? Those who play with time will not end well." Orochimaru smiled contemptuously, took out the control charm, and showed his attitude with actions. Sometimes it's not a bad thing if the offerings from the filthy reincarnations are of poor quality. For example, now, Hashirama Senju, who can only exert a small part of his strength, cannot be like in the future, after being reincarnated through the body of White Zetsu, without any action, he can give the caster Orochimaru great pressure. The same is true for Tobirama Senju. As the developer of the impure world reincarnation, he can break free from the shackles of the technique like Uchiha Madara, but the power he can exert at the moment is too little to break free from the shackles of Orochimaru. So, next they can only watch Orochimaru stuff the talisman into their brains, his eyes darkened, and their souls were blocked. Seeing that the two old friends who had just met not long ago had lost consciousness, Uro Gengetsu curled his lips and suggested to Orochimaru, who was walking towards him without caring. "Your name is Orochimaru, right? Since you know my identity, you should understand that I am different from the two guys beside me. No need to control me, I am still happy to destroy Konoha." Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju are unable to break free from the shackles of the impure world reincarnation at this moment, and Uro Gengetsu is the same. Although he had a backup plan, he didn't mind discussing and cooperating with Orochimaru. After all, the strength of the impure world reincarnation body with its consciousness wiped out was still far inferior to that of the impure world reincarnation body itself. Hearing this, Orochimaru stretched out his long tongue and looked at the man in front of him with interest. He had spent a lot of effort to find the flesh and blood sample, and the man who was said to be on par with the gods and had the highest talent. Such a famous figure did not angrily rebuke this as blasphemy against them and constantly resist like the souls he had summoned from the underworld in the past, but instead wanted to join his side. What an interesting old guy! Chapter 16, The Return of the Dark Escape. To Hagoromo Genzuki's surprise, Orochimaru decisively rejected the proposal to join forces. "I don't dare to take a great ninja like you lightly. Snakes are cold animals." Orochimaru would rather believe in himself than in others. Not wanting anything to go wrong when communicating with his most beloved teacher, he took out another charm and stuffed it into Hagoromo Genjiu's head without saying a word. Seeing this, Uroromo Swanyo could only shake his head secretly in his heart. Modern ninjas don't even give a little trust, they really go back to life. Forget it. Hagoromo Swanyo, who had limited strength and could not resist, calmly accepted all this. There are still opportunities ahead, so he is not in a hurry. Just like Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, Hagoromo Genzuki's eyes quickly dimmed, and the dirty earth body was completely controlled by Orochimaru. Although her consciousness is blocked, Hagoromo Swanyo can still passively perceive everything in the outside world at this moment, but cannot control her body. Finish. Orochimaru on the side looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction, formed a seal with his hands, and said with a smile to his teacher, "Enjoy it, Sarutobi-sensei." The words fell. Between the 1,000-hand pillars and the 1,000-hand gate, Hagoromo Shenyu first took a few steps slowly. Soon, as if they had adapted, the three of them moved instantly, and with the sound of shattering tiles under their feet, they turned into three extremely fast black lines and rushed towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Hokage-sama! Be careful!" Seeing that his third Hokage still seemed a little sad and absent-minded, the ANBU ninja outside the barrier quickly reminded him loudly. "I know." Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly came to his senses, took a deep breath to reply, and quickly glanced at the three people running from three directions. Whoosh! A kunao shot out quickly. Sarutobi Hiruzen tilted his head, and just as he dodged it, Senju Hashirama arrived first, clenched his fist with 5 fingers, and swung it out with all his strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen dwarfed, twisted his hands on the ground, and kicked his right foot violently, forcing Senju Hashirama back. Before he could take a breath, Senju Tobirama appeared behind him. Bang bang bang! After several quick exchanges, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who seized the opportunity, clasped one of Senju Tobirama's arms with both hands and threw him away. But at this moment, When Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils suddenly shrank, Hago Romo Genzuki appeared next to him like a ghost. There was no time to react. He only felt a huge force crushing his chest. Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his mouth in pain, his old body shrank, and his whole body retreated as fast as a cannonball. Hago Romo Genzuki, as well as Senju Hashirama who had readjusted, Senju Tobirama followed closely without giving them a chance to breathe. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was flying upside down, endured the pain and quickly formed seals with his hands. The next second, a violent fire dragon spurted out from his mouth, and the blazing flames covered the chasing Romo Swanyu and the others. Seeing that he was about to be engulfed by the huge flames, Hago Romo Swanyu among the three took a step forward, calmly stretched out his right hand and said, "Ming escape suck the hole." The extremely turbulent fire dragon seemed to have encountered a terrifying black hole, scrambling to burrow into the palm of Hago Romo Swanyu's right hand. In an instant, the flames soaring into the sky were no longer visible. Only a slight wisp of smoke rose from Hago Romo Swanyu's palm, proving what had just happened. "What is this?" The ANBU ninjas watching the battle watched all this in stunned silence. They never expected that the third Hokage's powerful fire escape ninjutsu could be neutralized so easily. Deep escape. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep look at the expressionless Hago Romo Genzuki. Different from modern people's one-sided understanding of past history, as the third-generation Hokage, he still knew the power of someone who could compete with the Five Shadows, and even the first-generation Hokage regarded him as a powerful enemy. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not expect that Orochimaru could even summon Hago Romo Gengetsu. If you add the first generation, the second generation Hokage and Orochimaru himself. I'm afraid next. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a deep gloom in his heart. There was no room for him to think any more. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. At this time, Hago Romo Genzuki returned the ninjutsu he had just absorbed. What a powerful talent! Watching all this, Orochimaru's long tongue licked his lips excitedly. Chakra, as geniuses, he has always admired the two of them. One is the second-generation Hokage, who gave him a lot of inspiration for forbidden arts and whom he also admired immensely. The second is Hago Romo Genzuki, who has developed many blood inheritance limits and whose talent surprised even himself. Unfortunately, after so many years of searching, only a few tissue cells of Hago Romo Genjio were found. It would be great if we could get more flesh and blood from the opponent to study it. I heard that after Hago Romo Gengetsu died, Senju Hashirama returned his legacy to the Hago Romo clan. However, decades later, the Hago Romo clan had mysteriously disappeared into the ninja world, and they could not be found even if they tried to find them. Thinking of this, Orochimaru shook his head regretfully and returned his attention to the scene. Seeing the monstrous flames sweeping in, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath. Earth escape earth flow wall. A huge wall of solid earth rose from the ground in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, blocking out the fire dragon flames. Water release water breaking wave. Senju Tobirama responded decisively. Ultra-high pressure water jets spurted out from his mouth, like an extremely sharp scalpel, quickly cutting into pieces the earth flow wall lying in front of him. The disintegrated earth wall collapsed not long after. Sarutobi Hiruzen dodged and was about to escape the aftermath. Snap! A loud clapping of hands exploded in his ears. Immediately afterwards, wood release the sea of trees is born. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked around with a change of expression, and saw a large number of trees rising from the ground when Senju Hashirama clapped his hands. In an instant, a dense forest covered the entire barrier. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was in it, wanted to escape, but he saw a large number of root trees and vines wrapping around him rapidly from all directions. Coupled with Hago Romo Genzuki and Senju Tobirama, they were putting pressure on him. Without noticing, Sarutobi Hiruzen was caught by a vine around his ankle, and then his whole body was tightly wrapped around a large number of trees, making him unable to move. Seeing this, Senju Hashirama loosened his hands. Outside the barrier, the ANBU ninjas watching all this were worried about the third Hokage, but they couldn't help but exclaimed. "It's amazing! Is this the legendary wood release that the first Hokage, who quelled the troubled times and founded Konoha, possessed?" Tread, tread, tread! Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, and Hago Romo Genzuki came to Sarutobi Hiruzen with expressionless faces. Orochimaru also followed and said with a faint smile, "I finally caught you, teacher." Hearing this, an imperceptible fluctuation flashed through the depths of Hago Romo Swanyu's unwavering eyes. "You don't want to open champagne at half-time." Although he couldn't control his body at all, the real Hago Romo Genzuki, who witnessed everything just now like a bystander, smiled slightly in his heart. "That's fine too. The real opportunity that I have been waiting for will soon arrive." Chapter 17 Sealing Technique, Demonic Sealing. Chapter 17 Sealing Technique, Sealing the Ghouls. There is a kind of metaphysics that says it is not appropriate to open champagne at half-time. Sure enough, Orochimaru is preparing to end his last bad relationship. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was entangled in the trees, gritted his teeth and slapped the tree. "Ninjutsu, psychic technique. Come out. Ape King." Bang! Huge white smoke rose. Sarutobi Hiruzen's old comrade in arms, the burly and indestructible monkey demon, appeared next to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Orochimaru, who had no time to stop him, saw this scene and looked a little embarrassed. Here comes a troublemaker. At the same time, the ape demon also looked over and said coldly, "Orochimaru." "That's true." The ape demon looked back at the old man who was tightly bound and unable to move. "How pathetic, Sarutobi. It's all your fault for not killing him in the first place." Very early on, the Sara demon warned Hiruzen Sarutobi that his talented disciple Orochimaru had evil intentions. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't listen. Later, Orochimaru's human experiments were revealed, and Sarutobi Hiruzen personally led a team to arrest him. The monkey demon warned him not to be soft-hearted. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally let Orochimaru go. Yesterday's cause, today's effect. When he was summoned again and saw the scene in front of him, the ape demon just sighed. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen said extremely seriously this time, "Next I will deal with him completely." "Really? It's too late." That being said, in the face of Sarutobi Hiruzen's request to transform into a Vajra wish stick, the monkey demon still complied. "Stop him." Orochimaru's expression changed and he gave the order. But it was too late. The monkey demon, who easily knocked back the Senju Hashirama trio, transformed into the Vajra wishful stick with a bang sound. A sweeping sweep quickly cut off the big tree wrapped around Sarutobi Hiruzen's body. Very good. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had escaped, skillfully waved the retractable Vajra rod with both hands and pointed directly at Orochimaru using the teleportation technique. Interesting. Seeing this, Orochimaru spit out a Kusanagi sword from his mouth and faced it without flinching. The pair of master and apprentice once again faced each other head-on. I have to say, ginger is still spicy. The combination of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Sara demon gave Orochimaru some difficulty. After receiving the order, the three Senju Hashirama joined in. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flashed, and despite being injured, he secretly placed detonating symbols on the three of them. It's just that the final result was not satisfactory. Boom! 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 There was a sound of confetti flying over the three Senju Hashirama people, who were blown away. In the blink of an eye, the injuries on the three people recovered as before. If you continue fighting like this, you will only end up being exhausted. Looking at this result, Sarutobi Hiruzen drooped his eyelids and made a final decision in his heart. Sure enough. We must find a way to solve the problem of the soul itself that is bound by the reincarnation of the filthy earth, otherwise it will be meaningless at all. In this case, we can only use the Yondame's ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen clasped his hands together, his eyes extremely determined. Boom! Boom! Within the four purple flame formation, the Hokage-level battle came to its final moment. Outside the barrier, the battle in Konoha village has also become more intense. 15, 16, 17. I'm already 20. As expected of my eternal rival Kakashi. I will continue to work hard. 18 or 19. At the Chuunin examination competition site, after the invigorated Naruto and others were sent to complete the long-awaited S-class mission, Hitaki Kakashi and Metkai, who took office as Konoha elites, still stayed here, fighting with the arriving Sand Ninja, and Sound Ninja fought to protect the thousands of spectators who had fallen asleep. Of course, they also have a purpose. Once the four purple flame formation was broken, they immediately set off to fight with the third Hokage. Orochimaru. Kakashi Hitaki kicked the Sand Ninja in front of him away, and Kakashi Hitaki took the time to look at the barrier. With the extraordinary insight of the Sharingan, he could still see clearly inside. Although his face remained unchanged, his heart was very urgent. The third generation is getting older. If you continue, it will only become more and more dangerous. Especially his enemies are not just Orochimaru. That's the first Hokage-sama, the second Hokage-sama. Who is the last person? Being summoned together with the first generation and the second generation must not be underestimated. The barrier hasn't been broken yet. Hitaki Kakashi shook his head, an unpleasant feeling welling up in his heart. Another accident happened within the barrier. Just before Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to take action, Orochimaru suddenly turned into Orochimaru and almost blinded his eyes. Knowing that his disciple had completed the weird and evil forbidden technique of immortal reincarnation, his determination became even stronger. Orochimaru. I will bury you completely to make up for my past mistakes. Orochimaru smiled as he put on his old face again. He said in a hoarse voice, "It's too late." Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep look at Orochimaru for the last time, formed a seal with his hands and said, "Shadow clone technique." Bang! 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 3 shadow clones appeared around him. Why use shadow clones? This will disperse the few chakras. The ANBU ninja who was fighting outside was very puzzled. Orochimaru also laughed. It seems that you are really old, teacher, and you are eager to end your life as soon as possible. Only the real Hago Romo Gengetsu, who was watching all this silently, and Tsurumo, who was very familiar with Sarutobi Hiruzen, knew what would happen next. Sarutobi, you. Tsurumo, who had transformed into the Vajra rod, was full of shock and sadness at this time. Looking at the seal that his old friend was making at the moment, he knew very well what it meant. Jihimo Mao Suzi Iuusi. Put your hands together. A projection of the god of death that only the caster can see emerged from behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. Orochimaru, who didn't know what ninjutsu Sarutobi Hiruzen was going to perform, said confidently, "No matter what you do, it's too late. I won, and Konoha is going to perish." Illusion Darkness Walking Technique. The moment Orochimaru's voice fell, Senju Tobirama decisively took action. Sarutobi Hiruzen only felt a darkness in front of his eyes. The next second. Bang bang bang! The attacks from Senju Hashirama and Hago Romo Gengetsu kept hitting him like a tide. Sarutobi Hiruzen endured the pain, defended himself, and responded to Orochimaru's ridicule of Konoha and the Hokage. Finally, at the last moment of his life, he truly explained the will of fire that he had told countless times and welcomed the official arrival of the god of death. All preparations have been made. Sarutobi Hiruzen no longer hesitated. I am the man who inherited the will of the first and second Hokage. I am the third Hokage of Konoha. No matter how Orochimaru you spy on Konoha, I and the new Hokage who inherit my will become the pillars of Konoha and continue to protect Konoha. Right, fourth Hokage. After saying this in his heart, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally made the tiger seal. Orochimaru, next I will show you the secret ninjutsu of Konoha that you have never seen before. Welcome to your end. Sealing Technique Shiki Fusion. Chapter 18. This era belongs to me. Sealing Technique, seal all ghosts. Sarutobi Hiruzen's decisive voice resounded in the dark space. Coming. The real Hago Romo Swanyu's expression changed with great anticipation. Orochimaru glanced at Hago Romo Genzuki's dirty earth body and found nothing unusual. He had no time to think about it and turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Knowing that his teacher would not make nonsense, he narrowed his eyes and said, "Ninjutsu I don't know? Then let me see it." Dang dang dang. In the darkness, the three Senju Hashirama launched another attack. Different from before, at this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose soul could no longer escape after having the death god's arm pierce his chest, could clearly see the souls of everyone in the darkness under the guidance of the death god. He and the three shadow clones moved instantly. Got you. His body was overstretched and his speed was unprecedentedly fast. Sarutobi Hiruzen focused his eyes, merged with the three shadow clones, and grabbed the target in the darkness. How come? Orochimaru looked at everything in front of him in disbelief. The darkness dissipated, and only the three filthy earth bodies of Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, and Hago Romo Genzuki were held tightly by the shadow clone of Sarutobi Hiruzen. He himself was grabbed by the shoulders by Sarutobi Hiruzen's body. It's over. Sarutobi Hiruzen spit out blood, and a big hole suddenly opened in his chest suit. In the vision that only he could see, the arm of the Shinigami inserted into his body continued to stretch forward along his chest, quickly penetrating deep into Orochimaru, as well as Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama in front of the three shadow clones. Within Hago Romo Swanyu's body. As the Shinigami's arm pulled back, the souls of Orochimaru, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, and Hago Romo Genzuki were slowly pulled out of their bodies. What does this feel like? Oops. Although Orochimaru couldn't see clearly what was happening, but a strong sense of crisis from the soul was giving him a frantic warning. Knowing that the consequences would be very bad if this continued, he resisted desperately. But in front of the god of death and Sarutobi Hiruzen's determination to ignore everything, his soul was still pulled out bit by bit. Compared to Orochimaru's fierce resistance, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, whose souls were pulled out by the god of death, were much quieter. Having regained their consciousness, they did not resist and allowed the god of death to completely pull their souls out of their filthy earth bodies. They did not forget to apologize to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sorry, monkey. I'm causing trouble for you, Sarutobi. Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes and was also very sorry. The feeling of being swallowed into the stomach by the god of death and sealed forever is very uncomfortable. He didn't want to do that if he could help it. It's just that reality is such that he has to make such a choice. First generation. Second generation. Please forgive me. Sarutobi Hiruzen hadn't finished speaking yet. An unexpected voice suddenly interrupted his apology. Hey, it's so touching. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes narrowed. At the same time, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, who were about to be sealed, changed their expressions and quickly turned their heads to look. I saw the owner who just spoke, Hago Romo Genzuki, waving hello to them with a bright smile on his face. Unlike Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, the souls were easily captured by the god of death. Hago Romo Swanyu is still in a stalemate with the god of death. Even compared to Orochimaru, he was much more relaxed. After all, the former is facing the real body, while what he is facing is just the power of the shadow clone. How could that happen? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Hago Romo Genzuki in surprise. He didn't expect that the plan that was supposed to go smoothly turned out to be unexpected. Orochimaru was also surprised. If there is any flaw in the reincarnation of the Dirty Land, it would be that it would be unable to resist the sealing technique and the secret technique of the soul. However, Hago Romo Genzuki not only resisted the attack of the god of death, Orochimaru was also surprised to find that he could not control the other party. Unlike Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, who recovered their consciousness after their souls were captured, Hago Romo Genzuki completely got rid of his own restraints and truly controlled the dirty earth body. Don't you understand? If you want to blame it, it's your fault that your control spell needs to be improved and you gave me such a long time. Noticing Orochimaru's gaze, Hago Romo Genzuki explained to him in a good mood. He didn't just watch in the previous time. As for the control talisman inside the dirty earth, he analyzed it very quickly with his profound knowledge of chakra. In the end, while Orochimaru's soul was being pulled by the god of death, his control over the reincarnation of the Dirty Land was unprecedentedly low. Also targeted by the god of death, Hago Romo Swanyu, who also inspired the power of his soul, immediately chose to take action and immediately erased the control spell from his body, achieving the goal of controlling the dirty earth body for himself. If Sarutobi Hiruzen chooses to give up at this moment and allows Orochimaru to free his hands, as a spellcaster, the latter may be able to regain some control over himself through the art of reincarnation. But is that possible? How could Sarutobi Hiruzen let Orochimaru go again after finally seizing the only opportunity and making up his mind? You must know that the other party has become a monster pursuing immortality and devouring other people's bodies. And even if he is out of control, he is still just a dead person reincarnated in the dirt. It's clear who is more dangerous. Sure enough. After Hago Romo Genjutsu's unexpected awakening, Sarutobi Hiruzen still held Orochimaru's hands tightly, and under Orochimaru's panicked and angry gaze, he even tried harder to pull out his soul. On the other side, Sarutobi Hiruzen's shadow clone in front of Hago Romo Gengetsu also tried his best to pull out the former's soul. Swanyu, we are all dead, so don't bother the people of the future generations anymore. Senju Hashirama, who knew Hago Romo Genjutsu's ability very well, advised at this time. Yuyori Swanyu looked at his old friend who was about to be swallowed by the god of death, smiled faintly and said, I am not interested in suffering in the belly of the god of death. Besides, Hashirama, you have lived long enough. I am far from living long enough. If I don't seize this God-given opportunity, I will be an idiot. Swanyu, you. Senju Hashirama wanted to say something, but Senju Tobirama interrupted him. Brother, it's useless. After that, Senju Tobirama stared at Yuyori Swanyu expressionlessly and said, You have had this idea for a long time, right? From the moment you were summoned by the impure world reincarnation technique, you started to prepare. Guess. Yuyori Swanyu smiled at Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama ignored him and said to Sarutobi Hiruzen in an unprecedented serious tone. Sarutobi, do your best to deal with Yuyori Swanyu. Never let him leave. Only people of the same generation truly understand the power and terror of Yuyori Swanyu. Even if he is now an impure world body, such a person cannot be explained by common sense. If he is given more time, the ninja world may undergo unprecedented changes. In comparison, Orochimaru, who caused Konoha to suffer greater losses, is nothing at all. What a pity! It is too late for him and his brother, who have been sent to the mouth of the god of death, to take action. Yuyori Swanyu, you have also calculated this point. With deep worry and haze, Senju Tobirama, who finished speaking, could not wait for Sarutobi Hiruzen's response. Just like Senju Hashirama, he was completely swallowed by the god of death. Goodbye, two old friends. Yuyori Swanyu watched the two people of the same generation leave. Finally, he looked at the new era as if he had been reborn, and clenched his 5 fingers wantonly, took it into his palm, and calmly announced, "This era belongs to me." Chapter 19. Watching a show. Every day is changing, and the world is changing. The old remnants of the old era find it difficult to adapt to the surging tide of the new era. But this does not include Yiswanyu. Compared with the end of the Warring States period, all aspects are developing rapidly now, especially in terms of technology. The ninja world, which is very similar to his previous life, is more favored by him. This era should belong to him. Aren't you right? Rubbish system. Yiswanyu said to his own system in his mind. Host, please complete the novice task as soon as possible. It was still the familiar prompt. Decades later, even if he was summoned again after his death and had not been completely reborn, the system still issued tasks to him conscientiously. I have to say that this system is really powerful, and the dead have to follow it all the time, and there is no flexibility at all. Just like the novice task that made me completely disappointed when I saw it at the beginning, it is still hanging on the system page. However, now that Uzumaki Naruto is in this era, he can do the task. System, what year is it today? Yiswanyu confirmed again. 60 years of Konoha. Yes, I finally got it right this time, and I didn't stretch it back for decades. Yuro Gengetsu nodded with satisfaction and returned to reality. There is no need to rush for the novice mission. The more important thing now is to leave here and achieve true rebirth. Yuro Gengetsu looked at the shadow clone of Sarutobi Hiruzen who was trying to maintain the Shiki Fusion and seal his soul in front of him. With the solemn warning of Senju Tobirama before leaving, although Sarutobi Hiruzen did not understand the concerns of the 2 Hokages, he still tried his best to do it. For Konoha, for everyone, I will seal you completely at the cost of my life. The shadow clone of Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of Yuro Gengetsu shouted loudly. Yuro Gengetsu was somewhat speechless. Old man, don't mix me up with that snake-like guy, making me look like an unforgivable villain. I haven't even stepped on a single ant in Konoha, so why am I being called for to be killed? It was the same last time. He didn't do anything, but the 5 Kage suddenly attacked him unethically. His life was really difficult. After listening to Yuro Genjutsu's statement, Sarutobi Hiruzen was stuck for a moment. Let's not talk about the old man that made him feel a little awkward. Seriously speaking, Yuro Gengetsu was forcibly summoned here like the 2 Hokage, and he couldn't be blamed for the previous series of battles. However, at the moment, Yuro Gengetsu unexpectedly got rid of Orochimaru's control and resisted the Shikigami fusion, obviously having his own ideas. In addition, the other party actually died at the hands of the first Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes condensed. Such a person who was deeply feared by the first and second Hokage must not be allowed to escape. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had heard the story of the genius of Hago Romo Gengetsu since childhood, responded firmly. Hago Romo Sr., the dead should not come to the world of the living again. Go back to where you should go. Want me to go back? It's not something that an old man like you can do. Hago Romo Gengetsu, who still believed that he was a young man of 24, was very dissatisfied with the old man Sarutobi Hiruzen calling him senior. Fortunately, he didn't have to listen to the other party anymore. Hago Romo Gengetsu curled his lips. At the same time, the face of Sarutobi Hiruzen's shadow clone in front of him changed. You. In addition to the previous communication between the two, the battle for Hago Romo Genjutsu's soul continued under the Shikigami seal. Originally, Sarutobi Hiruzen's shadow clone had pulled out some of Hago Romo Genjutsu's soul from the impure world body. But at this moment, he suddenly found that a strong resistance was blocking his technique. Under his eyes, Yiswanyu's soul was getting back little by little. Do you think I said that to you because I was bored after death and wanted to chat with someone? Yiswanyu looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen's shadow clone and smiled faintly. I'm just taking the time to adapt to this new body and comprehend the famous Shiki Fusion technique. As soon as the voice fell, Yiswanyu's whole body was shocked, and the palms of Sarutobi Hiruzen's shadow clone that were holding his shoulders were suddenly bounced off. If it were your original body, I might find it difficult to break free from Shiki Fusion. But the shadow clone? Haha. Yiswanyu stretched out his hand and pointed, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's shadow clone, whose face changed drastically, made a bang and turned into white smoke and completely dissipated. Feeling the disappearance of the shadow clone, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was entangled with Orochimaru, changed his expression. Not good. In contrast, Orochimaru, who originally had a very ugly expression, showed a hint of joy and quickly proposed to Hago Romo Gengetsu. Hago Romo Sr., let's kill Sarutobi Hiruzen together. After getting rid of the third Hokage, Konoha will be leaderless and will only face destruction. This is also the ending you want to see, Senior. He was very clear about the contradictions between Hago Romo Gengetsu and Senju Hashirama, as well as the Konoha behind Senju Hashirama. The other party should be very interested in his plan to destroy Konoha. However, everything that happened next was beyond Orochimaru's expectations. Hago Romo Gengetsu, who regained his freedom and had no obstacles around him, not only did not take action, but instead crossed his arms and looked at this place happily and said, "No hurry. The scene of master and apprentice loving and killing each other is rare. I want to see who of you can win in the end. You are busy, don't worry about me." Hago Romo Gengetsu has not forgotten that Orochimaru is the one who performed the impure world reincarnation. To avoid unnecessary accidents, he is not interested in helping the other party. With the power he can exert now, he cannot break the four purple flame formation for the time being, so he can just be a spectator and watch this famous master-disciple battle in Naruto in person. Seeing Hago Romo Gengetsu watching from the side with a melon seed-eating look, Orochimaru's expression froze. Then, after feeling that his soul was pulled out by Sarutobi Hiruzen again, his expression became even uglier. Damn old guy! Damn Sarutobi teacher! I can't use ninjutsu, and my body is also restricted. Orochimaru, who could vaguely see the huge death god behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, rarely showed panic. Hago Romo Gengetsu is unreliable, so he can only fight back desperately. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen has been insisting, he has consumed a lot before, and he doesn't have much strength after all. More importantly, there is a Yugi Gengetsu around him who is watching him covetously. Although the other party clearly stated that he would not intervene. But seeing that there is a time bomb around him that may explode at any time, how can he feel at ease? In order to avoid accidents, he must make a decision as soon as possible. It can only be like this. It is an established reality that Yugi Gengetsu cannot solve it. Orochimaru's soul has not been pulled out. Time is limited. It has to be like this. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, looked at the dark and cruel disciple in front of him, who no longer looks like a child, and finally said in a deep voice, "Orochimaru." Chapter 20 End. Orochimaru, your ambition ends here. While Sarutobi Hiruzen was speaking, the Shinigami behind him moved, and with his other arm he pulled out the ninja sword in his mouth. As if sensing that something was wrong, Orochimaru retorted with a tight expression. "No. My ambition will never stop." As he spoke, he pulled back his soul even harder. "It's just that it's too late." Sarutobi Hiruzen looked calm, and as he swung the ninja sword in the hand of the god of death, he loudly announced his verdict. "Orochimaru, you are addicted to ninjutsu and wasting ninjutsu. The most suitable punishment I can think of for you is for me to take away all the ninjutsu you have mastered. Is it possible?" Orochimaru's expression suddenly changed, and his voice was extremely sharp. "Stop. Seal." Sarutobi Hiruzen gave the order. The ninja sword in the hand of the Shinigami behind him suddenly swung down without any hindrance. With one blow, the part of Orochimaru's soul belonging to his hands was cut off, and sealed into Sarutobi Hiruzen's body in one fell swoop. No. Orochimaru could only watch as his hands turned black and purple, and finally collapsed helplessly. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had only one breath left, looked at all this and said calmly, "You can't use your hands now. Since you can't use your hands, you can't form seals. Orochimaru, you can no longer use ninjutsu. The plan to destroy Konoha failed. You old immortal! Give me your hands back!" Orochimaru, whose hands were sealed and could no longer cast ninjutsu, shouted in a rage. "You have become stupid, Orochimaru." Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled, "Although I regret that I can't take you with me, my disciple, we will meet in that world sooner or later. And Hagoromo-senpai." Sarutobi Hiruzen reluctantly turned around and looked at Hagoromo Genzuki, his eyes full of memories, and he said, "Growing up, the elders in our family have used you, Hagoromo-senpai, to inspire us. As a man who is on par with the gods, I don't know what your purpose is. But..." Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were brighter than ever before. He looked straight at Hagoromo Swanyu and finally said, "Wherever the leaves are flying, the fire is endless. When our unbearable elders die, there will always be a new generation to take over our tasks. No matter what your purpose is, senior, I believe that the younger generations of Konoha will face the difficulties without fear. Superior. Hagoromo-senpai, I'm waiting for you in the world that belongs to us." After the words fell, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally closed his eyes. So far. In the 60th year of Konoha, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, died at the age of 69. Ignoring Orochimaru's hatred, unwillingness, and even the slight confusion that he didn't know, and the sad angry shouts, Hagoromo Genzuki looked at the figure of Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly falling to the ground and fell silent for a while. A person who carries the memory of his youth in his previous life has truly left. To his surprise, Sarutobi Hiruzen actually said the words of the will of fire to him before he died. "Are you telling yourself not to underestimate the current Konoha ninjas? Even without the Hokage, there will be more outstanding people in Konoha who will stand up and complete their mission. What a rare pride! It has to be said that there may have been problems of one kind or another during the decades that Sarutobi Hiruzen was in power. But at this moment, he truly fulfilled his responsibility as Hokage. Only, why do both of them regard themselves as the world-destroying devil? Is it wrong to seize any opportunity to survive? And most importantly, why do you always call yourself senior? I never get old." Seriously speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen has eaten more salt than he has walked. Hagoromo Swanyu sighed, and could only lament that life was not easy. Gazing across Sarutobi Hiruzen's body, Hagoromo Genzuki looked at Orochimaru, who had quickly calmed down. The opponent who cannot form a seal with his hands is no longer a threat to him. This was also the reason why he was quietly waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen to use Ghoul Seal. "What? Why don't you vent your anger on your teacher's corpse?" Hagoromo Genzuki said with a smile on his face when he noticed that Orochimaru had been staring at the corpse of Sarutobi Hiruzen. "There is no need to waste time on a dead person," the hoarse voice replied. Orochimaru is a smart man. Although he was wary of Hagoromo Swanyu, who was aware of his current situation, he knew better that after the reincarnation of the Dirty Land was no longer bound, he and Hagoromo Swanyu no longer had conflicts. The other party was deliberately controlling himself, and obviously did not intend to return to the underworld after just a few glances at the present world. Orochimaru didn't mind another big stone being thrown into the calm ninja lake. On the contrary, the greater the storm in the ninja world, the happier he is. "Hagoromo-senpai, welcome back to the present world. Are you interested in coming to my place to sit?" Orochimaru, whose mentality changed rapidly, extended an invitation to Hagoromo Genzuki for cooperation. Hagoromo Swanyu looked around, you'd better think about how to leave first. Hago Romo Swanyu's primary purpose in returning to the world is to find his own body, which is a necessary condition for his resurrection. As for everything else, it's all secondary. After experiencing Konoha's destruction plan, Orochimaru has become a thorn in Konoha's side. Hago Romo Genzuki, who was originally prepared to let Orochimaru attract more firepower so that he could act more conveniently, was of course not interested in getting together with him now. Orochimaru, who heard Hago Romo Genzuki's rejection, didn't care. Even when he was in perfect condition, he didn't dare to be careless about the old guy in front of him who had left a profound mark in history. What's more, I have lost both hands now. Then I look forward to seeing you again. After saying this, Orochimaru, with his hands hanging down, ordered the 4 Otoshi ninjas, the battle ends here. No need for the barrier, let's go back. Yes. The 4 Otoshi ninjas clapped their hands, and the 4 purple flame formations immediately dissipated. After completing all this, 2 Otoshi ninjas held Orochimaru on the left and right, and joined the remaining 2, and quickly walked out of Konoha village. Don't even think about escaping. The Anbu ninjas outside the barrier had no time to think about it, and immediately blocked him. Without looking at how Orochimaru escaped from Konoha, Yuyisuanyu looked around, found a direction with fewer people at random, and set out to leave Konoha. However, just as he jumped up and jumped onto the roof of another house, a dazzling light flashed from the air. Accompanied by the familiar sound of Chidori chirping, a figure drove over at high speed, raised his right hand, and the violent lightning pointed directly at Yuyisuanyu's heart. In an instant, Yuyisuanyu, whose face was pale from the lightning, raised his eyebrows and smiled unexpectedly. Has no one told you the principle of showing off your skills in front of an expert? Then he finished speaking. Snap! Yuyisuanyu stretched out his hand and grabbed the wrist of the person who was attacking with Chidori with great precision. The visitor had to stop and raised his head in shock, revealing a face with a black mask and a bloody left eye that was ominous. Chapter 21 Escape. Chidori. Hago Romo Gengetsu grabbed Kakashi Hataki's wrist, looked at the other's familiar face with amusement, and said, I have already demonstrated a deeper level of form change. Why? Now it can only reach this point. Kakashi's eyes showed a look of surprise. He didn't allow him to ask more questions. Hago Romo Gengetsu exerted force with his palm, threw him away, and then held his hands horizontally. The next second. Burn my youth! Konoha's powerful whirlwind. Accompanied by a passionate roar, a green figure kicked with a piercing sonic boom. Bang! The airwave rolled rapidly. Hago Romo Gengetsu did not resist hard, but used the force of the kick to fly backwards like a rocket to the outside of Konoha village. I won't play with you anymore. If you have this time, I suggest you go to the Hokage to have a look. After reminding the 2 people behind, Hago Romo Gengetsu twisted his body in the air, accelerated a few times, and disappeared. Might Guy wanted to chase him, but Kakashi stopped him. Hokage and the village are more important. Orochimaru escaped, and the 3rd Hokage didn't know what was going on. The battle in the village was still going on. The 2 of them didn't have time to waste on someone who was determined to leave and couldn't be taken down in a short time. Guy still obeyed Kakashi's words. But when he turned back, he couldn't help asking, Kakashi, do you know who that person was just now? Kakashi thought of Yuyisuanyu talking to him just now, and the scene where he grabbed his wrist and easily broke the raikiri, and his eyes suddenly flashed. As an elite jonin of Konoha, even a figure at the level of Hokage should not break his signature ninjutsu so easily. Unless that person is more familiar with raikiri or chidori than himself. Raikiri and chidori are the same ninjutsu. It's just that Kakashi once used chidori to cut off the lightning in the sky, so he changed his name to raikiri. Kakashi suddenly remembered something in the past. When I was a teenager, I found that I couldn't integrate the lightning chakra into the Raise Nan while following Minato. When I decided to develop a new lightning ninjutsu, I asked Minato for the relevant knowledge of lightning chakra. Minato mentioned that decades ago, a powerful ninja developed a lightning ninjutsu that met his requirements. Although the lightning ninjutsu has not been passed down, there are still many descriptions and related records about the former, which gave Kakashi a lot of inspiration. Could it be? Thinking of the playful smile of Yuji Nayu after saying showing off one's skills in front of an expert, Kakashi was shocked. Facing Kai, who was eagerly waiting for the answer, he took a deep breath and said, "If it's not unexpected, it's a very difficult, old senior. The green tights are really blinding." Yuji Nayu, who met Kakashi and Kai, recalled the scene just now. The first impression is always the man with green body, white teeth, and watermelon head. Seeing through the screen is not as impressive as seeing it face to face in reality. Hago Romo Gengetsu shook his head. "I have to admit that Might Guy and Rock Lee are really brave." Boom! Boom! In Konoha village, fierce battles and explosions broke out from time to time. Without the obstruction of Kakashi and Guy, Hago Romo Gengetsu, who was relaxed, walked on the high ground and found many familiar figures while shuttling along the way. For example, under the super multiplication technique, the giant body of Akimichi Choza, who was more burly than the large summoned beasts. Beside him, Narashikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi, who were inseparable from the pig, deer, and Joe combination. One palm can make a small karami, and the contemporary Hyuga clan leader Hyuga Hayashi, who usually does not show his strength. There is also Jiraiya, a famous bisexual novelist who summoned the Miyaboku mountain toad and was showing his power. With the addition of these backbone forces, Konoha's counterattack became more powerful, and the surprise attack troops of Sand Ninja and Sound Ninja became less and less loud. Especially when the news that Orochimaru replaced the 4th Kazekage spread. The Sand Ninjas became confused. It won't be long before this carefully planned action that caused considerable losses to Konoha ends in failure. Withdrawing his eyes from those familiar people, Urobgentsuki seized the time and sped away. Not far away, Jiraiya, who was standing on Gamaken's head, looked back at Urobgentsuki, who had become a black dot in his sight. His eyes moved, and finally he flashed and went to the Chunin exam site. When he arrived, he found that many people had gathered here. Hitaki Kakashi, Might Guy, Shiranui Genma, Yui Kurane, etc. The center surrounded by them. The cold body of the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was lying there quietly. Jiraiya was silent for a moment. Some were in pain, some were happy. When the last step was taken out of Konoha village, looking at the endless sea of trees in front of him, Urobgentsuki, who knew that there was no obstacle in his way, first curled the corners of his mouth, and then the arc became larger and larger. In the end, he finally couldn't stop laughing. Ha 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 ha. Looking back, it was worth it that he left so many of his flesh and blood cells in the battle with Senju Hashirama. With the impure world reincarnation technique that can be called a large-scale dream-fulfilling scene, with his fame during his lifetime, he was not worried at all that he would not be summoned from the underworld. Originally, Urobgenjutsu's worst plan was to be summoned in the 4th Ninja World War. Unexpectedly, Orochimaru summoned him to the site of the Chunin exam in advance. How could he miss such a God-given opportunity? Next, Konoha, which is leaderless, has no energy to deal with external affairs. Take advantage of this time to retrieve my body that was sealed before my death. Hago Romo Swanyo glanced at his cracked palms. Although the body of dirty earth can be called a chakra perpetual motion machine, it can easily return to its original state even if it is fatally injured. But after all, it is not as good as the real body. Especially the quality of this dirty earth body seriously lowered his strength. In addition, the existence time of the dirty earth body is not infinite. Hago Romo Swanyo noticed that there was faint grit leaking from the body. Knowing that his existence would not be too long, he did not delay any longer and ran towards the destination in his memory. Whoosh whoosh! A black shadow quickly passed through the endless sea of trees. Halfway through, Hago Romoswanya faintly heard the crisp sound of a bell. He didn't bother and went straight through. At the same time, not far away, two people wearing black and red cloud uniforms stopped. One of them lifted up his wind chime hat, revealing a shark-like face, and said with a ferocious smile, "Itaki, do you need to solve it?" "No." The other person raised his head, showing a pair of blood-colored three-magadama eyes above his tear trough, looking towards Konoha, and said lightly, "Don't add unnecessary complications. Our target is Kyuubi." Chapter 22 Undercurrents. In the 60th year of Konoha, a Chunin exam that should have been ordinary was destined to be recorded in the history of the ninja world. Sand Ninja and Sound Ninja jointly attacked Konoha village. Once one of the Sunin of Konoha, Orochimaru, successfully killed his master. The third Hokage, who had dominated the ninja world for more than 40 years and was known as the ninja hero, died. The fourth Kazekage disappeared. A man who is on par with the gods reappears in the world. This series of breaking news suddenly turned the ninja world, which had been peaceful for many years, upside down. Not only did Konoha lose its leader, but the Sand Ninja continued to make moves. The big village forces such as Kumo Ninja, Iwa Ninja, and Kiri Ninja stayed away, as well as other small and medium-sized ninja villages, and major ninja organizations were undercurrents. Many old people who have experienced the war can't help but frown. The current situation makes them feel as if the situation has suddenly changed and war is coming again. Hope this is just an illusion. In the land of fire, inside a prosperous casino. In the extremely noisy and lively environment of big, little, give me stud, I win. Ha ha ha, ah. Kill me, and so on. Inside. A mature and beautiful woman wearing a tea-green gambling gown, with light golden twin ponytails tied behind her head, a fair-skinned woman with a particularly majestic mind, excitedly grabbed the exchanged chips, while a black-haired woman hugging a pink pig was heartbroken. In desperation, he threw himself into the slot machines in front of him one after another. After a few minutes, hwa-la-la-la! A large number of chips were once again spit out from the slot machine. Looking at the chips that were about to pile up into a mountain in front of her, the black-haired woman said in great surprise, "Tsunade-sama! We won money again! God feels pity for you." For the first time in so many years, Shizun saw Tsunade-sama not constantly losing money, but constantly winning money. However, Tsunade frowned. She obviously won money, but she looked like she had lost a lot. She casually placed another bet on the slot machine. It's still the same as before, money is rolling in. Shizun, who was thankful that she didn't have to sleep on the street tonight, quickly stepped forward to hold the crumbling chip hill. Tsunade didn't move anymore, not knowing what she was thinking. At this time, the chatter of several gamblers nearby reached their ears. "I heard that Konoha was attacked by Suna Ninja in a little-known Xiao Ninja village, and the third Hokage died in the battle. How could such a powerful third Hokage be killed? The one who did it was Orochimaru, one of the three ninjas. He was once the direct disciple of the third Hokage. Is Orochimaru so powerful?" "That's not the case. I also heard a rumor that the missing fourth Kazekage was also killed by Orochimaru. I can't believe it. If it's true, Orochimaru killed 2 of the 5 shadows by himself." By the way, when it comes to the 5 shadows, I also inquired about a piece of news. As famous as the first Hokage, who once caused one of the 5 shadows to die and one to be crippled, the man who claimed to be on par with the gods also appeared at the Chunin examination site this time. I heard that he left Konoha. Impossible. How can someone from the same era as the first Hokage still be alive? That's what the brother of my sister's third uncle's friend said. He is a ninja from Konoha and was at the scene. He must have misunderstood, or maybe the message was conveyed incorrectly. By the way, I remembered it. That person's name was Hagoromo Genzuki. He had obviously died in the hands of the first Hokage. The current God's Fall Valley was built for him. How can the dead be resurrected? That's it. It seems that the news is indeed wrong. But it is definitely true that Orochimaru killed the third Hokage. Konoha and the Land of Fire are in troubled times again. I don't know the next 4 generations. No, who is the 5th Hokage? Choose them quickly to avoid panic. Click. The chips in Tsunade's hand shattered. Shizuan, who was holding the chips in both hands, was stunned and subconsciously looked at Tsunade. Shizuan! Tsunade shouted expressionlessly. Here! Shizuan quickly straightened her back. Pack your things and let's go. Tsunade ordered. Okay. Shizuan quickly packed up and asked, Tsunade-sama, are we going back to Konoha? Tsunade's eyes were a little complicated, but she quickly put it behind her and said, Konoha? No. Let's go to the next casino. Yes. Shizuan was suddenly stunned. At the same time, the Konoha ninjas and villagers who had just held a funeral for the third Hokage, all dressed in black, left in silence. Jiraiya, who was in the middle of it, was stopped by 2 Konoha advisors. Hiruzen is no longer here. Although we have established an emergency executive committee, it can only be in charge for a while. Konoha needs a new Hokage. Jiraiya, you can be the 5th generation head. Xiao Chun didn't talk nonsense and pointed out the theme directly. Mito Kadoyan on the side followed, Jiraiya, now you are the only one in Konoha village who is most qualified to be Hokage, don't refuse any more. In the eyes of the 2 advisors, Hiruzen's disciples, Jiraiya and Tsunade, are the most qualified to become the 5th Hokage. Now Tsunade doesn't know where she is, the best choice is Jiraiya, who is very close at hand. As for their old friend Shimura Danzo, although they knew that the other party was deeply obsessed with the position of Hokage, if they had a choice, they still did not want this person who had been buried in the darkness for too long and who was too cold and tough to come to the stage. The word Hokage is undoubtedly the dream of most people. But not Jiraiya. Hearing the 2 consultants say this, as if taking over a hot potato, Jiraiya shook his head and said, No, no, no. I can't be the Hokage, don't ask me. Yuditen Koharu and Mito Kato and continued to persuade. Jiraiya couldn't resist and sold Tsunade. Let's go find Tsunade. She is more suitable to be the 5th generation. Don't worry, my toad will find her soon. I will definitely bring her back. More solemn than the funeral scene of the 3rd generation, in the underground base called Root. Sitting in the dark, Shimura Danzo supported his crutches with both hands and remained silent for a long time. Until a certain moment, he said in a low voice with a complicated expression. Hiruzen. Danzo. A Root ninja came over. What's the matter? Shimura Danzo regained his composure and said in a cold voice. The Root ninja reported, the Konoha upper echelons decided that Jiraiya would take Tsunade back to serve as the 5th Hokage. Tsunade. Shimura Danzo was not surprised. Born in the Senju family, Tsunade established the Konoha medical system and saved countless Konoha ninjas. She is indeed the most qualified to be the Hokage, even though she has been away from Konoha for many years. In another timeline, even Shimura Danzo himself would not really come out of the darkness and serve as the temporary 6th Hokage until Tsunade fell into a coma and Konoha was leaderless. Wait a little longer. Shimura Danzo found that he was not as impatient as he imagined at this moment. Perhaps it was because of Hiruzen's death. He shook his head slightly, and the next second he resumed his dark ninja posture, and ordered in a cold voice. Send someone to tell Orochimaru that I have something to say to him. Also, order the Root ninja to search for the whereabouts of Hagoromo Gengetsu. I want to know what he has done during this period of time. Hago Romo Gengetsu, a person as famous as Senju Hashirama, is definitely not as dangerous as old fools like Udaten Koharu and Mitaman think. Even if he is dead now. Judging others by himself, Shimura Danzo believes that Hago Romo Gengetsu carefully got rid of the shackles of the impure world reincarnation technique, and he must have some shocking plan. Such a person who has grievances with Konoha must not be left outside and ignored. So, find him. Imprison him. Excavate all the knowledge and secrets in him. Use it for yourself in the end. Shimura Danzo stomped his cane fiercely, and his one eye burst into an extremely devouring light. Chapter 23, Clouds Move in All Directions. For Konoha, the vacant 5th generation Hokage position is the key right now, and other things can be put behind. Likewise, for the Suna ninja, finding the missing 4th Kazekage is their top priority. Excluding some of the Suna ninja who are currently imprisoned in Konoha, the ninjas of Sunagakure village can be said to have gone out in full force to search for the 4th Kazekage or his body with considerable experience, just like they searched for the 3rd Kazekage more than 10 years ago. In a way, Suna ninja has Orochimaru to thank. After all, it was originally agreed that the 4th Kazekage Raza would lead the Sand Ninja and the Sound Ninja led by Orochimaru to raid Konoha. I don't know where Orochimaru made the mistake, but he first chose to assassinate his ally, the 4th Kazekage. If it was to get close to the 3rd Hokage, give him a fatal blow, and thus disguise the identity of the 4th Kazekage. During the Chunin exam, Orochimaru did not have the idea of surprise attack and kill the 3rd Hokage with one blow. If not, then what's the point of assassinating the 4th Kazekage? Wouldn't it be nice to have one more person, one more helper? However, it is precisely because of Orochimaru's assassination of the 4th Kazekage that the current situation of Sand Ninja is much better. Otherwise, the fact that Suna ninja caused great damage and casualties to Konoha would not have been lightly brushed aside by Konoha, thinking it was being deceived. It is very likely that a real war will break out between Konoha and Suna ninja, and as in the past history, other ninja villages will end up one after another in the next time, thus starting a true 4th Ninja World War. From this point of view, Orochimaru's assassination of the 4th Kazekage was regarded as a meritorious service. The other 3 Kage, who were also members of the 5 great ninja villages, were still there. Therefore, after receiving relevant information about the attack on Konoha, they all gloated in unison and gave Orochimaru a thumbs up in their hearts, looking forward to the other party's continued efforts in the future. Then, when they saw the news that Hago Romo Genzuki had broken away from the shackles of the reincarnation of the Dirty Land and left Konoha alone, their expressions instantly condensed. Although they did not know as comprehensively as the Hokage about the art of reincarnation, Senju Tobirama often used this ninjutsu to disgust his enemies during the 2nd Hokage's reign. Through the relevant information collected, they can still understand something. As expected, Hago Romo Swanya was not resurrected, but his soul was temporarily summoned to a state of filthy earth. But even so, one reality cannot be denied. That is, Hago Romo Genjyu, who carries her own self-awareness, truly sets foot on the land of the world again after decades. Iwagakure village. Onaki, the 3rd Tsuchikage, received news that Genzuki Hago Romo appeared again while he was in the hospital treating his old waist. Just as he was shouting it hurts, his expression suddenly condensed, and then his eyes became extremely complicated. Hago Romo Genzuki. If anyone in the current ninja world knows Hago Romo Genzuki best, he believes in being second, and no one can recognize being first. Who told him to have seen Yi Swanya with his own eyes? Not in the final battle in the Valley of the Fallen Gods. But it was earlier, even before the 5 great ninja villages were established. During the Warring States period, when it was common for all 5-year-olds to fight on the battlefield, Onaki was already 15 or 16 years old when Konoha was first established, and was already an adult at the time. In his more than 10 years of ninja career, due to missions, he had met Hago Romo Genzuki, the leader of the Hago Romo clan who was at the height of his power at that time, several times, and witnessed with his own eyes the scene of a true genius who was several years older than him showing off his prowess. There was no need for a solemn reminder in words, no need for the second-generation Tsuchikage as a teacher to repeatedly emphasize the horror. Onaki has already had a deep understanding of Hagoro Romo Genzuki, and he is still deeply impressed to this day. Who would have thought that I, who stood like a minion back then, would now become the third Tsuchikage? You, who were so arrogant back then, have long since turned into a handful of Lois. Onaki shook his head with emotion, motioned to the nurse who was massaging to get out of the way, stood up and put on the Tsuchikage god's robe. Lord Tsuchikage, what should we do? Onaki's son, Huang-tu, who handed over the information, asked for instructions. Onaki said without thinking, let the IWA ninja troops near the front line of the Land of Fire move to scare Konoha. If it is beneficial then, take it. If it is not beneficial, it can also draw down the opponent's energy. As for Hago Romo Genzuki, Onaki pondered for a while, and finally shook his head with a slight sigh and said, send a team of people to investigate. It doesn't matter if you don't find it. No matter how dazzling the glory, it has finally passed. Even if it appears again, it will only shine for a moment. From a personal perspective, Onaki really wanted to see Hago Romo Genzuki, a figure he admired when he was young, again. But in terms of overall interests, the village's power cannot be consumed on meaningless things. Onoki followed the latter. But Onoki's lips curled up as he thought of something. When it comes to Hago Romo Swanyu, he is not in a hurry, but that does not mean that some people are not in a hurry either. Bang! The sound of slamming the table sounded in Mizukage's office. The young 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei ordered in a cold tone, send out all the ninja hunting troops. I must find Hago Romo Genzuki and escort him back to Kirigakure village. As the biggest loser in the battle at the Valley of the Gods, Kirigakure village not only lost the first-generation Mizukage, but the reputation of the Kirigakure dropped a lot. More importantly, because the backbone of the newly integrated Kirigakure village that ruled all of this was no longer there, the internal struggle that had been suppressed with great difficulty was once again aroused. Even if the second-generation Mizukage Kiden Gengetsu takes office, the effect of unifying the village will not be very good when his prestige is far less than that of the first-generation Mizukage. What's more, he died at the end of the First Ninja World War. Now, the internal struggle of the Kirigakure has been further fueled, resulting in the product of the Blood Mist era. Even though the Blood Mist era has ended, the legacy of Kirigakure for decades still torments the current 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei. It is absolutely not wrong to say that Hago Romo Gengetsu is the source of a series of tragedies in Kirigakure. As a woman with a small temper, Terumi Mei heard that Hago Romo Gengetsu, a person who had been denounced by the elders of the Kirigakure since childhood, appeared in the ninja world again. No matter what state the other party is in, she will take him down to avenge her ancestors. Fortunately, Ching calmly persuaded him, Mizukage-sama, Hago Romo Gengetsu should still be in the Land of Fire. Now that the situation in the ninja world is very unstable, we are making such a big fuss, which is likely to cause misunderstandings in Konoha. Please think twice. In addition, that person is dead after all, there is really no need to spend so much energy to find him. Even if he is found, what does it matter? Hago Romo Gengetsu is already dead. Are you going to kill him again? Will he be afraid? After much persuasion, Terumi Mei finally gave up the idea of making a big move, and compromised, choosing to send some people to secretly pursue Hago Romo Gengetsu. Finally, compared with the whining of the Mist Ninja, the Cloud Ninja is much more straightforward. Even if the first generation of Mizukage died, the first generation of Reikage only broke an arm. After receiving the news, the fourth generation of Reikage AI raised a dumbbell as thick as his arm and gave an order without hesitation. Do your best to find Hago Romo Gengetsu and avenge the first generation of Reikage's broken arm. Yes. No one refuted. The huge fighting machine of the Cloud Ninja started to operate efficiently. Chapter 24, Valley of the Fallen Gods. The Land of Fire, the Valley of the Fallen God. Just when many people in the ninja world were moved by him, Yi Xuanyu, who underestimated his own influence, had already arrived at this place where his bones were buried. The world has changed dramatically. Yi Xuanyu thought that the battlefield of that year was difficult to find, but he didn't expect that after some inquiries and confirmation, he soon got the exact address. The Valley of the Fallen God. Haha, the people of Konoha like to publicize the achievements of their ancestors. Yi Xuanyu looked at the ancient battlefield in front of him, which had changed a lot, and said with a chuckle. The Valley of the Fallen God. The valley where the gods fell. It sounds pretty good. But if you think about it carefully, if you, who is called God, have fallen, then how powerful is the first generation Hokage who killed you? Just like the Valley of the End. Konoha said that it was to commemorate the battle between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, but it was also in the name of Uchiha Madara to further strengthen the invincibility of the first generation Hokage Senju Hashirama. Otherwise, Konoha is really rich and powerful. Not only did they build a huge statue for Senju Hashirama, but they also built one for Uchiha Madara. Maybe he is addicted to carving. After the destruction of the Five-Kage War, the plain that was once a plain has become a valley. Two huge statues have been erected in the Godfall Valley. One is Senju Hashirama. As for the other one, Yorobe Gengetsu flashed and came to his head. The carving is quite similar. The other one is of course him. Unlike the Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, two founders of Konoha in the Valley of the End, they formed a seal of opposition. Maybe he is not from Konoha. In the Godfall Valley, Yorobe Gengetsu and Senju Hashirama, who are almost as tall as the valley, are in a state of fighting. It can be clearly seen that in the fight between Senju Hashirama and Yorobe Gengetsu, the former obviously has the upper hand, and the latter shows more resistance. Standing on top of his statue, Yorobe Xuanyu looked at all this, laughed a few times, and then calmed down. This was the fact of the war decades ago. He didn't deny it against his will, and was petty and vented his anger on the two cold statues. Ninjas are not samurai, and a momentary struggle cannot determine everything. Hashirama, your vision still can't see further. Yorobe Xuanyu looked at the statue of Senju Hashirama in front of him, recalled the brief farewell before, and shook his head slightly. Obviously, he had a powerful immortal body, and Hashirama's cells with abundant vitality were studied crazily by later scientists, but Senju Hashirama fell into a long sleep within a few years after the Battle of the Valley of the End. Yorobe Xuanyu didn't know what the reason was for all this. But he deeply understood one truth. People only have real meaning when they open their eyes. Yorobe Xuanyu couldn't see life and death as clearly as Senju Hashirama, and he didn't want to step into the world of the living as a dead person. For him, it was the right thing to seize every opportunity to breathe fresh air. No matter what other people think. At this moment, standing in the place where the battle once took place in Chinayu Valley, remembering the dead, is a kind of victory. A person's lifespan is 100 years, and I haven't even crossed half of it. Not to mention the world today, there are still some beings whose lifespan is far more than 100 years or even 1,000 years. It would be a pity if you don't experience such a long and beautiful scenery in person. The mountain breeze blew, blowing the black cloak draped over Yi Xuanyu to cover the cracks of the impure world reincarnation. Yi Xuanyu stretched out his hands, looked at his palms full of cracks, and his face, which was also covered with cracks, showed a firm look. At present, the first step of the plan with the least certainty was successfully completed. He has come to the present world through the impure world reincarnation, removed the control of the technique, and got rid of the pursuers. Now it is time to complete the next step of the plan, which is also the most critical and difficult level. A true resurrection from the dead. Although many wonderful methods of using chakra have been developed in the millennium of ninja world, even the Otsutsuki are impressed. But there is one thing that has always been the most difficult to overcome. That is the boundary between life and death. The impure world reincarnation technique only summons the dead from the underworld, not resurrection. The forbidden technique of the Sand Village Elder Cho, the self-reincarnation technique, does touch upon life and death, but the applicable object must be a person who has just died not long ago, and only one person can be saved at the cost of the life of the caster. The only thing that can ignore time, number of people, and even other restrictions is the current ninja world. That is the samsara reincarnation technique. Yuro Gengetsu wants to have the samsara eye, like Uchiha Madara, to perform the samsara reincarnation technique to revive his true body. The problem is that the samsara eye is now with Nagato. With his current strength of impure world reincarnation, the probability of breaking into the Akatsuki organization's headquarters and seizing the samsara eye is very small. After rationally giving up this beautiful wish, he returned to his own way. At this moment, standing on his huge statue, Yuro Gengetsu looked down at the landform below that was completely different from his memory, and formed seals with both hands, silently sensing it. 1 minute, 2 minutes. 5 minutes later. Yiswanyu's eyes focused. Found it. Swoosh. A sound of breaking through the air sounded. Yiswanyu was still above the statue in the last second, and landed on the ground in the next second. In a few flashes, Yiswanyu appeared again and stopped at an open space hundreds of miles away. Without hesitation, Yiswanyu put his hands on the ground and shouted softly. Show it! Instantly, a large amount of chakra flowed out from Yiswanyu's palm, turning into black tadpole runes, and continued to flow deep into the ground. Soon, the soil that looked no different from the surroundings suddenly flickered a few times somewhere 100 meters underground. As the black tadpole runes flowed in and continued to blend in. Gradually, this area finally changed. A corpse that was densely wrapped in black runes without a single gap appeared, and at Yiswanyu's call, it quickly floated up from the soil like a submarine. Forbidden technique breath of eternal sleep. Knowing that he had no hope of winning, Yiswanyu specially prepared a backup plan. At the cost of his own death, in exchange for the body still maintaining the vitality and integrity of the last moment of his life under the washing of time, and actively hiding it so that it would not be discovered by outsiders. This is a forbidden technique unique to the Yi clan. The main purpose of the ancestors' development was to prevent their bodies from being destroyed after their death, to avoid the prying eyes of tomb robbers, and to sleep forever. After all, in this day and age, everyone knows that a ninja's corpse is a great treasure, and it can be sold for a lot of money. As a wealthy ninja clan, many old men of the Yi clan would choose to use this forbidden technique when their time is up to ensure that they will not be disturbed after death. This is also the only function of this forbidden technique. As the patriarch of the Yi clan, Yiswanyu certainly learned it. But he didn't expect that he would use this forbidden technique so early. Don't say it. Under the situation at that time, it was really the best choice. Chapter 25 The Difficulties of Resurrection. Show. Under Yiswanyu's call, not long after, the body that had been buried deep underground for decades and had never been discovered rose from the ground in the movement of quicksand, and finally appeared in front of him. Looking at his body as a bystander, there is always a sense of weirdness. But after looking at it for a while, he got used to it. I have to say, from this angle, I look really handsome. After a look, Yiswanyu touched his chin and thought at the first time. Although the real me is still wrapped in the black forbidden rune, I can't see the whole picture. But some impressions, just looking at the outline is enough. After taking a good look at the handsome man who was sleeping, and checking it by the way, no abnormalities were found. After the forbidden technique was very effective, Yiswanyu did not lift the forbidden technique immediately, but thought seriously. Just as chakra is a mixture of physical energy and spiritual energy. The composition of a person is the body as a container and the soul as the core. Everyone's body and soul are unique, and the two are perfectly matched. If the container is not suitable, it will only fall apart. This is why Uro Gengetsu did not choose other people's bodies at will. The only exception in the ninja world, Orochimaru, can change his body, but there is a time limit, and as the price of adapting to the container, his soul is messed up. So that the three ninjas of Konoha were nailed to death by Uchiha Itachi at a glance. Uro Gengetsu does not have the talent of Orochimaru's little master of death. He does not want to waste himself and weaken the potential of his soul. He always walks on the most orthodox and correct path. There are three major difficulties in the issue of resurrection. Because the forbidden technique, the breath of eternal sleep, has maintained the precious vitality in his body for decades. The first difficulty in resurrection, that is, the problem of the body has been solved, and there is no need to add anything new. The first difficulty is directly skipped. The second difficulty, then, falls on the soul. If someone wants to keep the body of the deceased alive and energetic, it is possible at a great cost. But what about the soul? After death, the soul returns to the underworld. How to get it out? Is it possible to go to the underworld in person? Unless you are a person like Otsutsuki Hago Romo, it will be like throwing meat buns at dogs, and there will be no return. It must be said that there are still extremely powerful people in the ninja world. The pair of disciples, Senju Tobirama and Orochimaru, developed and completed the technique of impure world rebirth, realizing the idea of retrieving people from the underworld. Fortunately, there is no god who truly dominates everything in the underworld. Otherwise, with their actions, they would have been fried in the oil pan hundreds of times. After all, the emergence of the technique of impure world rebirth makes it much easier for the souls of the underworld to return to the world. Just like Hago Romo Gengetsu now. If it weren't for the time limit of the impure world body itself, he would definitely be a bug in the ninja world. The two major difficulties of resurrection, body and soul, have now been solved. The last problem falls on fusion. If Uro Gengetsu's soul returns to his body, without any accidents, he will definitely be the first ghost fire boy in the ninja world to escape from the eyes of death under extreme pull. But the premise of everything is that the soul can return to the body. Uro Gengetsu looked at his filthy body. Everything has two sides. While the filthy world rebirth technique summons the soul of the underworld to return, it also deeply restricts the soul itself. Don't look at Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, and Uchiha Itachi who have escaped from the shackles of the filthy world rebirth technique one by one. But if they want to get their souls out of the filthy world body and achieve true freedom, they can't do it. Those filthy world rebirth ninjas who were either sealed or broke free in the Fourth War, the final fate was that the soul was swallowed up by the underworld again at the moment of leaving the body. In Hago Romo Gengetsu's analysis, the underworld rescue of people by the impure world reincarnation technique can be said to be essentially a contract signed with the underworld. No matter what loopholes the unscrupulous businessmen Tobirama Senju and Orochimaru took advantage of, they seemed to offer many benefits in the contract, but in fact they set many traps to realize their own cost-free lease contract. But one thing is that since the lease contract has been signed, the most fundamental pillar, that is, there is a loan and a return, must be achieved. Otherwise, this business cannot be done. Hago Romo Gengetsu can be sure that the moment his soul breaks free from the impure world body, it will definitely be blocked by the impure world reincarnation technique and the underworld. Especially the latter. As the only home for the souls of the dead, the resistance of the underworld will only be greater. Unless you come to a reincarnation to solve the problem from the root. But it is still necessary to try. For the sake of conservatism, Hago Romo Gengetsu did not lift the forbidden technique of eternal sleep at the beginning, but tried to leave the body first. After all, if it succeeds, it is easy to say, but if it fails, the vitality of the body can only be lost until it disappears completely. In his current situation, it was impossible to perform the forbidden technique of eternal sleep again, which cost his life. Yiswanyu looked around and found nothing unusual. He let his real body remain sealed, and solemnly formed seals with his hands under the impure earth body and began to try. Soul, leave the body. Yiswanyu's eyes scattered, and his soul in the impure earth body easily broke the shackles of the impure earth rebirth technique. The next second, a white light emerged from the top of his impure earth body. Visible to the naked eye, Yiswanyu's soul, which maintained an illusory human form, floated out bit by bit. Yiswanyu in the soul state was about to look at the original body that was extremely attractive to him. A strong and extremely powerful force of attraction suddenly descended, completely covering his soul. Yiswanyu's face changed and he looked up. In the perspective that only the soul can see, a dark crack opened from the sky, and the deadly breath from the underworld was coming out from inside. It seemed that there was the real destination. If Yiswanyu had not forcibly controlled himself, his soul would have flown there on its own at this moment. But this was not enough. Seeing that the soul did not return on its own, the force of attraction from the underworld suddenly increased. Not only that, the more parts of Yiswanyu's soul left the dirty earth body, the weaker the resistance to the underworld. Yiswanyu tried several times, and after the effect was not good, he decisively stopped and retracted all his soul into the dirty earth body. After the soul's breath could no longer be sensed, the crack from the underworld dissipated. Things are more troublesome than I thought. Yiswanyu frowned as he sensed and controlled the impure world body again. Under the impure world reincarnation technique, if the soul always resides in the impure world body, then everything will be fine. In a sense, the impure world body is a barrier that allows the soul to move in the world. But if the soul wants to leave this barrier, it will attract the attention of the underworld and guide it back to the world that truly belongs to it. In this way, the loophole of death is indeed not so easy to exploit. Chapter 26 The Surname. The underworld has a natural suppressive force on the souls of the dead. Even a powerful person like Yiswanyu could not resist the power of the underworld. If I had not been cautious and my soul had not completely separated from my body in the first attempt, I would never be able to stand here so easily. When my soul is half separated, I can only barely keep steady when facing the suction of the underworld. If my soul is completely out of my body, I will definitely not be able to move. Not to mention merging with my real body, I am afraid that I will be pulled up by the power of the underworld as soon as I take a step. Yiswanyu touched his chin, looked up at the clear and cloudless sky, and thought. I must find a way to resist the attraction of the underworld, or strengthen the soul itself. Soul. Yiswanyu frowned. There are thousands of ninjutsu in the world, but there are very few secret techniques related to the soul. There is no way, because the soul is too mysterious. When I was alive, I focused more on chakra analysis, and I always took a cautious attitude towards the soul. He couldn't be like Orochimaru who didn't take others seriously, let alone himself. He tossed his soul into pieces and it was unrecognizable, but he didn't die. He could only say that he was too lucky. Yiswanyu didn't study the soul deeply. He tried the few soul secrets he mastered during his lifetime, but the effect was not very good. He looked up at the crack of the underworld above again, and Yiswanyu's soul skillfully returned to the dirty earth body and shook his head. It still doesn't work. The resistance of the underworld is too foul, and the boundary between life and death is not so easy to break. The samsara eye can succeed because its own quality is too high. Just like the 10 tails, Kagaya Otsutsuki and other aliens. As the strongest support of the Otsutsuki clan, the overlord of the universe, the magic of the samsara eye is far more than resurrection. Unfortunately, I am not the reincarnation of Ashura or Indra's chakra. Even if I get the flesh and blood of the two, I can't evolve the samsara eye. Except for the Otsutsuki clan with pure blood. In the entire ninja world, only the reincarnation of Indra's chakra can open the samsara eye by transplanting the flesh or cells of the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra. For example, Uchiha and Senjua people have children, and Uchiha transplants Hashirama's cells. It is impossible to give birth to the samsara eye. At most, they can develop the power of wood release like Obito. The samsara eye is too far away, so let's put it aside for now. After continuous attempts, the sky has darkened at this time, and the temperature has dropped by 10 degrees compared to the daytime. Yuyiswanyu sat cross-legged without caring. The impure world body has no sense of temperature, no sense of pain, no fatigue, no need to eat, and no need to relieve oneself. Without being delayed by trivial matters, I can think about the problems I encounter with all my heart. Put aside the chakra research for now, and then devote all my energy to the research on the soul. Yuyiswanyu thought about it and rejected this proposal. Let's not talk about whether the research can succeed. Even if it succeeds, it will take a lot of time and energy. What he lacked the most right now was time. Although the impure world body would not dissipate in 10 days or half a month, the remaining time was not enough to support the research results on the soul. You should know that Orochimaru, the most powerful scientist in the ninja world, spent at least 10 years to develop the reincarnation without corpse. Although Yuyiswanyu was very talented, he did not dare to guarantee that it would take a shorter time. If he was really that powerful, he would have completed the research on the bloodline network and would have been invincible in the world, and he would not even need to think hard here. In the current situation, he could not get through on his own. He could only rely on the outside world. Yuyiswanyu never looked down on others. Although he was called a person who was on par with gods, he was still a human being after all, and his time in life was limited. Compared with himself, it was normal for the ninja world that had accumulated for thousands of years to have more suitable methods. Yuyiswanyu thought seriously. As he had thought before, what he needed most now was a special soul secret technique that could ignore distance and reach in an instant. Once his soul reaches his real body and merges perfectly with it, it will be like his soul in the filthy earth body, and the underworld will no longer be able to do anything to him. Does the ninja world have such a soul secret technique? Yuyiswanyu carefully recalled the memories that had been buried for many years. Suddenly, a white and hot picture flashed through his mind. To describe it in one word, it is tolerance is greatness. Tolerance is greatness is not right. To be more precise, it is the ex-boyfriend who died early. The man who has the dream of being a protagonist but not the fate of being a protagonist. If I remember correctly, it seems to be called Duan. As for the surname, Yuyiswanyu, who had studied the works of many teachers in his previous life, was impressed by the surname Kato. Even after so many years, for such a minor character who appeared not long ago, because of the name Kato, he can always remember it in his heart. Spiritualization technique. When thinking of Kato Dan, Yuyiswanyu immediately thought of the ninjutsu that appeared in the Fourth War. This S-level soul secret technique, which allows one's soul to temporarily leave the body, travel through time and kill enemies regardless of distance, and can also control the other party's body or enter the spiritual world of others, is exactly what he needs. Yuyiswanyu's eyes suddenly lit up. That's it. He must get it. As it concerns the resurrection plan, Yuyiswanyu can't wait to get up and prepare for action. But before that, there is one more thing to confirm. Where is the reincarnation technique? Kato Dan is dead. Even if he is resurrected by the impure world reincarnation, he can only be forced to fight, not to let him reveal the practice method of the reincarnation technique. As for the fact that you can directly learn and perform the same ninjutsu by watching the other party make a seal? Come, I'll give you both hands. You clap and try to see if you can summon the Buddha. The reincarnation technique is judged to be S-level, not because of the effect of the technique, but because of the difficulty of learning. It is risky for ninjas to learn ninjutsu. The reason why forbidden techniques are called forbidden techniques is not because of their lethality. After all, a fireball can also kill people. More importantly, it is very likely that the practitioner will hurt himself or even endanger his life during the practice. This is exactly why Konoha set up the sealed book and stipulated that the techniques recorded in it cannot be spread. Just like the multiple shadow clone technique, once a person with an average amount of chakra uses it, his chakra will be exhausted and he will die. If there are really no restrictions and individuals are allowed to practice, more than 90 out of 100 self-important ninjas will die. Not every ninja is Namikaze Minato or Uzumaki Naruto. In other words, Yu Suanyu is not worried about not being able to find the spirit transformation technique. As creatures who live on the edge of a knife and whose life and death are unpredictable, ninjas will definitely record their own ninjutsu and keep it in their families or ninja villages so that it can be passed down to avoid complete interruption. As a Konoha ninja, Kato Dan is definitely no exception. Chapter 27 Searching for Tsunade. The S-level secret technique is still about the soul. As expected, Konoha's Book of Sealing will definitely record it. Hago Romo Suanyu thought. Of course, Konoha's Book of Sealing is more than just the multiple shadow clone technique at the beginning. If you can use such a large scroll to record it, there will only be a lot more forbidden magic in it. Senju Tobirama contributed most of it. The weight of other ninjas from Konoha will not be less. Break directly into the Hokage's office and steal the sealed book. As soon as this idea came to Hago Romo Suanyu's mind, she decisively rejected it. Although Konoha has suffered a lot of losses now, the foundation of the #1 ninja village is there. He was not Uzumaki Naruto. With the strength that I can exert at the moment, if I want to steal the sealed book, I will most likely end up folding it there. Fortunately, the road to the sealed book is unavailable, and there are other channels. I seem to have heard of the Kato clan before, but the scale is very small and can be completely ignored. There should be descendants of Kato Dan. His name is Shizuan, right? Hagoro Romo Genzuki thought of the black-haired woman who had been following the big cow Tsunade. He remembered correctly, Kato Dan should be Shizuan's uncle. Shizuan's parents were also Konoha ninjas, but like Kato Dan, they died in the war. The lonely Shizuan was later accepted as a disciple by Tsunade and was taken with her when she left Konoha. Looking at it this way, Shizuan is the only one left in the Kato clan. Otherwise, given Tsunade's fear of trouble, if there were elders in Shizuan's family, they would not have taken such a little girl with them when they left the village. Although only one person remains, the family legacy will remain. Kato Dan's unique S-level spiritual transformation technique will not only be recorded by the village itself, but as the only descendant, Shizuan will most likely inherit it as well. As for why Shizuan was not shown in the original work. Some ninjutsu cannot be learned by just getting a scroll. Just like the textbooks under the 9-year compulsory education, some people can easily grasp them thoroughly after reading them once, while for some people, no matter how hard they work, it is like reading a book from heaven. Getting a copy of the peerless magical skill does not mean you will be invincible. It is more likely that while you are practicing cultivation, you suddenly go crazy and die. There is a high probability that Shizuan has the spiritual transformation technique she needs. In addition, it is not impossible for Tsunade, as her ex-girlfriend. Just like a poor boy catching up with a princess, in order to narrow the gap between them, Kato Dan gave Tsunade his most important spiritual technique. Under the double possibility, Hago Romo Suanyu decided to go to the 2 Tsunade girls to try it first, whether it is hard or soft. It's easy to find them anyway. Ask around at major casinos and money lenders, and you'll get news soon. Hago Romo Suanyu, who did not feel sleepy, no longer delayed, and disappeared from the Valley of the Gods in a flash. The mountain wind howled, and the 2 huge statues, faintly visible under the moonlight, continued to confront each other in silence as they had for decades. Just when Hago Romo Genzuki was looking for Tsunade, there were other people setting out with the same purpose. Set off. At the gate of Konoha, with his luggage on his back and the toad wallet he had saved so hard, Uzumaki Naruto, who was full of energy, waved his hand and embarked on a journey to find Tsunade with the lustful immortal Jiraiya. At this time, he only knew that he was going to find someone who could cure Sasuke and his thick eyebrows. He didn't know that what he was really looking for was the 5th Hokage who had been appointed in the village. I thought it would be wonderful to see each other when we arrived. Other side. Orochimaru, whose hands were sealed by the zombies and was in unbearable pain like fire, got rid of Konoha's pursuers and returned to a secret base of his own. After using various methods to treat him to no avail. Because he spied on Uchiha Sasuke, he was unwilling to immediately reincarnate as a corpse. He also took Yakushi Kabuto to find Tsunade, the most skilled healer in the ninja world today, so that he could heal his hands. Tsunade-sama's medical skills are inferior to those of me. As both medical ninjas, Kabuto Yakushi recognized Tsunade's medical skills as the best in the ninja world. Only. Kabuto Yakushi adjusted his round glasses on the bridge of his nose and said puzzledly to Orochimaru, whose hands were slumped beside him. Orochimaru-sama, how can you be sure that Tsunade-sama will heal your hands? As a rebel of Konoha, Lord Orochimaru, who killed the 3rd Hokage and caused a lot of losses to Konoha village, was not favored by Tsunade no matter how he looked at it. Hearing this, Orochimaru curled up the corner of his mouth and replied in a hoarse voice, because I will give her an offer that cannot be refused. The lost family affection and love, the two most beautiful emotions in the world, who can refuse it? I see. The pharmacist's eyes lit up behind his glasses. Thinking that he would use his hands as Lord Orochimaru to use the techniques he learned from Lord Orochimaru, he also curled up his lips and said, "The art of reincarnation from dirty soil is truly an unimaginably great art. No matter how great the art is, it needs to be taken seriously." Orochimaru suddenly thought of Hago Romo Genzuki, who was out of his control, and asked with a flash of eyes. "Is there any news about Hago Romo Swanyu?" Kabuto Yakushi shook his head, "Never. On the contrary, I discovered that Konoha, Kumo Ninja, Mist Ninja, and many other forces were tracking this person." Orochimaru was not surprised. Once a veteran like Hago Romo Genzuki who came out of the Warring States period hides, it is not easy to find him. Forget it. The most important thing now is to find Tsunade. No longer thinking about it, feeling the burning pain in his arms that was unbearable even for himself, Orochimaru gritted his teeth and cursed the old man in his heart, and ordered, "Let's go to Tancho Street." Tancho Street. In the inner room of a casino, outside the door was a lively and boiling dice shaking, shouting and soft voices, but inside the door was a wailing. The only person standing in the room, Yi Swanyu, who had transformed into an ordinary middle-aged man, skillfully put bundles of cash into his pocket, looked down at the loan sharks on the ground who were ferocious before but now trembled like mice, and asked without mercy, "You said, the legendary big fat sheep is now in Tancho Street?" "Yes, yes." The lone leader, who was bruised and swollen, felt only pain in his body and heart, did not dare to be presumptuous, and nodded ingratiatingly. The golden ponytail, green gambling jacket, hot body, young and beautiful woman you inquired about is undoubtedly the legendary big fat sheep. This person borrows money from our company every once in a while, and still owes us 50 million taels. We are too familiar with her. At this time every year, she will go to Tancho Street, rain or shine. You should know that there are the largest number and most luxurious casinos in the Land of Fire and even the entire ninja world. The big fat sheep will never stop unless he stays there for a month. Chapter 28 Tsunade, Orochimaru. Time has passed too long. Some not so important information has long been forgotten by Yi Swanyu. Just like he knew that the 5th generation Hokage of Konoha was Tsunade. Jiraiya would take Uzumaki Naruto to find Tsunade. But he didn't know exactly when, where, and how much time it took. After all, the original book only mentioned it briefly. In reality, a picture often takes many days. Yiswanyu was a little familiar with the name Tansuk Street, but he didn't have much impression. In this group of energetic loan officers who repeatedly guaranteed their company's VIP customers, the legendary Big Fat Sheep must be behind Tansuk Street. Yiswanyu nodded, asked about the location of Tansuk Street, and turned away. Seeing this, a group of loan officers were about to breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a raging fire broke out in the inner room. No! The flames engulfed everything. The gamblers who were getting excited in the casino fled the fire scene in a panic, and Yiswanyu, who followed them out, looked back at the casino filled with black smoke. Only the dead can keep secrets. He knew this when he was very young. In order to prevent any information about himself from being revealed, it was common for Yiswanyu to kill a few loan sharks. Anyway, these guys were not good guys. Not every gambler is Tsunade, who has superb medical skills to ensure that he can repay the loan, or even has sufficient force to escape debt collection and protect himself from harm. More gamblers will only be completely squeezed dry by these loan sharks, causing their families to be broken up. It is reasonable for Yiswanyu to kill these scum and confiscate their stolen money. Although the filthy earth body does not need to eat, drink, defecate or urinate, and cannot enjoy the taste of delicious food and wine. But people still have to consider the future after all. Money is still very necessary in the future. Especially now that he is alone. Then, let's go to Tansho Street. After asking a few passers-by and confirming the correct location, Yiswanyu put on a black cloak and set off quickly. 7. 7. 7. Lady Tsunade. We won. In Tansho Street, amid Shizuan's surprised screams, the sound of coins being spit out tick 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 continued to sound from the slot machine in front of her. Again. Unlike Shizuan's joy, Tsunade frowned. She knew what this meant. It happened once when the third-generation old man died. But at that time she didn't want to pay attention to it anymore, and chose to bury her head and continue her life. I thought everything was over. Unexpectedly, new troubles came up again. Tsunade stood up in a bad mood. Shizuan, let's go. Ah? Are we leaving now? Lady Tsunade, we still have 50 million foreign debts to pay off. Shizuan was a little reluctant, and wanted to take advantage of the current heat to come a few more times. She could only watch her master turn around and leave without looking back, and she could only hold the money she won and hurriedly catch up. However, although their movements were not slow, someone was faster. Boom! The wall of a castle full of historical atmosphere collapsed in Tansho Street. Tsunade and Shizuan, who were walking in the middle, looked at it with a fixed gaze. In the thick smoke and dust, a giant snake hit the wall, and its cold and ruthless eyes looked straight at the two of them. Tsunade stopped, and her bright brown eyes ignored the giant snake, but aimed at two men standing on the top of the giant snake, one of whom she was particularly familiar with. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two people on the giant snake moved instantly and fell into the alley, facing Tsunade and the others. As they looked at each other, Shizuan, who felt the atmosphere was very heavy, and even the pig under her feet subconsciously prepared for battle. Kabuto Yakushi noticed Shizuan's movements, raised his eyes, and secretly took precautions. Right now was the weakest time for Lord Orochimaru, so he had to be careful. Only Tsunade and Orochimaru, the two real parties involved, did nothing, but just stared at each other in silence for a long time. Finally, Tsunade said expressionlessly, "Long time no see, Orochimaru." Orochimaru smiled and said, "Finally I found you, Tsunade." Tsunade snorted, "Why are you looking for me now? You don't want to reminisce with me? Or do you want to die and ask me to help you?" Orochimaru shook his head, "Actually, I have something to ask you." Tsunade looked at Orochimaru seriously after hearing this. His heartbeat was disordered, and from his complexion, he was running a high fever, and he was always in a state of fatigue, and those hands. As a medical expert, Tsunade quickly discovered the problem with Orochimaru. You should have noticed it. Noticing Tsunade's gaze, Orochimaru glanced at his bandaged arms and said bluntly, "I need you to heal my arms." Tsunade crossed her arms and refused without thinking, "Go find someone else. I don't heal people anymore." After suffering from hemophobia, Shizuan was responsible for treating people most of the time, and she hadn't done it herself for a long time. Not to mention that the target is still Orochimaru now. Although Tsunade has left Konoha, it doesn't mean that she really has no feelings for Konoha. Hearing this, Kabuto Yakushi beside Orochimaru took the initiative to say to Tsunade, "This won't work. You should know how serious this injury is. No one can heal Lord Orochimaru's hands, except for the legendary Konoha Sunin, who is known as a medical expert, Tsunade." Tsunade glanced at Yakushi Kabuto and suddenly said, "Orochimaru, your hands are not just injured, they have a special charm of spells on them. What on earth did you do?" "It's nothing." Orochimaru stated the facts very calmly, "It was the injury I sustained when I killed the third Hokage." Moment. Shizuan looked shocked. Tsunade frowned subconsciously, clenched her fists and said, "You guy. Really?" Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Orochimaru's sneer. "The expression doesn't have to be so scary." Orochimaru looked indifferent. "Things that are tangible will die one day. The same goes for people. Tsunade, you should know this very well. After all, the two people you loved most died in your arms, and there was nothing you could do. I have to say, that kind of death is really miserable." Whoosh! The Lord humiliates his ministers to death. Listening to Orochimaru deliberately teasing Lady Tsunade about her scar, Shizuan couldn't do it anymore and immediately chose to take action. Kabuto Yakushi saw this and stepped forward to stop him. The two of them fought for a few moments before Tsunade called them to stop. Unexpectedly, not only was she not furious at this moment, but a smile appeared on her face, and she said as if she had already seen through it, "Orochimaru, you have always been such an annoying person." After the words fell, Orochimaru's body tensed up and his face showed a vigilant look. It was precisely because he knew Tsunade's character very well that he knew that something was very wrong with the other party at the moment. Sure enough. Just a second ago, Tsunade continued to say with a smile, "You should know my character very well, stop playing tricks on me." It suddenly broke out the next second. Boom! A punch struck behind him. Amidst the sound of the thick wall shattering and collapsing, Tsunade raised her head. Coldness and murderous intent instantly replaced her smile, and she said to Orochimaru word by word, "Be careful, I will kill you now." Orochimaru. Chapter 29. Why are you here? So strong. And so scary. Looking at Tsunade's sudden outburst and feeling the intimidating aura rising from him, Kabuto Yakushi, who was lying in front of Orochimaru, judged in his heart with a solemn expression. This woman is definitely single. Because no man would dare to be punched by Tsunade at close range. If you want to get close to the other person, you must bear the risk of domestic violence to death. Kabuto Yakushi thought this in his mind, but of course, he still said sincerely on the surface, "Tsunade-sama, we are not here to cause trouble, we just want to negotiate terms with you." Negotiating terms? Don't be ridiculous. Tsunade retracted her fist and said coldly, "I have said what I should have said just now. Now, disappear from my eyes immediately." "No. The only one who can cure Orochimaru-sama is you, Tsunade-sama. Disappear. We won't let Tsunade-sama's treatment go in vain. We can make a deal. I will count to 5 and disappear during this period. Otherwise, I will let you disappear. Tsunade-sama. 5. Please calm down, you will definitely like the terms of the deal. 4-3. Tsunade was unmoved. 2. Seeing that the ultimatum is coming. Finally, Orochimaru, who had not spoken yet, said in his hoarse voice unhurriedly. I can bring back to life the brother and man you love so much. Tsunade's brown pupils shrank suddenly, and she looked at Orochimaru, and the last one was never uttered. Using the forbidden technique I developed, they will come back to you again. Orochimaru showed a winning smile and continued to add. Tsunade shuddered, and after a long moment, she slowly said, Are you telling the truth? In a way, that's true. An unexpected voice suddenly broke in. Orochimaru's heart skipped a beat as he was about to answer. Turning his head to look to his left, he inadvertently tightened his body, then relaxed consciously. After thinking quickly in his mind, he said in an unexpected tone. I really didn't expect you to come here at this time. You. At this moment, when they heard Orochimaru address Yakushi Kabuto, the person who had just spoken, Shizuan and Tsunade had a flash of confusion on their faces. They didn't understand why Orochimaru would call him such an honorific, and they turned to look. Then, they saw a man in a black cloak slowly walking over. To be honest, I never thought I would come here before. The visitor replied, looking from Orochimaru to Tsunade and Shizuan. Fortunately, it came at just the right time. He lowered his black hood, revealing a face that was full of cracks but still young and handsome. Nowadays, in the entire ninja world, the only one with such a look is Hagoromo Genzuki. After finding out Tsunade's whereabouts, he rushed to Tansha Street without stopping. Fortunately, we didn't make any stops along the way. Otherwise, we would not be able to catch up with today's meeting. A cool breeze comes. At this moment, because of Hagoromo Genzuki's sudden arrival, there was a moment of silence in the ruins. Orochimaru, who deliberately used the person he loved most to anger Tsunade and impress her, and finally put out the conditions for resurrection in a cunning way to seduce him into making a deal, was originally full of confidence. Things developed exactly as he expected. But just as the final deal was about to be concluded, Hagoromo Swanyu, who had been missing for the past few days, suddenly appeared without warning, which made him uneasy. The shadow of a famous tree. Even if an old guy like Hagoromo Genzuki is not in his prime, as long as he stands there, people can't help but think about him. Orochimaru, who is in an unprecedented state, is no exception. He rarely asked in a cautious tone, Are you here also for Tsunade? Tsunade? Hagoromo Swanyu looked at the tall blonde beauty, nodded and said. In a way, forget it. Don't worry, there is no conflict with Orochimaru's matters. Hagoromo Genzuki glanced at Orochimaru's bandaged arms, and knowing that he was worried, he added. Hearing this, Orochimaru breathed a sigh of relief. He came to visit Tsunade because he was confident that he could handle Tsunade, who was suffering from hemophobia. If it is Hagoromo Swanyu, even if the other party is in the state of reincarnation, with his hands disabled and unable to form seals, even if he added Yakushi Kabuto, it would be difficult for him to be his opponent. Orochimaru, who knew that people like Hagoromo Genzuki would not lie, took a step back and invited, Tsunade and I have almost finished talking. If you have anything to do, you can do it now. Thanks. Hagoromo Swanyu nodded and saw Tsunade's side again. Seeing the weird-looking Hagoromo Genzuki looking for her by name, Tsunade, who barely recovered from the news that her brother and lover could be resurrected, looked over and frowned. Who are you? No need for Hagoromo Genzuki to explain, the wise man opposite Kabuto Yakushi took the initiative to introduce. This is the legendary ninja who is as famous as the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara in history and who is on par with the gods, Hagoromo Genzuki-sama. After saying that, Kabuto Yakushi respectfully saluted Hagoromo Genzuki. A very good subordinate. Hagoromo Genzuki looked at Yakushi Kabuto, who looked very polite and decent, and smiled at Orochimaru. I think so too. Orochimaru agreed with a smile. Other side. Tsunade and Shizuan didn't pay attention to the exchange between Orochimaru and Hago Romo Gengetsu. The introduction from Kabuto Yakushi once again shocked their minds. A person as famous as Grandpa and Uchiha Madara. Tsunade was in a trance, and her mind recalled the scene when her grandfather Senju Hashirama took her when she was a child. Although most of the time Senju Hashirama took her to the casino to gamble, there were occasional times when her grandfather would talk about the past of the ninja world in front of her. Among them, Uchiha Madara was the person mentioned the most times. Hago Romo Gengetsu was the second. Recalling her grandfather's evaluation of Hago Romo Gengetsu, Tsunade looked at Hago Romo Gengetsu standing in front of her at this moment, and suddenly felt a sense of absurdity. A person who only existed in the long river of history actually appeared in front of her? Shizuan, who was standing beside her, suddenly thought of something at this time, and hurriedly said, "Tsunade-sama, there was a rumor before that the legendary Hago Romo Gengetsu appeared during the Chunin exam. Now it seems to be true. The news in the ninja world is true and false. Especially the rumors, the outrageous degree is even more jaw-dropping." Although Tsunade and Shizuan have heard about the appearance of Hago Romo Gengetsu, they did not inquire further seriously. In addition, there was only one piece of news about Hago Romo Gengetsu, and they never heard about it again, so they just thought the rumors were false. After all, how could a person who had been dead for many years be resurrected again? Resurrection? Tsunade's eyes moved, and she looked at Orochimaru suddenly, and the words he just said flashed in her mind. "I can resurrect your beloved brother and man." Orochimaru did not lie. He can really do it. Chapter 30, If I refuse, do I have to rob him? Noticing Tsunade's sudden eager look, Orochimaru had a scary smile on his face. He didn't explain anything more. At this time, he was less anxious. It seems that my arrival has played a very good advertising role. Hago Romo Genzuki, who also noticed the change in Tsunade's expression, smiled faintly. He raised his cracked palm and explained to Tsunade as a person who had experienced it, "Although we don't have the feeling of a living body, we can still talk about the world, talk about love, confide our feelings, and travel around the world together. Of course, the prerequisite is that all this is not controlled by the caster." Hago Romo Swanyo kept the last sentence in her heart and did not say it. After all, he and Tsunade are not relatives. If the other party really chooses to let Orochimaru resurrect his lover and brother, it will be fun. Hago Romo Swanyo is looking forward to such a scene. At this moment, it can be seen that because of the live case of Hago Romo Genzuki, the person involved, Tsunade, has fallen into even more confusion. Shizuan, a bystander, became more and more anxious when she saw this. Tsunade-sama. She wanted to persuade Tsunade not to trust people like Orochimaru. At this time, Swanyo looked over and asked. "Shizuan, right?" Shizuan was stunned. She didn't expect someone like Hago Romo Genzuki to know her name. When the other party arrives, shouldn't he be looking for Tsunade-sama? Shizuan, who thought she was little Karami, was very puzzled. Hago Romo Swanyo didn't give her more time to think, and asked straight to the point. "I heard that Kato-dan is your only uncle, so you should have accepted his legacy. The art of spiritual transformation is with you, right?" The art of spiritual transformation. Shizuan was stunned again. She didn't expect that the famous Hago Romo Shenyu would ask her this when she arrived. Without waiting for her answer, the restless Tsunade suddenly heard Kato-dan's name. She quickly came to her senses and patted Shizuan's nervous and stiff shoulders. She faced Hago Romo Genzuki, straightened her expression, frowned and asked. "What's your purpose?" "It's very simple." Swanyo spread his hands. "I need a training scroll for the art of spiritual transformation. As a deal, you can put forward corresponding conditions. Ninjutsu, Genjutsu, Taijutsu, blood inheritance limits, historical secrets, ninja intelligence, gold and silver coins, and even anyone who wants me to take action, including the 5 shadows, will do. As long as you tell me the conditions, I can do it. The only price is just the spiritual transformation technique. How's it going? Is this condition generous enough? Hago Romo Swanyu is indeed very sincere. Orochimaru on the side felt a little moved after hearing this. It's a pity that he doesn't have the spiritual art in his hands, so he can only watch quietly. Tsunade didn't expect Hago Romo Genzuki to give such an answer. Seriously speaking, although the art of spiritual transformation is an S-level soul secret art, if you really want to trade with Hago Romo Swanyu, you will only make a profit but not a loss. Not to mention anything else, just talking about the blood succession limits, if Hago Romo Genzuki teaches the development of a certain blood succession limits, a new blood succession limits family can be born. Isn't this more fragrant than the art of spiritual transformation? Others might happily agree, after all, they have nothing to lose. But for Tsunade, she is still very reasonable when it doesn't involve her inner scars. Why does a person like you need spiritual transformation? Tsunade looked at Hago Romo Genzuki in confusion. She couldn't figure out why Hago Romo Swanyu came here specifically to ask for this secret technique. In addition, don't look at the man in front of you who is easy to talk to. She has not forgotten that during the battle in the Valley of the Gods, it was the one in front of her who killed and maimed the 5 shadows. In the end, it was her grandfather who personally took action to end it. It seems that the art of spiritualization is indeed in your hands. Hago Romo Genzuki, who didn't answer immediately, noticed Shizuan's expression, and heard what Tsunade said. His eyes lit up slightly, confirming the fact. My trip will not be in vain. Hago Romo Genjio looked at Tsunade and Shizuan, and said in a gentle tone, the stones from other mountains can attack jade. The secret technique of the soul is rare, and I also want to know about the famous spiritual transformation technique. You must know about exploration and research. Everything about chakra is my greatest joy. How? Is the deal concluded? Believe me, you will definitely get a satisfactory return. Tsunade-sama. Shizuan looked at Tsunade. The scroll of spiritual transformation is indeed with her, but she follows Tsunade-sama in everything. As for her own thoughts, just like Orochimaru had previously tempted him to resurrect his uncle and the rope tree, Shizuan, who was more aware of reality, had been tempted by Hago Romo Genzuki's proposal, but instinctively, she still resisted. After all, she was born in Konoha, so she was still subconsciously wary of the former first Hokage's great enemy appearing in front of her. Especially since the other party has not returned to the underworld and is walking in this world in a body of filthy earth, she is more suspicious than convinced of the explanation that he needs spiritual transformation. Shizuan thought so, and Tsunade, who had more experience, didn't believe every word Hago Romo Genzuki said. I refuse. Tsunade didn't think much and rejected it directly. As the princess of Konoha, she has never lacked resources since she was a child. Although the conditions given by Haoi Swanyu are better. Now she just wants to dominate the casino, but she has no ambitions to just hang out for a day. No matter how extravagant the other party's words were, to her, who was just a salty fish, it was just a wink. Certainly. The most important thing. No matter what the real purpose of Hago Romo Swanyu's need for spiritual transformation was. For this kind of big shot who scares countless people, no matter what conditions the other party proposes, the best response is not to agree to any of his demands, no matter how big the reward is. After all, such an existence cannot be taken lightly at all. That's it. Faced with Tsunade's decisive refusal without any room for explanation, Hago Romo Genzuki sighed slightly, and the gentleness on his face gradually dissipated. Before arriving, he had thought about the various replies from Tsunade and Shizuan. The biggest possibility is to refuse directly like this. But with Tsunade's fiery temper, he still wanted to give it a try. After all, even if it comes hard, let alone the possibility that the other party will surrender is very slim. When the time comes to win and kill them, where is the scroll of the spiritual transformation technique? Hago Romo Genzuki had just carefully scanned Tsunade and Shizuan's clothes. There is no place where the two of them carry secret scrolls. I would like to think that such important things should be kept somewhere confidential, rather than being carried around. After a fight and not getting the things, wouldn't it be a loss? It's a pity. I really come here with the utmost sincerity. Hago Romo Swanyu, who could no longer live up to the smile on her face, said calmly. There was obviously no movement, not even chakra was running at all, but at this moment, Shizuan and Yakushi Kabuto seemed to feel an extremely heavy pressure coming on them. This is the peak ninja of the Warring States period. So strong. Even before I did anything, I felt so cold physically and mentally that I didn't dare to face it. Kabuto Yakushi moved his suddenly stiff body slightly and sighed in his heart. Compared to the young Shizuan and Yakushi Kabuto, the two Konoha Sunin who emerged from the mountain of corpses and sea of fire were still able to deal with each other normally. Among them, Tsunade clenched her fists, raised her head fearlessly amidst the crackling sounds of muscles and bones, looked into Hago Romo Genzuki's eyes, and said tit for tat. What? Are you going to rob me if you refuse? Chapter 31 Tsunade and number 039, S hesitation. Tsunade has no idea of respecting the elderly and caring for the young. Are you going to take it by force if you don't give it to yourself? For such an old man, her only answer is to beat him to perfection. In a quaint and quiet alley. The atmosphere was extremely depressing at this moment. Seeing that the storm is about to hit, the last tranquility is about to be broken. Tsunade, your impatient personality has not changed at all. Orochimaru, who had been quiet since Hago Romo Gengetsu appeared, suddenly said. It's better not to make an immediate decision on some things, take more time to think about it, and you won't regret it later. Just like the good suggestion made by Hagoromo Senpai just now. It's also like the resurrection of your favorite brother and lover. Facing Orochimaru's speech, Tsunade was disdainful at first. It wasn't until the last mention of her brother and lover that her expression finally changed, her eyes flickering, and she slowly lowered her clenched fists. Seeing this, Orochimaru raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. Then, he looked at Hago Romo Swanyu and suggested, Hagoromo Senpai, let's give Tsunade some time. If we force it, we will both be destroyed. Once she figures out some things, everything will be easier to solve. Orochimaru didn't want Hago Romo Genzuki and Tsunade to fight to the death. Regardless of who defeated whom, Tsunade will definitely be out of shape after the war. In this way, the treatment time of your own hands will be extended. Yes. Orochimaru was convinced that Tsunade would agree to his terms. As a former companion, he knew very well the status of Dan and Naoki in Tsunade's mind. It just takes time. Tsunade will definitely recognize what her heart really needs most. If you force the other party, you will only get the opposite result. Therefore, Orochimaru chose to intervene at this time to stabilize Tsunade and Hago Romo Genzuki. As for whether Tsunade would agree to Hago Romo Genzuki's conditions then, he didn't care. Otherwise, he could have just bound Hoai Swanyu's transaction to his own. Is this how to get Hago Romo Genzuki's gratitude? He is not so kind, and he never cares about such illusory things. More importantly, Orochimaru, who showed respect on his face, still wanted to take a good look at his senior. Even if it can't be done. After knowing what Hago Romo Swanyu wants, he can take advantage of this to have a good talk with the other party, which is undoubtedly a huge benefit. The breeze blew by, blowing a fallen leaf and scratching the solidified field. Hago Romo Genji rolled her eyes and looked at Orochimaru. He knew very well what this snake-like guy was thinking about. However, since the other party had given him a step, facing Tsunade who was unable to get in at the moment, and the message from the shadow clone just now, Hago Romo Genzuki thought for a while and still complied. I'm waiting for your reply again. After speaking calmly, Hagoro Romo Genzuki stood aside, watching the continued conversation between Orochimaru and Tsunade, and watching in his mind the shadow clones outside the short book street came back, about the white-haired Jiraiya and the yellow-haired Uzumaki Naruto. Memories that have just arrived. The three ninjas are complete. Quanzu Street is not that big. If a fight really breaks out, Jiraiya will probably arrive within a few minutes after hearing the news. This was one of the reasons why Uroromo Suanyu didn't take action. Fortunately, he was not in a hurry. Hagoro Romo Genzuki glanced at the confident Orochimaru, and when he heard that the other party would consider Tsunade's time for 7 days, the corner of his mouth curled up. It's not certain who laughs in the end. Fortunately, with the help of Orochimaru, I can try another method. Hago Romo Genzuki's eyes swept past Tsunade and landed on Shizuan, with a meaningful light flashing in his eyes. Tsunade, I look forward to good news about you. Leaving the last sentence behind, Orochimaru turned his gaze from Tsunade to Hago Romo Genzuki, nodded slightly, and disappeared with Kabuto in a flash. Hago Romo Genzuki didn't say anything more, and finally looked at the worried Tsunade and the anxious and worried Shizuan, and her body sank rapidly. The alley was calm again. Until Shizuan's voice continued to persuade Tsunade. A quarter of an hour later, in front of the alley that was crushed by a giant snake. Not long after entering Tansha Street, he heard a panicked person shouting that a giant snake was wreaking havoc. Jiraiya immediately thought of something. After finding out the location, he rushed here with Uzumaki Naruto. It's just that he came late. Tsunade and Shizuan, who were left at the end, had left. Are you still a step too slow? Jiraiya didn't waste any time and stepped quickly. Let's go, Naruto. Tsunade is no longer here. What are you doing? You've been urging me to leave since just now. Naruto, who didn't know why, muttered and quickly followed. Other side. The forest outside Tansha Street. Hagoro Romo Genzuki and Orochimaru met again not long after they left. Is there anything else? Orochimaru. Hago Romo Genzuki crossed his arms and asked calmly. The great scientist and great educator Orochimaru may be a piece of cake in the eyes of many time travelers. After all, whether he is a subordinate who is ready to backstab him or a CO explorer on the scientific road, the rewards far outweigh the dangers. But these people do not include Hago Romo Suanyu. He has traveled through decades and has reached the pinnacle of the ninja world. His research on chakra will only deepen, and he doesn't care much about Orochimaru, a junior. Therefore, when faced with Orochimaru's idea of cooperation, he reacted indifferently. As if not noticing Hago Romo Genjutsu's attitude at this moment, Orochimaru said with a smile, Hagoro Romo Senpai is really looking forward to getting the art of spiritual transformation. Hago Romo Suanyu raised her eyelids, so. Everyone is a smart person, so he won't say nonsense that it doesn't matter if he can't get it. Orochimaru spread his hands and explained his purpose. If you can't get it from Tsunade, Hagoromo Senpai might as well mention it to me. Oh? Do you have the art of spiritual transformation in your hand? Yui Suanyu became interested. It doesn't mean there won't be one in the future. I still have a lot of helpers within Konoha. Orochimaru said confidently. I see. Hago Romo Genzuki, who knew Orochimaru was interested in his condition, didn't ask any more questions. Although I have my own plan, it doesn't hurt to have another way. Anyway, it only takes one sentence. My conditions remain unchanged. When you get the spiritual transformation technique, you can come to me. After the words fell, Hago Romo Genzuki nodded to Orochimaru and then disappeared. A little Looking at the place where Hago Romo Genzuki disappeared, Yakushi Kabuto, who was following Orochimaru, adjusted his glasses out of habit and said, "It's strange that a person like Hago Romo Genzuki is so determined to achieve the art of spiritual transformation. Orochimaru-sama, do you know why?" Orochimaru stretched out his long bloody tongue and licked his lips, playing with the taste. Who knows? He knew a thing or two about the art of spiritual transformation because of Tsunade. Although this secret technique is very strange, it does not make Hago Romo Genzuki, who has richer ninjutsu knowledge than himself, so eager to obtain it. Unless... Thanks to King Bookmark for the 100 reward. Chapter 32 The Inevitable Outcome. Orochimaru's eyes suddenly flashed. As a person who pursues immortality, it is not difficult for him to understand that Urobswanya was trying to get rid of his own shackles and was unwilling to return to the underworld. But before that, he thought that Urobswanya could only live a little longer before the time limit of the impure world body came. However, when Urobswanya unexpectedly came to Tsunade and sought the art of spiritualization, Orochimaru found that he had underestimated the ambition of this old senior. Resurrection in the true sense. Orochimaru licked his lips again and thought excitedly. But can such a thing succeed? Orochimaru has never seen or heard of anyone who can be resurrected from the dead. Even he himself can only achieve another resurrection at the cost of splitting his soul and leaving serious sequelae. Fundamentally, this is not a resurrection. After all, he is not really dead. Can Urobswanya do it? Orochimaru once again seriously thought about the art of spiritualization. As the most powerful scientific researcher in the ninja world today, he quickly figured out why Yugoriko required the spirit transformation technique. The spirit transformation technique can separate the soul from the body. Yugoriko wanted to get rid of the shackles of the filthy body. Orochimaru frowned. The shackles from the underworld are much more terrible than imagined. Can the spirit transformation technique succeed? Even if it succeeds, what about the body? Could it be that the other party decided to become a lonely ghost? Or merge with someone else's body? This is not an easy task. The body's rejection will resist the entry of strange souls. The final result will only usher in the disintegration of the body. Orochimaru, who developed the non-corpse reincarnation, has a lot to say in this regard. Even with his talent, it took a long time to complete the non-corpse reincarnation. Even so, there are still many limitations to the non-corpse reincarnation. For example, each reincarnation must be separated by 3 years. For example, as a container of the soul, even if it is successfully reincarnated, the body still has different degrees of rejection reactions and cannot be maintained for too long. It must be reincarnated indirectly. As a lieutenant of the ninja world, Orochimaru did a good job of exploring the history of the ninja world in the process of searching for the remains of his predecessors. He had never heard that Urobe Gengetsu had researched or developed a soul secret technique similar to the reincarnation technique. In this case, what exactly did Urobe Gengetsu rely on? Orochimaru was puzzled. He would never have thought that Urobe Gengetsu used a forbidden technique to preserve his body under everyone's eyes before his death. With the famous Senju Hashirama certifying that Urobe Genjutsu's body was gone, who could have thought of this? Night fell. Urobe Gengetsu stood on a tall electric pole, with his back to the bright moon, looking expressionlessly at the lively scene of bright lights below. As a famous scenic spot in the Land of Fire, except for the lack of ninjas, the prosperity of Tancho Street is not much inferior to Konoha. The lively snack street, the surging crowd, the shouting one after another. There are also the sounds of children playing and laughing mixed in. What a pity! The excitement belongs to them. It does not belong to him. Yuyiswanyu sighed slightly in his heart. Don't get me wrong. He is not antisocial, anti-human, or mentally ill. Standing on the electric pole does not mean that he wants to destroy everything below. The reason why Yuyiswanyu sighed is not because of anything else, but because he wants to enjoy it but cannot. The impure earth body is like a cowhide layer that obscures the information from the outside world. Although it has the advantages of not fearing damage and repairing at any time, it greatly weakens the perception of the ninja itself. Don't look at the broken arms and legs of the people who have been reincarnated by the impure earth, and they recover quickly. If possible, they would rather avoid attacks that break their arms and legs. This is something they could do when they were alive. However, under the impure earth reincarnation, the perception of the outside world is weakened a lot, and they are a beat slower in response and cannot do it. For Yiswanyu at the moment, no matter how delicious the snacks and strong liquors are, they just taste like wax in his mouth, and he can't taste the slightest taste at all. Food is like this, and the color of the sage's eternal time is the same. Therefore, even for the sake of my little brother whom I haven't seen for a long time, I must get rid of my filthy body and realize the true resurrection. If anyone stops me, don't blame him at all costs. Yiswanyu's eyes burst out with an extremely sharp edge, and his eyes turned and looked at a pub in the distance that was open. Tsunade and Shizuan did not leave Tansho Street, but went to an izakaya to drink under the will of the former. After some inquiries, Jiraiya and Naruto found this place. At this time, the two old friends who met again were sitting together, drinking and playing cards, and talking about the fifth Hokage. Just when Uzumaki Naruto held his head and shouted in disbelief that the fifth Hokage was this young-looking old woman in front of him. Tsunade directly refused and said bluntly, "Hokage is rubbish, only idiots would want to be one," which immediately annoyed Naruto, who regarded Hokage as his dream. So, the fight in front of the bar started. "Here they come!" Hermaporo Gengetsu hid in the darkness, looking at the drunken, careless Tsunade and the angry, shouting Naruto face to face. The result was as expected. One move. Naruto was easily defeated. After that, faced with Tsunade's question, "Why are you obsessed with the name of Hokage?" Hermaporo Gengetsu soon heard the famous saying from Naruto. "Because Naruto is my dream." Yiswanyu's eyes moved. Noticing the look of shock, nostalgia, guilt, and even hope that appeared on Tsunade's face at this moment, he shook his head in his heart. No more observation. When Naruto made that familiar declaration that Tsunade had heard countless times in the past, Tsunade had already made a final decision in her heart without even knowing it. Orochimaru's confident deal fell through completely. "That's good, my plan can be implemented smoothly. Also, when we first met, Naruto's famous mouth release is really extraordinary. I said that I have a newbie mission for him, so I'll complete it when the time comes." After leaving such a sentence, Hago Romoswanyu stopped reading and disappeared into the darkness in a flash. The next second, Jiraiya, who was just happy that Tsunade's expression changed, and that he had brought Naruto here in vain, looked back at the darkness behind him. "Anbu. No, it's the people from the route. What are they going to do at this time?" Thinking of the old guy hiding in the darkness at the route, Jiraiya frowned involuntarily. Along the way, he found traces of the roots secretly following him. But Naruto was the nine-tailed Jinchuriki. Although he was dissatisfied, he didn't say anything. Only, with Sarutobi-sensei gone, Danzo's sharp sword becomes increasingly difficult to balance. So say it. Let's let Tsunade, a woman with a hot temper, deal with it. I really am not that material. Chapter 33 Roots. The full moon hangs high in the sky. The faint moonlight fell, adding a touch of light to the deep night. Arriving outside Tansho Street, Hago Romo Genzuki, who was standing in the darkness, looked back behind him. Several dark figures blending into the night were quietly approaching him. Konoha Anbu. No, the colors of these people's masks are richer and weirder. They look more like roots. Of course, Hago Romo Genzuki still had fresh memories of the roots and the famous Konoha scapegoat Danzo. I was discovered. Because of the nine-tailed Jinchuriki. Hago Romoswanyu didn't think Genbu could guess his whereabouts. Otherwise, if you really set a trap for yourself, it will not be just these people. The greater possibility is because of Naruto, the very important Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. It seems that this group of root ninjas were ordered to monitor every move of the nine-tailed Jinchuriki. I had just observed the behavior outside the izakaya and was coincidentally discovered by this group of secret agents who were also distributed outside. I don't know whether you are lucky or unlucky. Hago Romo Genzuki stopped and allowed himself to be surrounded by root ninjas. 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 8 root ninjas in total. In terms of configuration, there are 2 teams. Before that, they took turns monitoring the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. At this time, compared to the bustle in Tuancha Street, the street outside across the wall was completely silent. Even if there are 8 more people at the moment, the root ninjas were silent from beginning to end. Only the leader recognized Hago Romo Genzuki's appearance and quickly determined the target. He did not hesitate and made several tactical moves. The 2 root teams moved in an orderly manner. Chiang chiang chiang. The sound of a ninja sword being unsheathed broke the silence. The 8 root ninjas formed a battle formation, killing coldly and mercilessly towards Hago Romo Genzuki amidst bursts of sound breaking through the air. Of course, the first thing to arrive was the overwhelming Kunao Shuriken. Boring. Hago Romo Swanyu said lightly, stretched out his hand in front of him, and a kunao that was speeding towards him was lightly held in his hand. Dang 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 dang. The sound of gold and iron clashing quickly sounded. The kunao in Hago Romo Genzuki's hand turned into a large airtight net, cutting down all the kunao shurikens shot from all directions. Until a rapid sonic boom sounded. Under the instant body technique, a root ninja held a slender ninja sword and slashed fiercely at Hago Romo Genzuki's neck. Hago Romo Genzuki stepped back with a calm expression, and the blade of the ninja sword passed in front of him by just a hair. Without waiting, the root ninja continued to do whatever. The kunao in Hago Romo Genzuki's hand carries wind attribute chakra and shoots out. After years of hard training, the root ninja, who had already formed a conditioned reflex, tilted his head and narrowly avoided the kunao. But when Yuro Romo Swanyu approached, he was a beat slower. Click! The wrist was shattered instantly, causing the root ninja to groan. Hago Romo Gengetsu forcibly took away his ninja sword, kicked him away, then turned around, raised his arm, and swung the sword. Everything happened too fast. In the eyes of others, their companions only charged and swung their swords before being kicked away by Hago Romo Genzuki. Flashing behind Hago Romo Genzuki, another root ninja who was preparing to attack saw a cold silver light speeding towards him before he could react. Well! The visitor subconsciously covered his bleeding neck and fell down weakly. The first one. Hago Romo Genzuki raised his ninja sword dripping with blood and declared calmly. The remaining ninja's aura remained unchanged at all, and he attacked again without even looking at his dead teammates. The sharp sword light resounded continuously. Under the inhuman cruel training, although the root ninja is much more powerful than ordinary ninjas, compared to Hago Romo Genzuki, even in a restricted state, there is still a big gap. Soon, under the sharp sword light, 2 more root ninjas were killed by Hago Romo Gengetsu. Just when he raised his ninja sword, he was about to pierce another root ninja who was rushing towards him silently. When the tip of the knife seemed to have hit something hard, unable to penetrate further. Earth release, hardening technique. Noticing that the surface of the visitor was like a brown rock, Hago Romo Genzuki retracted his ninja sword, took a step back, and then... Tear! The dazzling light of lightning reflected in the eyes of the hardened ninja. Just as the latter's pupils suddenly shrank, the blade wrapped in blue lightning in Hago Romo Swanyu's hand stabbed again. The knife cuts like tofu. This time, the tip of the knife pierced through the hardening technique without any hindrance, stabbing the person in front of him instantly. Hot blood spurted out from the mouth of the ninja in front of him and sprinkled inside the mask. He clearly felt the passage of life and did not cry out for mercy. He still maintained an infiltrating silence, not retreating but advancing, letting the blade rub in his body, but his hands firmly clasped Hago Romoswanyu's hands holding the ninja sword. Let it go. At the same time, an Abarame root ninja who noticed this scene actually stretched out his hands and took advantage of the time to quickly cultivate them. Self-destruction bugs that were not afraid of thunder flew out from his sleeves densely and turned into a huge black cloud, heading towards Hago Romoswanyu's cover. For just a moment, Hago Romoswanyu, who saw the insect army coming and whose hands were temporarily restrained, frowned slightly. As his eyes moved, a cold metallic color covered his whole body. It is the limit of blood inheritance and steel escape. Boom boom boom. The insect army from the Abarame clan decisively exploded. Amid the violent roar, a small mushroom cloud slowly rose. When everything was gone, the remaining root ninjas who had prepared the sealing scroll to seal Urobgentsuki were ready to take a step. Suddenly, they paused, and looked at the explosion site with a rare fluctuation of breath. In a huge deep pit, the root ninja who performed the hardening technique had been blown to pieces and never seen again. As for the real center of the explosion, Urobgentsuki, who was not missing any limbs, walked out calmly from inside. Crack crack. While walking, Urobgentsuki looked at the steel escape covering his whole body and was shattered. He had fought with the four shadows so many times, but his steel escape did not break. Now, after only one attack from the secret technique of the Abarame clan, it became like this. Urobgentsuki shook his head. The gap is too big. But even if the strength he exerted is limited, he can still deal with the remaining people. Urobgentsuki looked at the remaining four root ninjas, and with a tiptoe, a broken sword left over from the previous battle fell into his palm. The next second, the dazzling lightning chakra wrapped around the blade again. Yuyiswanyu looked at the remaining people and said lightly, "Do you want to commit suicide, or do I do it myself?" No response. Everything was done in silence. Until the end. Yuyiswanyu looked at the long shadow that was not easy to detect under his feet. As it became fainter and fainter, he swung his sword and cut it. In the end, the only remaining root ninja from the Nara clan was completely killed. At this point, the two root teams were completely wiped out. Chapter 34. The deadline has expired. I have to admit that Danzo is quite good at training ninjas. Even in Hago Romoswanyu's view, these basic ninjas are no worse than the elite ninjas during the Warring States period, and even surpass them in cold-blooded efficiency. It was also their unfortunate luck that happened to them. It would be difficult for any ninja below the KAGES level to gain favor in front of these two teams. It can be seen that Danzo, this old scumbag, must have given an order to capture him, and his priority is very high. Otherwise, with their basic discipline, these ninjas will never completely give up their mission of monitoring the Nine Tails Jinhyuriki, and will try their best to capture them. Write down this account first. Saying this in his heart, Hago Romoswanyu glanced in the direction of Tansha Street, and disappeared in the night in a flash. A minute later, Jiraiya appeared here. Although the interaction between Hago Romoswany and the Northeast by East ninjas was suppressed by the excitement and hustle and bustle in Tansha Street, it could not be hidden from the existence of the Sunin level. Tsunade continued to drink, not interested in paying attention. Jiraiya can only come alone. Looking at the 8 corpses on the ground, Jiraiya was not in a good mood at the moment. Although he doesn't like the style of Danzo and Northeast by East, the Northeast by East ninja is a member of Konoha after all. In the Land of Fire, someone actually killed 8 Konoha ninjas, and it was under his own nose. No matter how you look at it, it is an extreme provocation. Jiraiya's face suddenly became serious. Is it Orochimaru? He immediately thought of his old friend. Although Tsunade didn't say it, Jiraiya knew very well that before he and Naruto arrived, Tsunade and Orochimaru had met in Tansha Street and what they had talked about. It's normal for the other person to still be hanging around. However, in the following time, Jiraiya carefully inspected the wounds on the 8 root ninjas and rejected this point. He was too familiar with Orochimaru's fighting style. The death method of these root ninjas does not look like what Orochimaru did. Other people? He was able to kill 8 root ninjas in a short period of time without leaving any traces. He is an extremely troublesome guy no matter what. Jiraiya thought with a solemn expression. This time the risk of persuading Tsunade to go back to being the 5th Hokage seemed to be much greater than he thought. The little girl next to Tsunade must know something. We can't delay it any longer, we must understand the truth as soon as possible. Jiraiya thought. But before that, the bodies of these root ninjas must be disposed of in the same village. After the night of the destruction of the root ninja, everything returned to calm. As if nothing happened, Tsunade continued to live a life of gambling, drinking, and sleeping. Naruto, who bet that he would master the Raise Nan within 7 days, continued to study this ninjutsu from morning to night. Although due to Tsunade's order, she could not get the details of Orochimaru's transaction from Shizuan. However, Jiraiya, who still found out about Hago Romo Genzuki's arrival, besides occasionally drinking with Tsunade tacitly, spent more time searching for and alerting to hidden enemies near Tansha Street. Orochimaru was enough to make him feel troublesome. Here comes the legendary Hago Romo Genzuki. Jiraiya only felt a headache. Other side. Hago Romo Genzuki, who gave Jiraiya a headache, was not in Tansha Street, but resting in a nearby city. Although the dirty earth body does not need rest, a good environment can still make his spirit much more comfortable. The previous series of quick glances made Hago Romo Genzuki not understand enough about the current ninja world. Taking advantage of this free time, he took a good look around the world that was very different from the Warring States period that he was familiar with. 7 days later. After coming out of the theater, Hago Romo Genzuki, who had just watched a movie from the Princess of the Storm series, said with emotion. I didn't expect that today's film technology has developed to this extent. Compared with the blockbusters I saw in my previous life, the movie just now is quite exciting. Today's ninja world is not only rich in ninjutsu, but also has various conveniences and advantages brought by technology. Compared with the cold underworld, such a good world made him want to stay more and more. Hago Romo Swanyu raised his head and glanced at the blazing sunshine. He counted the time and found that today was the promised day. Orochimaru and Tsunade will have an appointment soon, and of course he cannot miss this grand event. It's time to leave. A breeze blew by, and Hago Romo Swanyu's figure disappeared in front of the theater. Short Book Street. It was still in the alley where the giant snake broke through the wall. Last night, he deliberately drank with Jiraiya all night long, and finally took advantage of Jiraiya's inadvertent drugging, which made him sleepy. Tsunade came to this alley alone and chose to go on an appointment with Orochimaru. Almost at the same time, 2 people appeared on both sides of the alley. As they approached each other, a trace of doubt flashed in Orochimaru's golden vertical pupils. Hagoro Romo Swanyu didn't come. No coincidence. Tsunade, who seemed calm, also glanced around. After finding no trace of Hago Romo Swanyu, her golden eyebrows wrinkled slightly. Only Orochimaru. Hago Romo Genzuki, who Orochimaru and Tsunade were thinking about, did not arrive at this time. After seeing the bet between Tsunade and Naruto, he clearly realized that Orochimaru's deal fell through. Likewise, his deal fell through. He had no interest in tangling with the incompetent Tsunade and decided to target Shizuan. As for how to do it, he believed that with the threat of Orochimaru, Shizuan would be eager to come to Tsunade's aid. The Konoha ninjas influenced by the will of fire all have the philosophy of never giving up on their companions. So, what choices will they make for their companions? Hago Romo Swanyu is looking forward to this. In order not to affect the meeting the next day, Shizuan had been knocked unconscious by Tsunade and slept all night. If he hadn't been injured while practicing the raise nan, Naruto, who should have slept for 2 days, woke up early due to physical reasons and woke up Shizune on the ground, and she would have been unconscious for even longer. No. Tsunade-sama. Shizune, who learned the current time from Naruto, immediately stood up and was about to chase her Tsunade-sama. Just at this time, Jiraiya, who was woken up by others and felt something was wrong, rushed back. Seeing that Tsunade was missing, he said to Shizune with a serious face. Shizune, it's almost time to tell me what exactly you said to Orochimaru. Shizune looked gloomy and said, I want to believe Tsunade-sama, so I never said it. But, there is no time. Please come with me, I will tell you as I run. After the words fell, Shizune, who was seizing the moment, quickly ran outside. Jiraiya and Naruto followed closely behind. Midway through, listening to Shizune recounting the entire deal, Naruto took it for granted that the answer should be no. Jiraiya's heart gradually sank. Nosuke broke in. Orochimaru is really good at planning. Tsunade must be stopped as soon as possible, otherwise. Jiraiya was already prepared for the worst. Just not waiting for him to take action. The sudden appearance of the uninvited guest in front of him made his expression suddenly change. Chapter 35, The First Meeting Between Yuyisuwanyu and Naruto. Here we are. Hago Romo Gengetsu, who had been waiting for a long time, raised his face full of cracks and greeted the 3 people. Whoosh! 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 Jiraiya, who was running at high speed, stopped first, and Shizune followed closely with a change of expression. Naruto was a beat slower in reaction and continued to move forward. If Jiraiya hadn't grabbed his collar in time and lifted him up, he would have almost rushed to Hago Romo Gengetsu. Not understanding what happened yet, he just felt like Naruto dancing with clothes hanging on the clothes rack, and shouted in dissatisfaction, "Oh my! Lecherous sage, what are you doing?" Jiraiya put Naruto down with a dark face, "It's already this time, don't slander my reputation as the Toad Sage of Myaboku Mountain." He glanced at Hago Romo Gengetsu, and added in his heart, especially in front of the famous senior. What? It's obviously the lecherous sage. Naruto, who landed on his feet, emphasized again in confusion. Jiraiya no longer paid attention to this idiot. His face became serious, and he looked at Yuyisuwanyu and said, "I wonder what you are doing with Yuyi Senior's sudden appearance." Time was tight, and Jiraiya had no time to chat with Yuyisuwanyu, so he asked directly. Yuyisuwanyu withdrew his eyes from the impetuous Naruto, looked at Jiraiya and Shizune and said, "It's very simple. Hand over the spirit transformation technique, and my conditions will remain unchanged. Or I will come to take it myself. At that time, everything will be difficult to talk about." Hearing this, Jiraiya and Shizune's faces sank. Although Naruto didn't understand what the guy who suddenly appeared in front of him meant, he was very sharp-minded and understood that the other party was not kind. Another villain like Orochimaru? No matter what you want to do, I will definitely stop you. Naruto was about to take action with high morale. Jiraiya held him down again, first glanced at Shizune, then said to Hago Romo Gengetsu with a serious face, "The spiritualization technique is a Konoha S-level secret technique. To teach others, you need to pass the signature of the Hokage. Senior Hago Romo, if you really need it, you can wait for a while." Just like Tsunade's original idea. Jiraiya believed that a person like Hago Romo Gengetsu must have some important plan to come all the way to ask for a secret technique. Although he didn't know what the other party wanted to do. But it didn't prevent him from being extremely vigilant about the historical celebrity in front of him who ignored the boundary between life and death and forced himself to stay in the world. It seems that the negotiation can't be reached. Jiraiya's words that lied to a 3-year-old child naturally couldn't fool Hago Romo Gengetsu. He shook his head and said to the 3 people, "Tsunade is meeting with Orochimaru now. If nothing unexpected happens, the two will start soon. Start? Lady Tsunade. Shizuan's eyes lit up and said with some surprise. But before she could speak, Yisuanyu continued, however, Tsunade doesn't know that Orochimaru has long known that she suffers from hemophobia. Guess how long Tsunade can last under such circumstances? As if echoing what Yisuanyu said. As soon as his voice fell. Just then, a violent roar came from the distance, and a thick dust rose slowly. Why did it become such an answer? Tsunade, you just wanted to kill me. In the alley in the distance, the confident Orochimaru was about to hand his arm to Tsunade for treatment, and a kunao from Kabuto Yakushi shot at him rapidly. Orochimaru quickly retreated, and did not question Kabuto Yakushi at the first time, but looked at Tsunade in disbelief, not understanding why the other party would make the decision to betray. Tsunade's eyes were red. Although she wanted to see her brother and lover again, she knew that the two of them had to fight for their lives to realize their dreams, and she knew what she should choose at the moment. Tangible things will die one day, Orochimaru, you said so. But the dream of becoming a Hokage will never disappear. Tsunade's eyes flashed, her fists clenched, and she looked at Orochimaru with murderous intent and said, "Come on, Orochimaru. I will kill you here completely." Boom! A violent explosion sounded. Orochimaru, who was retreating rapidly, looked cold. The negotiations have completely broken down. Now that things have come to this, I can only ask you, Tsunade, to use my fists. Have you started fighting? In that case, let's get rid of Hago Romo Gengetsu as quickly as possible. Looking away from the dust rising in the distance, Jiraiya looked at Hago Romo Gengetsu more seriously than ever before. If what the other party said was correct, for Tsunade's safety, they must get there as soon as possible. Shizuan. Yes. Jiraiya clapped his hands and was about to work with Shizuan, who was ready for battle, to get rid of Hago Romo Gengetsu as soon as possible. Naruto, who is the number one in unexpectedness, suddenly interrupted excitedly. Haha! Watch me! Naruto made seals with his hands and shouted. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang bang bang! In an instant, a large amount of white smoke rose, and hundreds of Naruto's shadow clones rushed out from inside. As Naruto waved his hand and shouted passionately, "Everyone follow me!" the mighty army of shadow clones immediately rushed towards Urobe Gengetsu. Naruto, stop! This opponent is different from the past. Jiraiya wanted to stop him but was too late, so he could only shout anxiously. Obviously, Naruto didn't listen. If it were an ordinary ninja, facing such a large number of shadow clones, he would probably be afraid before the battle. Urobe Gengetsu is not an ordinary ninja. Facing Naruto's army, he was calm and shook his head in disappointment. It was like a great ingredient being stir-fried by a bad chef. So much chakra is wasted. After saying that, without waiting for Naruto's shadow clones to rush to him, Yisuanyu stomped his right foot heavily on the ground. Amid the cracking sound of the ground like a spider web, the whole person rushed forward like a cannonball. Bang 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 bang! The sound of the disappearance of the shadow clones resounded continuously in Naruto's army in an instant. In the thick white smoke, Yisuanyu used a hand knife to disperse the Naruto's shadow clones that were shouting in front of him, and then swept his right leg across again, kicking away several shadow clones that attacked from behind. Naruto's shadow clones were still rushing over with great enthusiasm. But the faster they came, the faster they disappeared. Under Yisuanyu's concise and sharp attack, Naruto's shadow clones, whose fists, feet and reactions were extremely stiff, were like 3-year-old children. Naruto's real body, who was hiding in it, gritted his teeth and watched all this, unwilling to perform the multiple shadow clone technique again. Yisuanyu in the crowd suddenly turned his eyes. "I found you!" Whoosh! In an instant, Yisuanyu appeared in front of Naruto's real body. So fast! Naruto opened his mouth in surprise, and before he could react, he was kicked away by a heavy kick. Bang bang bang! This time, a large amount of white smoke exploded in unison. The army of shadow clones that was so aggressive before completely turned into smoke in a few seconds. Chapter 36, a novice mission that took decades to complete. Naruto. With a whoosh, Jiraiya, who followed closely, reached forward with both hands and hugged Naruto, who had just flown upside down, in his arms. He did not resist the impact, but chose to retreat rapidly with Naruto. Jiraiya's original intention was to be alert to the approach of Uro Gengetsu. But to his surprise, Uro Gengetsu did not move again, but stopped where he was, as if nothing had happened. Jiraiya did not know that at this moment, Uro Gengetsu was attracted by a series of system prompts in his mind. Ding! The novice mission has been completed. With the great help of the novice gift package given by the system, and the host's own hard training. After a period of time, the host challenged Uzumaki Naruto, and after a hard battle, he finally won the final victory. Congratulations to the host, successfully defeated the last one in the ninja school, and the first step of the ninja school counterattack was completed. Please continue to work hard and achieve the small goal of dominating the ninja school as soon as possible. Tip: the system will follow up the host's progress at any time and release relevant mainline tasks. It took more than 50 years to finally defeat Uzumaki Naruto. Alas! Only I know the hardships. This novice task is really the most difficult task in history. Like the system, Yuyisuanyu has now learned to lie with open eyes. No, he is much more honest than the system. After all, it really took him more than 50 years to defeat Uzumaki Naruto. Which eye of the system saw that he was in the ninja school and had a hard battle with Uzumaki Naruto? Forget it, this guy has been crazy for more than 1 or 2 times. Yuyisuanyu doesn't expect it to be normal one day, so let's see what the task reward is. Yuyisuanyu continues to watch with expectation. Settlement in progress. Novice task: defeat Uzumaki Naruto, completed. Task reward: harem technique. Reward description: a powerful ninjutsu created by the generation of genius Uzumaki Naruto, which cannot be rated and can kill men, women, old and young. Even a great person like Kaguya Otsutsuki would fall into paralysis, trance, dizziness, stiffness, and other adverse conditions under this technique. In addition, people like the third Hokage, Jiraiya, Ebisu, etc., would also suffer from new negative effects such as bleeding and weakness of limbs. It can be said to be the first control-type ninjutsu in the true sense of the ninja world. Yuyisuanyu was silent for a moment. There were many things he wanted to say, but he couldn't say them when he got to his lips. Is the harem technique really as powerful as the system said? It is indeed the case. From Kaguya Otsutsuki to ordinary ninjas, it is difficult to resist the power of this technique. Even if it is himself. Yuyisuanyu thought about it seriously. Thinking of a large group of hot girls, without holy light, blending east and west, or sweet, or charming, or elegant, or graceful, or noble sisters, beautiful women and Lolita girls running towards you excitedly for a hug. It seems that maybe I will lose my mind for a moment. Ahem. To be fair, the harem technique is indeed a very powerful ninjutsu, and even at this level, one cannot ignore it. But if he really performs this ninjutsu in front of others, Yuyisuanyu can imagine what kind of reputation he will leave behind. Don't look at Naruto smiling now, performing the low-profile version of the harem technique, the seduction technique, many times without any burden. When he grows up, especially when he becomes the 7th generation, he will definitely regret what he did back then. Look. This is the 7th generation who is good at the transformation technique of a young lady without clothes and saved the ninja world. Do you know? The man who is on par with the gods actually likes to transform into a woman, and the naked one. Thinking of this possibility in the future, Yiswanyu decisively decided that he would never perform the harem technique in front of outsiders. As for when he was alone, Yiswanyu suddenly thought of an ethical issue. Is there a ninja who performs a shadow clone and turns her into a woman, and then the two have a sparring match? It seems a bit too perverted. Blame the evil old ghost Senju. He actually developed such a ninjutsu. Hago Romo Gengetsu shook his head, immediately put aside the problem that polluted his pure heart, and looked at Jiraiya and the other two again. Naruto, who was caught by Jiraiya, has regained his spirits at this moment. Although he was kicked by Hago Romo Gengetsu, he quickly recovered and continued to jump up and down. Naruto, learn more on the side. Don't blindly intervene in a battle of this level. After giving this order, Jiraiya turned to Hago Romo Gengetsu with a serious expression. Without delay, he stomped his feet hard on the ground, and with a loud bang, the whole person disappeared. It started. Jiraiya flashed and threw a punch, hitting Hago Romo Gengetsu in front of him heavily. Hago Romo Gengetsu stood still, raised his left hand, pushed Jiraiya's arm, and easily resolved the attack. Jiraiya didn't care, twisted his body, and swept his left leg forward like a whip. Seeing this, Hago Romo Gengetsu finally took a step back, put one hand on Jiraiya's right leg, and kicked out as well. Snap! The air vibrated violently. Jiraiya ducked his body, dodged Hago Romo Genjutsu's attack, propped himself up on the ground with both hands, and suddenly jumped up like a toad, rushing straight into Hago Romo Genjutsu's arms. Bang bang bang! Jiraiya's hands attacked from all weird angles like a gust of wind and rain. After several quick exchanges, Yiswanyu retreated, his feet dragged long grooves on the ground, his body suddenly sank, stopped, and looked at Jiraiya who was chasing him, and said lightly, "Miyaboku Mountain's physical skills? Combined with Konoha's fluid skills, it has formed a unique personal style. Interesting." Yiswanyu, who has rich combat experience, immediately recognized Jiraiya's unique fighting style. But these alone are not enough. Yiswanyu stepped on his right foot, and under the instant body technique, with a piercing sonic boom, he took the initiative to kill Jiraiya. More intense exchanges than before continued to sound. Because of the addition of Yiswanyu, in order to prevent unnecessary accidents, Tsunade only gave Jiraiya a drug that made him sleepy last night, instead of a drug that made him lose his combat effectiveness. In other words, now Jiraiya can basically exert all his strength except for a little influence left in his body. You are worthy of the title of the three ninjas. Hago Romo Swanyu blocked Jiraiya's fist with his right hand, and commented while looking into each other's eyes. Really? It's a pity that I can't appreciate your true strength, Hago Romo Sr. Jiraiya exerted his strength and knocked Hago Romo Swanyu away, and followed up without giving him a chance. Even if it's not all my strength, I can still stop you. Hago Romo Swanyu said calmly. Compared seriously, his combat power in this impure earth body is indeed not as good as Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas. But his real goal is not to defeat the opponent. Maintaining the situation, delaying time, and preventing him from leaving, I can still do it. Anyway, it's not me who is anxious now. Next, it depends on how important Tsunade is in their minds. Do they care about a dispensable spiritual transformation technique, or Tsunade? Compare with Orochimaru. Hago Romo Swanyu is more confident about this questionnaire he gave himself. Chapter 37, Fists are always more important than morality. Boom! Boom! Fierce fighting continued in the open space. Jiraiya, who knew Hago Romo Genzuki's plan, stepped up his offensive. But in front of Hago Romo Genzuki, whose chakra is almost infinitely replenished and whose dirty earth body can be repaired at any time, all this is nothing. However, Jiraiya was not the only one present. Whoosh! Whoosh! Several poisonous senbons popped out from the hidden weapon on Shizuan's wrist, and shot at Hago Romo Swanyu at extremely fast speeds. Although the movement was very small, it was still captured by Hago Romo Swanyu. He turned around and avoided Qianben one by one. Taking advantage of this gap, Jiraiya freed up his hands and clapped them. Ninpo technique, the technique of random lion's hair. Jiraiya's white hair quickly grew longer and thicker, like a lion's head, and quickly wrapped around Hago Romo Genzuki in front of him from head to tail. Click click click. A large number of white hairs are shrinking continuously, and the force that is enough to break metal and iron is falling on Hago Romo Swanyu, and it is about to crush it into pieces. Hago Romo Swanyu didn't panic at all as his dirty body was squeezed out with cracks. He opened his mouth and said, "Melt escape monster melting technique." A large amount of acid was spat out from Hago Romo Genzuki's mouth, easily eroding away the random lion hair technique wrapped around his body, and then under his instructions, it rushed towards Jiraiya and Shizuan like a big river. Trouble! Jiraiya sighed secretly, retreated, formed seals with his hands and said, "Earth escape yellow spring marsh." Huge brown swamps replaced the ground, intersected with rushing acid. In the sizzling evaporation movement, Huangchuan Marsh shrinks rapidly visibly to the naked eye. But similarly, the molten acid also stopped flowing and dissipated due to constant consumption. Boom! There was another loud explosion in the distance. Jiraiya frowned and looked at Hago Romo Genzuki, who was rapidly repairing his damaged body as paper scraps continued to fly, and said to himself, "Ordinary damage has little effect on the dirty earth body. Only sealing techniques can completely limit it. It's just that the enemy is Hago Romo Swanyu. Even if he is himself, it will be difficult to deal with it in a short time. It's been taking a long time, what should I do with Tsunade?" Jiraiya became increasingly anxious. Shizuan, who was also aware of the current situation, gritted her teeth and said, "Jiraiya-sama, I'll hold him back. You go find Tsunade-sama." "Shizuan, you..." Jiraiya looked deeply at Shizuan. Seeing that the other party's face was full of determination, as a ninja, he was very decisive and said no more. "Naruto, let's go." The combination of Orochimaru and Kabuto can be effective only by themselves. However, Naruto's important identity lies here. Jiraiya naturally wanted to take the other person away with him. "Hey, you guys made a decision so arbitrarily, did you ask for my opinion?" As a person involved, Hago Romo Genjiu, who had a panoramic view of all this, spread his hands in a funny manner. The current scene was very similar to the plot he had seen in some anime before when he encountered an enemy. For some reason, someone in the protagonist's team risked his life and chose to stay to buy time for the protagonist. It's just that the villain at this moment is himself. But he wanted to ask, are all villains so obedient? Why did you come here and I followed you? Jiraiya ignored Hago Romo Genzuki's complaints and just took action. Just as Hago Romo Swanyu was about to stop him, a figure rushed over quickly. "Your opponent now is me." Shizuan opened her lips, and several poisonous needles shot out of her mouth, shooting towards Hago Romo Genzuki. Hago Romo Swanyu slowed down her steps and flicked her fingers in the air a few times. With a few snaps, the poisonous needles scattered on the ground. Seeing this, Shizuan launched a close attack without hesitation. "Little girl, have you overestimated your own strength?" Hago Romo Genzuki easily stopped Shizuan's fists and kicks one by one, and continued. "Or maybe you underestimated my strength too much. For Tsunade-sama. No matter how difficult it is, I will do it." Shizuan's firm gaze did not waver at all. She opened her lips again. Ninja technique poison mist. Moment. The chakra in Shizuan's body changes into a special chemical substance and is spit out from her mouth. When it comes into contact with the air, it turns into a highly toxic purple mist, which quickly spreads towards Hago Romo Genzuki. It's interesting. Yiswanyu retreated. But it's not nearly enough. As soon as he finished speaking, he clapped his hands together, and a large amount of strong wind burst out from Hago Romo Swanyu's hands, blowing away the poisonous mist. The strong wind howled, kicking up layers of dust. Shizuan squinted her eyes and nervously searched for the whereabouts of Hago Romo Gengetsu, when a teasing voice suddenly sounded in her ears. If you can succeed by swearing an oath and shouting the slogan "I will do something for so and so," then why do you need to practice hard? If you just explode at will, wouldn't you be able to kill all the enemies? Later. Shizuan's eyes narrowed, and the light blue chakra wrapped her hands, turning into a sharp scalpel and swinging it quickly behind her. The next second. Not here. Noticing that there was nothing behind her, Shizuan's pupil shrank, her feet subconsciously kicked, and she was about to retreat first. But it was too late. Hago Romo Genzuki appeared next to Shizuan like a ghost. Practice more. Boom. Shizuan flew backwards towards Jiraiya like a cannonball. Facts have proved that sometimes just shouting slogans is useless. Hago Romo Swanyu looked at Jiraiya, who had just walked a short distance, pointed his finger, and several molten fireballs fell from the sky, forcing him to stop. Still not working. Jiraiya sighed and stopped moving forward. Naruto on the side hurriedly ran to hug Shizuan. Sister Shizuan, are you okay? Nothing. Shizuan reluctantly nodded, and while performing the palm fairy technique to heal her own injuries, she apologized to Jiraiya. Sorry, Master Jiraiya, I'm too incompetent. It would be difficult for others to do this. I was too anxious and took it for granted. Jiraiya looked at Hago Romo Swanyu, who was walking slowly, and took the initiative to admit his mistake. He just had a fluke mentality. Little did he know that the result of this was very likely that Tsunade would not catch up, but Shizuan would lose her life first. Tap. 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 Yiswanyu came to the three people who had reunited again, and said calmly. Hand over the spirit transformation technique, and I will let you meet Tsunade. Before Jiraiya and Shizuan said anything, Naruto suddenly shouted angrily. People don't want to give you their own things, and you want to take them by force? What a shitty senior! Naruto didn't know what the spirit transformation technique was, nor did he know what Yiswanyu's identity was. But simple ideas told him that it was wrong to take people's things by force. You are right. Faced with Naruto's questioning, Yiswanyu not only did not get angry, but nodded in agreement. From a moral perspective, it is indeed wrong for me to do this. But when has this world ever really talked about morality? Little ghost, as a person who has been through it, I will teach you a real truth today. Fists are always bigger than morality. Chapter 38 Free Raise Nan Tutorial. In the eyes of children, the world is black and white. In the eyes of adults, the mixture of grey is greater than the sum of black and white. Morality? That's just a code of thought that binds ordinary people. Go and look at those aristocratic and famous people who are drunken with money, enjoying wine and meat, and are aloof. Some of them regard ordinary people as the same kind. Even in the major ninja villages, even in Konoha, which has always talked about the will of fire, there are still a few people who are moral during their rise. Anyone who asks this question will only make them laugh. If possible, Hago Romo Swanyu would certainly like to live in a world where morals are high and everyone is a sage. But the real background of the world is such that he can only go with the flow. Is it possible that we should rise up and start a complete revolution? So tired. He had no interest in doing it. What's more, compared to a piece of paper binding everyone, Hago Romo Swanyu would rather be the owner of the document than a name in the book. Human nature is what it is. Hago Romo Swanyu openly admitted that he was a member of the vulgar army. After listening to Yiswanyu, she knew what she had done, but she didn't take it to heart at all. Naruto couldn't help but clenched his fists tightly. You guy! With little experience, he has not yet been able to understand the nature of society and human beings. He also saw Hago Romo Genzuki's expression of I know this is wrong but I just won't change it. In the end, he returned to the way he was best at and the only way he could do it. The art of multiple shadow clones. Bang bang bang! The dense army of shadow clones appeared again. Naruto guy! This time Jiraiya couldn't leave it alone anymore, and rushed forward, his long white hair flying. Ninjutsu, Needle Jizo. A large amount of white hair shot towards Hago Romo Suanyu like needles. Hago Romo Suanyu did not move, but opened his mouth slightly, and the highly corrosive boiling escape mist quickly spurted out and filled the air around him. Sizzle! All the needles shot by Jizo completely melted in midair before they could reach Hago Romo Genzuki. Everyone come together! Upon seeing this, Naruto's army showed no intention of backing down. They rushed into the boiling escape with high morale like a suicide squad. Bang bang bang! White smoke kept exploding. Yu Xianyu looked at all this with a slight twitch in the corner of her mouth. You must know that after the shadow clone dissipates, all feelings will be transmitted back to the original body. Being corroded by boiling escape is not a pleasant thing. However, Naruto has always been very nervous, as if nothing happened. Hago Romo Gengetsu could only sigh that there was another guy who was as cheating as Senju Hashirama. But soon, he had no time to sigh anymore. With the continuous influx of Naruto's death-defying army, the replenishment of his own boiling escape could no longer keep up with his digestion. If it was in its heyday, why would it be so wasteful? Hagoro Romo Gengetsu shook her head and could only look at the white smoke-filled vision of the shadow clones. One after another, Naruto's shadow clones rushed over and shouted excitedly. Got you! Naruto, who had learned a lot from the experience, didn't use any tricks this time. After beating his old master to death with random punches, he simply opened his hands and feet and pounced on Hago Romo Genzuki like a shrew, trying to hold him tightly. Catch! Hago Romo Suanyu defeated the shadow clones one after another. It's just that there are too many of the latter. Not long after, the white mist exploded after the shadow clone disappeared, finally blocking his field of vision, allowing a Naruto shadow clone to rush out like a monkey and tightly wrap around his left leg. Haha! The other shadow clones' eyes lit up and they rushed forward like chickens. Soon, Hago Romo Genzuki had many shadow clones of Naruto hanging on his body that looked like Monkey King. Does it make sense? Hago Romo Suanyu finished speaking calmly and was about to take action. A Naruto shadow clone hanging on his shoulder raised his head and laughed loudly. Of course it makes sense. Finished. In an instant, the white smoke in front of Hago Romo Suanyu suddenly spun rapidly like a whirlpool. Yu Suanyu looked at it subconsciously and let out a light sigh. Jiraiya, who had a better perspective, noticed all this at the same time and said in surprise, Naruto. Shizuan said in surprise, it's the technique from that night. The words just fell. Just right. In the white mist of the shadow clone, in front of Hago Romo Genzuki, Naruto's energetic voice sounded. Raise Nan. The airflow completely dispersed the white smoke in front of him. In an instant, Hago Romo Genzuki saw Naruto dragging a high-speed rotating blue chakra ball with his hands and pressing it quickly towards his chest. Have you completely learned the ninjutsu of the fourth generation? Jiraiya looked at this scene and murmured. No, there is still some heat left. Hago Romo Genzuki, who was facing the Raise Nan head-on, curled up the corner of his mouth and said to himself. Boom! Dust was flying, and a strong explosion erupted in front of Hago Romo Suanyu. Shizuan was expecting. Jiraiya, who was more aware of the characteristics of the Raise Nan, did not see Hago Romo Genzuki's flying figure, his face darkened, and he quickly rushed over. Sure enough. When the dust fell quickly and the scene was clearly seen, Naruto's right hand that had previously dragged the raised nan was inserted into the ground, and a small swirling pit appeared around it. At this moment, Hago Romo Swanyu, who no longer had any pendants on her body, looked down at Naruto and said with a smile, "Use the unfinished technique. I would like to call you the bravest. If the raised nan was so easy to break, it wouldn't have such a big reputation." As a caster, Naruto seemed to be performing in a very good manner. But Urobe Genjutsu's eyes were so accurate that he easily noticed that the raised nan in Naruto's hand, which looked exactly the same, was actually very unstable inside. With a little provocation, just like just now, it crashed directly into the ground without any control. Still not working. Naruto looked a little depressed. "Watch out!" At this time, Urobe Gengetsu spoke again. Naruto looked subconsciously and saw Urobe Gengetsu stretched out his palm and said lightly, "The raised nan teaching begins, this time it's free." As soon as the voice fell, under Naruto's extremely surprised gaze, a blue chakra ball that he was very familiar with appeared in Urobe Genjutsu's palm in one go. Raised nan. As if treating it as an ordinary ninjutsu, Urobe Gengetsu held up the attributeless blue raised nan with one hand and pressed it against his chest as Naruto did before. How could it be? Naruto stared at all this in a daze. Things were developing too bizarrely. Naruto never expected that the enemy in front of him could also use raised nan. Didn't the lecherous sage say that this technique belonged to the 4th generation? Could it be? Hey? Why would I think so? They don't look alike at all. Naruto, who was a bit nervous, still had the mind to think so much at this time. Naruto. Jiraiya, who arrived, woke him up with a loud shout. Naruto was startled and raised his head. The familiar blue spiral light completely covered his vision. Chapter 39. Watch carefully and learn well. Whoosh! A strong sound of air friction was heard. Jiraiya came quickly behind Naruto, grabbed the back of his neck with one hand, and threw him behind him with force, while holding the other hand with his palm. Raised nan. A blue chakra ball that was also spinning at high speed appeared in his palm. Jiraiya's eyes flashed, and he pushed the raised nan in his hand forward without hesitation. Seeing this, Hago Romo Gengetsu also had no intention of retreating. The next second, 2 raised nans that looked exactly the same collided with each other. Boom! A dazzling blue light lit up. Intense friction and collision continued to erupt. Hago Romo Gengetsu and Jiraiya's figures instantly shrank, and a huge deep pit was visible under their feet. Not only that, the former's black hair and the latter's white hair, at this moment, seemed to be hit by a storm, and swung wildly behind them. Crash! Dust flew, and sand and gravel splashed. In the constant stalemate, the extremely violent air waves carried wisps of scattered blue chakra, turning into a huge fan, rapidly spreading from the center of the two people's fight to all directions. 1 second, 2 seconds. Finally, after the last fierce friction, Swanyu and Jiraiya looked at each other. Then, with a bang, under the huge reverse thrust, the two turned into afterimages and flew backwards at a very fast speed. At the same time, the raised nan in their hands collapsed and turned into dots of blue light and quickly dissipated. The sound of ninja shoes dragging on the ground continued to sound in the following time. After a few breaths, everything returned to normal. Jiraiya pulled out his feet that were deeply stuck in the mud, looked up at Swanyu who was doing the same action not far away, and his eyes became more and more solemn. Sexy sage! Sexy sage! At this time, Naruto hurried over to Jiraiya, pointing at Urobe Gengetsu with a puzzled look. Sexy sage, how come that guy also knows raised nan? Raised nan. Jiraiya, who was thinking about what to do next, came to his senses and shook his head. I don't know either. However, this situation happened to the person opposite, and after a little surprise, it felt normal. You know, he is a person who is on par with gods. Any ninjutsu performed in his hands will not be surprising. As a direct disciple of the third generation and one of the three ninjas of Konoha, Jiraiya has channels and is interested in understanding past celebrities. Among them, Uro Gengetsu, who has developed many blood limit, can easily use any ninjutsu, and has an exaggerated talent that makes everyone dumbfounded. He also has some knowledge. Now seeing it with his own eyes, it is indeed well deserved. A person who is on par with gods? What is this? Why are you not surprised? Facing Jiraiya's explanation, Naruto scratched his hair and still didn't understand. But Jiraiya couldn't say anything more. Uro Gengetsu had adjusted himself by then. After hearing what the two people on the opposite side said, he curled his lips and said, "Raise Nan? It's just an A-level ninjutsu. If there is any need to make a fuss about this, it seems that I will let you see its advanced version next." Raise Nan, a non-marked ninjutsu, like Chidori, was figured out by Uro Gengetsu himself as early as the Warring States period, and he even developed it further. The reason why he has not shown it to the outside world is that he has developed a ninjutsu with powerful Raise Nan and even a blood limit. Unlike Chidori's sprint bonus, he has more options and few people can force him to use his full strength, so he naturally hasn't shown it to the outside world. He used it a few times occasionally, and the target was already dead. The only time it was likely to be exposed to the outside world was the Battle of Shinaya Valley. But when facing the thousands of Buddha arms of Senju Hashirama, it didn't make any sense to use this thing. Now, just in time. The person who will develop the Raise Nan in the future is here, so let's use him to show another use of the Raise Nan. With a wicked smile, Uro Gengetsu opened his right palm again. One more question, are you willing to hand over the spiritual transformation technique? No one responded. Okay. The highly compressed blue chakra ball appeared in Uro Gengetsu's palm again. Jiraiya thought Uro Gengetsu was going to use the Raise Nan to attack again. Just as he was preparing to respond. Suddenly, seeing the new changes in the Raise Nan in Uro Gengetsu's hand, Jiraiya's pupils suddenly shrank. This kind of property and form change. He actually developed the Raise Nan to this extent. Zzz. Under Jiraiya's surprised gaze, the Raise Nan in Uro Gengetsu's hand, after injecting wind attribute chakra, turned into a huge spiral shuriken composed of countless tiny chakra blades that rotated at high speed in an instant. This is the advanced version of the Raise Nan, wind-style Rasen Shuriken. At this moment, while Naruto was screaming "What is that?", Jiraiya felt a serious threat from the familiar yet unfamiliar ninjutsu of Hago Romo Gengetsu. Crack crack. Hago Romo Gengetsu looked down at his right arm that was carrying the wind-style Rasen Shuriken and was constantly cracking. Sure enough, an ordinary body can't withstand the side effects of the wind-style Rasen Shuriken. This is also the reason why Hago Romo Gengetsu didn't use the wind-style Rasen Shuriken much in the past. Naruto, who has a physique abnormality, almost lost the ability to move his right hand after using the wind-style Rasen Shuriken for the first time. If it were someone else, his right hand would be completely scrapped. Hago Romo Genjutsu's impure earth body right arm is about to fail. So, throw it away quickly. Hago Romo Swanyu's eyes moved and he aimed at Jiraiya and Naruto. Watch well and study hard. Wind release, spiral shuriken. Hago Romo Swanyu suddenly waved his right arm. The next second, his right arm was completely shattered. Carrying an extremely terrifying aura, amidst the overwhelming sound of shattering in the space, the high-speed rotating wind release and spiral shuriken roared toward Jiraiya and the two with a teleportation speed. Careful! Shizuan, who was treating her own injuries, looked at this scene and couldn't help but remind her loudly. Jiraiya stood in front of Naruto with an unprecedented solemn expression, bit his finger and slammed it on the ground. Psychic art! Bang! Huge white smoke rose. I haven't had time to see what's inside. The rapidly rotating wind release and spiral shuriken had already rushed in. The space seemed to be frozen. After a moment of silence, a dazzling white light suddenly emerged from inside, dispersing the white smoke and shooting straight into the sky. Immediately afterwards, there was an unprecedented loud explosion, a huge explosion that could even be heard by Tsunade. What happened there? Tsunade, who knocked back Yakushi Kabuto with one punch, couldn't help but look back and looked at the explosion site. Orochimaru, who was watching the battle on the sidelines, also looked over, narrowed his eyes, and seemed to have thought of something, and quickly gave Yakushi Kabuto a look. Kabuto the pharmacist understood. Just when Tsunade was about to attack again, he took out a kunai and swiped it hard on his palm without hesitation. Blood spilled out like a fountain. Tsunade, who looked like a female Tyrannosaurus, stopped immediately, trembling all over, and said with a pale face, "Blood." Chapter 40 The Familiar Taste of Naruto. Rumble. It was like the sky was falling apart. The aftermath of wind release, spiral shuriken is still raging. Even though she was not within the range of the technique, she had to take several steps back. Only then did Shizuan, who could barely maintain her balance, looked up with worry. Then, she saw a huge toad falling from the sky that looked very embarrassed. "Although I am useless, I will work hard for this. But Jiraiya, I am really in pain this time." A painful sound came from the mouth of the big purple toad. Before Toma Takeru, who came in response to Jiraiya's call, could understand what was happening, he felt a heavy hammer hit it hard. As honest as it is, it couldn't help but complain to Jiraiya for the first time. Beneath him, Jiraiya scratched his head in embarrassment and said as he watched the giant pot-lid-shaped shield that never left his body become tattered. "Sorry. Sorry. I really don't have time this time. I will remind you next time." If Gamabuntai heard Jiraiya say that there would be a next time, he would definitely give him a pipe. But Toad Jian is indeed an honest toad. After hearing Jiraiya's assurance, it lost its anger and raised its only intact weapon, the harpoon, and fulfilled its mission seriously. So, is the enemy the strange person opposite? At this moment, amid the familiar confetti flying, Hago Romo Genzuki's right arm, which was broken due to the wind release Rasen Shuriken, was rapidly recovering. "Yes." Jiraiya nodded solemnly, "Time is running out, we must deal with him as soon as possible." "Okay." Toad Takeru nodded, jumped with his powerful frog legs, and hit Hago Romo Suanya heavily. Hago Romo Suanya did not fight hard, and disappeared from the place in a flash. Boom! The next second, Toad Jian fell from the sky. Amid the flying dust, the earth couldn't help but tremble several times. "There!" Jiraiya quickly caught Hago Romo Genzuki and clapped his hands. "Crush the vendor technique." Above Hago Romo Genzuki's head, another huge Myokiyama toad named Tomohiro fell from the sky and pressed downwards fiercely. Although Hago Romo Gengetsu also dodged this time, the shock wave caused by Toadhiro's landing still knocked him away. "Good opportunity." Toad Takeru raised his harpoon and swept towards Hago Romo Genzuki. Tomohiro, who had just been summoned, didn't waste any time. He drew out the two giant ninja swords from his back and slashed at Hago Romo Genzuki without saying much. Jiraiya knew very well that against the current Hago Romo Genzuki, large psychic beasts were more effective than ninjutsu. Of course, it would be best if you use magic. It's just that with his half-knowledge level, it would take a long time to enter the immortal mode, which is obviously not applicable now. Seeing Toad Takeru and Toad Hiroji showing off their power, Naruto on the side felt a little itchy and said, "Licious Immortal, I summoned Boss Toad to help you." Jiraiya did not refuse, and even went further, "No need to help me. Let Bunta take you and Shizuan to Tsunade." Jiraiya then changed his mind and let him hold Hago Romo Genzuki back. "If Bunta goes to Tsunade's place, she can be of great help." "Okay." Naruto, who had suffered several losses at the hands of Hago Romo Genzuki and finally understood that he could not do much to help, was obedient this time. He bit his finger confidently. Psychic art. Bang! White smoke came out. Come out! Boss Toad! Naruto shouted passionately. Then, a little tadpole jumped on the ground with a pop and a pop. Nanny! Naruto held his head in his hands in disbelief and stared at all this with his mouth wide open. Shizuo's smile paused as she was about to leave. Jiraiya was even more stunned. Familiar recipe, familiar taste. Hago Romo Genzuki, who was being flanked by brothers Toma Takeru and Toma Hiroshi, also noticed this joyful scene. I have to say that this is the taste of Naruto that he is truly familiar with. Naruto had a rare blush on his face. After hurriedly letting Tadpole go back, he reluctantly channeled again. Boss Toad, come out quickly. Bang! Hey, Naruto! White smoke was rising again. Gamabunta's son, Gamakaki, who had not yet grown up, raised his frog hand and greeted Naruto. Jiraiya stopped looking, fearing that he might not be able to help himself and clean up the sect. At this time, Hago Romo Genzuki, who had used Earth Release Ninjutsu to restrain the two giant toads, turned around and reminded. As a reminder, just now, Tsunade's hemophobia broke out. Jiraiya and Shizuo's expressions froze. There was no time to explore the authenticity of Hago Romo Genzuki's words. Shizuo looked anxious and was about to rush towards Tsunade. Psychic art. Huge white smoke rose up again, with a giant pipe in his mouth and a bandage around his waist. Gamabunta, who looked like the boss of the Black Society, was finally summoned by Naruto on his third try. Why are you this brat again? And Gamakaki, why are you here? Gamabunta, who was having a cigarette and living like a god, said in a somewhat unhappy tone. Hey, Dad! Gamakaki said hello, lying on Bunta's head. Boss Toad! An excited Naruto said while dancing. Jiraiya, who finally waited, turned around and said in the most concise tone, Bunta, go to Tsunade. She needs your help. Compared to Naruto, a brat, Gamabunta and Jiraiya are more familiar and have a better understanding. I smell a snake. Without delay, after letting Shizuo come up, Gamabunta's huge body suddenly jumped, leaping over hundreds of meters into the distance. I can't let you succeed. In a few flashes, Yiswanyu, who was retreating, formed seals with both hands. Earth escape, Earth core. Boom! The earth shook violently. When Gamabunta landed again and was about to jump again, a huge block of earth suddenly rose rapidly from in front of it. With a bang, Gamabunta hit it. This was just the beginning. In the following time, under Yiswanyu's technique, the ground in this area turned into squares, which were either raised or sunken without any rules. While raising many obstacles, it did not give the three Toad brothers any chance to jump. Toad boss, slow down. Naruto, who was almost thrown out if Shizuo had not caught him in time, hurriedly reminded him. Gamabunta drew out his short sword and split the stone wall in half, impatiently saying, You're asking me to slow down at this time, do you want everyone to become sandwiches? Not far away, Jiraiya, who noticed this scene, frowned and subconsciously wanted to use long-range ninjutsu on Hago Romo Gengetsu to interrupt his technique. But after thinking about the other party's ability to escape from the dark, he was a little annoyed that he was too lazy in practicing fairy arts, so he rushed forward in person. Unlike the large summoned beasts, Hago Romo Gengetsu noticed that Jiraiya was flexible and changeable in the Earth's nuclear movement, and was about to rush to him. While continuing to maintain the technique in his hand, he turned his eyes and looked at the two big swords in Gamahiro's hand. Clang! The next second, the huge cold blade fell from the sky and slashed towards Jiraiya. Chapter 41 The spiritualization technique is obtained. My sword! Gamahiro, who was avoiding the earth's core vibration, was not careful for a moment, and the two ninja swords in his hands flew out of his hands as if they had self-awareness, and slashed towards Jiraiya with a clear purpose. "Jiraiya, be careful!" Gamahiro reminded hurriedly. Jiraiya raised his head, and the two ninja swords that were much larger than his own were reflected in his pupils. Magnetic escape. Stab! Stab! Like a knife cutting tofu, the tips of the two giant ninja swords went straight into the ground for several meters. Jiraiya, who dodged in time, was about to pass by him, and the two giant ninja swords rose rapidly with a long cry, and slashed at Jiraiya again like a dragon. When Gamahiro came over and held his weapon tightly, Jiraiya, who was no longer hindered, continued to look for Hago Romo Gengetsu, but found that the other party had disappeared in the maze like Earth's core vibration. Hago Romo Genjutsu's goal was never to defeat Jiraiya, but to obtain the spiritual transformation technique. From the beginning to the end, he and Jiraiya had only fought a few times, in order to retain more power to stop everyone. Just like now. Hago Romo Gengetsu deliberately blocked Jiraiya without giving him a chance to entangle him. Even if Gamabunta and others could break through his blockade, it would take a lot of time. But what is most lacking now is time. Time is running out. If you don't make a decision, Tsunade will be in danger. Oh, it's already very dangerous now. Hago Romo Genjutsu's voice was heard by everyone now very clearly. Let you see the real situation on the scene. Water style, mirror of reflection. As the voice fell, a huge water mirror condensed in the air. Jiraiya and others looked up and could clearly see Tsunade's real situation being displayed on the mirror of the water mirror. Before Hago Romo Gengetsu took action, he deliberately sent a shadow clone to hide near the place where Tsunade and Orochimaru traded, in order to send back information in real time. It can be seen that Tsunade in the mirror looks timid and powerless at the moment, completely lacking her previous heroic spirit. The reason for this is that Kabuto Yakushi deliberately splashed blood on her. Who would have thought that the most famous medical ninja in the ninja world would be afraid of blood? Kabuto Yakushi had a mocking smile on his face and attacked Tsunade wantonly, but the latter could not resist at all and was extremely embarrassed. If Orochimaru had not needed Tsunade to treat his hands, I am afraid that one of the three ninjas of Konoha would have been completely defeated here. Fight back! Granny Tsunade! Naruto did not expect that the female ninja who had KO'd him so easily before would be so fragile. He clenched his fists and cheered loudly for her regardless of whether Tsunade could hear him or not. Tsunade! Jiraiya fell silent. Tsunade-sama! Shizune was anxious. She knew very well that this was the manifestation of Tsunade's blood phobia, and she looked at Kabuto Yakushi with murderous intent, wishing to go to Tsunade immediately. Hand over the reincarnation technique, and I'll let you go. Seeing that the time was almost right, Urobe Gengetsu appeared in front of Shizune and issued an ultimatum. You should know very well which is more important, the reincarnation technique or the life of your lady Tsunade. You bastard! Naruto widened his eyes and glared at Urobe Gengetsu. But even so, he did not rush over and fight recklessly as he did in the past. Obviously, with Naruto's brain, he knew how bad the situation was. Even though Naruto was like this, Jiraiya sighed and finally did not say no. Shizune, who was watching her master suffering, did not delay any more. Here you go! With a bang, white smoke rose, and Shizune summoned an ancient scroll and threw it to Urobe Gengetsu. Urobe Gengetsu took it with one hand, looked at the appearance of the scroll, which was a bit old, and felt relieved. In such a short time, I think Shizune would not forge such a realistic ninjutsu scroll. As expected. Hago Romo Gengetsu flipped through it and took a quick look. With his ninjutsu background, he was sure that it was a scroll for practicing the spirit transformation technique. Can you let us go? Shizune said urgently. Hago Romo Gengetsu nodded, stopped the ninjutsu, kept his word and stepped aside, making an invitation gesture. Please. Jiraiya looked at Hago Romo Gengetsu deeply. Without making any more trouble, he quickly gave orders to the three-toed brothers. Soon, the three-toed brothers, without any obstacles, carried Jiraiya, Shizuan, and Naruto and quickly jumped towards Tsunade. Staying in place, watching the huge figure flying away quickly, Hago Romo Gengetsu smiled and said, "Thank you, Orochimaru." He really had to thank Orochimaru. If the other party had not threatened Tsunade's life, Shizuan would not have obediently handed over the scroll of the spirit transformation technique. As for coercion and inducement, Tsunade even rejected the conditions of resurrecting her lover and brother, so there was no need to think about other conditions. In addition, the opponent with a strong personality may even choose to die together, and will never allow her to threaten Shizuan. The reason why this time was successful. In addition to the enthusiastic Orochimaru acting as a black glove to attract hatred, there is also the reason why Tsunade and Shizuan are separated. After sincerely thanking the selfless good man Orochimaru again, Yuyisuanya was not interested in watching the three ninjas meet again, and was even more lazy to find out whether Tsunade had overcome her hemophobia, and whether Naruto would find a new way to complete the Raise Nan. The East Wind has been obtained, everything is ready, it's time to go back and complete it all. I'm tired of staying in this impure earth body. The breeze blows by. Yuyisuanyu's figure disappeared. The previously lively battlefield suddenly became quiet. God's Fall Valley. Located in the northeast of the Land of Fire, geographically close to the Land of Hot Springs. After leaving Tansho Street and staying away from the increasingly fierce sun and battlefield outside, Yuyisuanya headed to the Valley of God's Fall as quickly as possible. The powerful concealment ability granted by the forbidden technique, the eternal sleep breath, is only applicable to the burial place. If it is taken out, it will not be hidden. For the sake of safety, Yuyisuanya did not take his body with him when he left, but buried it in the ground of the Valley of God's Fall as he had done for decades. There was no delay on the way, and Yuyisuanya quickly rushed back to the Valley of God's Fall after working day and night. The two majestic and huge statues have remained unchanged for decades, and they are still facing each other there. Everything is almost the same as when he came. Except for a few more rats lurking in the dark. People from Konoha? They found this place. Noticing that the rats who were secretly monitoring him had discovered him, they quietly retreated, obviously to pass on information. Yuyisuanyu's eyes turned cold, and he was about to get rid of them. Suddenly, an unexpected change happened in front of him. He raised his eyebrows, stopped, and watched everything curiously. Until the change was over. Yuyisuanyu's eyes were fixed on the person who came without covering up, and the corner of his mouth curled up and said, "Interesting." Chapter 42, Feathered Descendants. The scarlet blood spilled as the blade was pulled out. You. The ninja wearing the Cloud Ninja Forehead Protector looked at the person behind him in disbelief. He didn't have time to say anything, and fell to the ground with shock, despair, and worry. This was just the beginning. The sound of the blade swinging quickly sounded next. After a few unprepared muffled sounds, everything quickly returned to calm. Yuyisuanyu, who was ready to do it himself, didn't expect someone to take a step ahead, standing in place, looking at the only person left on the field with a meaningful look. Tat! 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 The other party sheathed the bloody short knife and walked towards Yuyisuanyu. At a distance of only 2 meters, the visitor half-knelt on the ground without hesitation, lowered his cold and beautiful face, and said in a tone that was rarely mixed with excitement and admiration. Yuyi Han, meet the clan leader. Yuyi. Clan leader. It's a long-lost title. A trace of memory flashed in Yuyisuanyu's eyes. He looked down at the blonde woman in front of him with exceptionally fair skin, tall and hot figure, who was no less than Tsunade. He did not believe it immediately, but said calmly. Evidence. The blonde woman did not hesitate, stretched out her hand and pulled down her already low light grey protective net clothes. A very eye-catching piece of snow white was exposed to the air without any cover, accompanied by the special operation of the blonde woman's chakra. As Yi Xuanyu watched, soon, the blonde woman's originally smooth and white place suddenly appeared with a red mark. Yi Xuanyu's eyes lit up. Yes, the woman in front of him was indeed from the Yi clan. In the past, after I became the head of the Yi clan, in order to let the scattered intelligence personnel verify each other's identities, I specially designed this secret technique that can only reveal the identity mark through the special chakra operation method to ensure safety. As for the appearance of the mark, I will just treat it as a little fun of my own. Yi Xuanyu's attitude suddenly became much more friendly. Asked. Do all the tribe members have this mark now? Yu Yihan, who didn't care about his exposed body, said respectfully, to the clan leader, according to the crisis response plan you left, the Yu Yi clan obeyed the order and scattered in various places in the ninja world. In order to confirm the identity and communicate safely in the future, the elders deliberately left the mark method you developed on each member of the Yu Yi clan, and passed it down in the form of blood. Yu Yi Xian, you understood, so, you are the branch of the Yu Yi clan lurking in the Hidden Cloud Village. Yu Yi Han nodded. In the Hidden Cloud Village, my name is Samui. Samui. Yu Yi Xianyu looked at the cold and beautiful woman who was half kneeling in front of him again. Her skin was so white that she didn't look like a highland barbarian at all. No wonder she was different from most of the cloud ninjas. It turned out that the blood of the Yu Yi clan flowed in her body. As for whether such skin color would attract the attention of the Hidden Cloud Village, the Land of Lightning is not a closed country. People come and go frequently. Besides, there are people with white skin in the country, so naturally they will not make a fuss about this. Get up and tell me about the situation of the Feathered clan in the decades after my death. Feathered Xuanyu gave the order and added, pull up your clothes. Feathered Han, that is, Samui, stood up and looked down at the heavy burden that had always made her shoulders sore. She didn't care at first, but still put on her top again as ordered. Every member of the Feathered clan has been taught all the glorious deeds of Feathered Xuanyu, the most amazing and powerful generation of clan leader in the history of the Feathered clan since they can remember. Including Samui, the Feathered clan members who are now distributed in the ninja world admire Feathered Xuanyu incomparably. Therefore, after hearing that the legendary clan leader appeared in Konoha, the Feathered clan who always adhered to their true identity and hid in the dark acted quickly. For example, Samui chose to join the Cloud Ninja search team. After accidentally discovering Hago Romo Gengetsu, he raised his butcher knife without hesitation and aimed at his fellow Cloud Ninjas to ensure that the whereabouts of the clan leader would not be revealed. Samui didn't care about her identity being exposed, so how could she care about her spring light being exposed, especially in front of this person? If possible, she would even be willing to serve this person in person. This is the supreme honor for the descendants of the Hago Romo clan. Just like the Hokage to Konoha. Furthermore, the status of Hago Romo Gengetsu, who has a blood bond, in the hearts of the Hago Romo clan is absolutely unimaginable to outsiders. By the way, here we have to mention the biggest negative example, Uchiha Madara. There is absolutely no one in history who can achieve this level as a clan leader. Even Uchiha Setsuna, an absolute hawk who wanted to launch a coup and overthrow the rule of the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama, did not follow him, which shows how unsuccessful he was as a clan leader. It's still early. There are no foreign forces in Chinaiyun Valley except for a team of Kumo ninjas who came here to try their luck and ended up meeting the King of Hell. In front of the statue of Hago Romo Gengetsu, the real owner of Hago Romo Gengetsu listened carefully to Samui's description of the changes of the Hago Romo clan over the past decades. Seriously speaking, since Hago Romo Gengetsu was hit by a dump truck and came to the familiar yet unfamiliar Naruto world of the year, he has been more of a game of the world. Doesn't he know that killing those noble daimyos will bring backlash? Of course he knows. It's just that I lived a dull life in my last life. I could only curse in my heart when I saw all kinds of bad things. In fact, I didn't dare to do anything. I was short of money even if I wanted to give some money. I even worried that doing so would bring trouble to myself and my family. It can be said that I was extremely mediocre. I have lived a new life, especially with powerful power in my hands. Why do I continue like this? Just as Captain Jia said. You bullied me before the Imperial Army came, and you still bullied me when the Imperial Army came. The Imperial Army trademark didn't come in vain. Thinking from a different perspective, Yi Xuanyu felt that he must live happily and not have so many burdens, so that it would not be in vain to come again. Therefore, when facing the 5 shadows who attacked him unrighteously, Yi Xuanyu, in addition to the initial anger, did not have the hatred that outsiders imagined. He cursed in his heart that he must bloodbath the 5 major ninja villages over and over again, from men to women, from adults to children, leaving no one alive. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit, nothing more than this. Others seized the opportunity and killed him with one blow. Yi Xuanyu, who was one step behind, could look at all this calmly. Of course. When a goose passes, it leaves a shadow, when a person passes, it leaves a trace. As a person from the outer world, under the baptism of time, there are still some existences that are remembered in Yi Xuanyu's heart. For example, the Yi clan. As the patriarch of the Yi clan, Yi Xuanyu, who was worried that he would be overthrown one day, deliberately left some backup plans for the Yi clan. The most important of them is undoubtedly the survival problem after the great changes in the ninja world. As powerful as the Senju clan, the Uchiha clan, the Uzumaki clan, the Kaguya clan, and the Snow clan, which were famous in the Warring States period and were at the top of the food chain, disappeared one by one in the ninja village era. Yi Xuanyu, who is familiar with the plot, naturally planned a new way out for the Yi clan. Now it seems that the descendants have done it. Chapter 43 A grand debut requires an audience. Since you died in the battle, Senju Hashirama sent your relics back to the clan. The clan elders have followed the contingency plan you set up and secretly dispersed the clan members to various countries in the ninja world little by little, using the newly prepared new weapons. Identity lurks and develops. In a cold voice, Samai recounted the decades of experience of the Hago Romo clan. After hearing this, Yi Xuanyu nodded. I have to say that Senju Hashirama is quite impressive in his work. Afterwards, he returned his relics to the Hago Romo clan, without thinking of eradicating the roots and completely annihilating the Hago Romo clan. Instead, he allowed the Hago Romo clan to continue to exist and told Konoha not to antagonize them. If it were the evil Senju Urgiizi and even the other 4 shadows, they would definitely be looking for an opportunity to kill this time bomb around them. It's just that people can't always rely on others. The Hago Romo elders, who had been influenced by Hago Romo Xuanyu's thoughts, quickly made up their minds to let the Hago Romo clan disperse into pieces. After all, although the Hago Romo clan without the protection of Hago Romo Genzuki is still a behemoth in front of many forces, it is not enough in front of the 5 great ninja villages that integrate the power of the 5 major nations, have many ninja clans, and a large civilian, cannon fodder, ninja army. Especially when he had killed the first Mizukage and crippled the first Raikage, there was no doubt that these guys had a grudge and wanted to do something. Things did develop as expected. After that, many forces with malicious intentions secretly watched the Hago Romo clan. If the Hago Romo clan hadn't evacuated in time, I'm afraid they would have faced the same fate as the Uzumaki clan in the future. You must know that the Uzumaki clan is an independent nation, has a ninja village entirely of its own, and relies on its ally Konoha. Despite multiple insurances, the outsiders' prying eyes could not be prevented. In the end, the country was completely destroyed and the tribesmen fled in all directions. Although the Hago Romo clan does not have the sealing technique that the Uzumaki clan is famous for in the ninja world, the accumulation of thousands of years is enough to make the enemy greedy to do it again. Although they had left their clan territory for many years, they could not take away many of their real estate properties, resulting in huge economic losses. But at least the people are still there, and they are lurking in various countries. With the help of the power of the major ninja villages, Hago Romo not only did not decline completely like the Senju and Uchiha, but lived a prosperous life. Samui has a good status in Kumagakure village, and even became a disciple of the Eight Tails Jinhyuriki swordsmanship. This is not uncommon in Konoha, Iwa ninja, Sand ninja, and even Kiri ninja. So when it comes to anything, never judge the pros and cons based on the moment. Hago Romo Gengetsu suddenly thought of the heroic ambition of Senju Hashirama when he came to him and invited the Hago Romo clan to join Konoha and create a future with Senju and Uchiha, and he couldn't help but shook his head. Hashirama, have you ever thought that Konoha would be like this today? Master Patriarch, are you really back this time? After almost describing the situation of the Hago Romo clan and explaining some of the current information about the clan that he had learned, Samui finally couldn't help but ask the question that he had been holding back for a long time. After finishing speaking, she looked expectantly at Hago Romo Swanyu's face that was different from ordinary people and full of cracks. Yi Swanyu looked at the scroll of spiritual transformation in his hand, nodded slightly and said, "Almost." Sam Yi's cold face was very excited, and he knelt on the ground again, obeying the order, "Master Patriarch, do you need us to do anything? The Yi clan will always be your weapon and support." Yi Swanyu never thought that people from the Yi clan would appear here. His plan was to search for traces of the Hago Romo clan after he was successfully resurrected. He is even ready for the return of the god of war, and his wife and daughter living in a pigsty. Unexpectedly, after losing the title of Hago Romo, the clan members lived quite well. Just keep it the same. Hago Romo Swanyu, who had just returned and was still unfamiliar with everything, decided not to change anything in a short period of time. After that, he glanced at the corpses of the 3 cloud ninjas that had fallen not far away, and said with a smile, "The cloud ninjas are quite active, they all ran here. It's not unusual for Konoha's ninjas to come here, after all, this is the territory of the Land of Fire." Hago Romo Gengetsu didn't expect that Yun Ninja would come all the way to join in the fun, and even sent a team of people to lurk in the Valley of the Gods to see if they could get lucky. After hearing this, Samui reported what he knew: the Kumo ninjas have always been resentful of the first Raikage's broken arm. After hearing about your appearance, the clan leader, the 4th Raikage decisively sent a large number of ninjas to search. I want to seek revenge for my ancestor's broken arm. As far as I know, the Kumo ninja contributed the most to this search among the 5 great ninja villages. The first Raikage had such an impatient personality. The Kumo ninja led by him have been in the same mold for decades. Yi Swanyu shook her head lightly. Since they don't have long memories, let them have a deeper understanding. Cold. Exist. Sam Ely leaned down and waited for orders. Hago Romo Swanyu ordered, "Inform Raikage and tell him that I am here." Yes. Sam Yi was a little confused, but he didn't ask any more questions and still nodded. Besides, Hago Romo Swanyu looked at the woman in front of him and pulled out a kunao. "You are too clean." The words fell. Prick. Blood flowed. Samui groaned and remained motionless, allowing the kunao to accrue to him. That'll do. Good fat has its own advantages. For example, the attack that was originally planned and should have penetrated the heart ended up missing. Go ahead. Yi Swanyu waved her hand. After Samui saluted solemnly, he covered his heart, retreated, and quickly disappeared from the Valley of the Gods. Hago Romo Swanyu put her hands behind her back and turned her eyes from Samui's departing back to the statue that belonged to her. This is an unprecedented grand debut in the ninja world. Wouldn't it be a pity if there were no high-level audiences to witness it? Just right. Since Yunren was so impatient to meet him, then use them to solemnly announce to the ninja world that he is officially back. Only gods have always looked directly at humans. The same should be true for those who stand shoulder to shoulder with gods. After Samui left, Hago Romo Genzuki, who had cremated the Kumo ninja's body, jumped on top of his statue, sat down, opened the scroll of the spiritual transformation technique, and began to study it seriously. The Cloud Ninja received the information, and the assembled personnel would not arrive for a while. Hago Romo Swanyu has enough time to learn the art of spiritual transformation and carry out the final resurrection. Although enough in his eyes does not mean the same thing as enough in other people's impressions. Like now. It is an S-level ninjutsu that is difficult for others to learn in 10 days and a half months, or even several years. Hago Romo Swanyu has been reading for a while, and after trying a few times, he has almost mastered it. The formulas, answers, and solution processes are all laid out in detail. It's easy to learn. No? It's time to take the final step. Yi Swanyu stood up and decided without any hesitation. Chapter 44 Resurrection. Resurrection. Show. The body wrapped in the forbidden technique breath of eternal sleep once again rose from the ground. Unlike before, this time Hago Romo Swanyu formed the yin seal with both hands without hesitation and shouted. Forbidden technique solution. The black film covering the body suddenly glowed with light. Soon, the black membrane separated and evolved into tadpole-like black runes one after another. After quickly traveling around the surface of the body, it didn't take long for them to rush to gather at the center of the body and form a black megatama. With a leap, the black megatama separated from the body, rose into the air, and then quickly evaporated under Hago Romo Genzuki's gaze until it completely disappeared. Hago Romo Swanyu knew that this was a sign of the complete absence of the forbidden technique, breath of eternal sleep. Plop! Plop! The sound of a powerful heartbeat echoed in the Valley of the Gods. It was as if he felt a terrifying being awakening from its deep sleep. At this moment, all the insects, birds, and animals in the Valley of Gods fell silent, and the entire valley was extremely silent. Yi Swanyu looked down. His own body is now completely in front of his eyes without any hindrance. It seems that the most thrilling battle is not over yet. His body was covered with countless injuries, large and small. In severe cases, his chest even sunk into a big pit. His flesh and bones were visible to the naked eye, and there was blood oozing out from all over his body. Even so, Hago Romo Swanyu still felt a strong oppressive force coming from his body, an aura that was as breathtaking as fighting against the heavens and the earth. Not only that, the chakra in Hago Romo Genjutsu's body even activated autonomously, as if he was being watched closely by a savage beast, and he had an uncontrollable stress reaction. This is my body. Even though he was seriously injured, he was still full of life. Hago Romo Swanyu looked at the body whose heart was beating, blood was flowing, and the skin was still rosy, with eyes full of expectation. It's time. Knowing that this state of his body would not last long, he quickly formed seals with his hands. The art of spiritual transformation. After a few breaths, Hago Romo Swanyu formed the last Mao seal. When the technique is completed, Hago Romo Swanyu only felt a strong acceleration force coming on his soul. As if it has infinite power, wherever you want to go at the moment, it can take you there in an instant. A light flashed in Yi Swanyu's eyes, her mind moved, and her soul instantly left her body. Ignoring the crack in the underworld that appeared above his head, with the blessing of the spiritual transformation technique, Hago Romo Swanyu's soul accelerated. With a power far beyond imagination, he broke free from the restraints in an instant and landed on the real body he had been waiting for a long time, ignoring the distance. Like a baby swallow returning to its nest. With a swipe sound, Hago Romo Swanyu's soul and body fit perfectly, merging together without any hindrance. The next second, the index finger of his right hand, which was not cracked, trembled slightly. Immediately afterwards, I seemed to feel something. In a long-lost command from the central nervous system, the index finger on the ground first made a hook, and then the thumb, middle finger, ring finger, and little finger all moved accordingly. Wow! Mud fell from between the fingers. The 5 fingers were gathered together, and the right hand carrying the soil was slowly raised, and fell in front of the eyes that were also slowly opened. Hago Romo Swanyu opened her eyes. Looking at the palm in front of him, he felt the mud inside his palm. The corners of his mouth curled up at first, and then widened wider. That's right. That's what it feels like. Hago Romo Swanyu held her heart with her other hand. Plop! Plop! For the first time since the reincarnation of the dirty land, he could feel his heart beating so clearly in his body. Not only that, looking down at the fresh blood on his palms, Hago Romo Swanyu could no longer hold back and laughed loudly. This taste of blood! This taste of pain! Ha 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 ha! This is the body that truly belongs to me. I can finally shine with the glory that belongs to Hago Romo. Ha ha! Only through personal experience can we have a deep understanding. At this moment, Hago Romo Genzuki could not understand the excitement and joy of Uchiha Madara's true resurrection after performing the reincarnation technique in the 4th battle. The glory of life is what everyone who appreciates death yearns for. At this moment, Hago Romo Swanyu clenched her fists, and powerful power surged out. Even due to serious injuries, chakra was reduced to nothing, far less than at its peak, and overwhelming and severe pain was felt throughout the body. He still had to experience this feeling. This kind of taste is completely different from the dirty earth body, and it is extremely fresh. A long time. Hago Romo Swanyu finally calmed down and looked at more and more blood seeping out of his body. He shook his head without caring, reached out and grabbed the black cloak and covered himself with it. After finishing all this, he raised his head and looked at the dirty body still standing in front of him. Yes. The filthy earth body still did not dissipate at this time, reappearing the true appearance of the sacrifice. Not only that, the spiritual transformation technique he performed was still maintained. Hago Romo Swanyu knew the reason for this. After carefully reading the training scroll for the art of spiritual transformation, he understood that the art of spiritual transformation did not completely separate from the body after being used as ordinary people imagined. Hago Romo Swanyu had also speculated before. After all, if the soul under the spiritual transformation technique can really flow unimpeded to the outside world, Kato Dan will not end up dead. No matter what happens, he can continue to live in the form of a soul for a while. In addition, during the 4th World War, Kato Dan, who was reborn after the impure world reincarnation, could completely break free from his shackles with the spiritualization technique, instead of returning to the underworld completely after a brief meeting with Tsunade. The spiritualization technique actually has its own limitations. That is, when the soul leaves the body and kills and possesses regardless of distance, or even transmits information, a small part of the soul will remain in the body as a coordinate anchor point to pull the soul back at any time to avoid losing its position outside and not being able to sense the body. In the 4th World War, the reason why Kato Dan's soul was not pulled by the underworld after leaving the impure world body was because essentially his soul would eventually return to the impure world body no matter how far away it was. It is the same now. Yuro Gengetsu still has a very small part of his soul in the impure world body. And when the spiritualization technique ends, his main soul will return to the impure world body uncontrollably. Yuro Gengetsu can't modify it even if he wants to. After all, the place he wants to modify is the cornerstone of the spiritualization technique. If he changes it, the spiritualization technique will no longer be the spiritualization technique. Even if it succeeds, it is no less difficult than developing a new soul secret technique. So that's it. Yui Swanyu shook his head. Question Orochimaru, Understand Orochimaru, become Orochimaru. Solve the key problem first, and it won't be too late to solve the remaining problems later. Yuyisuanyu's expression was determined. Before the end of the spiritual transformation technique, he no longer hesitated, clapped his hands, and said coldly, "Cut!" Instantly, the soul was torn apart. A small piece of soul fragment broke away from his soul. Yuyisuanyu raised his head and looked at the filthy body again, enduring the pain of the soul being torn apart. Crash! The sound of paper scraps flying suddenly sounded. Yuyisuanyu's soul fragments completely replaced the main body of the soul and were sucked into the underworld. The filthy body collapsed. Instead, it was a body of a sound ninja that Yuyisuanyu did not recognize. "It's over." Yuyisuanyu raised his head, and raised his real flesh palm to block the dazzling sunlight. Feeling that there is no more threat from the underworld, he smiled brightly. No matter how many twists and turns there are in the middle, he, Yuyisuanyu, is truly resurrected. Chapter 45 Grand Debut. 1,000 Years of Ninja World. As powerful as Hashirama Senju, as noble as Indra and Ashura, they all inevitably face literal death. Before this, who could come back from the dead, who could live another life? No. Today, Yuyisuanyu created an unprecedented feat. Even if it is not as perfect as Uchiha Madara's resurrection using the Samsara natural technique in the future. But without the Samsara Eye, a prop that can be called a bug, Yuyisuanyu can still be resurrected, and its difficulty and significance are far beyond the cheating Uchiha Madara. Hashirama, Byakuran, Ritu, Ai, Ishigawa, and the evil Tobirama. You guys, just stare at me in the underworld and watch me live another life with color and sound. Ninja world, here I come. Yuyisuanyu's eyes burst into dazzling brilliance. After that, he suddenly turned his head and looked at some black spots getting closer and closer in the distant sky, and said with a smile, "It's a bit less interesting to celebrate alone." Just right. The witnesses have arrived as promised. The news that Samui's team was attacked and only he returned seriously injured soon reached the ears of the 4th Raikage AI. After learning that the attacker was Yuyisuanyu and the incident happened in Shinayun Valley, the 4th Raikage AI, who did not doubt the authenticity of Samui's information, put down the barbell in his hand, put on the Raikage cloak, and ordered the female secretary Ma Bai in a sonorous voice. "Ma Bai, prepare the heavens sending technique." "Yes." Ma Bai sighed slightly in her heart. Although she felt it was unnecessary, she knew that she could not go against the will of the Raikage and could only obey the order. After all, the Raikage in front of him was the one who personally led the team to break into the ninja village of another country and seize the secret technique that had been valued for a long time, without any scruples about the so-called Raikage title. This is completely different from the 3rd Hokage who has been in Konoha for many years and has mastered political tactics to perfection, more like a politician than a ninja. Soon, Sackboy prepared the ceremony of the heavens sent technique. As a space-time ninjutsu that usually transports objects rather than humans, the 4th Raikage AI is one of the few humans in the entire ninja world who can ignore the side effects of the heavens sent technique. With a flash of white light, the 4th Raikage AI disappeared in the Raikage office, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in a secret base of the Cloud Ninja on the border of the Land of Fire. "Oh yeah brother, why are you here?" Kirabe, who was holding a pen and a book and was excited to create a new rap song, noticed the visitor and asked subconsciously with his hands and feet dancing. In the past, the 4th Raikage AI might have to teach Kirabe a lesson to focus on training instead of getting deeper and deeper into the death song. But now, with a more important goal, he said in a deep voice, "I will personally command this operation." The Cloud Ninja, who are united from top to bottom, are much more efficient than other ninja villages. After learning about the appearance of Hanki Gengetsu, the hidden Cloud Village took decisive action immediately. In addition to sending various teams to gather intelligence, they also specially sent an elite team composed of the 8 Tails Jinchuriki to lurk at the border of the Fire Country. Once they found any traces, they would immediately take action like thunder. It was just that the fourth Rakage had a whim and joined in this time. Let's go. God's Fall Valley. The fourth Rakage AI said without any nonsense, waving his hand. Yes. All the elite cloud ninjas, including Kirabi, had no objection, but were accustomed to it. They had experienced many times before that the mission was led by the Rakage himself, and they were very familiar with it. It was mentioned before that the God's Fall Valley, located in the territory of the Fire Country, is close to the border of the Hot Spring Country. As a small country, the Hot Spring Country is very close to the Lightning Country. The Cloud Ninja troops who were waiting nearby welcomed the fourth Rakage AI and officially set off. With the ninja's foot speed, it would not take long to reach the God's Fall Valley. It's just that they are fast, and Hanki Gengetsu is faster. Everything was ready. Just when he needed a warm-up to get familiar with his body again, Yiswanyu, who announced his official return to the ninja world, set up the stage. As expected, the curtain was raised as expected. Whoosh! 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 The rapid sound of breaking through the air, like muffled thunder, came from far away and continued to sound in Chennai Valley. Standing in the sun, Yiswanyu raised his eyelids and glanced around. Eight-tailed Jinchuriki, and the fourth Rakage AI. The AB team came in person, worthy of being the Cloud Ninja. Yiswanyu did not expect that the Cloud Ninja lineup was so luxurious. After all, in the eyes of others, he was just in the state of reincarnation, and his strength was not as good as before. Who knew that the Cloud Ninja was so serious and went all in at the first move? Okay. Let me see who is tougher between the fourth Rakage and the first Rakage. The mountain wind whistled, blowing the black cloak draped on Yiswanyu's body to swing vigorously. At the same time, bang! With strong legs stepping heavily on the flat ground, the fourth Rakage, wearing a white cape, a wide belt and heavy wrist armor, led the Cloud Ninja team to appear in front of Yiswanyu. The next second, the fourth Rakage, with the white cape also flying behind him, looked at the guy in front who seemed to be waiting for them with extremely sharp eyes, and said coldly, "You killed my people and are waiting for us here." Yiswanyu, a guy who has long been dead, still thinks that he is the one who once stood shoulder to shoulder with God. Stand shoulder to shoulder with God? No. My dream has always been to surpass God. After Yiswanyu sighed from the bottom of his heart, he slowly put down his black hood with both hands, and a face that was recorded in the archives of various ninja villages and was very familiar to the 5 KAGES appeared in the eyes of all the Cloud Ninjas at the scene. Surpassing the gods? Such a big tone. Just based on... Wait. The fourth Rakage AI swept his eyes across Yiswanyu's face, and just as he was about to continue speaking, he suddenly seemed to find something wrong. He stopped talking directly, and the fourth Rakage AI opened his tiger eyes wide and looked at Yiswanyu again. After a few breaths, he finally found something wrong. His eyes were fixed on Yiswanyu's face without any cracks, like a living person, and the fourth Rakage AI's face was full of surprise. Isn't it said that the external performance of people who are reincarnated by the impure world reincarnation is very different from that of ordinary people? Could it be? The fourth Rakage suddenly thought of an answer that he couldn't believe. No. Impossible. Maybe he was wrong. Could it be a very advanced transformation technique? The fourth Rakage AI hurriedly instructed the perception ninja beside him. The perception ninja did not neglect, and quickly formed seals with both hands. Soon, he shook his head to the fourth Rakage AI, indicating that there was no trace of the transformation technique. The fourth Rakage AI's face suddenly darkened. Killer B, who was shooting much slower, had no idea what was going on. Why did his elder brother suddenly seem depressed? He was about to ask. The eight-tailed Ushiki inside him suddenly said in an unprecedentedly serious tone. Be careful of the man opposite you. He is very, very, very scary. Chapter 46 Flowers and Applause. As the Eight Tails, Ushiki with keen sense used 3 extraordinary words to remind Kirabi, which shows the deep fear in his heart. Kirabi was stunned. This was the first time in so many years that he heard Niugui say these words in such a tone. Even his eldest brother, Jihoki's evaluation is only not inferior to that of the third Raikage. You must know that the third Raikage personally cut off one of its horns. Even so, the 8-tailed ox ghost was not as fearful as he was now. Yes. Extremely afraid. As a sympathetic partner, Kirabi could feel that Ushiki was very restless in his heart even though Hago Romo Genzuki was standing there without moving. Kirabi didn't understand that although Hago Romo Genjio was famous during his lifetime, he was now in a state of reincarnation. With the strength of him and his elder brother, there was no need to be afraid. Why did Niugui react so loudly? Look at his appearance. Niugui reminded him. Kirabi looked subconsciously. Unexpectedly young. And like him, he is very handsome. Any questions? Kirabi was about to blurt out a question. Sudden. What was going through his mind? Kirabi touched his chin. I remember it seemed to be mentioned in the intelligence that the appearance of people reincarnated from the dirty soil will be full of cracks. Hey? Why is this guy in front of me completely different from the intelligence description? Kirabi finally reacted, clapped his hands, pointed at Hago Romo Swanyu, and said with surprise. I found it! Hagoro Romo Swanyu's eyes turned from Kirabi to the fourth Raikage AI. Noticing the other party's heavy expression, Hago Romo Swanyu smiled slightly and said. Are you still deceiving yourself? Forget it. When I mention this name, I will think of old friends. I'd better call you Yandame. In fact, you already have the answer in your heart. Don't you? Yandame. No. This kind of thing is impossible. The fourth Raikage AI clenched his huge fists and stared sharply at Hago Romo Genzuki, not missing any detail. You have been dead for more than 50 years. How can you be resurrected? No one can do it. If Hago Romo Genzuki is really resurrected, it will definitely be a huge earthquake for the ninja world. The fourth Raikage AI really didn't want this to happen. It's just that sometimes, some things never go his way. After scanning around the Kumo ninjas who had almost the same expression as Raikage, Hago Romo Genzuki shook his head and said calmly. The reason why a mortal is not because his boundaries are only that high. It's because he takes the initiative to set boundaries for himself. Just because others can't do it, doesn't mean I can't do it. Just because I am Hago Romo Swanyu. As soon as the 4 words Hago Romo Swanyu came out, there was a sudden silence in the Valley of the Gods. Bye. Let AI retreat quickly. It's impossible to complete the mission just relying on people like you. Niugui said solemnly to Kirabi. Although it has never met Hago Romo Swanyu in person, through this person, it thinks of a man who has impressed it so far. Between 1,000 arms pillars. The tailed beast, which had always been thought to represent destruction and disaster, was handled like a toy in this man's hands. Ushiki, who had experienced it firsthand, really didn't want to face a legendary figure of the same generation who had a fight with Senju Hashirama. Hearing this, Kirabi rarely calmed down. But he did not persuade his eldest brother. Knowing his character, he just held the handle of the knife with both hands, waiting for orders at any time. Sure enough. Although he was shocked by the news of Hago Romo Genjutsu's resurrection from the dead, it was definitely not the style of AI or the Kumo ninjas for the dignified Raikage to be frightened and run away like this. The white cloak was thrown into the sky. The 4th generation Raikage AI's face was full of iron blood and fighting spirit, revealing his dark and strong tendon flesh, and said loudly to Hago Romo Genzuki. Whether you are truly resurrected or falsely resurrected, I will send you back to where you belong right now. Yet. Hearing this, Hago Romo Swanyu tilted her head and said 3 words lightly. Are you worthy? Superior. The fourth Raikage's eyes flashed coldly, he shouted loudly, and led the Kumo ninja elite troops to attack. Thunder escape Thunder Light Pillar. Immediately, several Kumo ninjas clapped their hands, and strong electric light shone from their bodies, covering Hago Romo Genzuki's sight. This move seems to be a ninjutsu that blocks people's vision, but in fact it uses the cover of strong light to allow the enemy to enter the illusion without noticing. Many ninjas who don't understand this technique will easily fall for it. Hago Romo Swanyu laughed at this. It's not bright enough, so use more force. The bright light increased again. At the same time, a burly figure with its back facing the bright light rushed over quickly, carrying extremely violent thunder and lightning. It was still the familiar heavy flow explosion. Looking at all this, a flash of memory flashed in Hago Romo Swanyu's eyes. Then, snap! A steel-colored palm firmly grasped the incoming huge elbow. Raikage always has the same impatience. Hago Romo Gengetsu looked at Ai, the fourth Raikage who was very close at hand, and said calmly. Since you arrived first, I'll take this as a thank you gift. What nonsense are you talking about? The fourth Raikage Ai, who was not sure why, turned his other hand into a sword, and swung it again with ferocious power. Boom! A huge deep pit quickly formed under the exertion of the feet of Hago Romo Genzuki and the fourth Raikage Ai. Being in the middle of it, with the roar of the space around him being overwhelmed, Swanyu looked at the fourth Raikage Ai who was tightly holding his palm in front of him, and while wrestling, he continued calmly. The legend's reappearance needs flowers and applause, so that it is lively and exciting. The blood of the Cloud Ninja, the hand of the Raikage. Fourth generation, do you think this is grand? The fourth Raikage Ai finally understood the meaning of Swanyu's words. You guy! He was furious and was about to burst out the lightning chakra again. Swanyu suddenly leaned forward, shook his shoulder, and threw the fourth Raikage Ai out fiercely. The next second, he turned his body, flipped his palm, and held a kunao in his palm, and intercepted it in front of him, blocking the sword lights that came from all kinds of weird angles one after another. Yo, you can stop this? Then what about the 7 swords? Let's show off our gorgeous dance steps. A strange sound came from the mouth of Kiribi who had arrived. Seeing that the 2 swords were not effective, his body shook, and the 7 ninja swords shot out instantly. After clamping with various parts of his body, Kiribi suddenly turned his whole body, and used a strange physical technique to operate the 7 swords, attacking Swanyu's body at all parts with extremely fast speed and unpredictable angles. Tear! The black cloak was torn, and Swanyu narrowly avoided a ninja sword that attacked from an unexpected angle, and commented. Good swordsmanship! But the dance is not enough. Chapter 47 This is the feeling I want. Arashi Heron Blade. Killer Bee created his own swordsmanship. It is indeed a very powerful swordsmanship that can be commented on by Swanyu. No wonder the second pillar, who opened the Manjiki Sharingan and looked like he could beat the sky and the earth, was almost beaten to doubt his life by this swordsmanship. No wonder Samui would worship this unreliable guy in front of him as his swordsmanship teacher. The last person who deserved such comments from Swanyu was the swordsmanship of a guy named Hitaki in the Warring States period. It is a pity that the only descendant of the other party has abandoned the family swordsmanship and chosen to rely on his companions. Hitaki's swordsmanship is difficult to bloom in the ninja world again. Seeing Killer Bee take another strange dance step, waving 7 ninja swords, blowing like a tornado. Swanyu glanced at the black cloak on his body. This is just one piece of clothing, don't explode again. After saying that, Swanyu made a seal with one hand and said. Magnetic escape metal manipulation. Instant. Killer Bee found that the 7 swords on his body were shaking violently and uncontrollably. Before he could react, the sound of breaking through the air was heard. The 7 ninja swords completely ignored the original owner's retention and flew out with a whoosh. At this moment, as if he was abandoned by the goddess, Killer Bee, who was like a loser, wailed. "Hey! Don't!" It was useless. Under the control of Yi Xuanyu, the 7 ninja swords stabbed at the 4th generation Reikage AI who was running back behind him at a very fast speed, and he stepped on his right foot, a huge deep pit exploded, and the whole person rushed towards Killer Bee with empty hands like an arrow. This is the embarrassment of physical skills in the Naruto world. You say it's strong, it's really strong. But even at the cost of his life, the famous Knight Kai 8 Gates could only kick Madara with the cooperation of Flying Thunder God and Kamui. As for the last blow, it was more because Madara wanted to experience it himself. May almost kicked to the end. But in fact, 1 second later, Madara had completed his body and stood up again with vigor. Pure physical skills still have too many limitations. Just like now, Hago Romo Gengetsu easily broke Kirabi's proud swordsmanship with a magnetic escape, forcing him to retreat. Water escape Water Dragon Bullet. Lightning escape Thunderbolt. Seeing this, the 2 cloud ninjas quickly performed ninjutsu and combined into a Thunder and Water Dragon Bullet to stop Hago Romo Gengetsu. Hago Romo Gengetsu stretched out his left hand with 5 fingers spread out. In an instant, the incoming Thunder and Water Dragon Bullet disappeared rapidly in his palm. Tensioning, Hago Romo Gengetsu aimed his left hand at Kirabi, and with a long cry, the Thunder and Water Dragon Bullet flew out of his palm and hit Kirabi fiercely. "Bye! Got it!" Kirabi responded to Nyogui in his heart, and his right hand expanded, and a huge octopus tentacle replaced it, and it was horizontal in front of him to stop the Thunder and Water Dragon Bullet. Boom! The violent air wave carried rain and electric arcs and scattered in all directions. The 4th Reikage AI, who crushed the 7 ninja swords into pieces, rushed towards Yi Xuanyu instead of retreating, and shouted to his men. "Don't use long-range ninjutsu. Use sea-level combat formation." Yes. There were 5 cloud ninjas who came with the Abbey team this time. Although there were not many people, they were all elites, very suitable for the mission of deep behind enemy lines and decapitation. Hearing the 4th Reikage AI's order, they decisively took their positions and rushed towards Yi Xuanyu with the 4th Reikage AI. However, the first to arrive was the giant octopus tentacle of Killer Bee that was constantly expanding and growing in the form of a half-tailed beast. Boom! A deep and long groove was drawn out of the earth. Yi Xuanyu flashed, dodged the attack, and repelled the joint attack of the cloud ninjas. The 4th Reikage had already struck like lightning. Dang 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 dang! Amid the dust, the extremely loud sound of metal clashing continued. Yi Xuanyu and the 4th Reikage AI intertwined at a speed that was difficult to capture with the naked eye. Very quickly. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Xuanyu grabbed the 4th Reikage AI's arm with one hand, performed the dark release, and vigorously absorbed the chakra in his body. Unexpectedly, the 4th Reikage AI not only did not resist, but instead grabbed Yi Xuanyu's arm with his backhand, allowing him to absorb chakra while his burly body suddenly crashed forward like a mountain. Boom! Yi Xuanyu's feet dragged long grooves on the ground, and blood flowed from the wounds that had not yet healed, seeping into the black cloak. He was in a seriously injured state and could not withstand too much collision. If it was in his prime, it would be much easier to fight now. But this is the feeling I want now. Pain. Trembling. Excitement. Boiling. Chakra is jumping, muscles are expanding, and wounds are cracking. Only in this way I can clearly feel that I am truly living in this world. Come on! Dance to your heart's content. Please me to your heart's content. Yi Xuanyu did not retreat but advanced, striding towards the 4th Reikage AI. I will be afraid of you. The 4th Reikage, who was experienced in combat and clearly felt that Yi Xuanyu was in a bad state, twisted his neck with a click and rushed towards Yi Xuanyu like a heavy mountain. Not only that, the 5 cloud ninjas who had just been repelled took advantage of Yi Xuanyu's entanglement with the Reikage and rushed again. They didn't play any fancy tricks, but rushed forward to help the wreckage block any space for Yiswanyu to escape. It's time. Billion Nujuancha Fan Liunu. Kirabi, who had been preparing not far away, slapped his stomach hard, and a large amount of ink sprayed out of his mouth, carrying the breadth of the sealing technique, completely covering the area within 100 meters around Yiswanyu. The stronger the enemy, the more suitable the sealing technique. The ancestor Kagaya Otsutsuki has explained this point very well. The wreckage and the cloud ninjas, who were not worried about being sealed, tried their best to block any possible evasion of Yiswanyu. But they all threw coquettish eyes. Yiswanyu did not move from beginning to end. He just raised his head and looked at the ink rain that was about to fall from the sky. The large amount of chakra just absorbed from AI quickly evaporated from his body. The next second. Crack crack crack. It was a sunny and mild weather. In the blink of an eye, it suddenly became extremely cold. Under the extremely shocked gaze of the cloud ninjas, the large amount of ink that was about to fall was completely frozen in an instant, forming a huge ice layer in the air without a drop left. This is just the beginning. With Yiswanyu as the center, a large amount of cold air emerged. Visible to the naked eye, a thick layer of ice was born from nothing and wrapped the earth, and then spread in all directions at a very fast speed. The cloud ninjas could not dodge in time, and could only watch the soft soil in front of them being replaced by the biting ice. Just as they couldn't help shivering. Crack! These people lowered their heads, and their pupils suddenly shrank. Like the earth. From the soles of the feet to the calves, from the calves to the thighs, to the waist, and even the whole body. All of them were completely frozen at a very fast speed. This is ice escape. A cloud ninja who had fought with the Snow Clan ninja said with horror on his face. He had never seen such a terrifying ice escape. Just as he struggled desperately to break free from the frozen state, a figure came in front of him and tapped his body with his fingers like knocking on the door. Crack! The whole body of the cloud ninja shattered into thousands of ice crystals, floating in the air, extremely beautiful. 1. Yiswanyu said lightly. Chapter 48, The Limit of Dark Escape. Thousands of ice crystals exploded like fireworks under the sunlight, which was particularly gorgeous to outsiders. But in the eyes of the cloud ninjas, it was particularly chilling. Just as Gengetsu knocked on the door like the god of death, sending one cloud ninja after another to where they should go. With a bang, the fourth wreckage AI's body shook suddenly, and the huge lightning chakra comparable to the tailed beast exploded, and the thick ice layer within a radius of 5 meters was shattered with crackling sounds. Bye! The fourth wreckage AI roared, turned into blue lightning, and rushed towards Gengetsu. Killer B, who was in tune with his mind, immediately restored his human body, and the deep red 8-tail chakra wrapped his whole body, also like a red lightning, rushed towards Gengetsu. The two of them ran on the left and the right, and the speed was getting faster and faster, so that Gengetsu, who was sandwiched in the middle, could not catch the track. Just as Gengetsu made a seal with one hand and was about to do something. Absolute bull thunder plow hot knife. The fourth wreckage AI and Kirabi, who were on the left and the right, raised their sturdy arms in perfect harmony, and teleported across the last distance. Their long arms were like huge war hammers, and with the addition of strong sprint force, they smashed the head of Yiswanyu fiercely. Yiswanyu had no time to react, and his head flew directly into the sky, just like the ninjas who faced the combination in the past. However, there was no smile on the faces of the fourth wreckage AI and Kirabi. When looking at the headless body of Yiswanyu in front of him suddenly turned into an ice clone, and the flying head also turned into an ice sculpture head, the fourth wreckage AI's eyes twitched fiercely. Ah! The scream of the last cloud ninja subordinate rang out. The fourth wreckage AI quickly turned his head and saw Yiswanyu's figure appear on the surface of the cloud ninja ice sculpture. With one step, the whole person walked out of the ice layer. Looking at the decapitated ice clone, Yisuanyu said with some surprise, not a bad technique. It seems that the hidden cloud village has not stood still in these years. The fourth Raikage AI, whose subordinates were all killed, clenched his fists and said angrily, "You guy! Don't always put on a high and mighty attitude." Boom! Thunder exploded in the sky, and the fourth Raikage AI stomped his right foot fiercely. With the sound of the ground and the ice cracking, he rushed towards Yisuanyu again like a tank. Seeing this, Kirabi put on the tailed beast coat and walked side by side. "Ice release icicle gun!" Yisuanyu's calm voice rang in the ears of the two. Instantly, one after another, sharp and thick ice spikes stretched out from under the feet of the two, trying to pierce their entire bodies. The fourth Raikage AI and Kirabi paused, either dodging or forcing a head-on collision. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yisuanyu moved his feet, as if he had ice skates installed, and rushed through the ice at an unprecedented speed towards the two members of the Abbey team. A few minutes later, the Abbey team flew backwards in a somewhat embarrassed manner. Yisuanyu's chakra seemed to be much less, but at this moment, he was getting more and more powerful. Nyogui! Seeing that the situation was getting worse, Kirabi shouted in his heart. Nyogui sighed, although he was not very willing, he still chose to help his partner. Roar! When Yisuanyu was about to continue chasing, an extremely huge figure suddenly rushed down from the sky. Yisuanyu quickly stopped and retreated. Boom! The next second, a huge pit was smashed into the ground. As the dust rushed in all directions like waves, Yisuanyu looked up and saw that it was the Eight Tails' complete form that had descended. Perfect Jinkra Ki! Yisuanyu looked around and moved sideways to the left. Accompanied by a strong gust of wind, a huge and slender octopus tentacle swung over and hit where he was originally. After the attack failed, without waiting for the Eight Tail to move again, Yisuanyu jumped and stepped on the octopus tentacle beside him. With a move of his body, he let the octopus tentacles under his feet dance as if he was walking on flat ground and ran all the way to the head of the Eight Tail. Realizing that something was wrong, the Eight Tail quickly waved other tentacles, trying to swat Yisuanyu away like slapping a mosquito. Yisuanyu jumped or ran, and shuttled between the octopus tentacles flexibly, not letting them touch him at all. Seeing the distance between the two getting closer and closer, with a sense of crisis rising sharply, the Eight Tail suddenly retracted the tentacles, covered the surface of the body, turned into a completely closed sphere and rotated at high speed. Tailed Beast Volume 8. An extremely strong storm erupted with the Eight Tails as the center. It was so powerful that it not only blew away Yugi Gengetsu who wanted to approach, but also completely destroyed the frozen world it created. At the same time, the fourth Raikage AI, who seized the opportunity, flashed and suddenly appeared beside Yugi Gengetsu who was flying backwards, and punched him hard. Whoosh! Yugi Gengetsu flew backwards again like a cannonball. That's when the Eight Tails raised its head, and a huge tailed beast ball was born in front of its mouth. The sky and the earth changed color at this moment. With one blow, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. The tailed beast ball, which was the most destructive on the planet, suddenly moved, and then caught up and quickly descended in front of Yugi Gengetsu. The next second, in the expectant eyes of the Eight Tails, the tailed beast ball instantly dispersed, and then everything was calm. How could it be? The sizzling white smoke came out from Yugi Genjutsu's outstretched palm. Feeling the large amount of chakra newly injected into his body, he raised his head and smiled slightly, saying, "It tastes good." Any more? Jayagi and Killer Bee were full of disbelief. Can you swallow the tailed beast ball? They naturally knew about the soul release. Because of the battle between Hago Romo Gengetsu and Shinayun Valley, the Cloud Ninjas specially found the owner of the soul release bloodline Genkai in the future to test the limit of the soul release's absorption of chakra. For this purpose, they conducted many experiments and recorded them. It is certain that although the soul release can absorb ninjutsu, it has a fixed limit. The tailed beast ball under the full force of the 8 tails is the range that the soul release cannot absorb and may even burst. Unlike other bloodline limits that consume a lot of chakra and can burst out with greater power, the limit of the soul release that can be absorbed is there, and it cannot be infinitely increased by consuming one's own chakra. If not, the owner of the soul release would have dominated the ninja world long ago, instead of being like this now, except for Hago Romo Gengetsu, almost no one else's name has been heard of. That's why the 8 tails released the tailed beast ball and stabbed Yugi Gengetsu. But the development of the matter was far beyond their expectations. Yugi Gengetsu was obviously different from other masters of the dark release. As expected, he is a man as famous as Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. Although I don't know why he is in such a bad state now. But, things have come to this point, so let's make preparations early. Ryugui said. Big Brother is still going on. Killer Bee's eyes were firm. Ryugui, let's continue. Chapter 49. It's not me who should be trembling, but the whole world. Rumble. As the earth trembled and the mountains shook, the huge 8 tails could only attack again. Hago Romo Genzuki, who had just taken a large sip of food, did not pay attention to the approaching 8 tails. Ordinary ninjas will be afraid of tailed beasts that are so big that one of their ninjutsus can only tickle the opponent. But for people at his level, there are many ways to deal with such existences. However, compared to the thick-skinned tailed beast, Hago Romo Gengetsu still prioritized the 4th generation Reikage AI. Since I promised to greet myself with flowers and applause when I appear again, I will definitely do it. Now that the blood of the Kumo ninjas has turned into the brightest flowers, only the 4th generation Reikage AI will be left. In addition, it must be resolved quickly. Feeling the pain everywhere in his body, and the oozing drops of blood that had infected the lining of the black cloak, the increasingly overwhelmed Hago Romo Genzuki finished enjoying himself and decided to put the finishing touches on it. Bang! 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 The ground was smashed into large craters one after another. With the help of the 8 tails, the 4th Reikage, who knew that Hago Romo Genzuki was in poor condition and still chose to wave, kept confronting the former head-on. Finally, another blow came from the tentacles of the 8-tailed octopus. With Genzuki Hagoromo's special boost, the dust kicked up this time was particularly violent, but AI, the 4th Reikage, still rushed forward as always. In the yellow dust that filled the sky, although his vision was somewhat obstructed, the 4th Reikage still accurately hit Hago Romo Genzuki's head with his next punch. As before, Hago Romo Genzuki held back the fist thrown by the 4th Reikage AI with one hand, and stabbed forward with the other hand. The 4th Reikage skillfully stopped him. Sudden. Hagoro Romo Genjutsu's outstretched palm flipped over, and a black rod suddenly stretched out from the palm, instantly piercing the 4th generation's palm, and continued to extend, piercing the chest of the 4th generation Reikage AI who could not react in one fell swoop. The 4th Reikage vomited blood and said with disbelief on his face. What is this? The reason for this expression was not only because Hago Romo Genzuki took out a black rod without warning, but also because he could clearly feel that the chakra at the place where the black rod was stabbed was disturbed and temporarily ineffective. This undoubtedly made his current situation worse. Hago Romo Gengetsu did not explain to the 4th Reikage AI. He allowed the black rod to penetrate AI's palm and chest. After letting go, he moved his palm again, and another black rod quickly stretched out from his palm. He held it in his hand and thrust it straight into his chest. Black rod, the product of yin-yang escape at its advanced level. Unlike Pain, who was able to make black rods in batches with the help of the samsara eye. Perhaps he has experienced the cycle of life and death. After truly being resurrected, Hago Romo Swanyu found that her understanding of yin-yang escape had deepened. Although it is not to the extent that everything is created from nothing and given life. But he can master the basic application of yin-yang escape and the making of the black stick. It was used for the first time at this moment, an AI, the fourth Raikage, was hit hard unexpectedly. Everything happened too fast. Kirabi, whose sight was obscured by the dust kicked up, had not noticed the condition of his eldest brother. When he saw another black rod thrust in quickly without giving any chance to breathe, the chakra in his body was in chaos, and the fourth generation Raikage AI's pupils suddenly shrank with one hand tightly connected to his chest. Finally, as the black stick approached, with his strong physique, he reluctantly held his other hand in front of him. Tear! Blood flew everywhere. The next second, both hands of the fourth Raikage AI were penetrated by black rods. In this case, what fighting power does the opponent have? Hago Romo Swanyu stretched out his other hand, and in the dazzling thunder light, the sound of thousands of birds chirping sounded. Brother! At this time, Kirabi, who finally realized something was wrong, suddenly waved his octopus tentacles. The fourth Raikage AI, whose hands were temporarily disabled, retreated without saying a word. It's just that Hago Romo Genzuki is faster. In a flash of dazzling lightning, the incoming octopus tentacles were cut in half and continued to sprint forward without losing any power. The fourth Raikage watched all this calmly and made a decision quickly. It's like going back in time. A severed hand reaching to the elbow flew up in Hago Romo Swanyu's eyes. Yuro Romo Swanyu raised her head and looked forward again. An octopus tentacle has swept away the fourth generation Raikage AI who lost his arm. Chidori Chiban. Hago Romo Gengetsu waved his hand, and Senbon, composed of a large amount of thunder escape chakra, caught up with the fourth generation Raikage AI at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, the latter was bleeding like a gourd of blood. Yi Swanyu was about to take advantage of the victory and pursue it. At this time, the eight-tailed beast, which threw AI away, condensed one small-tailed beast jade after another at an extremely fast speed. Continuous tailed beast jade. Dozens of pocket-sized tailed beast jade shot towards Hago Romo Genzuki. Unlike before, after learning the lesson, these small-tailed beast jade took the initiative to explode before they even reached Hago Romo Genzuki. Boom! 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 Violent explosions sounded one after another. Waves of strong shock waves forced Hago Romo Swanyu to stop. When there were no more obstacles, he raised his head and looked forward again. Finally recognizing the reality, Kirabi turned into a human again and ran away holding his elder brother's seriously injured and weak body. Ahem! A heavy coughing sound suddenly came from Hago Romo Swanyu's mouth. Hago Romo Swanyu covered her mouth. After everything subsided, she looked at her palm and saw a bright red patch. Have you reached your limit? During the battle in the Valley of the Gods, he was seriously injured under the attack of the Buddha on top of the thousand-hand pillars. Without Nguyen's healing ability, it would be difficult for him to recover in a short period of time. I just went through another fairly high-intensity battle, and it's almost enough to be able to hold on until now. Hago Romo Swanyu stood up straight and wiped the blood on his palms on his black robe. Consider them lucky. Watching the two black spots in the distance quickly disappear, he shook his head and did not choose to pursue them again. No matter what, I still did what I said in my opening remarks. Hago Romo Gengetsu looked at the Kumo ninjas who had turned into pollen and fully bloomed, and the severed hand of the fourth Raikage AI. There were flowers and applause, and this grand opening ceremony was successfully completed. Let's see the reaction of the ninja world next. The last years of the Warring States period and the early years of Ninja Village. As famous as Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, he is the leader of the Hago Romo clan, a man who is on par with the gods, the creator of the battle in the Godfall Valley where one of the 5 shadows was killed and one was injured. The man who was only mentioned in history and writing came out of the underworld and truly stepped onto the stage of the ninja world today. After learning this news, I think the 5 major ninja villages and the major forces in the ninja world will definitely be a little shocked. Hago Romo Swanyu is looking forward to this. As for resurrecting secretly, you don't want to use a gun. He never thought so. Perhaps this is more in line with the heroic approach of those who achieve great things. Just like Uchiha Madara, who survived for decades after the battle in the Valley of the End and finally evolved his Samsara Eye, and secretly arranged a series of conspiracies. But he is not such a person. Otherwise, he would not have killed so many rubbish for the sake of enlightenment, which made the daimyo and nobles who were the real rulers of this world hate him deeply, and they would not hesitate to ask the 5 major ninja villages to take action with power and profit. It can be said that these people contributed a lot behind the scenes in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. Man, you will be a boy until you die. Although she was severely beaten, Hago Romo Swanyo did not want to change her mentality. After all, it was the world that was wrong, not him. Not to mention, it's not me who should be afraid now, but the entire ninja world. Chapter 50 The Road Ahead. When he thought of the current 5 KAGES look when they knew his situation, Swanyo couldn't help laughing. But soon, another cough came and interrupted his laughter. Although he was successfully resurrected, Swanyo's physical condition was still in the state of serious injuries and damage during the battle with Senju Hashirama in Chennai Valley. He had just fought with the contemporary Abbey combination and had reached his limit. As for why he didn't wait for a while, Swanyo had checked before and found that his injuries were quite troublesome and could not be recovered in a short time. In order to catch the big fish of the Cloud Ninja without exposing Samui, the information transmission was naturally as fast as possible. Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara was not there. Even with a seriously injured body, he was not inferior to anyone in the current ninja world. Overall, today's event was completed quite well. Swanyo looked at his trophies. Let alone the small Karami of ordinary Cloud Ninja, the famous 4th Raikage AI in the ninja world left a broken arm. It is almost in the same position as the broken arm of the 1st Raikage in the battle at the Godfall Valley. They echo each other, which is of great significance. In the following time, let's not talk about how much turmoil the ninja world will cause. For Swanyo, there are several key things to do. The first is of course to recuperate, and he must not waste time for a period of time. The second is to think about the soul completion. The loss of soul means the loss of potential, and it will also affect personal combat power. I am not interested in splitting my soul into multiple parts like Orochimaru in order to maximize my survivability. I have to find a way to take back the soul fragments absorbed by the underworld and complete myself. The third is the focus from beginning to end, continue to study the way of chakra and complete the bloodline network. By the way, there is also the matter of the system. Although the system went wrong at the beginning and the brain was even more crazy, it is a golden finger after all. Continue to complete the task and see what kind of gains can be made in the end. Perhaps, it is not certain that it can promote the fulfillment of my greatest wish. As for avenging the Godfall Valley and pouring out anger on their descendants, there are other forces in the 5 major ninja villages now. This has never been the first priority. It's not that I don't remember the mistakes of the villains, but after completing the above 3 items and embarking on the path of blood inheritance, these are all things that can be easily solved. As long as the strength is strong enough to suppress everything, then all problems can be easily handled. On the contrary, blindly grudges and bitterness, recklessly diving into the great cause of revenge and ignoring other things is absolutely putting the cart before the horse. Swanyo knows very well what he really needs to do most. Let's not talk about anything else. In terms of combat power alone, let's not talk about the cheating guy Senju Hashirama for now. Uchiha Madara, who opened the Samsara Eye and completed Hashirama's cells, is not his opponent if he really fights. He still needs to strengthen his strength. Swanyo glanced at the sky, it's time to act. But before that, there is another very important thing he needs to do. Good wine, good food, good food. Ahem. After finally coming back from the dead and regaining all the feelings of a living person, Swanyo must first reward himself and make up for the gap of more than 50 years, so that it will not be in vain to come to the world again. whoosh. Yiswanyu moved and came to the top of his huge statue. He stomped his right foot and disappeared. The next second. Crack crack crack. The huge Yiswanyu's statue cracked one after another from the top of the head. In a flash, the majestic-looking Yiswanyu's statue turned into thousands of fragments in the violent roar. In the end, only Senju Hashirama was left standing there alone. The statue is dead, but the person is alive. Since Yiswanyu has been resurrected again, the statue recording his life does not need to exist anymore. From this moment on, it will take a long time to write his life. After more than 50 years, the shocking battle in the Godfall Valley quickly attracted the attention of all parties in the ninja world. The first to know the truth was of course the Hidden Cloud Village, which personally participated in it. Then it was Konoha. It was not because the Godfall Valley was in the Land of Fire, but after the battle that day, Konoha's border guards witnessed two people suspected to be the AB combination running from the direction of the Land of Fire, crossing the border and running towards the Land of Lightning without looking back. When this news was passed back to Konoha, Tsunade and Konoha's senior officials, who had just returned and had not had time to put on the Hokage hat in front of the villagers, were stunned and couldn't understand how the dignified Raikage could sneak into the Land of Fire. Could it be a conspiracy? Just as Konoha subconsciously raised its vigilance and was preparing to respond, the Cloud Ninja sent intelligence. Not only to Konoha, but also to the Sand Ninja, Rock Ninja, and Mist Ninja. The content of the intelligence was very simple. Hago Romo Gengetsu was completely resurrected, and the Raikage had a broken arm. The fourth-generation Raikage AI did not want to hide it. He couldn't hide the fact that he had a broken arm. Moreover, the resurrection of the famous old man from the Warring States period, Hanki Gengetsu, was a big deal. It was still very difficult for the Hidden Cloud Village to resist alone. Everyone knows that the Battle of Godfall Valley was fought by the 5 Kages. Hanki Gengetsu was resurrected, and the first to suffer were the Kumo Ninja. Would Konoha, Sand Ninja, Rock Ninja, and Mist Ninja live in peace next? The meaning of the Kumo Ninja actively passing on information was very simple. No one should stay out of it. Konoha, Hokage's office. Although the 5th Hokage succession ceremony was still being prepared in full swing, Tsunade, who had become the supreme leader of Konoha since she returned to the village, did not even have time to rest and drink. She was pressed into the seat of the Hokage to deal with many important matters that had accumulated during this period. At that moment, looking at the documents piled up on her desk like a mountain, Tsunade regretted listening to the lies of Naruto and Jiraiya. However, at this point, Tsunade could only become an emotionless seal machine, and at most she could only lie on the documents and sleep secretly. But on this day, the news from the Cloud Ninja made her completely sleepless. Hago Romo Gengetsu has completely resurrected. Are you sure the Cloud Ninja did not send the information when he was drunk? Tsunade stood up suddenly, patting the information from the Cloud Ninja on the table with one hand, and her mature but young face was full of disbelief. On the side, Jiraiya nodded solemnly and said, according to the investigation report of the team sent to the Valley of Godfall, a great battle did take place there. There were traces of lightning escape, tailed beast chakra, ice escape and other battlefield relics at the scene. After comparison, it is indeed consistent with the Cloud Ninja intelligence that Hago Romo Gengetsu fought against the 4th Raikage and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee. Combined with the 4th Raikage's broken arm and the retreat of the Abbey group, it can be inferred. Speaking of this, Jiraiya's tone was a little awkward. As someone who had personally fought against Hago Romo Genjutsu's impure world formation, he knew very well that the strength shown by the former was not enough to force the Abbey group to that extent. So, there is only one answer. Hago Romo Gengetsu really resurrected. Chapter 51 Shock in the Ninja World. Hago Romo Swanyu is really resurrected. In the Hokage's office at this moment, in addition to Tsunade and Jiraiya, there was Shizune who was now the Hokage's secretary. After hearing the truth revealed by Jiraiya, the office fell into silence. In today's ninja world, there are a few who can force the famous Abbey team to escape with their arms broken. There is also Ice Escape. The Snow Clan had long been wiped out by Kirigakure, and the only descendant who had escaped the net was buried in the country of waves. Combined with the information about Hago Romo Swanyu's Ice Escape, the truth is before our eyes. How can a person who has been dead for more than 50 years be resurrected? Even if he is reincarnated from the dirt, it is impossible to achieve this result. How did he do it? As a medical master, Tsunade understood life and death much more thoroughly than ordinary people. After being shocked, Tsunade didn't understand this. Although she has saved many lives and injured many people, and brought back many people who were said to have been taken away by the god of death. But the claim is just a claim, and the so-called the god of death has been taken away is more like wandering at the gate of hell. In the face of the real boundary between life and death, even she, who has the highest medical skills in the ninja world, cannot cross it. Tsunade-sama. On the side, Shizuan suddenly thought of something, her expression changed and she said. Could it be related to the art of spiritual transformation? The art of spiritual transformation. When this was mentioned, Tsunade couldn't stop her temper. Not towards Shizuan, but towards Hago Romo Genzuki. Fortunately, that guy was as famous as his grandfather, Uchiha Madara, but in the end he used unbearable means to steal other people's techniques. If she had been there at the time, she would have punched him hard. But that's it. Tsunade quickly suppressed her anger, frowned and thought seriously, the art of spiritual transformation can make the soul leave the body and kill people invisible from a distance. But this is still far from bringing the dead back to life. Jiraiya touched his chin. At this moment, he suddenly thought of Orochimaru. Perhaps Hago Romo Genzuki, like Orochimaru, developed a forbidden technique similar to the immortal reincarnation, and was resurrected. And the reason why he wanted the spiritual transformation technique was probably to complete the last piece of the soul puzzle. Without knowing that Hago Romo Genzuki's body had been kept alive, the most Jiraiya could think of was this. Is it similar to reincarnation? Tsunade understood. For an old bastard like Hago Romo Genzuki who was killed during the Warring States period, it is normal for him to use any method to resurrect him. Another Orochimaru-like guy. No, Hago Romo Genzuki is more dangerous than Orochimaru. Tsunade frowned more and more. Jiraiya, what do you think such an old guy will do after deliberately resurrecting? Now that she has turned from a gambler to a Hokage, she has a heavy burden on her shoulders and has to make various considerations. Hearing this, Jiraiya shook his head with a wry smile. How can I know what he is thinking in his heart? I just hope that because of him, the ninja world that finally calmed down will not be violently turbulent again. Just him. Tsunade said with a cold snort, crossing her arms and dragging up the majestic mountain. How can one individual conquer the entire ninja world? Even her grandfather couldn't do it. What's more, Grandpa's defeated General Hago Romo Genzuki. Kumo Ninja obviously doesn't think so. Jiraiya said with a solemn expression, handing another document that Yunin just sent to Tsunade and said. The Kumo Ninja sent an official circular, hoping that the 5 great ninja villages would hold a 5-kage conference. 5 Shadows Conference. Tsunade was stunned for a moment. Equally astonished was Terumi Meimizu Kage, who was also a woman. 5-kage conference? Has the Raikage been shadowed by Hago Romo Genzuki? He actually proposed such a plan. Terumi Mei, who was shocked by the news of Hago Romo Genjutsu's resurrection and learned that Kumo Shinobi wanted to convene a 5-kage conference, couldn't help but shook his head. Although the Kiri Ninja and Hago Romo Genzuki had formed a great friendship early on, she had never thought of convening a 5-kage conference to specifically target one person. What is the 5 Shadows Conference? It was the highest level power meeting in the ninja world. It has only been held once in decades. At that meeting, the new structure of the ninja world after the Warring States period was determined, which continues to this day. As for the attack on Hago Romo Genzuki after the meeting, in the final analysis, it is to establish the continuation and improvement of the new pattern of the ninja world. Now the Five Shadows Conference is held again, but it is just to deal with one person. Speaking out really makes the outside world look down upon the 5 major ninja villages. You must know that even after 3 ninja wars, the overall strength of the 5 major ninja villages is now much stronger than that of the first generation when they were just established. The young and energetic 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei chose to put the 5 Kage conference aside and ordered, "Now, can we go all out to investigate Hago Romo Genzuki?" His subordinates no longer had any objections. Although Hago Romo Genzuki is very powerful, he can be tested countless times with the size of Ninjamura. No matter how strong a person is, he will always have weaknesses. Weaknesses can be targeted and the disadvantages will be continuously amplified. By then, even gods can be killed for you. This is something modern ninjas who have never experienced the Warring States period of gods and demons firmly believe in. Iwagakure Village. Different from Konoha's shock after receiving the idea of convening the 5 Kage conference, the Mist Ninja was radical. Also, the body of the 4th Kazekage was finally found. Currently, he was busy dealing with the funeral affairs and worried about the candidate for the 5th generation. After looking around, he couldn't find a suitable one. Under such circumstances, the Suna ninja was certainly not in the mood to care about foreign affairs. The 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki fell into silence for a long time after receiving the information from the Kumo ninja. His subordinates did not rush him, but waited patiently like reefs for the old man who had been in power for decades and led the Iwagakure village to rise. No matter what the other party decided, they would execute it without objection. Such performance is a good thing for most people in power. But Onoki sighed faintly when he saw all this. He would rather someone stand up and express his opinions, rather than being a yes man like now. No successor. Onoki shook his head and could only continue to hold on by himself, putting his hope on the younger generation. Kuratsuki is pretty good. And Diodera? Forget it, that guy who betrayed his teacher and ancestors and betrayed the village when he was not in agreement, he was annoyed when he mentioned it. You said that you were a good disciple of the Tsuchikage, and the future 4th Tsuchikage was not suitable, but you chose to defect for the so-called artistic pursuit. Onoki has lived for more than 70 years and has never seen such a strange thing. Lord Tsuchikage. At this time, seeing that his father had not spoken for a long time, Huang Tu thought for a long time and finally carefully proposed what to do next. What to do? Onoki's eyes suddenly flashed, and he asked a question that no one had expected. Is there any news about the whereabouts of the Yi clan now? Chapter 52 Master Madara. Your good friend is resurrected. Unaki's question naturally had no answer for a while. Back to the 5 Kage conference. Such a significant meeting cannot be held with just a word. Each major ninja village has its own priorities and demands. Unless a knife is on their necks. For example, the Akatsuki organization collects tailed beasts everywhere, arrogant enough to flatten Konoha's nuclear nucleus, or Hago Romo Gengetsu does something that makes the 5 major ninja villages feel painful. Otherwise, it will be difficult to reach a consensus in a short period of time. Compared with the 5 major ninja villages, other forces are much more straightforward. Soon, Hago Romo Genjutsu's avatar was posted on the black market, and a sky-high bounty of 800 million was offered. However, this time the bounty requirement is no longer a corpse, but a living person, or simply the mystery of Hago Romo Genjutsu's resurrection. For those powerful and influential people who are not ninjas, after hearing the news of Hago Romo Genjutsu's resurrection, they do not care about the changes in the ninja world, but focus on resurrection at the first time. Who doesn't want to live a second life? Especially for people like them who have everything they need, but what they lack the most is time, and who are most afraid of death. So, 100 million, 200 million, 300 million. Add any bounty to me. As long as there is a way to resurrect. Money is never a problem. It must be said that such a large sum of money, coupled with the secret of resurrection, really attracted a large group of jealous bounty hunters. Although they heard that Yiswanya was very powerful, so what? As long as they are human, they will always be killed. Maybe I am lucky, and this overwhelming wealth will come to me. At this moment, in a bounty house that looks like a public toilet, there is a group of ferocious and difficult to deal with bounty hunters who are pointing excitedly at the Yiswanya bounty order at the top of the bounty list. Until a crisp bell sounded from behind. The faces of these people suddenly changed, and they became quiet with fear. Ding ding! Kakuzu wore a bamboo hat, a black robe with red clouds, and carried a box full of money that he had just exchanged for a corpse. He walked to the bounty list as usual, looking for new prey. Seeing this, the bounty hunters standing there consciously made way for this legend among bounty hunters. No one knew how many years Kakuzu had been a bounty hunter. Even the most senior bounty hunters vaguely remembered that Kakuzu was there when they first entered the industry. Someone once wanted to make trouble for him. After all, he had taken so many orders for so many years, and the money he had saved must be an astronomical figure. However, the final outcome was that they all turned into corpses, adding a new sum to Kakuzu's treasury. Over time, Kakuzu became a taboo in the black market, and no one dared to offend him again. But today, Kakuzu, who was omnipotent in the eyes of his peers, couldn't help but breathe faster when he saw the 800 million yuan bounty. However, after seeing the identity of the bounty holder, he quickly calmed down and didn't record the bounty holder in his little notebook as he did in the past. After taking a deep look at the portrait of the bounty holder, which was almost the same in appearance and very vivid and lifelike, Kakuzu turned around and left silently. As one of the few people in the ninja world who have lived from the Warring States period to the present, although Yiswanya has never seen him, he knows Yiswanya very well. After going through the wind and the cold water to assassinate Senju Hashirama, he was patted on the shoulder by the confused opponent and asked to live well. He was no longer a ninja who only obeyed orders, but became a bounty hunter who lived only for money. Kakuzu knew very clearly whether to make money for a while or for a lifetime. It's better not to take the hot potato in front of him. As for the mystery of resurrection, having learned the secret technique Earth Grudge, he was no longer considered a human to some extent. He didn't care at all as he still had a long time to go. Ding ding! Kakuzu had just walked out of the smelly public toilet. Outside, his companion Haiden, who had been waiting impatiently for a long time, covered his nose and said, "Finally out. By the way, Kakuzu, every time you withdraw money, can you find a place that's a little more presentable?" "No." Kakuzu said calmly. "Evil atheist." Haiden could only curse. Kakuzu glanced at him. Just as Haiden couldn't do anything to him, he couldn't kill Haiden either. Otherwise, he would have accidentally killed his companions as he did in the past, and then exchanged their bodies for money. Haiden, who didn't know that Kakuzu was thinking about the bounty that was lingering around him but couldn't get it, said again. "The boss sent a message, asking us to find a place to have a meeting." "What's the matter?" Kakuzu asked. Haiden shrugged. "It seems that something big happened recently." "Who knows?" Kakuzu thought of Uro Gengetsu. The so-called big event that happened recently should be this person. Madara-sama. Madara-sama. Have you heard? Your good friend has been resurrected. On the cold tower, the spiral-masked man, Uchiha Obito, who was silently watching the endless cold rain outside the window, suddenly heard the voice of White Zetsu behind him, turned around and asked in confusion. "Good friend resurrected? What does it mean? He doesn't have many good friends now. If there are any, they are only the good friends who have been separated and are called Uchiha Obito's period. For example, Kakashi. But these guys are not dead. Hago Romo Gengetsu. People of your generation are now resurrected. White Zetsu gave the answer with a smile, while Black Zetsu on the other side frowned. Hago Romo Gengetsu. Uchiha Obito added in his mind, who is he? As a poor student, he had no interest in learning about the history of the ninja world. As for the days of teaching with Uchiha Madara was not interested in wasting his time to mention a person who was already dead and would no longer have any entanglement with the present world. So, Uchiha Obito, who was transformed into Uchiha Madara, did not know about Hago Romo Gengetsu. Black Zetsu, who knew the true background of Uchiha Obito, spoke at this time and explained concisely, he was a person of the same generation as Uchiha Madara, and Madara had a high opinion of him. Uchiha Obito understood it instantly. Soon, the single eye he showed shrank slightly, and he grasped the key point and said, without the reincarnation technique, how did this person come back to life? Black Zetsu's voice sank, I don't know. This is exactly where he frowned. The plan to save his mother is proceeding in an orderly manner. During this period, what at least wanted to see was something beyond its expectations. As a result, the resurrection of Hago Romo Gengetsu happened at this time. Not only the 5 major ninja villages were very concerned, but even it was very worried that the appearance of Hago Romo Gengetsu would bring an unexpected impact to the plan. Uchiha Obito also thought of this and was about to say something. A phantom body suddenly appeared in front of him. The visitor said, Mr. Madara. Chapter 53, Xiao and number 039, S Movement. Pain, who had orange hair and was once considered by conspiracy theorists to be the 4th Hokage, appeared in front of Uchiha Obito and asked calmly. Mr. Madara, do you know about Hago Romo Gengetsu? Uchiha Obito's face froze. But the spiral mask concealed everything. Soon, as always, he answered briefly in a profound tone. An old friend. Pain continued, is it possible to pull him into the cause of the Akatsuki organization? Hearing this, Black Zetsu quietly shook his head at Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito understood, unless you, Pain, are willing to hand over everything you have to him. I understand. Pain's face was calm. Now that he calls himself a god, it is naturally impossible for him to hand over everything he has to the other party. Since he is an old friend of Mr. Madara, then this person will be handed over to you, Mr. Madara, and don't let him affect our plan. You don't need to tell me, I also want to meet this old friend. Uchiha Obito replied very deeply. Pain nodded. Before the phantom body disappeared, he asked again. By the way, Mr. Madara, do you know how Hago Romo Gengetsu was resurrected? That's what I want to know too. This time, Uchiha Obito answered from the bottom of his heart. Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Madara. Pain glanced at Uchiha Obito for the last time, and the phantom body disappeared. After that, Uchiha Obito looked at Black Zetsu, and Black Zetsu also looked at him. The former's eyes condensed, and he ordered, I want to know all the whereabouts of Hago Romo Gengetsu. Such a tricky guy suddenly appeared, and there is always a sense of uneasiness in my heart. I understand. Black Zetsu nodded with empathy, and then sank into the ground. Leaving Uchiha Obito alone there muttering, Resurrection. Lin. Even if it succeeds. In this wrong world, it will only usher in another tragedy. So. No one can stop me from completely changing this ninja world. On the other side, on the 10 fingers of the outer path demon statue, 6 phantom bodies were chatting. Deidara, who had a golden pigtail, was very dissatisfied and said, What? How come the leader likes to hold meetings like the old man? I am creating new works of art. This will disrupt my inspiration, hey! What's so good about art? Deidara, why don't you believe in God with me? Haydn, who never forgot to preach, said enthusiastically to attract talents from the Akatsuki organization. You guy! Deidara immediately put aside his complaints about the leader, turned around, looked at Haydn fiercely, and said angrily, a pyramid scheme leader who has no eloquence at all. How dare you slander art? Call out your damn evil god, I will let him see what the greatness of art is. Yet. Hearing this, Haydn was immediately irritated. He shouted angrily, Ah! You little brat! How dare you insult the great god? Where are you? I'm going to clean up this pagan of yours. Come on if you dare. Deidara raised his chin and continued to taunt, what a shitty god. It's worthless in front of art. Haydn immediately retorted, what a shitty art. It's so funny. Go ask outside, how many people believe in this stuff? Art is a joke. As soon as these words came out, not to mention Deidara who was so angry that he exploded, Scorpion, who had been closing his eyes and had no interest in paying attention, suddenly opened his eyes, pointed at Haydn, and threatened in a cold voice. Haydn, if you dare to slander art again, I will turn you into a human puppet. I have always been very interested in the topic of whether the immortal body can still have consciousness after being transformed into a human puppet. Although there is a big difference between his understanding of art and Deidara, Scorpion still admires art itself very much, and naturally will not tolerate Haydn's stinky mouth slandering here. Seeing that Deidara had help, Haydn, who was unable to defend himself, turned back to Kakuzu and said, Kakuzu, your teammates are being targeted. Come and help me. Kakuzu glanced at him and said calmly, I also want to see if you will really die. Haydn. Not far away, Kisame, who witnessed all this, smiled and said, what a vibrant organization. Unlike the Hidden Mist village, everyone is so gloomy that they are ready to stab you in the back at any time. Itaki, what do you think? Uchiha Itaka did not answer. His Sharingan seemed to be facing everyone, but he was actually thinking about something in his heart. Kisame had a lot of contact with this teammate who kept silent most of the time and did not look like a murderer who slaughtered the entire clan. He also had a certain understanding. He continued indifferently, are you still thinking about the 9 tails? The leader won't blame you for not succeeding in that situation. Or, thinking about your brother. Kisame looked at Uchiha Itaki, and said with a weird smile on his shark face, I'm really curious that you, who slaughtered the entire Uchiha clan, would let your brother go. It's already twice. After the voice fell, Uchiha Itaka's expression finally moved, and he slowly said, I'm thinking about another person. Oh? Who? Hago Romo Gengetsu. That guy. Kisame habitually touched the unreal Samehada behind him, and said with full of memories. If you want to talk about the impression of that person, the Hidden Mist village can be said to be the most profound. I still remember that during the ninja school. There were many times when the teacher would mention this person with gritted teeth, as if all the misfortunes of the Hidden Mist village over the years were caused by him. Instead of looking for your own problems, you just blame the dead. What a joke! Kisame said disdainfully. Uchiha Itaka took a deep look at Kisame and said calmly, so is this the reason why you betrayed the village? There are many more. Kisame replied with a smile. Speaking of which, the legendary Hago Romo Genzuki has returned. It seems that the ninja world will not be very peaceful after that. I really want to see what the situation in Kirigakure village is like now. Do you like turmoil? Uchiha Itaki asked calmly. Kisame said, it's not that I like it, it's that the organization likes it. Uchiha Itaka nodded clearly. Just at this moment, the lantern bodies of Pain and Zionin appeared in front of everyone. Without any nonsense, the former simply gave the order, the ninja world will be very unstable recently, and it is time for the Akatsuki organization's business to further expand. As Kisame said, the first task of the Akatsuki organization is to gather a large amount of funds. For this reason, the Akatsuki organization has become a mercenary organization in the eyes of outsiders. It will deliberately provoke some small wars. It will first monopolize the war commissions of small countries at low prices, and then increase the scale of the war to seek greater benefits. The news of Hagoromo Genzuki's resurrection from the dead shocked the entire ninja world and attracted a lot of attention. This was the moment when conspirators like them rose to prominence. Pain then issued a series of missions to expedite the Akatsuki's final plan. Before the meeting ends, Uchiha Itachi asked specifically, how to treat Hagoromo Genzuki. Pain looked over indifferently. Don't worry about it. Disperse. In an instant, there was nothing in front of the heretic demon statue, and it became deserted again. Chapter 54, New Mission. Bite. Task is being released. Main mission, become the boss of a 4-person team that skips classes. Task description, the host who has begun the counterattack of the ninja school has defeated Uzumaki Naruto, but the eyes of the teachers and classmates still do not focus on the host. It's not enough to defeat Crane Tail. The host decided to set his sights on the 4 men who skipped classes. Defeat Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Koji, Uzumaki Naruto, completed, and Inyazuka Kaiba, and take the ninja school's counterattack to the next level until they dominate the ninja school. Task tips, this task is the mainline task and cannot be refused or avoided. Bite. Bite. Task is being released. Side mission, childhood sweethearts. Task description, how can you avoid the element of love during your student days? It's okay for Uchiha Sasuke to be loved by a large number of female classmates, and Uzumaki Naruto to be loved by Hyuga noble girl Hinata. The host who aspires to become the king of ninja school is unwilling to be inferior to others and decides to choose a female classmate as his love partner. If the female classmate has a great impression of the host, the task is completed. Side missions are optional and the host can choose to accept or reject them. There is no penalty for failure and rewards for success. Side mission reward, radiant technique, both men and women love beauty. This technique allows the host to maintain the best appearance, without fear of negative effects such as gray hair, wrinkles, dirt, etc. A series of system information flooded into my mind. Hagoromo Genzuki, who was enjoying a hot spring bath in a hotel, pulled off the towel covering his face, opened his eyes, looked at the white mist of the hot spring around him, raised his eyebrows and said, I was just thinking about why there was no movement in the system, and whether I would keep pretending to be dead. Unexpectedly, this mission came, and 2 of them came at once. Hagoromo Swanyu looked through it in his mind. The first main quest is nothing out of the ordinary. Since it is the road to dominance of the ninja school, after defeating Uzumaki Naruto, it is normal to go to the next level and defeat several of the 12 strongest Konoha heroes. It's another side mission. There are rewards for completing it. It doesn't matter if you fail. It looks pretty good. It's just the content of the mission. Allowing yourself to communicate with a teenage girl? What do you think about the system? Hagoromo Swanyu, who really couldn't lose face, subconsciously refused. However, when I saw that the final side mission actually gave the mission reward in advance, the reward content was still a ninjutsu linked to appearance. Hagoromo Swanyu, who had always paid great attention to appearance, suddenly flashed in his eyes. Ahem! Unlike the main mission, the side mission actually indicates the reward content in advance. The profound meaning is worthy of careful consideration. It doesn't matter if you fail anyway. Let's take a look first. Hagoromo Swanyu solemnly put away the side tasks in his mind, and then stood up. Wow! The scalding hot spring water slides down quickly from the golden proportioned body. It's just that when the white fog dissipates and you look again, you can see it. A body that should have been flawless was riddled with pits. Among them, the most serious part of the chest was sunken deep enough to be as big as half a fist. With such an injury, an ordinary person would have died long ago. Hagoromo Swanyu was able to walk freely, and even had a big fight before. In addition to his good physical condition, he also used secret techniques to suppress his injuries. This only treats the symptoms but not the root cause. Hago Romo Swanyu inspected his body. During this period of time, even though the superficial wounds have healed, they are just waiting for flesh and blood to grow again. But the deep-seated injuries are still there. Especially the Senjutsu chakra that Senju Hashirama left in his body. Because the forbidden technique Breath of Eternal Sleep preserves life, these magical chakras that should have been able to be removed have now been fused with the body's flesh and blood for decades, like gangrene attached to the bone, which is very difficult to deal with. Magic. Hago Romo Gengetsu touched the particularly obvious injury on his chest, recalling in his mind the image of Senju Hashirama in sage mode stepping on the giant Buddha, coming with an unmatched force. Of course, Hago Romo Swanyu knew how powerful the magic was. During the Warring States period, he also deliberately searched for the 3 holy places. It's just that I don't know whether the latter's location is too hidden, or because fate has not arrived, I have never been able to understand the charm of immortal magic. As for creating your own magic that is different from the chakra system, without the reference of other magic, the difficulty is not much less than perfecting the blood inheritance snare. Hago Romo Xianyu, whose main target is Shueji Na Luo, has no time or energy to create immortal arts from scratch. If it were really easy, over the millennia there wouldn't be only the 3rd generation Holy Land that had immortal magic, and it wouldn't be the kind that's not applicable to humans. In addition, learning magic seems to require certain qualifications, and only a very few people are qualified. During the Warring States period, Hago Romo Gengetsu was the only one who knew the celestial arts, Senju Hashirama. Not to mention that Senju Hashirama himself created celestial magic. This guy is strong because of the foundation of Asura's reincarnation, and he also activated the blood inheritance limit of Mu Dun. Create magic? Something that people like himself, Senju Tobirama, and Orochimaru have not been able to do. Hago Romo Gengetsu didn't even believe that Taihanhan Senju Hashirama would create his own immortal technique. The most likely thing is that he learned the magic from Shiju Forest. After the Warring States period, in the past few decades, the only people Hago Romo Genzuki knew who could master Senjutsu were Jiraiya, who was half-assed, and then Naruto Uzumaki and Kabuto Orochimaru. Namikaze Minato could do it too, but he hadn't mastered Senjutsu before he died, so it was useless to use it. If you count like this, there are very few humans who can really use fairy arts in the past 1,000 years. Yiswanyu is not sure if he will have the opportunity to learn fairy arts in the future. He is very afraid of the 3 old guys in the 3 holy places who have lived for 1,000 years, watched the mother and son of Otsutsuki Kagaya kill each other, and then treated the infinite moon reading coldly, never made a breakthrough, and just trained the Holy Land contractors like guiding Otsutsuki Hago Romo. Rather than taking it by force, it is better to think about getting it from the system later. However, Yiswanyu, who does not know the details of fairy arts now, wants to completely remove the remaining, very stubborn and destructive fairy arts chakra of Senju Hashirama in his body, which is difficult to do by normal recuperation alone. Perhaps, I should look for information on medical ninjutsu. Yiswanyu thought while putting on his yukata. Thanks to the establishment of the Konoha medical system led by Tsunade, and with other major ninja villages following suit, the medical ninjutsu in the ninja world is much richer now than in the Warring States period and when the ninja villages were first established. Even Orochimaru, whose hands were sealed by the Shikigami seal, believed that Tsunade could heal his injuries. You can imagine how advanced medical ninjutsu is now. Times are always developing. Technology is like this, and so is ninjutsu. There has never been a modern person who is inferior to the ancient one. Hago Romo Gengetsu, who had the same idea, walked out of the hot spring room and quickly made plans in his mind. Chapter 55, Unexpected. Encounter with Team 7, Monthly Ticket Request. Hago Romo Gengetsu, who left the Godfall Valley, now lives in a very ordinary town. Although the letters from the fourth Raikage AI disturbed the ninja world, ordinary people who were not ninjas lived their lives as usual. Just like this small town now, they rarely see ninjas all year round and always live their lives peacefully. But today, in addition to Hagio Romo Gengetsu, there were another group of uninvited guests wearing Konoha forehead protectors. Suzuki, are you okay? How about we take a rest here first? Sakura carefully supported Suzuki, who was wrapped in bandages, and asked. After Tsunade successfully became the fifth Hokage, because Kakashi had another mission, the 7 teams of 3 people took on a B-level mission in the Tea Kingdom. During the mission, they encountered the Konoha rebel ninja Midori Aoi who stole the Thunder God's sword. Although they successfully defeated him, Suzuki was seriously injured. Sakura, who had not yet learned medical ninjutsu, could only bandage Suzuki simply and wait for further treatment after returning to the village. After traveling all the way and being tired, Sakura noticed that Suzuki was very tired when passing through this town. That's when she made the suggestion. Naruto raised his hand to show his approval. Yes, yes. Suzuki, you are sweating profusely, so you should rest here. I am hungry too, let's go eat something first. Sasuke's face changed when he heard this. Looking at Naruto, who was also injured a lot in the mission of Tea Country but is now full of energy, he thought that the reason why he was able to defeat Aoi was mainly because of Naruto, and he. A nameless anger suddenly surged in Sasuke's heart. He said coldly, no need. Go back to Konoha immediately. After that, while Sakura was panicking and puzzled, Suzuki shook off her arm, gritted his teeth, and strode away with great pain. Suzuki. Sakura hurriedly caught up with him with worry. Naruto had no choice but to follow him, scratching his head as he walked and asked, Suzuki, don't you really want to eat something? How about I carry you? Although he knew that Naruto, a single-celled organism, had good intentions, Suzuki, who couldn't help but think too much, clenched his fists and kept moving forward without paying attention. Until he looked up and saw a person coming towards him. Danger! At this moment, Sasuke's pupils shrank suddenly, and his 2 Megatama Sharingan opened automatically as if stimulated. He stopped and stared at the person walking across from him, and a drop of cold sweat flowed down his forehead unconsciously. Suzuki, what's wrong with you? Seeing Suzuki suddenly stop, Sakura, who caught up later, was about to ask something in confusion. Suzuki suddenly came to his senses, grabbed Sakura's arm, and pulled her behind him. The force was so great that Sakura even showed a look of pain on her face. Sakura! Suzuki, you bastard! Seeing this, Naruto rushed over angrily. But before he could scold Suzuki, suddenly, Naruto saw a familiar person in the corner of his eyes. Yes, yes! It's you! Naruto pointed at the person with excitement. What was his name? I forgot it all of a sudden. But he still remembered that some time ago, it was this guy in front of him who threatened Tsunade and robbed the ninjutsu scroll. You robber! Finally, Naruto found you. Without waiting for a response, Naruto couldn't wait to roll up his sleeves and use the raise nan he had learned to teach the person a lesson. Wait a minute! Naruto. Although he didn't know who the person in front of him was, Suzuki, who had strong insight, felt that the person was very scary. He wanted to stop the reckless Naruto and not rush in without thinking. Normally, Naruto would not be Naruto if he was stopped. But this time was unexpected. Naruto just took a step and stopped. It wasn't Suzuki who really called him. Rather, Urobe Gengetsu calmly glanced over here. Just one glance. Naruto, who was always fearless, paused uncontrollably, his face turned pale, and his whole body couldn't help but tremble. What is this? Move! Why don't you move? Unlike his outward performance, Naruto kept roaring in his heart. But it was useless. At this moment, Naruto found that he seemed to have returned to the first time he went out of the village to do a mission. On the way, he saw Kakashi teacher being brutally chopped into several pieces by two ninjas. His brain was suddenly empty and he was confused, scared, and at a loss. He clearly wanted to take action. But it was Urobe Genjutsu's look that made him completely motionless. This guy. It was obviously not like this before. Why? Why does one look make me like this now? Naruto was full of confusion, and his heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Sasuke and Sakura also had similar thoughts. Sakura had no idea what was happening, and she felt an indescribable pressure coming down on her, making her breathless. The sweat on Sasuke's forehead was getting more and more. He tried his best to hold on and not fall down, and barely glanced at Yuyisuanya who was walking calmly. He suddenly thought of Zabuza and Orochimaru who he met in the Land of Waves. At that time, he was overwhelmed by the murderous aura that erupted from them. It was like a wolf who had just gained power and had no fighting experience, facing the Wolf King who was at the peak and stained with countless blood, and was naturally suppressed. But it was different now. It was completely different now. There was no murderous aura coming from the visitor, and the ordinary people around him were even talking and laughing, doing what they should do. But it was just a casual glance. When his eyes fell on them, it was like an elephant passing by an ant, inadvertently giving the latter an extreme shock, and also brought them an extremely strong gap. Yuyisuanya didn't expect that he would meet Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura here. While sighing that the world is really small, he looked at the real faces of the three male and female protagonists with full of memories. After that, in the three people's fear, worry, unwillingness, and even the last surprise, he couldn't believe it, as if nothing had happened, he walked past the three people without paying any attention, and left. After resurrecting and coming to Konoha 60 years later, although it was still a little slow overall, the counterattack system that roughly matched the time had an increasing weight in Yuyisuanya's mind. Just think about it, Sasuke, Naruto and other classmates will definitely appear in a series of tasks issued by the system in the future, and more than once or twice. In order to avoid the situation where people are not there when future tasks are issued, Yuyisuanya will not do anything to the three people at present. After all, he specifically asked the system if the target of the task died and he was resurrected by the impure world, could he still complete the task? The result was no, and the system mocked him in confusion, saying how could a dead person do the task? As for the fact that he completed the novice task when he was still dead, the system's answer was that he had always existed. So even if he died, he was still alive in the eyes of the system, and he still had to do the task. What kind of conclusion is this? Forget it. The system has been crazy for more than 1 or 2 times. Yuyisuanya has gotten used to it. P.S. If you have monthly tickets, please help vote. Thank you everyone. Thanks, Omega. Chapter 56 Sasuke, Naruto, who was that person just now? Tap. The normal footsteps sounded like the steps of the god of death to Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura, constantly giving them great pressure. They were just 3 young and immature kids who had just started their apprenticeship. Now that they were no longer in the state of impure world reincarnation, the truly resurrected Hago Romo Gengetsu only needed to release a little bit of the momentum accumulated from countless battles on his body, which was enough to make them tremble with fear. Just like the 3 kids' teacher Kakashi. The opponent who was already a jonin back then was different. When he met Orochimaru who had just rebelled and was on the run, he was stared at by the other party and did not make a move from beginning to end. By the way, I have a side quest. Hago Romo Gengetsu, who passed by Naruto and the other 2, suddenly thought of a goal here. But Sakura should forget it. Even if she had to complete the mission, she could not go against her heart. Ignoring the 2 suns in the eyes of the 6-path sage and the heroine who couldn't get into them no matter how hard she tried, Yuyisuanya walked away at her own pace. 1 minute later, Yuyisuanya had disappeared. Under the strange gaze of passers-by, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura finally relaxed their tense bodies and let out a long breath. After that, Naruto, who recovered immediately, jumped impatiently, turned behind him, looked at the direction where Yiswanyu left, and said with unwillingness on his face, "How did that guy become so powerful now?" He didn't notice the changes in Yiswanyu, and he was busy in the tea country these days, so he didn't know the recent major events in the ninja world. Naruto. Sakura, who was afraid that Naruto would still want to cause trouble for that person, hurriedly called him and warned him not to do stupid things again. She was really scared just now. Sasuke is fine. Although he was still frightened, he had a crazy idea in his mind and couldn't stop it. Sasuke looked at Naruto. Naruto's behavior clearly showed that he knew the person. Without delay, Sasuke asked quickly, "Naruto, who was that person just now?" "That guy." Naruto scratched his hair hard, thought for a while and said, "It seems to be called Yu, a bad guy like Orochimaru. Let me tell you, I went to find Tsunade with the lecherous sage." Naruto told Sasuke and Sakura what happened in Tansho Street some time ago, and emphasized how hateful Yiswanyu was. Sakura, who didn't expect that there were so many stories about the fifth Hokage returning to the village, listened carefully. Sasuke ignored the others and focused on Yiswanyu. Hago Romo Moon. No, it should be Hago Romo or something. Why haven't I heard of such a powerful person? As a member of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke should have a broader view of the ninja world. However, a night of genocide interrupted the elite education of the Uchiha clan. In addition, he was deeply involved in the cause of revenge and had no interest in things that were not related to his strength, so he regretted not having read enough books when he needed them. Sakura, on the other hand, was the only student who got 100% of the answers to the advanced exam without cheating in the Chunin exam. She had read a lot of books on ninjas. Seeing that Sasuke was obsessed with the man just now and listening to Naruto's story, she carefully deduced a lot. Sakura quickly said to Sasuke, "Sasuke, that person should have died for many years. According to Naruto, he came to the modern era in the form of a technique, Urogengetsu." Sasuke looked up suddenly, "Urogengetsu? Dead for many years?" Yes. That's him. That big moon. The lecherous immortal even called him senior." Naruto's eyes lit up, and he came to Sakura and nodded repeatedly. Sakura pushed Naruto's head away and continued to look at Sasuke. According to the meaning of the previous book, she introduced the information of Urogengetsu. Sasuke listened, his eyes became brighter and brighter. When Sakura finished speaking, Sasuke clenched his fists in a place where the two could not see, looked around and said, "Let's rest here first and replenish some food." But Sakura was still a little scared. Sasuke said, "Don't worry. Such a person, since he let us go before, he won't do anything again." Naruto covered his empty stomach. After the shock just now, he was even hungrier. He patted his chest in agreement and said, "Don't worry, Sakura. I will never do that again next time." 2 votes in favor, Sakura had no choice but to agree. Soon, the 3 of them found a room and ordered a few meals. During this time, Sakura went to the bathroom and found that only Naruto was at the table when she came back. "Where's Sasuke?" Sakura asked. "Just went to the bathroom," Naruto said casually. "Just went to the bathroom." Sakura's eyes flashed with doubt. The men's and women's bathrooms were side by side. If Sasuke went there, why didn't she find out when she came back? Maybe it was earlier. Thinking of this in her heart, Sakura sat down and waited quietly. 10 minutes later, all the dishes on the table were served, but Sasuke hadn't come back yet. "Sasuke, that guy, is he having diarrhea?" Naruto muttered, trying to pick up his chopsticks first several times, but was slapped by Sakura. Sakura felt something was wrong and finally said to Naruto, "Naruto, why don't you go to the bathroom?" "Hey? The bathroom?" Although he didn't want to, Naruto did it anyway since Sakura said so. Naruto came back soon and complained, "Sasuke isn't in there. Did he go to the bathroom somewhere else?" "No." Sakura slammed the table and stood up. Naruto was startled, "Sakura, are you okay? Sasuke is not right," Sakura said with a serious face. The series of changes in Sasuke's expression before went through her mind. Seemingly thinking of something, without time to explain, Sakura grabbed Naruto and ran out while saying, "Naruto, come with me to find Sasuke. Sasuke is so big. Wait. The meal bill hasn't been paid yet." In the end, Naruto could only leave a mouthful of food and money, and follow Sakura to look for Sasuke who had disappeared for a while. "Such a big place, where should I look?" Naruto, who was unfamiliar with the place, looked around and said. Sakura pointed to the direction where Yuyiswanyu left, and said without palpitations, "There." Naruto and Sakura began to look for Sasuke all over the street. As the person involved, Sasuke did what Sakura thought, and he had already planned to leave the food and lodging, and ran towards the direction where Yuro Gengetsu left. 10 minutes later, in front of a snack stand selling takoyaki on the street, he found his target. "Hey!" Yuro Gengetsu, who was taking the hot takoyaki with one hand, turned around and looked at the person who came, with a little surprise on his face. "Uchiha Sasuke, hehe, it's interesting. Chapter 57 Sasuke, please teach me." Hoo. Running all the way made Sasuke, who was already seriously injured, feel even more uncomfortable. But he endured it and looked at Yuro Gengetsu with burning eyes. With the insight of the Sharingan, he could naturally distinguish between a living person and an impure world body. According to the information given by Naruto and Sakura, combined with his inability to resist the other party's gaze just now, there is no doubt that the man who was said to be on par with the gods and the 5 shadows seemed a little dim under his glory truly broke free from death and came to this world again. Such a powerful and incredible person, even the guy he hated deeply could not match him. Thinking of this, Sasuke no longer hesitated, stopped Yuro Gengetsu, and said to him directly, "I want to become stronger. No matter what method, as long as it can make me stronger, no matter what you want me to do, I am willing to do it." Hearing this, Yuro Gengetsu took a bite of the takoyaki in his hand and looked at Sasuke in surprise. He didn't expect that Sasuke would pursue him in pursuit of power. Has this guy always been so brave? Is he really not afraid that he will kill him? Or is it the confidence from Uchiha and Sharingan? Yuro Genjutsu's guess is almost right. As the only descendant of Konoha Uchiha, Sasuke, who has the powerful bloodline limit of Sharingan, has been strongly watched by people like Orochimaru, but it also made him understand a phenomenon from the side, that is, he is very important. Scarcity makes things valuable. No one will ignore Uchiha. This is his confidence. However, this time is different. Yuro Gengetsu will not spoil Sasuke. Uchiha? It's not like he hasn't seen it before. When Yuro and Uchiha signed a friendly treaty, which was actually an alliance, he saw too many Uchiha ninjas with the same personality, and perhaps one of them was the ancestor of Sasuke's lineage. The Sharingan, which seems very powerful in the current ninja world, is just so-so in his eyes. Unless you bring a pair of Manjiki, he will take you seriously. Little brat? Didn't anyone teach you how to ask for help? Yuyiswanyu said, and then ignored him and walked past him. After all, the relationship between the Yuyi clan and the Uchiha clan has always been harmonious in history, and there have been many intermarriages over the years. Although he couldn't stand the arrogant Uchiha Madara, he still admired Uchiha Madara's younger brother Uchiha Izuna, and the two had a good relationship. Until the evil old ghost Senju suddenly attacked him with a knife, causing him to be seriously injured and killed. The past is over, and the once prosperous Konoha Uchiha clan is now pitifully left with only one seedling. Considering the past relationship between the two clans and Izuna's very similar face, Yuyisuanya will not do anything to Suzuki. As for going further, it depends on the other party's performance. At this moment, looking at Yuyisuanya's attitude of ignoring him, Sasuke's face changed unpredictably. He has always been self-centered, as his entire life has been engulfed by hatred. As a proud Uchiha, even though Kakashi taught him Chidori, he never called him teacher, but called him by his name. Fortunately, Kakashi, who has experienced too much, doesn't care about these things. If it were other team leaders, they would definitely not give Suzuki a good face. Hago Romo Gengetsu is not Orochimaru who peeked at his body, and can tolerate any rude behavior from him. Suzuki quickly understood this. In other things, a proud person like him might hold his head high and do his own thing. But in the cause of revenge, he can give up everything. Thinking of meeting Uchiha Itachi again, the other party still looked down on him as high as before, easily breaking his Chidori, and mocking him for wasting his time over the years. Recalling the day of the Chunin exam, Naruto defeated the runaway one-tailed Jinchuriki Gaara and did what he could not do, and the T-Country mission just now, it was also Naruto who finally defeated Midori Aoi. Suzuki clenched his fists unwillingly. Finally, he ran to Hago Romo Gengetsu again, lowered his always proud head, bent down and asked. Hagoromo-sama, please teach me how to become stronger. I swear in the name of Uchiha, as long as I can complete my revenge, I am willing to do anything for you. It's rare. The sky cleared up, the rain stopped, and Uchiha Suzuki didn't feel that he was good for the first time. Hago Romo Gengetsu stopped, ate the remaining takoyaki in one bite, and said, "Little boy, do you know who I am?" The legendary Hago Romo Gengetsu. It seems that your history is still a little bit inadequate. Hago Romo Gengetsu said. If Suzuki continued to receive elite education within the Uchiha family, instead of just being trained by a bunch of hopeless Chunin teachers in the ninja school, not only would he be stronger now, but he would also be more aware of the history of the Uchiha clan. For example, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the Hago Romo clan. If he knew that the two had been allies for a long time, he could play the emotional card more now. After all, he was the patriarch of the Hago Romo clan, and he was the only Uchiha clan. Perhaps, Suzuki now doesn't even know the Hago Romo clan, let alone the meaning of his surname. Forget it. Hago Romo Suanya shook his head, looked at Suzuki and said. If you want to follow me and pursue a stronger power, you must betray Konoha. Can you do it? Suzuki lowered his head and was silent for a while, and then his eyes showed determination. Kakashi and Konoha can no longer teach him anything. Even Kakashi himself was defeated by Itachi. There is no hope for him to stay with him. Only those who are stronger, even those who make Uchiha Itachi pale in front of them, are worthy of following. So. Suzuki raised his head and looked at Urobujutsuki again, and was about to agree. Suddenly, the shouts of Naruto and Sakura sounded not far away. Suzuki! Where did you go? Suzuki! Where are you? You haven't come back for so long. Suzuki is not in danger, right? Naruto, don't be such a pessimist. Suzuki. The voices were getting closer. Suzuki, who was about to nod in agreement, flashed through his mind with bits and pieces of memories of the past with Naruto and Sakura, and the words that should have been blurted out suddenly became difficult. It seems that you haven't made up your mind yet. Urobujutsuki, who noticed all this, said lightly. When you have truly cut off everything, come find me in Shinayun Valley. As soon as the voice fell, Yuyisuanya disappeared. Suzuki, who wanted to say something but was a step slower, looked at the place where Yuyisuanya disappeared, his eyes full of complexity. The next second. Suzuki! I finally found you. Naruto, who was the first to find Sasuke, breathed a sigh of relief and ran away. However, he said unhappily, "Why did you run so far? We haven't even eaten a bite of food yet." Sakura, who was a step slower, pushed Naruto away, who was complaining, and asked with concern, "Sasuke, are you okay? Is the bandage on your body torn?" "I'm fine." Sasuke retracted his gaze, glanced at Naruto and Sakura calmly, and said, "I just came out for a while, now let's go back. Find an opportunity to end it all completely." Chapter 58 Goodbye Samui. Team 7 continued on their return journey. In a place where the three could not see, Yuswanyu reappeared, looking at the Uchiha fan logo on Sasuke's back. If Sasuke really did what he said, he would not mind accepting it. This was also a kind of return to the former ally Uchiha. In the previous report by Samui, Yuswanyu knew that the Uchiha clan had secretly helped the Yi clan during their relocation. In addition to the group of people who now live with the Yi clan. For Sasuke, Yuswanyu was actually very confident that he could accept him. Of course, a forced melon is not sweet. Everything depends on the other party's own intentions. In any case, his contribution is not much, but his gains may be full. Let's watch it first. Looking at the backs of the three people disappearing completely in his sight, Yuswanyu retracted his gaze and finally looked at the prosperous town behind him. After the second battle in Chennai Valley, regardless of the fluctuations in the outside world, he regained the joy of being a human being here. The revengeful enjoyment is almost over, it's time to do the real work. Yuswanyu flashed and left as well. One day later, Tsunade's face changed when she learned about Yuswanyu's whereabouts from Team 7. While she was glad that Yuswanyu ignored the three little ghosts, she decisively sent the Konoha ninjas to investigate. This was the first time that Yuswanyu really appeared in the ninjas' vision since the Godfall Valley. But as expected, the target had disappeared without a trace, leaving no clues. What on earth does this guy want to do? Tsunade, who received the information, frowned and looked at the busy street scene outside the window with confusion. Could it be that he wants to enjoy his new life? If it were Tsunade herself, if she lived another life, she would definitely spend her whole life in the casino. But she is too special to be generalized by common sense. Whether it is Tsunade or others, they all believe that Yuswanyu must have a huge plan after her deliberate resurrection. But during this period of time, no action has been seen from the other party. Tsunade thought for a moment, then turned her eyes to the desk, which was pressed down by heavy documents and only exposed a corner. The content was the plan for the 5-KAGES conference, and her eyes were lost in thought. Chennai Valley. After a long journey, she still found that this place was more suitable for her. Yuswanyu was back again. There were still many traces left after the battle with the Abbey team some time ago. Not only that, but now there are more traces left by other people. Because of her second life, Chennai Valley has recently become a check-in place for many people in the ninja world. Until the arrival of the Konoha ninja as the landlord, a large number of monsters were swept out, and it had been a while since the heat was not as high as it was at the beginning. Chennai Valley finally returned to its previous calm. Because the village was attacked, various commissions were backlogged recently, and the Konoha ninjas, who were short of manpower, did not stay in Chennai Valley all the time. After all, no one would have thought that Yuswanyu would come back. In this way, in accordance with the principle of darkness under the lamp, Yuswanyu returned to Chennai Valley. The statue belonging to Hago Romoswanyu had been destroyed by himself. Hago Romoswanyu sat on top of Senju Hashirama this time, and waited for a while, and a familiar figure came quickly from far to near. Hago Romohan greets the clan leader. The blonde and cold female ninja came to the avatar, half knelt on the ground as she did at the beginning, and said respectfully, "Get up." Hago Romoswanyu waved her hand and asked, "Have you brought the things?" Samui nodded and unfolded the sealed scroll he carried with him for storage. After a burst of white smoke, dozens of books appeared on the scroll. According to Hagoromo Swanyu's request, these are all books on medical ninjutsu. Among them, there are the accumulation of the hidden cloud village itself, and there are also collections of the Hagoromo clan in other places over the years. Yuyi Swanyu casually pulled out a book, flipped through it, and asked, "What's the situation in Kumagakure during this period?" Samui replied, "After the Raikage returned from serious injury, Kumagakure has some fluctuations, but the prestige of the Raikage lineage in the village is very high, and before the Raikage came to the stage soon, everything is still the same as before. The Raikage's physique is still good." Yuyi Swanyu said without raising his head. Although the Raikage's ninjutsu is famous, the real foundation is still the strong and tempered physical body. In this regard, only the best of the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan can compete with him. It just so happens that Tsunade and Naruto have outstanding physiques now. Senju and Uzumaki. Hehe. Although Yuyi Swanyu's own physique is also outstanding, it is not to the level of Naruto's cheating and the Raikage's inhuman training. More importantly, he still relies on the blood limit of Steel Escape to compete with him. Of course, when the body is seriously injured, it is impossible to recover as quickly as Naruto and Raikage. This is one of the reasons why he seeks medical ninjutsu. At this time, Yuyi Han, who thought of something, said in a serious tone, "Master, I accidentally heard about the communication between the high-level cloud ninjas. From what they said, the Raikage intends to convene the 5 KAGE conference, and the topic of discussion is you." 5 KAGE conference. Hearing this word deeply engraved in his memory, Yuyi Swanyu's fingers that were turning the page paused slightly. The worst time he fell was the first 5 KAGE conference. Those 5 unrighteous old guys. Forget it. Why do you still bother with the dead? When will you find a day to go to the graves of the 5 old guys to burn incense, dance, and keep in touch with each other? By the way, you can talk about the feelings of separation between old friends, and say that you will continue to live happily with the blessings of the 5 people. Don't worry, it won't have any impact. Yuyi Swanyu quickly turned the book again and said lightly. The same 5 KAGE conference, but it is a different 5 people. It is not easy to let the 5 major ninja villages that have been fighting for decades put aside everything and cooperate sincerely. The original timeline can reach a consensus because the Akatsuki organization has completely opened its claws and packed up the 1 tail to the 7 tail, and let the Hidden Leaf village deeply feel what pain is. Then it ran to the meeting and clamored for the start of the 4th war, which made the 5 major ninja villages with no way out completely cooperate. What is the situation now? The songs are being sung, the wine is being drunk, and the dance is being danced. The knife is not completely on the neck. Even if the 5 KAGE are willing, the 5 major ninja villages will not cooperate well. Yuyi Swanyu, who knows human nature well, knows this. He really doesn't care about the 5 KAGE conference this time. What if there is another sneak attack from the 5 KAGE? But you have to know that among the 5 people this time, there is no Hashirama Senju. Seeing that the clan leader does not take the 5 KAGE conference seriously, Samui's eyes flashed with admiration. He also noticed that Yuyi Swanyu had finished reading the book in his hand and was about to take down another one. Taking advantage of this gap, she quickly conveyed the message from the clan. "Clan leader, Elder Muting asked me to tell you that he really wants to come and see you." Chapter 59. The clan leader asked me about my free time. Could it be that? Muting. Yuyi Xianyu's mind suddenly flashed a little kid who often wore an ill-fitting adult ninja vest and had snot running down his nose. He is now an elder of the clan. Yuyi Xianyu sighed. Only at this time did he deeply realize that time had passed too long and he was already very old. No. He was old in the eyes of outsiders. He was still in his 20s. In this regard, Yuyi Xianyu still refused to record his age in a way that did not match his physical condition. Tell Muting not to move his old arms and legs. I will go to him after a while. Yu Xianyu gave the order and picked up a book. Yes. After listening to the order, Samui did not disturb Yu Xianyu again, but took out the incense burner that had been prepared long ago, lit the refreshing incense, prepared the tea set, poured the hot famous tea, and served beside him with a sense of ritual of a 1,000-year-old clan. As a millennium ninja clan, the Yi clan, which has a longer history than the daimyo nobles of various countries today, does not have as rigid and complicated rules as the Hyuga clan, but it is much better than the Uchiha clan, which values strength above all else and often overturns the table. Yu Xuanyu didn't care about these things. But his subordinates were willing to do it, so he followed suit and enjoyed it skillfully. After a while, Yu Xuanyu, who reads much faster than ordinary people, finished reading dozens of books related to medical ninjutsu. With a move of his right hand, the green chakra full of vitality instantly wrapped around his palm. Seeing this scene, although it was clear that the clan leader was extremely talented in ninjutsu, Samui was still shocked that he had mastered the medical ninjutsu that was generally recognized to be difficult to learn from scratch so quickly. Yu Xuanyu, who was accustomed to it, covered his wound with his right hand. After some observation, it was found that the recovery speed under his original means was more than doubled. It's a very good medical system, much better than the Warring States period. Yuro Gengetsu commented. The medical ninjutsu of the Warring States period was just a beginning, but it didn't become popular. It was difficult for the seriously injured to be effectively cured, but the killing became more and more intense. This is why the average age of ninjas is less than 30 years old, and 5-year-old children wear armor and go to the battlefield. The medical ninjas headed by Tsunade have made great contributions. Otherwise, during the Ninja World War, Konoha would not only have newly graduated ninja school students going to the battlefield, but also ninja school students who had just started school. However, these medical ninjutsu are not enough for Yuro Gengetsu. After all, it was Hashirama Senju who left these injuries to himself in his peak state. Not to mention clearing the residual fairy chakra left in the body, those injuries that penetrated deep into important organs and key parts were not sent by Samui, and these ordinary medical ninjutsu, which were not very profound, could not be cured. Sorry, clan leader, we are incompetent and can only access this level of medical ninjutsu information at most. Samui admitted his mistake. You have done this with great effort. Yu Xuanyu did not blame Samui and his clansmen. Although the Yi clan is now scattered, they have their own people in the 5 major ninja villages. The risk is shared. However, with this model, unless you have good luck over time, it is difficult to reach the real top leaders of the major ninja villages. Medical ninjutsu is the strategic foundation of the major ninja villages. It is good that Samui can collect these, and it has taken certain risks. Yu Xuanyu then asked about the current situation of the medical field in the ninja world. As expected, Konoha, with Tsunade as the foundation, is leading the way in the medical field. No, it can even be described as a leader. Relying on the rapid recovery speed of seriously injured ninjas, Konoha has the confidence to fight against many in the 3 ninja worlds. No wonder Tsunade worked outside for so many years and became the Hokage after returning, without any opposition in the village. In addition, according to the intelligence of the Feathered Clan, there is a doctor named Sheneng in the ninja world. His medical skills are different from the orthodox medical system, but the effect is outstanding. Many civilians, nobles, and even ninjas have asked him to treat their injuries and have a very high evaluation. Samui added. Konoha. Sheneng. After listening, Feathered Xuanyu thought for a while. It is related to the complete recovery of his injuries, of course, he must consider it carefully. So, both hands must be grasped. Feathered Xuanyu in Konoha has already had an idea. As for Sheneng, Feathered Xuanyu, who knows that one of the Feathered Clan's vests now, has an intelligence organization and ordered, tell me the location of Sheneng as soon as possible. Yes. Samui nodded. This is the benefit of having power behind you. If Yuyisuanyu was alone, no matter how powerful he was, he would have no idea how to find someone in the huge ninja world and among the countless people, and it would take a long time. If there was a force behind him, it would be completely different. Just like the rebel ninjas in the Akatsuki organization. Why do other rebel ninjas live in fear, fearing that the village's elimination team will come to kill them one day? And the members of the Akatsuki organization wear uniforms and bamboo hats all day long, looking leisurely. Isn't it the intelligence network provided by countless white zetsu that protects them? Otherwise, facing the repeated attacks of the chasing ninja, no matter how strong they are, after their own strength is thoroughly explored, they will only usher in the final defeat like the undead duo. Yuyisuanyu is very glad that the Yuyi clan is still there, which makes it much easier for him to live a second life. After watching Samui summon the communication eagle raised by the Yuyi clan and pass on his request in the form of cipher, Yuyisuanyu asked, "Han, how long can you stay here?" Samui took a task nearby on purpose this time, so he had the opportunity to meet Yuyisuanyu. Hearing this, Samui was stunned. "The chief asked me about my free time, could it be?" Samui looked around with a vague look. In the wilderness, there was no one around, only a man and a woman. Suddenly thinking of something, Samui's usually cold and beautiful face turned red. Although it is very difficult to let go in such a high and open place. But it was impossible to refuse. Just when Samui was seriously thinking about whether he should be proactive or passive, and which bond to untie first if he was proactive. Yuyisuanyu continued, "If it's early, show your ability here and I'll give you some advice. Even if it's a tribe member who admires you very much, it's wrong to always let him be a cow and horse without any reward." Yuyisuanyu's best reward at the moment is naturally to give him advice on the other party's problems in practice. With his ninjutsu background, he is second to none in teaching. As expected, Samui's face turned red with excitement. Of course, her ability to adjust is excellent. Soon, Samui returned to her cold and elegant demeanor, expressionless, and said word by word. "I still have 2 hours. Chapter 60 Take a nap? Cry." The cry of eagles sounded in the sky. In the Valley of the Gods. After finishing teaching Samui's ninjutsu and leaving the very touched opponent, Hago Romo Genzuki rested in the valley for 2 days, and the messenger eagle from the Hago Romo clan arrived again. Hago Romo Suanyu stretched out his arms. The strong wind howled, and with the spread of its wings, a messenger eagle that was almost half a meter long fell quickly and landed accurately on Hago Romo Suanyu's arm. "Is there a clue so soon?" Hago Romo Suanyu took out the small scroll tied to the foot of the messenger eagle and used the specific hand seal of the Hago Romo clan to untie it. Sure enough, the Yuyi clan had already inquired about the information about Sheneng and sent it to them in time. In the Land of Fire? It doesn't look too far from here. Let's fight quickly. There may be a little surprise in Konoha later. Hago Romo Suanyu released the messenger eagle, and in a flash, he disappeared from the Valley of the Gods. At the same time, Hidden Leaf Village. The smoke of war has dissipated from this surprisingly resilient village. The ruins were cleared away, all the collapsed houses were rebuilt, and the streets and alleys resumed the lively scene of people coming and going. Everything looked exactly the same as before the Chuunin exams. But it just looks the same. Some things and some people have quietly changed inside. Konoha Hospital. After returning from the Land of Tea and being hospitalized here, Sasuke and Naruto finally couldn't help but have a rooftop fight after meeting each other. Although he was interrupted by Kakashi at the last moment, after comparing the damage caused by Chidori and Rei's Nan, Sasuke was confidently preparing to leave. Suddenly turning his head, he saw that the back of the reservoir where Naruto's Rei's Nan had been hit was completely torn, and his proud smile froze instantly. Click! Sasuke clenched his fists, his eyelids drooped, and his face darkened. Naruto. Since when did Naruto become so strong? All along, that guy was the last person in everyone's eyes, and he was recognized as a genius. But what happened during this time? The Berserk Gaara was defeated by Naruto, the Green Aoi holding the Thunder God Sword was defeated by Naruto, even the battle just now, if Kakashi did not stop him midway. The more Sasuke thought about it, the tighter his fists clenched. Why did Naruto improve so quickly? In contrast, he seemed to be standing still. It seems that the rumors are true. The only member of Konoha's famous Uchiha clan to survive is the guy with the worst qualifications. Midori Aoi's words now echoed in Sasuke's mind. And that man? You are weak. Why are you so weak? Because you don't hate me enough. Thinking back on meeting Uchiha Itachi again, he still looked as helpless and pitiful as when he was 7 years old. This can't go on. Even Naruto has caught up with me. How can I kill Itachi if I'm still standing here? This ninja game. It's time to end. Sasuke looked outside the village and finally decided. On the desolate path, the grey-haired Shen-Nong walked alone on a walking stick and carrying a medicine box. Over the years, he has traveled through various countries in the ninja world, ostensibly to cure diseases and save people, but in fact, he is looking for forbidden techniques that can control Zero Tails. Shen-Nong was not worried about his identity being exposed. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, the once short-lived Kong ninja no longer existed. He has saved countless lives and has a high reputation in the ninja world, which is enough to keep trouble away. However, today, when he went out, he obviously did not read the almanac. Shen-Nong. Looking at the stranger who suddenly blocked the road in front of him, Shen-Nong frowned vaguely, but still said in his usual kind tone. Young man, do you have a disease that needs treatment? Please tell me specifically. Now that you know your name, you should also know your occupation. Shen-Nong only thought that the person in front of him was like the people he met in the past. He came to seek medical treatment after knowing his reputation. Sick? I am indeed sick. The visitor is naturally Hago Romo Swanyu. He nodded and said, it's just that compared to others treating me, I prefer to treat myself. How Swanyu didn't want to see the kind-hearted Shen-Nong secretly leaving some dirty tricks on her body when he treated her. There are specialties in the art industry. If a doctor intentionally leaves something behind during treatment, it would be difficult for the patient to know. Therefore, Hago Romo Genzuki would rather spend some time on his own to learn the medical ninjutsu, so that the treatment will be foolproof. Hago Romo Genzuki said straight to the point, hand over all the medical ninjutsu, and I will give you a satisfactory reward, leader of the empty ninja. I'm just an ordinary person. I don't know any medical ninjutsu. Wait. What did you say last? Shen-Nong's expression suddenly changed. Just when he was habitually explaining that he was just an ordinary person, he suddenly came to his senses within a few seconds. The leader of the empty ninja? Has your identity been exposed? Shen-Nong couldn't believe it. Just looking at Hago Romo Swanyu's calm eyes without any fluctuation. Although he didn't know the reason, he knew that it was useless to say anything at the moment. Young people who don't know the heights of heaven and earth, shouldn't they live a good life? Shen-Nong sighed. After saying that, he stopped pretending and tore off his hypocritical face, revealing his true nature. He looked at Hago Romo Swanyu with a fierce look on his face and said, Want to learn my medical ninjutsu? Want to threaten me with air ninjutsu? Stupid. Arrogant. Greedy. I'll send you to see the god of death right now. Shen-Nong took off his coat, revealing a strong body that was totally inconsistent with his age. Seeing Shen-Nong suddenly turn hostile over a disagreement, Yi Swanyu also sighed. You old man who doesn't know how high the sky is, why can't you speak properly? I gave you a chance but you didn't use it. Besides, I've seen the god of death before, so I don't need to see it again. Have you seen the god of death? Shen-Nong, who was in the state of exploding clothes, thought that Yi Swanyu had a problem with his brain. Too lazy to say more, he shouted confidently. Short-lived young man, since you know air ninjutsu, then do you know what I have done in the past 50 years since the fall of the Kingdom of Sky? Do you know what these 50 years mean? Yi Xuanyu tilted his head slightly, thought seriously, and replied with his hands spread out. Take a nap. You are still stubborn when you are about to die. The extremely angry Sheneng quickly formed seals with his hands. Forbidden medical technique, body activation. Instantly, his muscles swelled up. Shen Nong, who suddenly turned into a little giant, stepped forward suddenly, and with the ground shaking violently, he swung at Yi Xuanyu at a very fast speed. Go to hell! Little mouse! 1 minute later. Stop fighting! I admit defeat. How majestic and confident he was before, how embarrassed he was now retreating. Shen Nong raised the white flag with a swollen nose and face, and begged for mercy at the top of his lungs. Yi Xuanyu, whose clothes were not wrinkled at all, looked at all this, shook his head and sighed. You don't listen to good words, but insist on letting me do it myself. Is it so difficult for people to trade peacefully with each other? The world is really difficult. Chapter 61, Betrayal and Choice. Maybe people cherish their lives in old age, maybe they endure humiliation and bear heavy burdens. Sheneng was more insufferable than he thought. This made it much easier for Hago Romo Genjyu to obtain relevant medical ninjutsu from him. After a while, Hago Romo clan intelligence officers who followed took away Shen Nong, whose chakra was sealed. Hago Romo Xuanyu looked at the 2 scrolls of forbidden medical techniques named Body Activation and Body Regeneration in his hand. Compared to the Kong Ninja and the so-called Zero Tail behind Sheneng, the 2 forbidden medical techniques in his hands were more important to him. Hago Romo Xuanyu briefly looked through it, and soon his eyes lit up. It has to be said that compared to the orthodox medical ninjutsu, the medical forbidden technique created by Shen Nong, which focuses on physical activation, is very effective. It can have a very good effect on his injuries, and even his physical aspect, which has always been a shortcoming, will be greatly improved. The next time is to fully understand these 2 forbidden medical techniques. In addition, it was specifically explained before that the intelligence personnel who had just arrived had just delivered the latest news about Konoha. Suzuki, have already set off. Interesting. It depends on your next choice. Hago Romo Xuanyu curled up the corner of his mouth, looked in the direction of Konoha, flashed, and returned to the Valley of the Gods. Move the time forward slightly. Late at night, after experiencing a battle with Naruto on the rooftop during the day, and then being taught a lesson by the 4 sound ninjas specially sent by Orochimaru, Suzuki became more determined in his decision to leave the village. But now he has one more choice. Orochimaru. Suzuki touched the curse mark planted by that guy on his neck. According to the 4 sound ninjas, this is a gift from Lord Orochimaru, and it is the key that can make them stronger. If Hagoro Romo Genzuki had not had this choice, he would have chosen Orochimaru for revenge at all costs, even if he knew that the other party was spying on his body. But now there are 2 options. Orochimaru and Hago Romo Genzuki. Who to choose? For Suzuki, who longs for power, of course he has to choose the stronger side. There is no need to look at fame and achievements. He has a profound experience after personal contact. In Sharingan perception, although Orochimaru is very strange and powerful, it is not as stressful as Hago Romo Genzuki's silent voice. In addition, Orochimaru made no secret of his desire for his body, while Hago Romo Genzuki didn't seem to care at all. Suzuki is not really stupid, but he wants to choose a weaker person who will put him in a very dangerous situation. So, he made a decisive decision. Hago Romo Xuanyu. Valley of the Gods. Without any delay, Suzuki quickly packed his luggage and headed out of the village without saying hello to anyone. Midway, he unexpectedly met Sakura. Suzuki, where are you going so late? Seeing Shizuke looking like he was about to go away, Sakura forced a smile. Go back. Shizuke said coldly. The luck in Sakura's heart no longer existed. She is very smart and attentive. After returning from the Kingdom of Tea and meeting Hago Romo Genzuki on the road, Shizuke took the initiative to change his mind and take a rest, but then left alone midway. She already had a guess in her mind. After the battle on the rooftop of the hospital during the day, she knew Sasuke's character and was even more worried. That's why she deliberately waited here at this moment. Sure enough, Shizuke was ready to leave the village as she expected. Shizuke. Sakura, thank you. Facing Sakura's earnest persuasion, Shizuke, who had no woman in his heart, remained unmoved. He knocked him out with a knife and continued walking. Even though he knew that such behavior was treason to the village, he didn't care at all. Knowing that the 4 sound ninjas were waiting for him outside the village, Shizuke did not choose the obvious road, but deliberately chose a subtle path to leave the village. Until he left, the 4 sound ninjas were still waiting near the village gate. During this period, Teiwa, who was waiting impatiently, said in an unhappy tone, "Will that guy named Shizuke come out?" "Don't worry, Lord Orochimaru's deduction will not be wrong," Kidomaru said with a confident smile. "In addition, I see desire and ambition in Sasuke's eyes. He who pursues power will never reject Lord Orochimaru's kindness." Result. An hour later, the smile on Kidomaru's face became increasingly stiff. "Let's go in and check it out." Sakan sighed. Everyone agrees. Because Konoha has been on a lot of missions recently, many ninjas have gone out to do missions, and Orochimaru understands the reasons for Konoha very well, so the 4 sound ninjas were very successful in infiltrating again. He arrived at Sasuke's house quietly. After checking, Sakan said with an ugly face, "Shizuke has left." Jirobo buzzed, "Why didn't he join us?" Kidomaru squinted his eyes and looked at the map on Sasuke's desk that seemed to have been turned over many times. Although there were no marks on it, by touching it with his fingers, he could find uneven marks that were not easily noticeable to ordinary people. Shizuke left, but the place he was going to was not Orochimaru-sama. Kidomaru said coldly. "No matter where he goes. For Lord Orochimaru, we must take him away." Teiwa took out the flute and said murderously. Sakan nodded, "Since Shizuke rejected Lord Orochimaru's kindness, then we don't have to be polite next time. Once we find him, beating him to death won't work. Breaking his legs is always possible." The 4 Otanin did not stay any longer and quickly left the village. After searching, they followed the clues they found and chased after Shizuke. As the real home field, Konoha was a step behind. It was not until Sakura woke up and ran to the Hokage's office to tell Tsunade that she knew the fact that Shizuke had left the village. "We must catch him back." As it was about the only bloodline of the Uchiha clan in Konoha, Tsunade frowned and asked Sakura in front of her if she knew where Shizuke was going while calling people. Tsunade had no hope. Unexpectedly, Sakura gave her a surprise. "Harari Gengetsu. Shizuke must have gone to find that person, Yuro Gengetsu." Sakura told her analysis in full. Tsunade frowned. "Harari Gengetsu, you finally made a move." Tsunade actually agreed with Sakura's analysis, but she still didn't understand what Yuro Gengetsu wanted Uchiha Shizuke to do. Although the Sharingan is very good, people like Hago Romo Gengetsu should not be taken seriously. Hokage-sama. Just at this moment, Nara Shikamaru, who had been promoted to Chunin, received the notice and pushed the door open. Tsunade did not think about it anymore and quickly issued the task. Soon, a tracking team composed of the idle 12 little strong men of Konoha set off quickly. "Remember, we only have 12 hours to track, and we must stop after the expiration. In addition, as the captain, I have the right to terminate the mission at any time, and everyone must comply. Do you understand?" After formulating the action formation, Nara Shikamaru instructed his teammates with a serious face. Inyazuka Kaiba said a little unhappy, "Why is there a time limit? Shouldn't we chase him to the ends of the earth?" "Yes, yes. Sasuke, that guy, even if I break his bones, I must bring him back." Naruto, who did not understand Sasuke's behavior, clenched his fists and swore hard. "Because there may be terrible dangers ahead." Nara Shikamaru sighed, looking at the eager players, and felt that it would be very difficult for him to lead the team for the first time. Chapter 62, Xiao and number 039, S Action. Whoosh! Whoosh! The wind howled. Sasuke, who was speeding through the forest, let the strong wind blow his black hair back, and his sharp eyes did not dare to catch any movement around him. Suddenly, he discovered something, stopped quickly, ducked and hid behind a big tree, and slightly stuck his head out to look ahead. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's a patrol team from Konoha. Konoha's power was not entirely concentrated in the village. Except for the border garrison troops. Outside Konoha village, there are also patrol teams serving as warnings to prevent the enemy from finding out when they break into Konoha village. The Chunin examination some time ago was due to the arrival of too many distinguished guests and tourists. Konoha deployed many outside teams to maintain public security in the village, which made the raid so easy to succeed. After learning the lesson, now no matter how tight the power in Konoha's hands is, it will increase its efforts in patrolling the periphery to avoid encountering another unexpected attack. The patrol team, plus the Konoha mission team that comes and goes from time to time. It wasn't so easy for Sasuke to escape without sleeping all the way. In order to avoid alerting others, Sasuke quietly waited until the Konoha patrol team left from the front before starting again. The four sound ninjas were treated similarly, but they were stronger. Even if they encountered people from Konoha who couldn't be avoided, they could still force their way through. Therefore, although Sasuke distanced himself, they were able to hold on tightly. Although Shikamaru's team set off last, they had the home field advantage and could chase with confidence and keep narrowing the distance. If we look at it from an overall perspective, the distance between Sasuke, the four sound ninjas, and Shikamaru's team is getting closer and closer as time goes by. Of course, there are never more than just the three of them in this overall situation. Although the incident of the only orphaned traitor of the Uchiha clan in Konoha happened not long ago, it has already reached the eyes of those who are interested. Drop drop. In the dark underground base, Orochimaru, who was lying on the hospital bed with an intravenous drip, suddenly straightened up and roared in agony. The newly prepared medicine didn't even last a day. Is it still not good? Kabuto, the pharmacist on the side, adjusted his glasses and sighed. Sasuke? Where is Sasuke? Orochimaru, who was sweating profusely in pain, looked at his arms that were tightly wrapped in bandages and asked in an increasingly impatient tone. There was an accident. Kabuto Yakushi replied, according to Teiwa's latest report, although Sasuke left the village, he was not with them. It seems that he has a new choice. Waste. Orochimaru, who was sweating in pain, gritted his teeth and cursed. Besides me, who else can give Sasuke the power to avenge him? Tell the four sound ninjas that if they can't bring Sasuke back, they won't come back. Kabuto Yakushi nodded, I will convey it. By the way, the child wants to do his best at the last moment. Do I need to promise him? Kimimaro let him go. At this moment, in order to achieve his goal, Orochimaru did not hesitate to play all his cards. After receiving the order, Yakushi Kabuto turned around and left. After closing the door, Orochimaru's painful screams came one after another. Ah! Damn old man! Who is it that ruined my big thing? Ah! Madara! Madara! I got some great news. In the land of rain, Uchiha Obito, who was enjoying the rain again, heard the voice of White Zetsu behind him, his eyes moved, and he asked. Is it about Hago Romo Genzuki? Like other ninja villages, Uchiha Obito did not find out the whereabouts of Hago Romo Genzuki during this period. After all, although Baizetsu's intelligence-gathering ability is powerful, it is not omnipotent. However, several Baiju bodies had disappeared inexplicably recently, which aroused his doubts, but there were no clues during the investigation. No. Baiju shook his head. Uchiha Obito lost interest when he heard this. However, Baizetsu's mention of Uchiha Suzuki caught his attention. Suzuki Uchiha defected. Baizetsu said with a smile. Defection. Uchiha Obito's eyes narrowed inside his spiral mask. For Uchiha Suzuki, he had long planned to replace Uchiha Itachi and achieve the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. As for why Uchiha Itachi is not allowed to evolve the eternal kaleidoscope, not only because he himself suffered from a serious terminal illness. The bigger reason is that Uchiha Obito is very afraid of Uchiha Itachi. In the entire Akatsuki organization, even Nagato, who has the Samsara Eye, is just a useful piece in the chess game that has long since fallen into his eyes. But Uchiha Itachi, who also possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan and has a deep mind, is the only one Obito cannot control. It is precisely for this reason that he specially sent Kisame, a true one of his own, to be Itachi's companion, responsible for monitoring the other party. Fortunately, Uchiha Itachi has been suffering from physical problems, so Uchiha Obito can feel relieved. Why did Uchiha Suzuki defect? Uchiha Obito asked. Baizetsu shook his head, it's not clear yet. But there is another news. Orochimaru's people are chasing Uchiha Suzuki. Orochimaru. Upon hearing the name, Uchiha Obito tapped his fingers on the iron railing. As a rebellious ninja of the Akatsuki organization, not only did Pain issue a pursuit order for him, he also wanted to kill this guy who knew a lot of information about the Akatsuki organization. It's just that this poisonous snake has always been slippery. Although the Akatsuki organization took several bases of Orochimaru, they could not find him. If I remember correctly, Itachi and Kisame are still in the Land of Fire, right? Uchiha Obito asked. Yes. After failing to capture the Nine Tails, they are still in the Land of Fire. After all, the Land of Fire is very big. White Zetsu replied with a smile. Tell Itachi this news. He will make his own choice. By the way, notify Pain as well. Uchiha Obito ordered. Uchiha Obito knew the nature of Uchiha Itachi very well and knew what the former would do. It was just the right opportunity to cut off Orochimaru's tentacles, so that the stinky snake would not do anything to Suzuki, who had already been used for him, and his eternal Mangeki plan would fail. In addition, it would be great if he could torture Orochimaru's location from the mouths of Orochimaru's subordinates. Many people in the Akatsuki organization were thinking about him. This killed two birds with one stone, and Uchiha Obito felt that the plan was perfect. White Zetsu obeyed and passed the message. Soon, there was a response from Pain. He would not miss the chance to kill Orochimaru, the traitor of Akatsuki. With the help of the remote communication of Akatsuki's ring, Pain contacted Itachi and Kisame, who were thousands of miles away. After receiving the order, Kisame's shark face smiled grimly and looked at Itachi and said, Itachi, it looks like you will see your dear brother again. Itachi calmly put on his hat, and in the sound of the crisp wind chimes, he said lightly. He has never been a target. Chapter 63 Forbidden Medical Techniques. Godfall Valley. It has already started. Hago Romo Gengetsu, standing on top of the statue of Senju Hashirama, glanced in the direction of Konoha. This result was not beyond expectations. Generally speaking, a person would not choose to follow someone at all costs just because he met someone once and got a simple promise. But Suzuki is not a normal person. For revenge, he did not care that his body was used by Orochimaru. Once he had a better goal, it was normal for him to take a risk. Anyone who knew the history of the ninja world knew who to choose between Orochimaru and Hago Romo Gengetsu. Hago Romo Gengetsu quickly retracted his gaze and sat cross-legged. He was not a babysitter and had no interest in picking up Suzuki. Everything depended on the other person's own luck, or how fate arranged it. In comparison, Hago Romo Gengetsu was more concerned about his own problems. He picked up 2 scrolls. It was the Medical Forbidden Technique Flesh Activation and the Medical Forbidden Technique Flesh Regeneration that he got from Sheneng. As the Forbidden Technique of the Flesh that Orochimaru even peeked at, Hago Romo Gengetsu also gained a lot after reading it. Now that he has mastered it thoroughly, he did not hesitate and formed seals with his hands. Forbidden Medical Technique Revitalize the Flesh. Instantly, Yuhiswanyu felt that all the cells in his body were activated and boiling, and his muscles suddenly swelled. His body's abilities such as speed, strength, and endurance were all enhanced. Although these increases can only be regarded as icing on the cake compared to his own strength, his original purpose of performing this technique was not here. Soon, Yuhiswanyu's hand seals changed again. Forbidden Medical Technique Regeneration of the Flesh. At this moment, the activated cells in Yuhiswanyu's body burst out with a green glow full of life, and under his special command, they quickly filled the various injuries in his body. Visible to the naked eye, the wounds of various sizes on Yuhiswanyu's body, like blown balloons, quickly swelled and healed. Including the severely sunken wound on the chest. The flesh is regenerating, the bones are suturing, and the epidermis is growing. After a few blinks, when he looked again, Yuhiswanyu's originally scarred body had recovered as before, with fair and delicate skin, looking no different from a normal person. Yuhiswanyu stood up and felt it, and nodded in a good mood. Very good medical forbidden technique. Compared with other medical ninjutsu, the medical forbidden technique obtained from Sheneng has a more immediate healing effect. Of course, since it is called a forbidden technique, it naturally has its shortcomings that cannot be popularized. For example, it needs to consume a large amount of chakra that even normal jonins cannot. For example, it needs a strong physique to support it, otherwise the injury has not recovered, and under the consumption of a large amount of cells, the person will fall down exhausted. Fortunately, these can be overcome for Yuhiswanyu. Although it is not as good as the unmarked healing of Senju Hashirama that can be restored to its original state anytime, anywhere, without any gaps, it is also a very good means of recovery. I have to say that the wisdom of future generations is still worthy of great praise. Yuhiswanyu, whose injuries have recovered almost completely, sighed. As for the last one or two, Yuhiswanyu touched his chest. Deep inside, under the influence of the forbidden technique of eternal sleep, the immortal chakra belonging to Senju Hashirama was still stubbornly buried there after being entangled with the body for decades. Medical forbidden techniques are better at regenerating flesh and blood, but they are still not good enough for the delicate work of stripping immortal chakra. I still have to go to Konoha. Yuhiswanyu thought. If the entire ninja world knows Senju Hashirama best, it must be the main family of Konoha. And in terms of the comprehensiveness of medical ninjutsu, Konoha, which has always been at the forefront of the ninja world, is not comparable to Sheneng alone. The other 4 major ninja villages combined are not good enough. In addition, driving away the immortal chakra is one aspect. If the immortal chakra in the body can be successfully collected by the way, it will undoubtedly be of great help to the research of immortal arts. Yuhiswanyu is of course interested in immortal arts. In the case of being temporarily out of the 3 holy places, the residual immortal chakra of Senju Hashirama in the body is undoubtedly a good research object. But the premise of all this is to successfully strip it out. The study of chakra and ninjutsu has never been done by sitting in a secret room alone, silently comprehending. In the ninja world, various high-tech research instruments are also indispensable. As the only experimental material at the moment, this is one of the reasons why Yuhiswanyu has never used more extreme methods to deal with the chakra of the immortal arts in the body. I have made a decision in my heart, but it is not the right time yet. Yuhiswanyu looked towards Konoha again and said curiously. Now, it depends on where the new wind that has deviated from the course will blow to. Bang! In the endless forest, a bunch of signal fireworks flew out of the treetops, exploded in the sky, and bloomed with brilliant brilliance. Damn little ghosts! The 4 sound ninjas who shuttled between the trees noticed the fireworks above their heads, and then looked at the few Konoha ghosts who were following closely not far away, their faces full of anger and murderous intent. "I'll kill them!" Teiwaya took out the piccolo and said impatiently. Because they were bumped into by a Konoha team, the Sound 4 defeated the other party, but it also delayed them for some time, and they were caught up by the later Nara team. Neither side was willing to trust the other side with their backs. Originally, the Sound 4 didn't take these cannon fodder kids who weren't even Chunin seriously, and were ready to kill them easily. Who knew that these Konoha kids were so cunning that they kept their distance and released signal fireworks from time to time to call for nearby Konoha ninjas to come to help? If this continues, there will be more and more people in Konoha, and Lord Orochimaru's mission will not be completed. Sakan, who also realized the seriousness of the problem, frowned and said. Kidomaru glanced at the Nara team, then looked forward, with a cold look in his eyes, and said, "The captain of the kids is very cautious, and rushing over directly will not be very effective. But the prey can't get rid of the spider web after all, so listen to me next." As the person who is best at hunting prey, Kidomaru, who is serious, quickly formulated a plan. Rear. Under the command of Nara Shikamaru, the team always kept a distance from the Sound 4. During this period, Naruto and Inyazuka Kaiba were a little impatient. "Shikamaru, how long will this go on? If we don't hurry up, Sasuke will run away," Naruto said anxiously. Yes. Why don't we rush up and defeat those 4 guys first?" Inyazuka Kaiba suggested. "Those 4 guys are not easy to deal with." Nara Shikamaru refused. "Even if we really defeat them, we don't have the energy to chase Sasuke. Because Sasuke is not in the hands of the Sound 4. After encountering the Sound 4, Nara Shikamaru did not choose to take action directly, but to preserve the strength of the team and continuously send out distress signals to let the nearby Konoha ninjas come to help deal with the Sound 4. Nara Shikamaru knew very well that the task given to them by the Hokage was to chase back Uchiha Sasuke. Spending time and energy on the Sound 4 would only result in mission failure. Just delay for some time, and your plan will succeed. Chapter 64 Itaki, Kimimaro. Nara Shikamaru was always calm and planned well. He just overlooked one point. Although his team members had great potential, they lacked experience and patience at their current age. It was okay if the time was short. Problems would emerge if the time was long. When the experienced Odanin 4 seized the opportunity and spread the big net in time, Nara Shikamaru noticed it, but he was still a step slower when he reminded others. Swish! Huge spider webs that were extremely sticky fell from the sky. "I caught you!" On the spider web, Kidomaru looked at the prey with cruelty. The feast of killing officially began. Ding ding ding! The crisp sound of wind chimes resounded continuously in the forest. 2 black lines shuttled rapidly in the forest. During this time, Kisame turned his head to look at Uchiha Itachi's face, which seemed to be unmoved even if the sky fell, and said with a smile. "Itaki, are you really not going to see your brother again? He is now a Konoha rebel like you. I can deal with Orochimaru's scum by myself." Uchiha Itachi said lightly, "I have already met him once. There is no need to be disappointed again." "Really ruthless?" Kisame shook his head, with a hint of confusion in his tone. At the beginning of teaming up with Itaki, he was still a little unconvinced of him. But after getting along with him for a while, although he didn't say it, he could still respect Itachi's ability and character in his heart. Itaki is not as cold-blooded and cruel as the rumors say. What exactly is it like? There seems to be a thick layer of fog on the other party's face, and Kisame can't figure it out. But there is one thing that he knows after being partners for so long. Itaki is definitely not ignoring Suzuki as he says verbally. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given his younger brother a Tsukuyomi like a cannon hitting a mosquito when the brothers met again. In the eyes of others, this was an unprecedented torture. But Kisame knew very well that his partner was very cautious in using the Manjiki eye technique. He could see that the love between the brothers was very different and deep. Uchiha is really a cursed and enviable surname. His eyes swept across Itaki's Sharingan, and Kisame sighed in his heart. When he was about to say something, he suddenly stopped. At the same time, Uchiha Itaki also stopped, and his Sharingan looked to the left. Cough cough. Although he suppressed it forcefully, he couldn't stop the slight cough. Knowing that he had been exposed, the owner of the cough could only walk out of the darkness and reveal his true face. White hair, green pupils, red eye shadow on the eyelids, and 2 red dots between the eyebrows. Such appearance! Kisame narrowed his eyes and suddenly thought of the Kagaya clan in his hometown, where everyone was a battle maniac and was eventually destroyed. The orphans of the Kagaya clan outside? Interesting. He thought playfully. On the side, Uchiha Itaki glanced at the unique style of the visitor's clothes and thought of more in his mind. The visitor was Kagaya Kimimaro. Because he was seriously ill and couldn't stop coughing, he had to show up from his hiding place. He glanced at the black-bottomed red cloud uniforms on Itaki and Kisame, and said calmly, "How about we leave separately?" As a confidant of Orochimaru, Kimimaro knew what the black-bottomed red cloud uniform represented. At other times, he would not hesitate to sacrifice his life, which was about to end, to eliminate 1 or 2 members of the Akatsuki organization who had deep malice towards Orochimaru. But now, he knew very well how important Suzuki was to Orochimaru and didn't want to cause more trouble. However, Uchiha Itaki's next words broke his fantasy. "Leave the new Orochimaru subordinate to me. Kisame, you will deal with the rest. Actually, I really want to fight this guy. But since you, Itaki, brought it up first, forget it." After the words fell, Kisame left without any hesitation. In this area, only Uchiha Itaki and Kagaya Kimimaro were left. Kimimaro knew that any action in front of the pair of Sharingan could not escape, so he did not do any more useless work. "Lord Orochimaru, I'm sorry." Kimimaro, who was unlucky, said in his heart while taking out a medicine bottle from his clothes and swallowed all the pills inside to suppress his blood disease. Uchiha Itaki looked at all this and did nothing, but asked expressionlessly, "Where is Orochimaru?" Kimimaro did not answer. After a strange blush appeared on his cheeks, he deliberately lowered his eyes and aimed his gaze at the center of Itaki's chest. He did not waste any time and stretched out his 10 fingers quickly. Corpse bone vein 10 fingers pierce bullets. Instantly, 10 finger bones shot towards Uchiha Itaki like bullets. "It seems that I can only force you to speak." Leaving this sentence lightly, Uchiha Itaki's figure flashed, and when he appeared again, he came behind Kimimaro like teleportation. Swish! Several sharp bones suddenly stretched out from Kimimaro's back, who reacted quickly, and pierced the person behind him in one fell swoop. No blood and flesh flew. Instead, there were waves of crows crying. As soon as Kimimaro turned his head, he saw Uchiha Itaki's body turned into crows. Then, boom! The crows exploded instantly. The violent shock wave raised thick dust. Kimimaro's figure flew out from the inside, and when he stood up again, he looked a lot more embarrassed. His bones were harder than steel, but his actual injuries were not serious. Just when he saw crows suddenly appearing again, all over his sight, it seemed that Uchiha Itaki was in the eyes of every crow. Knowing that the enemy he faced this time was completely different from before, Kimimaro decisively activated the second state of the Earth Curse Seal. Cough cough cough. While Kimimaro coughed violently, the skin all over his body quickly turned brown and black visibly to the naked eye. Black markings also appeared on his face. His back was completely bulged, and a thick and powerful bony tail grew. At this moment, a much stronger aura than before erupted from Kimimaro. Orochimaru's curse seal. The crows gathered together, and Uchiha Itachi, who had condensed into a human form, looked at everything calmly. As he spoke, Kimimaro had already pulled out his spine and held it in his hand like a whip. His whole body turned into a monster covered with bone spurs. He stepped on it with his right foot and rushed towards it like a cheetah. Corpse vein dance of iron flower. Uchiha Itachi took out a dozen shurikens. Fire release, impatience flower claws red. With the blessing of fire release, the shurikens carrying the phoenix immortal fire galloped towards Kimimaro from all directions. Dang dang dang! Kimimaro, who was outstanding in physical skills, either dodged or blocked, or even directly connected with his body wrapped in periosteum. He shuttled all the way without any trouble, and rushed to Uchiha Itachi without any delay. The spinal whip in his hand turned into a sharp point. The incomparable spear stabbed suddenly without giving him any chance to dodge. Stab! The next moment, the bone spear pierced Uchiha Itachi's heart directly. Chapter 65 Fierce Fight. Quack, quack! The screams of crows sounded again from Uchiha Itachi and separated. Karamatsu dance. Kimimaro, whose bone spurs stretched out all over his body again, moved his eyes, and the whole person spun and danced at high speed, cleaning up all the crows around him with grace and cruelty. This is not over yet. Kimimaro swung the long whip of the spine in his hand back suddenly. Got you! Uchiha Itachi's real body appeared there. Tear! Blood flew everywhere. Bone spurs pierced Uchiha Itachi's palm. When Kimimaro was about to take another step, Uchiha Itachi's always calm voice sounded, "Are you sure what you see is real?" Kimimaro's pupil shrank, and he suddenly sensed something and looked up suddenly. At some point, the originally clear sky above his head was replaced by a bloody color. A pair of ominous Sharingan eyes were looking down at him coldly. Illusion? When? Kimimaro's face changed. He was very puzzled. He clearly didn't look into the eyes of the Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi appeared in the air, his intact palm touched the ring on the other hand, looked down at Kimimaro and said, "Welcome to my world. Human bomb chariot." Amid the sound of trees falling to the ground, Akimichi Koji under the multiplication technique turned into a high-speed rotating ball, carrying billowing smoke, and rushed towards the enemy in front with great momentum. Disperse! Kidomaru and Teiwa, who were on the road, dodged left and right, just in time to avoid it. A long shadow had spread from Narashikamaru's feet to the human bomb chariot. As Narashikamaru ran to the left, the human bomb chariot, which should have rolled straight forward, moved to the left strangely and crashed into Teiwa, whose face was full of surprise. Earth escape, return of earth and land. A large stone slab flipped up from the ground and lay in front of Teiwa. Although it was soon smashed by the meat bomb chariot. But the remaining power of the meat bomb battlefield was suppressed by the burly Jirobo. Teiwa, be more careful. Jirobo, who held the meat bomb chariot tightly with both hands, did not forget to turn around and remind his companions. Teiwa snorted unhappily. If it weren't for the fact that he had consumed some strength on a Konoha team before, it wouldn't be so troublesome to deal with these little ghosts. Everyone, come together. Naruto's army under the multiple shadow clones rushed over with their hands ready. Teiwa was about to play the flute when a sharp sound of breaking through the air sounded, and Hyuga Niji quickly came close. Troublesome soft fist. Teiwa muttered, unwilling to get close to Niji, and quickly retreated. Although the Hyuga clan doesn't have much voice in Naruto, they never get the chance to fight the real strong. But in fact, the majority of normal ninjas in the ninja world don't want to meet Hyuga ninjas who have white eyes and are good at soft fists. Being hit by the soft fist, not only the chakra meridian system in the body was destroyed, but also the internal organs were damaged. Everyone knows which is more serious, a hole in the body or a hole in the internal organs. Taewi retreated. Sakon was being entangled by a man and a dog. Seeing the huge number of Naruto's army rushing over, Kidomaru, who stabilized his body, opened his mouth. Under the consumption of chakra, small spider webs were made and spit out from his mouth, like blooming flowers, wrapping up the rushing Naruto army one by one. Bang! 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 White smoke continued to explode on the battlefield. The battle continued. Although they were caught off guard by the sound 4 at the beginning, they were still the 12 strong men of Konoha after all. Under the emergency tactics that the team had already formulated, Shikamaru, Niji, Kaiba, Koji, and Naruto, who had always been unreliable, cooperated very well this time, and quickly turned the unfavorable situation around and fought with the 4 Odanin. Because Sasuke was not around, there was no need to worry about the seal container being broken as in the original book. This time, the 4 Odanin fought with all their strength, and knocked down the Konoha team behind them as fast as possible, and then turned around to chase Sasuke. Instead of staying one by one to add fuel and let them knock down. Therefore, the Shikamaru team, which was under great pressure, did not choose to split up like suicide. After a period of fighting, the 4 Odanin found that they obviously underestimated the team of genin in front of them, who, except for the leader, did not even wear Konoha green vests. This amount of chakra. Are Konoha's genin so outrageous? Looking at the Naruto army that was attacking again like chicken blood, Kidomaru's eyelids twitched fiercely, and he couldn't help but complain. After kicking the transformed Akamaru away, Sakon said sternly, "No time to waste, enter the curse seal state. It's not good for your body to open the curse seal again in such a short time." Taewi curled her lips. Of course, despite saying that, the 4 sound ninjas still opened the first curse seal at the same time. The strange black lines instantly spread all over their bodies. Niji rolled his eyes. Realizing that the chakra, strength, and speed of the 4 sound ninjas would increase exponentially at this moment, and even the chakra would become very evil and cold, he quickly reminded. Be careful, these guys have performed some kind of secret technique, and their strength is much stronger than before. It's the same as Sasuke at that time. Naruto suddenly thought of Sasuke's appearance when his body was covered with strange black lines. This is trouble. As the captain, Shikamaru Nara frowned as he quickly took in the information on the battlefield. The strength of the Odashi 4 exceeded his expectations. Now, I just hope that the ninjas from the nearby villages who saw the signal for help will arrive as soon as possible. Otherwise, even if they defeated the Odashi 4 here, they would not have the energy to chase Sasuke. Ha ha ha! Little devils of Konoha, prepare to welcome your doomsday. Jirobo, whose character seemed to be affected by the curse seal state, shouted arrogantly. Amid the earth-shaking sound, a more intense battle broke out again. A quarter of an hour later, seeing that the Odashi 4 had entered the second curse seal state regardless of their physical damage, the fight became more and more difficult, and even Shikamaru, whose team had already had seriously injured people, looked particularly solemn. Finally, reinforcements arrived. Boom! A large amount of sand rose from the ground and turned into an extremely huge shield, which stood in front of Shikamaru's team and blocked all the attacks of the Odashi 4. Is it them? A glimmer of surprise flashed in Shikamaru's eyes. Soon, a familiar female voice sounded in his ears. At the invitation of Konoha, the Sand Ninja reinforcements have officially arrived. Shikamaru turned his head and saw Temari, Kankuro, and Gaara appeared in front of the team. I didn't expect it was you who came. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Temari smiled and explained, Konoha is short of manpower, and the Sand Ninja as an ally will naturally help. In addition, thanks to your distress signal, we have avoided many detours. Thanks to Shikamaru's initial delay and signal for help, the Sand Ninja rescue team arrived much earlier. Shikamaru looked around at his teammates who were still intact despite being seriously injured. As the captain for the first time, he finally let go of his worries. However, Sasuke. Thinking of something, Shikamaru looked at Naruto, who was still full of energy. Chapter 66 Kisame, look who I see? Naruto. Shikamaru looked at Naruto, who didn't have any injuries on his body. No, it should be said that he recovered quickly after being injured. Right now, apart from the Suna Ninja rescue team that had just arrived, the only one among them who still had intact combat power was Naruto. What's wrong? Shikamaru. Naruto, who was about to team up with Gaara and the others to defeat the 4 sound ninjas, turned around and asked in confusion. Shikamaru took a deep breath, looked around the scene, and decided, Naruto, you don't need to participate in the battle here anymore. Set off immediately to find Sasuke. Sasuke. Naruto really wanted to find Sasuke as soon as possible, but the current battle was not over yet, and he didn't want to leave his companions. Shikamaru, who knew Naruto's mentality, calmly explained, don't forget that our mission this time is to bring back Sasuke. The current situation, including me, the physical condition of other team members can no longer keep up with your speed, Naruto. Don't worry about the battle here, we will achieve final victory, Naruto. The success of this mission depends on you. After all, among all the people, the only one who can really persuade Sasuke to turn back is Naruto. Naruto was silent for a few seconds, and finally nodded heavily and said, I will definitely bring Sasuke back. After saying that, he flashed and continued running towards Sasuke at extremely fast speed. On the other side, with the new force of Sand Ninja joining in, the 4 sound ninjas could not save themselves, so they could only watch Naruto leave. The chase continues. After Konoha's intelligence analysis, it was roughly determined that Sasuke was running all the way, and his destination was most likely the Queen of the Valley of the Fallen Gods. Although Sasuke, who was the real person involved, did not encounter much trouble along the way, in order to avoid the Konoha ninjas along the way, coupled with his limited physical strength, he had to stop and go along the way, and his efficiency was much slower than that of Naruto, who was tireless and seemed to be in a perpetual motion machine. Finally, after crossing a hill, Sasuke was about to breathe a sigh of relief when he saw that he was not far from the Valley of the Fallen Gods. An extremely familiar shout suddenly sounded from behind him. Sasuke! Sasuke frowned and turned around to see Naruto, who was sweating profusely, running towards him at full speed. Noticing that Sasuke turned back, Naruto waved and shouted with a happy face, Sasuke! What are you doing here? Come back with me! Idiot! Sasuke glanced at Naruto indifferently, turned around and ignored him, and continued to run forward. From the moment he left the village, there was no turning back. Naruto actually said go back? Will he be treated as a traitor when he returns? The ninja game of playing house is completely over. Sasuke! Seeing that Sasuke paid no attention to him, and looked at him with a strange look, Naruto was stunned for a moment, then clenched his fists and shouted with determination. Sasuke! No matter what method I use, I will definitely take you back. The sound was so loud that it startled a flock of birds. It also alarmed a figure with red clouds on a black background who was about to pass by not far away. This voice sounds familiar. Kisame touched the same muscle behind his back and said with a curl of his mouth. Interesting. After the words fell, he turned around and walked in the direction where the shouting was like a beacon, and his voice never stopped. Sasuke! Stop! Why did you leave the village? Even if I break your hands and legs, I will definitely bring you back. Naruto kept shouting to Sasuke while chasing him. Sasuke didn't reply a word and just went on his way. Naruto became angrier as he spoke. Just when he couldn't help but say something else, a somewhat familiar voice interrupted. Hey, today is full of surprises. Look who I saw. Suddenly, Kisame's figure appeared in Naruto's sight, and he greeted him with a shark smile. We meet again, nine-tailed brat. Naruto stopped suddenly and looked at the person with narrowed pupils. It's you. Although he didn't know the other person's name, Naruto still remembered that it was this person who wanted to capture him in the first place. If the lustful immortal hadn't arrived in time, he would have been gone in Konoha. Besides, the guy in front of him also had a companion, and that was Itaki Uchiha. Thinking of this name, Naruto subconsciously looked at Sasuke not far away. At the same time, Sasuke, who noticed the arrival of outsiders, looked back and instantly froze. Obviously, he also thought what Naruto was thinking. Itaki's brother is also here. Unfortunately, Itaki is not here. Kisame also noticed Sasuke at this time. After taking a look and explaining casually, he ignored Sasuke without intending to get involved in the matter of the brothers, and turned back to look at Naruto again. Although this mission has nothing to do with the Kyuubi. After all, the Kyuubi is one of the indicators of our combination. Since it has been sent to us, it would be a pity not to accept it. Kisame held Samehada behind his back with one hand and said with a smile, "Kyuubi brat, it's the same sentence. Should I cut off your hands and take you away, or should you obediently take the initiative to follow me?" Time seemed to suddenly return to the door of the hotel room. Watching Kisame lift Samehada behind his back with one hand, Naruto used the multiple shadow clone technique without hesitation. "Don't underestimate me now." Bang 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 bang. A lot of white smoke was rising. Looking at the many Naruto clones that suddenly appeared in front of him, Kisame showed an expression of as expected and said, "The speed of the hand seal is much faster than last time. Since this is your answer, then the Nine Tails capture plan is started again." Kisame took a step forward, and before Naruto's clones could react, he flashed in front of them, and swept the Samehada in his hand, and a large number of clones instantly turned into white smoke. This guy. Seeing his clones being dispersed one after another without any room for resistance, Naruto, who felt heavy pressure, gritted his teeth. He glanced in the direction of Sasuke. The other party was no longer there, and he thought he took this opportunity to leave on his own. "Sasuke." After muttering, Naruto noticed that Kisame was approaching quickly, and his eyes were full of determination, and he continued to perform the multiple shadow clone technique. Surrounded by enemies again, Kisame shook his head indifferently and said calmly, "It's useless, but you still keep resisting here. It seems that I have to use more force later. I'll just cut off your hands and legs. Anyway, you can't die with the physique of Jinchuriki. Don't underestimate the Konoha ninja. Bastard." At Naruto's command, the army of shadow clones charged at Kisame again. As one shadow clone after another was picked up and killed, Naruto's figure suddenly approached, sprinted, and pressed the blue chakra ball in his hand towards Kisame. Raise Nan. Chapter 67 Sharingan, Corpse Veins. When the high-speed rotating Raise Nan was about to hit Kisame, the huge Samehada moved sideways strangely and blocked the Rasengan's path. The next second, the Raise Nan hit Samehada. It was as if a greedy mouth was activated. Naruto watched helplessly as the Raise Nan in his hand, which was highly expected, was quickly swallowed by Samehada without leaving any trace. Samehada said it tasted good. "Any more?" Kisame looked at Naruto in front of him and asked with a smile. "You guy." Naruto's face was full of indignation. "Forget it, I'll take it myself." Kisame raised the bandaged Samehada with one hand and slashed it down with a heavy blow. Naruto wanted to dodge, but found that his feet had been stuck in the quagmire at some point. Under the influence of ninjutsu, he couldn't move at all for a while. Oh no! When Naruto saw the huge Samehada about to fall, he felt desperate. Sizzle! The sound of chirping birds suddenly sounded. A dazzling blue lightning rushed over, pointing directly at the heart of Kisame's back. Kisame looked behind him in surprise, and his figure flashed and evacuated from the spot. Sasuke! Naruto looked at the person with surprise. He knew that Sasuke was still the Sasuke he knew. Facing Kisame, Sasuke did not look back at Naruto, but just said coldly, "Naruto, you are still as useless as ever." Ah! Ha ha ha, mistake. It was definitely a mistake just now. If it were usual, Naruto would have argued with Sasuke after hearing what he said. But now, he was so surprised that he had no such thoughts at all. "Sasuke, you..." Naruto was very excited and wanted to say something else. But Sasuke ignored him. With the Chidori still in his hand, Sasuke's Sharingan, which had evolved into 3 Megatama, was coldly aimed at Kisame in front of him. Steadying himself, looking at the familiar Sharingan, Kisame, who seemed to see his partner attacking, said with emotion, "Compared to the last time we met, you have improved a little." Sasuke was silent. Of course, he knew that he had just evolved his Sharingan. Originally, he was not prepared to pay attention to the competition between Naruto and Kisame, and had already withdrawn. But as he walked, he heard the increasingly loud fighting sounds coming from behind, and suddenly a fire of restlessness rose in his heart, and he couldn't suppress it no matter how hard he tried. In the end, he didn't know why, but he turned back. When he saw Naruto was about to be chopped by Samehada, he finally couldn't bear it. Under the strong emotional stimulation, the 2 Megatama evolved into 3 Megatama, and rushed out to rescue Naruto without thinking too much. "Itachi will be very pleased to see you now." At this time, Kisame suddenly smiled and said, "Indeed. The Uchiha clan was exterminated, and they experienced Tsukuyomi in person. If it were someone else, they would have evolved into the Mangekyou Sharingan under such stimulation." However, all this only made Sasuke's Sharingan stay at the 2 Megatama level. Itachi must be very puzzled. Normally, once the Uchiha clan loses love, they will be stimulated, open their eyes and evolve. For example, killing their closest friends, or experiencing the death of their closest people. But in fact, each Uchiha has a different understanding and emphasis on love. Just like Sasuke now, he evolved into the 3 Megatama Sharingan on the spot because his companion's life was greatly threatened. Even if Itachi died in front of him in the future, he did not open the Mangekyou immediately, but only after he learned from Obito what Itachi had done and the truth, did the Mangekyou really open. Repeating the night of extermination again and again will only make Sasuke extremely angry, but it will be useless for the evolution of the Sharingan. Only by understanding what true love is can the Sharingan be sublimated. Kisame accidentally helped Itachi this time. "Don't mention that man's name in front of me." Sasuke's face flashed with cold light, carrying the light of Chidori, and rushed towards Kisame at high speed. "Sasuke, wait for me." Seeing this, Naruto also rushed up impatiently, ready to join forces with Sasuke again. Sharingan and Nine Tails join forces? Interesting. Watching Sasuke and Naruto running from the left and right, Kisame made a seal and said, "Water style, water same bullet technique." One after another, shark-shaped water bullets appeared out of thin air and bit at the two at a very fast speed. "I see. Everything is under control." Under the 3 Magatama Sharingan, the picture in front of him became extremely clear and even slow. Sasuke easily dodged the attack of the water same bullet, ignoring the flustered Naruto on the other side, and rushed towards Kisame at the same speed. As expected of the Uchiha clan. But this alone is not enough. As Itachi's partner, Kisame, who knows the Sharingan very well, looked at Sasuke who was rushing confidently, and smiled grimly. Boom! The earth dragon rolled, and the sea of trees collapsed. The extremely sharp bones continued to be pulled out from the ground. In the bursts of sharp breaking sounds, the area of 100 meters in a radius instantly turned into a terrifying forest of bones. Corpse vein dance of early ferns. Accompanied by a violent cough, Kimimaro spent a lot of money to break free from Itachi's normal illusion and used his most powerful attack. Uchiha Itachi, who was in it, saw this scene and did not hesitate. The 3 Magatama on the Sharingan instantly turned into a kaleidoscope. Boom! A huge crimson upper body skeleton appeared, completely wrapping him up. This is not over yet. Soon, the crimson skeleton was covered with meridians and flesh, and continued to grow. Facing the constant impact of the bone forest, Itaka decisively opened Susanoo. In the following time, the sound of extremely violent collisions continued. The famous Shikamaru and Sharingan in the ninja world fully blossomed with their own brilliance. Crack! Suddenly, a crack appeared on the crimson Susanoo. As Itaka looked over, Kimimoro's figure suddenly appeared on the bone spur closest to the crack. He held a huge spiral bone spur in his hand and stabbed it heavily at the crack of Susanoo. Boom! A shattering sound rang out, and the defensive Susanoo instantly broke open a big hole. Kimimaro was about to rush in and stab Itaka inside. Itaka looked at this place expressionlessly and did nothing else. There was no need to do anything else. Cough, cough, cough. A cough that was much more heartbreaking than before came out of Kimimoro's mouth uncontrollably. As he spat out mouthfuls of black blood, he finally couldn't hold on anymore, and his body, which was about to rush forward, fell down with a bang. It's over. Uchiha Itaka withdrew Susanoo and said to Kimimaro calmly. Yes, it's over. Kimimaro, who no longer had the same demeanor as before, looked at the sky and said calmly. Besides the effect of the drugs, he was able to fight until now with a dying body, and his will was also persistent. But everything has its limits. The man in front of him was too powerful. This was the limit of what he could do. Chapter 68 People with the same fate. Kimimaro suffered from a congenital genetic disease in his family, and his life was short. Uchiha Itaka noticed this from the beginning. After all, the two are so similar. They also have strong blood inheritance limits, they also suffer from incurable diseases, and their bodies are also tortured. The only difference is that Uchiha Itaka can still hold on for a few more years, but Kimimaro has run out of gas. Coming to Kimimaro, looking at the descendant of the Kaguya clan who was exterminated like the Uchiha, and the only holder of the corpse vein in the current ninja world, Uchiha Itaka seemed to see his future. Ahem! Kimimaro, who couldn't even cough anymore, noticed Uchiha Itaka's approach and didn't take any further notice. I'm sorry, Orochimaru-sama. Finally saying this in his heart, Kimimaro circulated the last trace of chakra in his body. Phew! Blood flew. A bone spur pierced Kimimoro's heart and grew out through his chest. At this moment, the man named Kaguya Kimimaro died completely. Would you rather die than reveal Orochimaru's location? Ahem! Uchiha Itaka coughed twice. Knowing that Kimimaro did this at the last moment to keep it secret and avoid being tortured for information, he remained silent for a while, then placed Kimimoro's body in a deep pit and buried it. After doing all this, Uchiha Itaka put the hat on his head again, opened his palms, and a black crow instantly spread its wings from his palms, cut through the sky, and flew into the distance. Bang! 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 The sound of the shadow clone being blown up was accompanied by the roar of thunder and lightning. Faced with the cooperation between Zhou-Ming and Zhou-Ming, Kisame dealt with it very easily, not to mention that it forced the two of them into danger. Not knowing that he has reached the highlight of his life at this moment, Kisame, who has overwhelmed the two ninja bosses of Asura and Indra, has no interest in pestering him anymore. He can clearly see the kick. Suzuki, who was unable to dodge, kicked him away, and the same hata in his hand pointed directly at Naruto with ferocity. Compared to Itaka's younger brother, the nine-tailed brat was more to his liking. Seeing this, Naruto was about to dodge when a green figure passed by him at an extremely fast speed. Konoha Tornado. A powerful upper kick caught Kisame off guard and kicked him away. Accompanied by this, there is also a young and passionate cry. Konoha's beautiful blue beast appears again. Thick eyebrows. You're here. Naruto looked at the person with surprise, it was Xiao Li who had just recovered. Xiao Li looked back and gave a thumbs up, showing his shining white teeth and said, "It's not just me." Not far away, Suzuki, who was kicked away by Kisame, noticed this scene, looked further away, his eyes darkened, and he quickly turned and left without saying hello. Naruto, who hadn't noticed Sasuke's behavior, quickly figured out what Lee meant by "it's not just him." Stab! The sound of 1,000 birds chirping sounded again. Like an assassin who has been hiding for a long time, he bursts out with dazzling light once he breaks out. As soon as Kisame stabilized his body, he noticed a lightning bolt from behind that was similar to what Suzuki had just cast, but much more threatening, and was stabbing at him quickly. "It's you." Kisame recognized the person. The next second, a violent roar sounded. In the flying dust, Kakashi's figure appeared first, and in a few jumps, he came to Naruto and Xiao Li. Tsunade, who was worried about Shikamaru's team, not only asked Suna Ninja and Xiao Li to arrive, but also asked him, who had just returned to the village after completing the mission and didn't even have time to rest, to leave. "Kakashi-sensei." Noticing the person coming, Naruto's heart suddenly dropped, and then he turned to Kakashi, pointed in the direction of Suzuki with joy and said, "Look! Kakashi-sensei, I have found Suzuki. He and I were dealing with that shark face just now." Kakashi quickly turned his eyes and saw that the direction Naruto was pointing was empty. Where's Suzuki?" At this time, Naruto also looked over, his eyes widening in an instant. "Where's my big Suzuki?" Naruto looked anxious and was about to look for Suzuki again. Kakashi held him down. "The crisis is not over yet." The dust fell not far away. Although the man named Kisame looked a little more embarrassed, his strength was still there. "Hatake Kakashi didn't expect you to have no side effects at all after being hit by the Ataki Eye technique." Kisame put same hata on his shoulders and looked at Kakashi when they met again. "I didn't expect that either." Kakashi said calmly, took out the kunao and prepared for battle. Although he knew Suzuki was nearby, now was not the time to be distracted. For the village, Naruto, the nine-tailed Jinchuriki, is much more important than Suzuki. Therefore, facing another sudden arrival of members of the mysterious Akatsuki organization who specialize in capturing tailed beasts, he must keep Naruto within his sights. The strong wind blew by, bending the grass on the field one by one. Kakashi, Lee, and even Naruto were all ready to fight again. Kisame raised same hata and was about to go all out when a crow suddenly fell from the sky and landed on his shoulder. Seeing this, Kisame temporarily retracted his same hata muscles and asked the crow, "Itake, what's wrong?" Uchiha Itake's voice came from the crow. "I have eliminated Orochimaru's people, but I have not been able to get any information. For the remaining targets, please bring them back alive as soon as possible. It seems that the young man just now is very powerful." Kisame, who knew Itake's ability, said in surprise, then looked at Naruto and others, and said, "But I still have something to deal with. Remember that nine-tailed kid? Luckily, I met him again on the way. By the way, there is also Hatake Kakashi who was hit by the eye technique. He is also here." "Hatake Kakashi?" The crow on Kisame's shoulder turned his eyes, and his blood-red eyes looked at the people of Konoha opposite, as if he could see it himself. He said lightly, "It will take more than a short time to deal with them. In comparison, I am more looking forward to the whereabouts of Orochimaru. His gang of men can't hold on for long." "Is that so?" Thinking of what happened between Orochimaru and Itachi when Orochimaru was still in the Akatsuki organization, Kisame nodded clearly, put away same hata and said, "Forget it, I'll listen to Itachi and deal with Orochimaru's matter first. We are all workers, why be so stubborn?" As the boss, Pain was not in a hurry to recover the nine tails, and Kisame was not in a hurry either. Just now, he just had the mentality of being here since he had come. Now that the opponent's reinforcements have arrived, it is hard to say what the result will be if they really fight, so Kisame just gave up. Whoosh! Kisame flashed and left quickly. Seeing this, Xiao Li asked Kakashi, the teacher beside him, "Kakashi, teacher, do we need to chase him?" "No." Thinking back to the crow on Kisame's shoulder just now, Kakashi shook his head and knew that Uchiha Itachi was very likely to be nearby. Although he didn't know why the other party suddenly stopped and left, he didn't want to cause any more trouble at the moment. "Our mission this time is..." Kakashi hadn't finished speaking yet. Naruto, who reacted immediately, jumped. "Sasuke!" As soon as the voice fell, he ran wildly in the direction where Sasuke left. "The mission is this." Kakashi shook his head and finished what he said, chasing Naruto. Chapter 69, please read on, I will definitely take you back from Yiswanyu. Is this the God's Fall Valley? With the help of Kisame, Sasuke rushed all the way without any accidents, and soon arrived at the God's Fall Valley. Looking at this place that was rumored to be a valley from a plain, Sasuke felt a little uneasy. At the beginning, Yiswanyu said that, although it was a ray of hope in a desperate situation for him, what about the former? Will the other party not take it seriously? Will he get what he wants if he gambles everything? Sasuke clenched his fists, scanned the valley, and soon locked his eyes on the top of the Senju Hashirama statue. He breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, things did not develop in a bad direction. In a few jumps, Sasuke, who was weaker than those rock climbing masters in his previous life, quickly came to the top of the Senju Hashirama statue, looking at the back of the man in front of him who was under more pressure than the last time he saw him. He still remembered the lesson he had given him, so he said in a rare respectful tone, "As you can see, I'm here." Hago Romo Swanyu turned around and nodded calmly, "You're determined. Not everyone has the courage to become a rebel ninja." Although he was motivated by hatred, his determination to give up everything is still worthy of praise. If he was just casual at the beginning, then since the other party was here, Hago Romo Swanyu didn't mind accepting him. He didn't want the other party's body. At worst, he wouldn't end up like Orochimaru. As for the greater possible gains, as the reincarnation of Indra, the value he brings will definitely be greater than the cost. Of course, to be on the safe side, he will give Sasuke an unexpected bond. "Do you need to say goodbye to your partner?" Hago Romo Swanyu looked in the direction where Sasuke came from. As soon as the voice fell, there was a burst of extremely loud shouting. "Sasuke! Sasuke!" Sasuke turned around and saw Naruto's dazzling yellow figure running towards here at a rapid speed. "No need," Sasuke said calmly, "the ninja game of playing house is over." "Game? Isn't this world a game?" Hago Romo Gengetsu said lightly, and put one hand on Sasuke's shoulder and said, "Then, let's go." The wind blew. Amid the spinning of several fallen leaves, the figures of Hago Romo Gengetsu and Sasuke disappeared rapidly. Naruto, who had just rushed into the valley, looked up at the first time, and saw only the scene when Sasuke and Hago Romo Gengetsu disappeared. He stretched out his hand in vain, but nothing could be changed. In the end, he could only swear with all his strength. "Sasuke! I will definitely take you back from Hago Romo Gengetsu." The loud voice kept lingering in the Godfall Valley. "Are you still late?" Kakashi, who was a few seconds slower, just arrived and saw Naruto shouting with sadness and determination, and sighed slightly in his heart. Although he knew that Sasuke was carrying a blood feud, he didn't expect the other party to be so determined. From what Naruto said, Sasuke followed Hago Romo Gengetsu. It seems that the intelligence speculation is indeed correct. Hago Romo Gengetsu. This guy is more troublesome than Uchiha Itachi. Thinking of the scene when the other party easily broke his Chidori last time, Kakashi frowned. It's really a troubled time. Flowing sand waterfall. The fierce sand waves were lifted up from the ground, turning the forest of 100 meters into a desert in an instant. With Gaara's move, the battlefield filled with smoke is coming to an end. The combination of the 12 members of the Little Strongman plus the new force of the Sand Ninja, including the one-tailed Jinchuriki, even if the Otoshi 4 entered the second state of the Curse Seal, they were beaten back step by step, and now there are few people who can stand. Now, let's end it all. Under the secret technique of the Inyazuka style, the mixed transformation of humans and beasts, Inyazuka Kaiba, who has turned into a two-headed wolf, launched a fierce charge, ready to make up the last blow. Shikamaru, whose chakra is almost exhausted, did not stop. In his opinion, the next thing was a done deal. However, the next second, an accident happened. Just after charging, the two-headed wolf transformed by Inyazuka Kaiba flew back in a panic. With a bang, white smoke came out. After the secret technique was directly broken, the unconscious bodies of Inyazuka Kaiba and Akamaru suddenly appeared in the eyes of everyone present. How could it be? Shikamaru's pupils suddenly shrank. He was about to say something, but a black shadow rushed over at a very fast speed and knocked him away with a punch. Is that Sakan? In the last second before he fell into a coma, Shikamaru recognized the person coming, and his face was full of confusion. Why did this person who was about to die suddenly burst out at such a fast speed? Sakan was not interested in explaining. After kicking the weak Koji towards Gaara, he heard the ding mission completion sound in his mind, and rushed out of the forest without stopping. Bang! The shadow clone dissipated, and the real Sakan who was nearby just woke up from his coma. He looked around in confusion, not understanding why he was here. However, when he found that he had escaped without knowing it, he didn't think about it anymore, and didn't have time to consider that his brother Yukon was still on the battlefield, so he decisively chose to flee. But before he ran far, he heard the clear sound of wind chimes. Today's luck is really good, another prey has come to the door. Kisame raised his head and looked at Yukon who was running in a panic in front of him, and smiled with satisfaction. The one who just knocked out Inyazuka Kaiba, Shikamaru, and Koji with a clear purpose was of course Hago Romo Gengetsu. To be exact, it was his shadow clone. Although he had been posing on top of the statue in Shinayun Valley, Hago Romo Gengetsu did not forget the new task issued by the system. For this reason, he specially sent out a shadow clone, which led to the action just now. As for why he disguised himself as Sakan, except that the other party fainted beside him. He didn't want the ninja world to spread the news that the great Hago Romo Gengetsu attacked 3 little kids whose hair had not even grown out the next day. The plan was executed smoothly. Hago Romo Gengetsu, who was on the road with Suzuki, looked at the memory sent back by the shadow clone and focused on the system again. Ding! Main quest, become the leader of the 4-member skipping group, completed. Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating the 4-member skipping group and taking a big step towards dominating the ninja school. Quest reward, Standard Chunin level Chakra, Konoha style swordsmanship 3-day moon dance. The quest rewards this time were not crazy. Yuyiswanyu felt a chakra that was slightly more significant than the Genin level chakra flowing into his body, and noticed that the Konoha-style swordsmanship called 3-day moon dance appeared in his mind and could be used at any time, and nodded slightly. To be fair, if I were to follow the system's cognitive standards, I should still be in the Jonin school at this moment. If I get the above rewards, my strength will indeed improve a lot. But who made me travel decades earlier, and these rewards from the early system are no longer in my eyes. Now all I can do is speed up the process. System, is there a new main quest? Yuyiswanyu asked. This time the system was very respectful. Very quickly. The ding sound rang in my mind again. Chapter 70 Dominate the Ninja School. Byte. Task is being released. Main mission, Dominate the Ninja School. Task description, the host who successfully defeated the 4 truant group has gained the attention of teachers and classmates. Now, there is only the last mountain left to dominate the ninja school. That is Uchiha Sasuke, who has always been ranked first in age, the orphan of a rich Uchiha family, the owner of the powerful Sharingan, the reincarnation of Indra, and has unparalleled dominance in the ninja school. The old king is dead and a new king has ascended the throne. Ask the host to overthrow the mountain of Uchiha Sasuke and achieve the goal of dominating the ninja school. Task tips: this task is the mainline task and cannot be refused or avoided. Uchiha Sasuke? Mountain? Hago Romo Genzuki glanced at Uchiha Sasuke beside him, who risked betraying the village and came thousands of miles to seek strength from him. Is it this big mountain? Let me see your strength later. Hago Romo Genzuki said to Sasuke. Okay. Sasuke, who only thought that Hago Romo Genzuki wanted to touch his base so that he could teach students according to their aptitude, nodded excitedly. Where are we going? After that, he asked impatiently. Hago Romo Swanyu led the way and said without looking back. A great place. Itaki, I brought the man. In the forest, Uchiha Itaki, who was looking in the direction of the Valley of Fallen Gods, heard the voice of his partner behind him. He turned around and walked over without any expression on his face. He fixed Sakon's head on Kisame's shoulder with his right hand and looked at each other with his eyes. The Megatama Sharingan rotated rapidly. Soon, Sakon, whose eyes were full of haze, said with joy in the illusion. Lord Orochimaru! We brought Sasuke back successfully. Uchiha Itaki retracted his palm and said calmly, we already know the location of Orochimaru, please inform the leader of the news. Kisame broke Sakon's neck with a click and nodded. Soon, Pain, who used ring communication, got the information, and then passed the news to the nearest artistic duo. Hey brother Scorpion, we found the whereabouts of Orochimaru, who plays hamster all day long. Deidara waved excitedly. That stinking snake, I must skin him this time. Scorpion said with a cold light in his eyes. Heretics are always more annoying than heretics. As a person who pursues eternity, Scorpion has always been very cold towards Orochimaru. He was also the most active in the previous pursuit of Orochimaru. It's just that Orochimaru hid deeper and deeper and was not found for a long time. Of course, Scorpio couldn't be more excited to find the opponent's lair this time. Set off. Yet. Deidara threw his palm, and the originally small clay giant instantly grew in size. It carried the former and the Scorpion Queen, spread its wings, and instantly took off into the air, flying quickly towards Orochimaru's lair in the intelligence. Ah! Where is Sasuke? Why aren't you here yet? Orochimaru's screams, which were shaking all over in pain, kept ringing in the underground base. Kabuto the pharmacist, who was always observing Orochimaru's physical condition, pushed up his glasses with a serious look on his face and said, all the medicines have no effect, and this cannot continue. Orochimaru-sama, maybe you choose a backup plan. Where's Sasuke? Orochimaru asked reluctantly. Kabuto Yakushi shook his head, no news has come back for a long time. It is very likely that it has failed. Not even Kimimaro. Orochimaru looked at his burning and painful hands, feeling the overwhelming weight on his soul, and finally recognized the reality and said, that's it. Boom. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by a sudden explosion from above. Kabuto Yakushi's expression changed, he picked up Orochimaru, and left the room in a flash. The next second, the top of the room collapsed. Along with it, there was a shout of joy. Artist explosion. Drink. Boom. A series of explosions sounded in the underground base. Orochimaru, who stood firm, raised his head and said with an ugly expression, two troublesome guys are here. After the words fell, two figures fell from the big hole above their heads. Amidst the flying dust, the uniform of the Akatsuki organization with red clouds on a black background was looming. The moment he saw the person clearly, Kabuto Yakushi understood why Orochimaru's face was so ugly. Soon, Deidara put one hand on his hip and began to chew the clay vigorously with his mouth on the other hand. He smiled and said, "Orochimaru, the traitor to the organization, finally meets again. Stinky snake in the gutter, you can't escape this time." Xiezi, who was hiding in Feiliuhu, said with murderous intent. Yet, Orochimaru smiled grimly. There was no time to think about why the Akatsuki organization found this place at this time. Orochimaru glanced at Yakushi Kabuto. Medicine Master Kabuto nodded clearly, prepared for battle and said, "Lord Orochimaru, do what needs to be done. Leave this to me." Orochimaru turned around decisively and walked deeper into the base. "Kill him." Suddenly, Scorpion's voice sounded. Along with it, there is a seal that he specially formed. The subconscious mind fucks the sand. A technique in which a very small needle is passed through the memory center of the brain to seal the subject's memory. After the technique is lifted, the needle disappears and the memory can be restored. The first time Xie saw Yakushi Kabuto, he recognized that this was the spy he had planted. At this moment, he decisively unlocked the other party's memory seal. Plop! Kabuto Yakushi suddenly felt as if his brain had expanded, and an extra stream of memories suddenly poured into his mind. It's actually like that. Kabuto Yakushi completely recognized himself. After hearing Scorpion's command, he turned his body instantly and slammed towards Orochimaru with one palm. Then, Orochimaru ran deeper into the base at a faster speed. And Orochimaru himself had no intention of looking back from beginning to end. Seeing this scene, Scorpion's pupils shrank and his face looked very bad. On the side, Deidara spread his hands and shrugged, saying, "Although I don't know what happened, but Brother Scorpion, it seems that you have been fooled. Do it." Scorpion, who never thought that the chess piece he controlled would betray him, said coldly, "It should have been like this a long time ago." Deidara swung his palm, and a large number of detonating clay grasshoppers quickly chased Kabuto Yakushi and Orochimaru while jumping. "This is really troublesome. I just hope I can hold on until the moment when Lord Orochimaru successfully changes his body." Kabuto Yakushi turned around, sighed at the scene, and seriously fulfilled the task of blocking the enemy. The fierce battle began. A quarter of an hour later. Wind style, oppression. Magnetic style, gold dust. Under the terrifying gold dust storm, the underground base collapsed with a boom, and Scorpion and Deidara rushed out from inside in time. Blowing off the dust on his body, Scorpion looked coldly at Orochimaru, who seemed to have changed in the storm in front of him, Kabuto Yakushi, who was in a coma and on the verge of death, and two very famous figures, and said in a bad tone, "It's still a step too late." Chapter 71 An Unexpected Acquaintance. The ground was filled with wind and sand. The fourth Kazekage Raza, who was reborn from the impure world reincarnation, first looked at Scorpion, who had just fought with him and was obviously a puppeteer from the sand village, then turned his head and looked at Orochimaru beside him, his eyes full of murderous intent, and said, "Orochimaru." Like the third Kazekage, he died very aggrieved. After all, he never expected that Orochimaru, who was already an ally, would stab him in the back. Until his death, he could not understand the other party's motive for doing so. "Long time no see, fourth Kazekage." Orochimaru greeted his old acquaintance with a smile. Thanks to Kabuto Yakushi's desperate obstruction and the maze-like layout deep in the underground base, he successfully completed the rebirth of the corpse before the Akatsuki people chased him. Although he failed to get Sasuke's body, he at least recovered a certain amount of combat power to get rid of the current troubles of the Akatsuki organization, and everything that happened today was too unexpected for him. It was as if an invisible black hand had messed up all his layout. Orochimaru's golden vertical pupils were full of cold light. He swore. He must investigate who was behind this. "Where is this place?" At this time, another voice sounded. In addition to the fourth Kazekage, another person was summoned. Retsu looked at everything in front of him, his eyes full of confusion. As a person from the Sand Village, Luo Sha quickly recognized Retsu's identity and said in a respectful tone, "Xiao Dame-sama, this is the present world, we are summoned by the impure world reincarnation technique." Immortal reincarnation. Retsu murmured. The impure world reincarnation really became famous in the ninja world after the death of Senju Hashirama, when Senju Tobirama, who was free from restraints and let himself go, was in power. At that time, the shadows of the major ninja villages all came to the second generation, so it was normal for Retsu to not understand. Just when he wanted to ask something else, Orochimaru said, "Okay, the time for the old people to chat every time they summoned him is over. The lesson that Urogengetsu brought last time must not be repeated this time." After that, Orochimaru made seals with both hands and was about to completely control the bodies of the first and fourth Kazekage. "Urogengetsu? Why did you mention him suddenly?" Ritu was stunned. After so many years, he didn't expect to hear the name of the person who left a deep impression on him from his juniors. It was just that time was limited, and he was wiped out by Orochimaru before he could learn more. The first Kazekage's short journey in the world ended here. Now, it's the turn of the Sand Ninja War. Orochimaru said to Scorpion with a bad taste. The first Kazekage Ritu, the fourth Kazekage Raza quickly killed him. Boring. Scorpion, who made the third Kazekage into human puppets, no longer cared about the so-called Sand Ninja, and ignored Orochimaru's good intentions and followed suit. The battle between Akatsuki and Orochimaru started again. Unaware that one of his old friends had stayed in the world for a while, Uchiyo Gengetsu took Sasuke all the way through the ninja world. There are many countries in the ninja world. In addition to the 5 well-known countries and the occasionally mentioned Wave Country, Hot Spring Country, Field Country, Snow Country, etc., there are also many small countries scattered around that are very small and not even marked on the map. Just like a place the size of a village can be called a country, even if the life of the daimyo of this country is not as good as that of an ordinary rich person, as long as the title is there, he is still a so-called daimyo. Scorpion's so-called record of destroying a country is to destroy this kind of small country. The place where Uchiyo Gengetsu is going to take Sasuke at this moment is also such a small country. Key country. A country that is unknown among the general public, but is well known in the eyes of wandering ninjas, bounty hunters, and black market chambers. The reason for this is that there is a ninja organization called Suokian Village that sells intelligence here. I've been here. After 2 days of traveling, Sasuke, who was already far away from the land of fire, looked at the steel bridge between the cliffs on both sides and suddenly spoke. That was Kakashi. He, Naruto, Sakura and other Konoha ninjas were carrying out a prisoner exchange mission together. The prisoner on the Konoha side, if he remembered correctly, was a woman named Ali who was involved with Kakashi. Really? Hago Romo Gengetsu didn't care about these and brought Sasuke to the bridgehead. There was a group of people waiting there. Soon, the two sides met. When he saw Hago Romo Gengetsu, the leading old man was very excited and said, "It's you. It's really you. It's exactly the same as I remember. Master, I can finally see you again." After the old man finished speaking, he knelt down with tears in his eyes and bowed to Hago Romo Gengetsu, who looked like his grandson. All the men and women behind the old man also followed suit with admiration. Yiswanyu strode forward, pulled the old man up, and then signaled others to stand up, and sighed slightly, muting, "Long time no see." The runny-nosed kid has now become a vicissitudes of life old man. Looking at the wrinkled face of the other party now, Yiswanyu can vaguely find the outline of the other party when he was a child. On the side, Sasuke, who noticed this warm scene, always had a weird feeling. If Yiswanyu and the old man were to swap positions, perhaps this would be the picture that ordinary people would recognize. In addition, Sasuke had not been deeply touched before, but after seeing this scene, he deeply realized that the person he was following was a person who had come back from the dead and lived a second life. It's just that he is still young and has a long future. Although he was shocked, he was not as jealous as others. Because of his own experience, Sasuke, who was not interested in continuing to witness the touching reunion scene, turned his attention to the people at the scene. He already knew the identity of the old man. When the prisoners were exchanged, it was this man who came to this bridge as the leader of the Suokian village to negotiate with the Konoha side. After the war broke out, he, Naruto and Sakura trapped the fleeing opponent and prepared to let him surrender, but he didn't expect that the opponent was so stubborn that he blew himself up directly. Now it seems that the three of them were so naive at the time. The old man obviously deceived them. He seemed to have died by self-explosion, but in fact he had already left. Sure enough, Konoha's ninja game will only waste a person's future. Thinking so in his heart, Sasuke continued to look at the people behind him. Soon, he saw a very conspicuous woman in the crowd. "You are not dead?" Sasuke couldn't help but ask. The woman with a teardrop mole under her right eye looked over at him, and after a slight pause, she smiled brightly and said, "You are Kakashi's disciple, a boy named Uchiha Sasuke, right? Long time no see. Do you remember my name?" "Ali," Sasuke said, and the memory of the past emerged in his mind. Chapter 72. The more beautiful a woman is, the less she can be trusted. Although he carries a blood feud, Sasuke's life is not without warmth. There is no need to mention Naruto, Sakura, and other people in the same class. Kakashi also has something that he remembers deeply. For example, together with Naruto and Sakura, they tried every possible means to find out what Kakashi looked like under his mask, but the result was a lot of confusion and no results in the end. Another thing is that Kakashi, who has been single for thousands of years, seems to have a woman he likes. That's right, that's the woman in front of you, Ali. Looking at the woman in front of him who was said to have stolen a large number of Konoha secrets, Sasuke said. "Kakashi said you were dead. Is this what Kakashi reported? It's hard for him." Ali, whose tear stain made his whole face very charming, walked up to Sasuke, looked at the handsome boy who was still impressed, and replied with a smile. Sasuke knew Kakashi's character. The other party is not the kind of person who would ignore the interests of the village for the sake of beauty. It was he who took the initiative not to let Ali go back, and then went after him alone. With Ali's strength, it was impossible to escape Kakashi's pursuit. But now the other party is here. There is only one possibility: Ali successfully deceived Kakashi, making Kakashi mistakenly believe that Ali is no longer harmful to Konoha, so he let him go and came back to say that Ali was dead. And indeed it is. Ali expressed his true feelings in front of Kakashi that he was tired of his spy career and just wanted to start over and live quietly. Maybe that's what she thought at the time. But Kakashi, who has been single for 10,000 years and has always used intimate love in paradise as spiritual food, does not understand the truth that women are fickle. Born for espionage, this is my destiny. Ali gently patted the dust on Sasuke's shoulder, a trace of memory flashed in his eyes, and he sighed. I have said this to Kakashi before. Therefore, I am sorry for deceiving him, but I do not regret it. In addition, Ali noticed that Hago Romo Shenyu had finished speaking to Elder Muting and turned his eyes towards this place. After bowing his head to show respect, he gave Sasuke a heartfelt reminder. The more beautiful a woman is, the less trustworthy she is when she speaks. Uchiha Sasuke, remember this. I don't need a woman. Sasuke tilted his head in disdain. Nowadays, he advocates that there is no woman in his heart and he draws his sword to the god of nature. It seems that you had a good chat. This is a good start for integration. At this time, Hago Romo Swanyo came over and looked at Sasuke and Ali. Lord Patriarch. Ali said to Yi Xianyu with admiration in his eyes. Muting, who also came, Introduced from the side, this is Ali, the best espionage officer in Suokian village. It is because of her that we have gained a lot of important and secret information about Konoha. Well done. Just as he needed to know more about Konoha's internal intelligence this time, Hago Romo Swanyu nodded towards Ali. Judging from the way that Ali and Suzuki obviously know each other, it is obvious that the former also appeared in the original work. It's just that Hago Romo Swanyu didn't have much impression. After all, Naruto is too long, especially it is interspersed with various memories and extras. What I can remember now are the familiar characters who have appeared frequently. Afterwards, under the leadership of Muting, Ali, and others, Hago Romo Shenyu took Suzuki to Suochien village. It doesn't look much different from the villages and towns in the outside world, but as the name of the lock means, every house in the village has a thick lock on the door, which means that information will be locked at all costs without permission. In addition, because Suokian village is the vest of the Hago Romo clan, it also means to keep the true identity of the Hago Romo clan. Except for the hidden lines distributed in the major ninja villages, as well as the ordinary Hago Romo clan members who live everywhere like ordinary people without ninja talents, most of the Hago Romo clan's power is concentrated here. Suokian village can be said to be the headquarters of the Hago Romo clan in a sense. Let's real name be how Ili, that is, after Ali took Suzuki around the village, in the following time, under the introduction of Muting, how Yi Xianyu met the Yu Yi clan members in the village one by one. The process needs no further description. Just like Senju Hashirama is to the Senju clan, Uchiha Madara is to Uchiha. Va. Remove this last item. Hago Romo Swanyu is also a kind of belief for the Hago Romo clan. Especially after Hago Romo Swanyu miraculously survived her second life, the people of the Yi clan worshipped Hago Romo Swanyu even more. Decades have passed, and it seems that the people of the Yi tribe are living well. After meeting the last clan member, Yi Swanyu sighed. Although he came into this world with more of a game mentality, since he became the leader of the Hago Romo clan, he has also shouldered his own responsibilities. After the waves capsized, what he had been worried about was the fate of the Hago Romo clan. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he was relieved a lot. After hearing this, Muting said with self-blame, "I'm sorry, Lord Clan Leader, the Hago Romo clan today will no longer be as prosperous as it was in decades." Hago Romo Genjia waved her hands and said without paying attention, "The peak and decline, the ebb and flow, are the laws of the world. Compared with the Uzumaki clan, Kaguya clan, and Snow clan that have been exterminated, only the name of the Chien the Hand clan, the Uchiha clan, etc., the Hago Romo clan is in a very good situation now. Satisfaction comes from comparison." Just now, Yi Swanyu also saw that although there were many Yi people who came to pay their respects, their strengths were uneven. And there were only 5 or 6 people with Jonin level chakra. Although not all of them came, compared with the Yi people in the Warring States period, there was indeed a huge difference. That's why Muting just blamed himself. After all, he personally experienced the peak period of the Yi people. Yi Swanyu understood this very well. Breaking up the whole into pieces and spreading out branches and leaves sounds good, and it does avoid the fate of being exterminated. But the cost is also huge. Once the 1000-year foundation is gone, it is impossible to restore it to its original state. In addition, the training of ninjas itself consumes a lot of resources, and it is difficult for the Yi people to train elites like a family as before. After decades, it is common sense that the overall strength of the scattered Yi people will gradually weaken without a foundation in a small territory. If Yi Swanyu finds that the Yi people are now strong enough to punch the 5 major ninja villages after returning, it will be abnormal. Yi Swanyu is already very satisfied with the current situation. In addition, he came back at the right time. If another 10 years pass, perhaps the Yi people, who have been scattered for a long time and whose hearts have gradually dispersed, will abandon the name of the tribe and live their own lives. Just like in the past few decades, the Yi tribe has not been able to elect a new patriarch, and the elders have taken over. Put aside the high-sounding explanation. Yi Xuanyu is actually very clear about the deep meaning. Chapter 73 Welcome Home Sharingan Feast. Fortunately, everything has changed. When Yi Xuanyu appeared, the scattered Yi people will be reunited as a whole. This is the prestige and charm of the strongest clan leader in the past 1,000 years. After learning the details of the Yi clan from Muting, and regaining the power without a wave, Yi Xuanyu looked at the old Muting, and thought of someone. The sadness flashed, and quickly suppressed it to the bottom of his heart, and he sighed slightly. Of the clan members back then, you are the only one left now. Muting was silent, and after a while, he said in a dry tone, it is not easy for a clan to move and separate. In the long process, illness and killing will always leave people behind. The lifespan of ninjas in the Warring States period was short. Even in the early years of the ninja village, due to the influence of the Warring States period, many ninjas who were physically injured and seriously injured died of illness before enjoying a few years of peace. In order to survive like the F4 of Konoha until now, in addition to a lot of medical support, the most important thing is to live a life of luxury. The relocation of the Yi clan was naturally not peaceful, and there was no lack of blood and rain. Speaking of which, the Uchiha clan also made a lot of efforts in the entire relocation process. Muting added at this time. Yi Xuanyu had learned a little about it from Samui before, but Muting, who had experienced it personally, knew more about the specific situation. Muting explained, after all, Uchiha and Yi have been allies for many years. Even if there have been fewer contacts after the establishment of Konoha, the friendship is there. In addition, there are frequent marriages between the two clans. Although the Yi clan did not actively ask for help during the relocation, the Uchiha clan still sent some ninjas to help. Does Konoha know about this? Yi Xuanyu asked. Muting shook his head, I don't know. It was the Uchiha clan who secretly sent people. Yi Xuanyu understood this. It must be said that although Uchiha is arrogant and gives people a feeling that it is difficult to get along with, as a friend, he is still trustworthy. If it were someone else, such a keen desire to help the Hago Romo clan would definitely make Mutiny and others wary. But Uchiha? If he really wants your things, he will definitely rob you by force, instead of pretending to be nice and stabbing you in the back. In addition, the big clans have always only looked at interests. However, because of the characteristics of the Sharingan, Uchiha often let emotions override everything. Just like secretly helping the Hago Romo clan without Konoha's permission. If Konoha found out, the political situation of Uchiha in the village would definitely be worse. The reason why Uchiha still does this is not for the sake of interests, but for the sake of many years of friendship and marriage, and there are also Uchiha people who married into the Hago Romo clan. For example, Mutiny in front of him, his wife's surname before she married was Uchiha. Patriarch, the boy you brought back this time is the orphan of Uchiha, Uchiha Sasuke, right? How are you going to treat him? Thinking of his wife pinching his waist in secret before, Muting asked cautiously. Yi Xuanyu, who saw Muting's expression, waved his hand and said, Don't worry, I won't let you go home and kneel on the washboard. As the head of the Yi lineage of the Land of Thunder, Samui, when he talked about the current situation of the Yi clan, he did not hesitate to tell the fact that Muting was afraid of his wife. Uchiha Sasuke is not a prisoner here. Your wife and those people, if you want to see him, go and see him. When he said this, Yi Xuanyu's face was surprised. Just as a butterfly in the Amazon flaps its wings, a hurricane blows up in Texas. The Yi clan is distributed all over the country and has continued to develop to this day, which has also brought a major butterfly effect. For example, before the murderous year when the Uchiha clan was exterminated, some Uchiha people saw that something was wrong. To be conservative, they secretly contacted the secret line left by the Yi clan, and quietly forged death certificates for a few Uchiha people, smuggled them out of the village one after another, and sent them here. What is the name of that Uchiha person? Yi Suanyu asked. Uchiha Setsuna. Muting replied with nostalgia. It was also him who proposed to support the Yi clan and personally came to escort them all the way. On the streets of Suokian village, Suzuki put his hands in his pockets and followed Ali all the way with a bored look on his face. If possible, he would rather practice than wander around in this village in front of him, which is similar to Konoha village, but the area and prosperity are much smaller. But Yi Suanyu is different from Kakashi and even Orochimaru. He had no room to refuse the other party's order. If it were someone else, he might have resentment in his heart. Although Suzuki is unruly, he does one thing very well. For the strong who can really convince him, he will willingly obey orders. Kakashi is average in Sasuke's eyes. As for Orochimaru, he is a slut. After walking for a while, Ali seemed to have received some instructions and took Suzuki away from the busy streets and came to a quiet mansion. Suzuki looked around and asked casually, "Why did you bring me here?" Ali came to the gate, raised his right hand, and said in an inviting gesture, "Someone inside wants to see you, Suzuki." "See me?" Suzuki, who was not worried about encountering danger in Yi Suanyu's territory, did not hesitate, stepped through the gate, and came to a room under the guidance of Ali. "Go in, there are surprises waiting for you inside." Ali, who knew Sasuke's background, pointed to the door and signaled Suzuki to go in by himself. Looking at Ali's beautiful smiling face, Suzuki was too lazy to think too much. He strode to the door. When he was about to push it open, for some reason, his palm paused and he felt a little uneasy. He said he didn't understand why he had such a mentality. He just thought that Ali was right next to him and paying attention to him. Suzuki, who didn't want the other party to have fantasies, snorted in his heart, pushed the door hard with his palm. Squeak! The harsh sound of the door opening sounded. Suzuki stepped in and found that the room was much darker. He didn't care. He looked forward and saw an old woman who looked very old, but her hair was still black. Her appearance and temperament gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. She was sitting in the main seat and looked at him kindly. Not only the old woman. Suzuki also noticed that there were a dozen men and women with black hair and black eyes standing on both sides of her. They were all young people, no old people, and no children. Different from the kindness of the old woman. When these people looked at him, they gave him different feelings. There was excitement, relief, pity, and even hatred. Suzuki didn't know these people, and didn't understand why they looked at him with such complicated eyes. Until the old lady sitting in the main seat, sitting properly and with great temperament, said to Suzuki with a loving face, "Child, welcome home." As soon as the voice fell, including the old lady, everyone's eyes closed and opened. The next moment, pairs of bright red Sharingan bloomed in the darkness. P.S. Thanks to the book friend NSFJU for the 500 reward. Chapter 74 I will kill Uchiha Itachi. I swear. In the dim room, dozens of pairs of Sharingan eyes were like the most magnificent rubies, blooming with dazzling brilliance. Suzuki stared at all this blankly. He had 1,000 words to say at the moment, but when he reached his mouth, he somehow forgot them all. After rebelling against the village and fleeing, he thought about many things he would encounter. For better or worse. But he never thought that the scene he had dreamed about every night for 5 years would one day appear so real in front of him. Uchiha Uchiha. Unknowingly, Sasuke's 3 Magatama Sharingan had activated on its own, and a line of tears flowed out of his eyes, which had always only bled but not shed tears. At any other time, he would have felt embarrassed. But at this moment, his whole body was filled with joy and he didn't pay attention to it at all. As Ali said, this is indeed a big surprise. Good boy. Seeing Suzuki burst into tears with excitement, and the 3 Megatama's Sharingan even more revealed, the old woman, the wife of Mighty Eye, the former Uchiha Anki, and the current Hago Romo Anki nodded happily and said, "Welcome home, Suzuki. Although this is not the land of the Uchiha clan, a place with clan members is home, isn't it?" "You are." Suzuki, who finally reacted, quickly held back the tears in his eyes, but his tone was still choked. "As you can see, Suzuki, we are also Uchiha, the Uchiha who quietly transferred out before the night of genocide." A gentle female voice sounded beside Suzuki. Suzuki turned around and saw a pair of Sharingan eyes with 3 Megatama, a young woman with a handsome and pretty face, who looked somewhat familiar, walking over and handing over a few tissues while talking. Suzuki took it and was about to say thank you. A very rude and even murderous voice suddenly sounded from the other side. "Uchiha Suzuki. Who is your current enemy?" Suzuki turned around and saw a cold-looking Uchiha man with his hands on his chest and questioning himself in a bad tone. Without hesitation, Suzuki clenched his fists and said decisively, "Itaki Uchiha. That man. I must kill him with my own hands." Hearing this, the Uchiha man stared at Suzuki for a while, then suddenly twitched the corner of his mouth and said with a ferocious smile, "Very good. This is the real Uchiha. I look forward to the day of revenge. So, Uchiha Suzuki, welcome back to the Uchiha clan. My name is Uchiha Zo." At the beginning, the one who had the biggest objection to Suzuki, the enemy's biological brother and the only survivor of the Konoha Uchiha clan, was Uchiha's Haihao. However, at this moment, when he saw the unabashed flame of revenge in Sasuke's eyes, he immediately changed his attitude and took the initiative to accept him. At the beginning of Hago Romo Anki and Uchiha Zo, other Uchiha people also started talking, and the whole room suddenly became very lively. "I am Yuka Uchiha. Suzuki, thank you for your hard work in Konoha alone these years." "That's right, Suzuki. Unlike that scumbag Itaka who never considers everyone his own. I see the pride for Uchiha in your eyes. I, Uchiha Yoko, recognize you. Suzuki, practice well. Join us in killing Itaki Uchiha in the future. Avenge the innocent clansmen." The Uchiha clan members patted Sasuke's shoulders enthusiastically one by one, showing the true loving side of Uchiha. Suzuki looked at the kind clan members with emotion. For so many years, he thought he was the only one left in Uchiha. Loneliness, and even despair. It was precisely because of these experiences that he and Naruto, who had similar experiences, became the same kind of people and formed a bond. But this moment, Suzuki found himself back home. A warm, kind, and blood-connected home. He was extremely grateful for the choice he made that night to leave the village. "Suzuki, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Besides revenge, you should also have your own life." At this time, the young woman who had just handed over the tissue said with concern. Suzuki looked at the young woman again. The latter introduced himself with a gentle smile, "I am Uchiha Izumi." "Suzuki, do you remember me?" Remember." Suzuki nodded with a complicated expression. He remembered. The woman in front of him, Uchiha Izumi, was the one Uchiha Itaka liked before he changed. Suzuki wanted to ask, but didn't know how to say it. Uchiha Izumi understood what he meant and took the initiative. Elder Setsuna is aware of the increasingly intensified conflicts in the village and the clan. Regardless of success or not, for the continuation of the Uchiha clan, in the years before launching the coup, some young Uchiha seeds were deliberately allowed to secretly leave the village and come to the Hago Romo clan, which has always been a traditional ally, as the continuation of the Uchiha clan. We are the chosen ones. Now it seems that the elders' decision was right. Uchiha Itaki. At this point, Uchiha Izumi paused. After a while, she looked down at Suzuki and said firmly, "Itaki is Itaki, and you are you. Don't worry about being scolded by the Uchiha clan because you are his younger brother. Because you are a real Uchiha just like us. Is the true avenger. My grandmother and mother who raised me both died on the night of the genocide, under the butcher knife of Uchiha Itachi. I will avenge them. I will. I see. Sasuke nodded heavily. By the way, can I still call you Sister Chuan? Of course. Looking at Uchiha Izumi's smiling face that treated him the same way as before. At the same time, he felt such real pain, sadness, anger, and other emotions from the surviving clansmen. At this moment, Sasuke, who was more aware that not only his parents but also many people's parents had died tragically, hated Uchiha Itachi even more deeply. I will avenge the Uchiha clan. I will kill Uchiha Itachi. I swear. Sasuke clenched his fists and took the friendly and lively scene of the clan members in front of him deeply into his heart. The same pain must never come here again. The welcome feast of the Uchiha clan lasted for a long time. Late at night, Sasuke, who had never smiled so much in many years, pushed open the door and was about to find a quiet place to rub his stiff face. Suddenly, he raised his head as he sensed something. He saw Yuhiswanyu standing quietly with his back to him under the garden moon and on the eaves. After the warmth, do you still have the will to pick up the sword? Yuhiswanyu asked calmly without turning his head. Sasuke's eyes fixed, of course. Then, let's start the test. Yuhiswanyu's figure flashed and disappeared into the night. Sasuke did not hesitate and followed immediately. Chapter 75 Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo has paid attention to the host. Night. In a training ground in Suokian village. Standing in the center, Uro Gentsuki looked at Sasuke who was catching up and said lightly, "Don't worry, go all out." Knowing that Uro Gentsuki was testing the situation before teaching, Sasuke, who came for the pursuit of power, would have excitedly attacked directly in the past. But at this moment, he rarely acted immediately, but bowed to Uro Gentsuki with respect and thanked him, "Thank you for everything you have done for Uchiha." From today on, he is no longer an orphan in his self-perception. Uro Gentsuki waved his hand, "It's what I should do." In addition, he glanced at Sasuke and ordered, "Starting tomorrow, study the history of the ninja world well." Yes. Now Uro Gentsuki has a very high status in Sasuke's heart. If Kakashi asked him to review history, he would definitely give him a slap in the face. But if Uro Gentsuki ordered, Sasuke would definitely do it with the attitude of completing the task. In the following time, fighting sounds were heard on the training ground. But it didn't last long, and soon it became quiet. Ding! Main quest, Dominate Ninja School, completed. Congratulations to the host. After a hard battle, the host finally defeated Uchiha Sasuke, who has always been ranked first in the ninja school list, was born in the Uchiha family, has a powerful Sharingan, and is the reincarnation of Indra. He successfully reversed from an unknown poor student to the first and achieved the goal of dominating the ninja school. However, the real counterattack has only taken a small step. I hope the host will walk out of the small pond of the ninja school and achieve the great goal of counterattacking the entire ninja world. Listening to the prompt sound of the system task completion in his mind, Yuhiswanyu looked at Sasuke in front of him, who was out of breath and couldn't muster a bit of strength in just a few minutes. Compared to himself, he didn't even move his feet. Sure enough, this was another hard battle. Yuhiswanyu, who understood the system very well, continued to watch. Settlement in progress. Task rewards, experience in resisting illusions, fire style, great fireball technique, fire style, phoenix fire technique, Uchiha fluid technique. Reminder. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen has followed the host. Warning. Konoha advisor Shimura Danzo has followed the host. The rewards for the mission did not surprise Yugi Gengetsu. Ever since the novice gift pack extracted those very basic and practical abilities, rather than the ability to kill in seconds. Yugi Gengetsu has known that the rewards given by the system are based on the process step by step, and it is impossible to say that defeating the genin will get a KAGE level reward. Let's not talk about the harem technique. After all, the novice mission is a bit special. In this mission, reward, fire style, and Uchiha fluid technique are directly ignored. As for the experience in resisting illusions, it tells the experience of resisting Sharingan illusions. Although it is useless to me now, it can give me some inspiration because of the novel angle. Analytically, in the system's cognition, my strength should have reached the level of Chunin now, and it is the kind that the Chunin teachers in the ninja school cannot compare to. Yi Swanyu thought. Standard Chunin level chakra, Konoha fluid technique, throwing technique, 3-day moon dance sword technique, plus Uchiha fluid technique, 2 fire escape ninjutsu. Such a combination is already considered the elite among Chunin, and it is naturally easy to dominate the ninja school. In addition, what the hell is Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo concerned about? The former is already dead. No, that's not the case in the system's understanding. Yi Swanyu looked at it from the perspective of the system again, and everything made sense. It seems that because I'm too good, I have attracted the attention of Sarutobi Hiruzen, who often uses the crystal ball to spy on the screen. In addition, Shimura Danzo, who also has many spies in the village, has also discovered I as a talent and wants to include I in the route. Hiruzen, you will regret it. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Hago Romo Gengetsu can imagine that in order to compete for me, Hiruzen and Danzo finished You Regret an Eyeshadow in the Hokage's office, and the latter angrily pushed the door out of the scene. Fortunately, I have been in the world for decades, so I don't have to pretend to be with these two old guys. Hago Romo Gengetsu shook his head and returned to reality. Sasuke, who was exhausted just now, barely stood up at this moment. Hago Romo Gengetsu looked at him, frowned slightly and said, Your foundation is much worse than I thought. Hago Romo Gengetsu spoke directly, without paying attention to Sasuke's sensitive self-esteem. Hearing this, Sasuke clenched his fists with a bad look. It was not directed at Uro Gengetsu, but at his own incompetence. Although Sasuke was arrogant and strong-willed, he could listen to the words of the strong and was willing to truly face his own shortcomings, instead of covering them up like others and deceiving himself. Uro Gengetsu continued, It seems that the teaching level of Konoha Ninja School is very average. The 3 Magatama Sharingan can only show this strength, which is far worse than the 3 Magatama Uchiha I have seen before. Even Madara, who has not opened his eyes, can't compare. As we all know, Uchiha Madara opened his eyes at the age of 15. Compared with Sasuke, who has evolved his Sharingan to 3 Magatama at the age of 12, it is a comparison between mediocrity and genius. However, fighting is never about superficial data. The real result is that Uchiha Madara, who has not opened his eyes, can beat Uchiha Sasuke. Uro Gengetsu, who is very familiar with the two, can guarantee this. Is Madara the Uchiha Madara? This time, Sasuke's history is qualified. After all, Uchiha Madara still left a deep impression on the Konoha Uchiha clan. Yi Swanyu nodded. After the Konoha Uchiha clan was destroyed, Sasuke explored and practiced Uchiha ninjutsu and Sharingan by himself, and he lacked a lot of skills. In the next period of time, let the Uchiha people here complete your basics. After the Uchiha clan fell, the village of Konoha was the one who was full. After thousands of years of accumulation, land, wealth, ninjutsu, etc. all belonged to Konoha. The only orphan left to Uchiha Sasuke was a new house, which was a rich fortune for an individual, and a few Uchiha ninjutsu scrolls. He did not obtain the entire Uchiha inheritance, did not systematically practice the unique training of the Uchiha clan, and even the use of Sharingan was very rough. If it were not for Orochimaru, who spied on Uchiha, he would know Sharingan very well, and he would continue to take banned drugs there, which would force the growth of seedlings. Even if Sasuke is given another 10 years, he will not be able to match Uchiha Itachi, who is seriously ill. Yugoriko Gengetsu will naturally not let Sasuke go astray. Whether it is the Uchiha clan or the Yugoriko clan, over 1,000 years, they have already accumulated a set of best methods to cultivate talents. However, due to the limitations of population and resources, the overall strength of a clan cannot be compared with that of a ninja village. But in terms of independent elite education, it is definitely much better than the teaching effect of the 5 major ninja villages.